Now, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. A global virus outbreak has occurred. Residents are advised to stock up on supplies and refrain from venturing outside. If you encounter an infected individual, please flee at once. Flee immediately. Upon discovering an infected person, please isolate them without delay. Isolate them at once. The symptoms of the infected typically include fever, vomiting, and a general sense of malaise. Citizens are urged to take all necessary precautions. Citizens, please ensure your safety. 3 months have passed with a rescue team ever arrive in the luxurious duplex apartment of City S. A strikingly handsome man stood by the window, gazing out at the sparse figures moving outside, his expression heavy with worry. He sighed and helplessly drew the curtains closed. "Don't worry, brother. Perhaps the rescue team will come in a few days," a little girl on the sofa reassured him. "Ah, I hope so." Why, Ely exhaled a deep breath and joined her on the sofa, gently ruffling the little girl's hair, forcing a faint smile onto his face. "Xiaoran, are you hungry?" Ely asked softly. Yi Xiaoran shook her head and, gazing at the strikingly handsome man, replied obediently, "I'm not hungry." Seeing her obedient demeanor, a pang of bitterness welled up in Yi Li's heart. The viral outbreak had persisted for 3 months now, and the once thriving City S had fallen into despair, with zombies roaming the streets. Initially, the outbreak was manageable, with rescue teams delivering supplies to residents every week. However, the second wave proved uncontrollable. The rate of transmission surged, and the transformation into a zombie shifted from a day to merely an hour. Moreover, with a large population in City S, the military soon found itself overwhelmed, leading to the city's complete downfall. The weekly supplies had ceased 3 months ago. Had it not been for Yi Li's foresight in stockpiling some provisions, it was likely that the siblings would have succumbed to starvation by now. He retrieved a pack of military rations from his pocket, tore it open, and handed it to Yi Xiaoran, saying, "Xiaoran, you haven't eaten in half a day. Please have this." Gazing at the compressed biscuit he offered, Yi Xiaoran shook her head again and replied, "Brother, you haven't eaten in a day. You need it more than I do." "It's all right. Brother isn't hungry. Be a good girl and eat the biscuit first," Yili said with a reassuring smile. As an adult, he could endure long periods without food, but his sister, being so young, needed nourishment, otherwise her health would suffer. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoran stopped refusing. She took the compressed biscuit, broke it in half with determination, and handed him the larger piece, softly insisting, "You must eat too, or I won't eat." Yili was momentarily taken aback by her gesture. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. He said nothing more, simply ruffled her hair and accepted the biscuit from her hand, beginning to eat. The two remained silent, quietly munching on the biscuit. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Yili refrained from turning on the lights, as illumination would attract unwelcome visitors in this apocalyptic world. The human heart could often be the most terrifying entity. In the bedroom, Yi Xiaoran curled up in Yi Li's embrace, both listening to the growls outside, a wave of fear washing over them. "Brother, I'm scared," Yi Xiaoran whispered, looking up at him. "There's nothing to fear. I'm here with you." Yili gently patted her head, offering comfort. He, too, was frightened, but he couldn't let his sister see that he was her brother, after all, and had to be her pillar of strength. "Let's sleep now. Everything will be fine with me here." Yili smiled at her. Yi Xiaoran responded softly, closing her eyes, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Seeing this, Yili let out a sigh of relief. He lay flat, holding his sister close, staring at the ceiling. "Food is dwindling if I can't find more soon. I fear," he sighed silently, lost in thought. Turning to look at his sister, his gaze hardened with resolve. No matter what, he had to protect her. With supplies running low, if they continued to share what little they had, they would surely not survive beyond 3 days. Thus, he must venture out to find food as soon as possible. Moreover, he could not predict when he might find more provisions, so he needed to reserve a portion for her, otherwise she would starve while he was away. Having sorted through his thoughts, he slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a shallow sleep. He resolved to venture out the following night to search for food, for zombies had poor vision at night, allowing him to move more freely. The next day, when Yili awoke, it was already 8 o'clock. Looking down, he noticed his sister still fast asleep. He quietly withdrew his arm from around her and prepared to dress and gather supplies for his imminent departure. However, The moment he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback. Yi Xiao Ran, who should have been asleep, was now wide awake, her round eyes fixed intently on him. Xiao Ran, you're awake. Yi Xiao Ran replied sleepily, rubbing her eyes as she sat up and softly inquired, why did you wake up so early, brother? At her words, Yi Li paused, contemplating for a moment. He decided to tell her the truth, for such matters could not be concealed indefinitely. It would be better to prepare her now, before he ventured out. Looking at his sister's drowsy expression, he forced a stiff smile and sat back down on the bed. Hesitating, Xiao Ran, brother, has decided to go out tonight to look for .no. Before he could finish, Yi Xiao Ran interrupted, you can't go, brother. Xiao Ran can't lose you again. Tears welled in her eyes, streaming down her delicate cheeks as she clutched Yi Li's sleeve, sobbing softly, please don't go, brother. Xiao Ran doesn't want you to leave. Seeing his sister in such distress twisted Yi Li's heart, a wave of pain coursing through him as if his heart were being tightly squeezed. He opened his mouth, yearning to offer words of comfort, yet they failed to form on his lips. He was at a loss, unsure of what to do, and even more perplexed about what they had done to deserve such a calamity. He simply did not understand as Yi Li remained silent. Yi Xiao Ran's cries grew more sorrowful, though she stifled her voice, fearful it would attract the zombies. She clutched his arm tightly, biting her lip as S. Chapter 2. Venturing out in search of sustenance after a long while. Yi Xiaoran finally ceased her tears. She wiped her tear-stained eyes and mustered a faint smile towards Yi Li, saying, brother, I do not need you to find food. Xiaoran is not hungry, and I can endure. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive in a few days. Observing his sister's demeanor, a wave of bitterness surged within him. Did he not wish to remain at home? Yet, the meager provisions they had left were insufficient for both of them, that if he ventured out to seek food, it might sustain his sister for another 4 or 5 days. However, if he did not go, they would be left starving within 3 days, leading to an inevitable predicament. Brother. Yi Xiaoran blinked her large, tear-filled eyes, gazing at him with a pitiable look. I do not want you to leave. Yi Li pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, Xiaoran, listen to your brother. The food we have is insufficient for both of us. I must go find sustenance. Otherwise, we shall both go hungry. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic and helplessness crossed Yi Xiaoran's eyes. Clutching Yi Li's sleeve tightly, she shook her head and protested, no, brother must not go. I do not want you to leave. Be good. Xiaoran. Yi Li gently stroked her head, attempting to comfort her. Trust me, I will return to keep you company very soon. Though his words felt hollow, as he could not guarantee his safe return. No, Xiaoran does not want you to go. Yi Xiaoran vehemently shook her head. Xiaoran, listen to me. Yi Li furrowed his brow, trying to persuade her to acquiesce. Noticing her agitation, he added, if you do not behave, brother will become angry. He feigned a fierce glare, hoping to intimidate her. Sadly, the effect was not as intended. Yi Xiaoran continued to cry and shake her head, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tugged at him and whispered, brother, do not abandon me. I do not want you to leave. Boo-hoo. Seeing his sister in such a heart-wrenching state, Yi Li felt his heart soften. To be truthful, he too was reluctant to leave his sister alone at home. Yet, he had to venture out to find food. Otherwise, they would both perish here. Xiaoran, please calm down and listen to me. Yi Li took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. Brother will go out tonight to search for food. You must remain quiet at home and not make any loud noises. I will leave enough provisions for you to last a week. If all goes well, I will return immediately after acquiring supplies. When I come back, I will gently knock 3 times on the door. You must watch through the peephole to ensure it is me. Remember, only open the door once you have confirmed it is your brother. Do you understand? Yi Li explained each word with utmost seriousness. He realized his words might seem cruel, yet he had no alternative. If he did not return within 5 days, it would imply that he refrained from finishing that thought, as it was already clear. Listening to Yi Li's words, Yi Xiaoran wept, shaking her head fervently. Unable to articulate a single word, observing her distress, Yi Li felt immense sorrow. He sighed and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, soothingly murmuring, do not cry, Xiaoran. I promise you, regardless of whether I find food or not, I will return within 5 days. Upon hearing his pledge, Yi Xiaoran threw herself into his embrace, sobbing softly, you must come back, brother. Xiaoran will wait for you. All right, I promise you. Yi Li lightly patted her back, his resolve unwavering that he could not perish. His sister depended on him, and his life was intertwined with hers. Thus he must survive. As night fell, the desolate streets lay cloaked in darkness, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the treetops breaking the silence. The lonely moonlight cast a haunting pallor upon the streets. Wiley drew the curtains, inhaled deeply, and strapped on his backpack, preparing to set out. Brother. Sharon looked at him with concern, her voice barely a whisper. Be careful. Wiley turned to her, stepping closer and softly saying, Do not fear, Sharon. I will return swiftly to him. Sharon responded quietly, clutching his clothing with pleading eyes. Brother, you must return safely. I will always be waiting for you. All right, I promise. Wiley regarded her solemnly, gently stroking her head before turning towards the door. Sharon stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed on his retreating silhouette. Wiley stood at the threshold, exhaling a deep sigh, then pressed his eye to the peephole, scrutinizing the situation outside. The doorway revealed nothing amiss, so he leaned close to the door, straining to catch any sound from beyond, yet heard nothing. He picked up a nearby wooden stick and cautiously turned the doorknob. The door swung open effortlessly, and Yealy peered outside, on high alert, relieved to find no zombies in sight before stepping out and gently closing the door behind him. Inside, Sharon remained in a daze, staring at the closed door, her eyes red-rimmed, tears cascading down her small face. She bit her lip, striving to suppress her cries. They resided in a 20-story duplex apartment building, with 4 households per floor, each unit spaced apart. Thus, even in the event of a calamity, it was unlikely that the commotion would disturb the neighboring apartments. Wiley pressed himself against the wall, moving stealthily, and upon reaching the corner, he cautiously peeked around, relieved to find no zombies. He then approached a neighbor's door, remaining utterly silent, fearful of inadvertently attracting a zombie's attention. Fortunately, his path remained clear, and he was certain there were no zombies outside this floor. However, the situation within the apartments remained unknown. Upon reaching the neighbor's door, he first scanned the surroundings, then pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen for any sounds inside. As he leaned closely, a faint, raspy noise reached his ears, sending a chill down his spine. He held his breath, carefully retreating from the door along the wall. That faint sound was unmistakably that of a zombie. Cold sweat broke out on Yealy's forehead as his heart raced wildly. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. He felt fortunate not to have acted recklessly, for had he awakened the zombie, the ensuing commotion would likely attract more of them, jeopardizing both his mission and Sharon's safety. Resolving to keep his composure, Yealy wiped the sweat from his brow, took a deep breath to steady himself, and proceeded to the next neighbor's door. He continued his cautious approach, pressing against the door, holding his breath and listening intently. Predictably, the unmistakable low growl of a zombie emanated from within, deepening his sense of dread. It seemed there were at least 2 zombies within this building, initially believing there to be only one. The reality was far worse than he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he moved to the last door. This final door stood ajar, and Yealy cautiously approached, leaning against the frame and listening carefully. However, he heard no unusual sounds, which left him perplexed. Was this room devoid of zombies? He pondered, yet refrained from acting impulsively, deciding to observe the situation first. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to cautiously peek inside the room, but upon doing so, his heart raced in alarm. Chapter 3. A weak man battles zombies. Inside stood a woman clad in a white shirt and jeans, her pristine blouse stained with blood, her disheveled hair hung loosely, and her body swayed slightly like a leaf in autumn. On the verge of collapse, at her feet lay a corpse, so mangled it was barely recognizable, yet by its attire, it was clear it belonged to a man. Noticing that she had not detected his presence, Yealy slowly withdrew his head, pressing himself against the wall, sweat beading on his forehead. This was his first experience observing a zombie up close. Less than 10 meters away, and it was undeniably at first he struggled to control his breathing, his nerves taut, and cautiously peered out again to observe the interior. This time, his attention was captured by the items on the table. It was laden with food, primarily canned meats and vegetables, resembling a veritable treasure trove of sustenance. The sight of such abundance caused Yealy's eyes to widen. If he could somehow procure all this food, it would sustain them for quite some time. However, he remained composed, refraining from acting impulsively. He shifted his gaze, contemplating how to eliminate the zombie. He dared not confront her directly. Despite being armed, he was certain he could not contend with her strength. Not to mention, in a matriarchal society, the physical prowess of boys was inherently diminished that he could hardly overpower an average woman, let alone this transformed zombie. He needed a plan to lure her out. As Yili furrowed his brow in contemplation, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from within, accompanied by the raspy growls of the zombie. This noise abruptly interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to hold his breath and grip his stick tightly. Preparing to act, he had been strategizing how to draw her out, yet she unexpectedly emerged on her OW. Yili held his breath, straining to hear the movements within, his stick raised and poised for action. She moved slowly, as if searching for something, and he dared not peek, for the sound was drawing nearer at long last. The zombie stepped out of the room, its face directed towards Yili, as if it sensed someone hiding nearby, yet remained uncertain. Yili was startled, gripping his club tightly and swinging it towards her head. Thud! The club came crashing down, striking the zombie's skull with force, but the blow was evidently insufficient. The female zombie merely staggered backward, still capable of movement. Upon witnessing this, Yili's adrenaline surged, leaving no time for contemplation as he dashed into the room, raising the club to strike her head with ferocity. Thud! 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 3 muffled thumps echoed almost simultaneously, and the zombie's skull was instantly shattered. Her brain matter splattered onto the floor, staining a significant area crimson. Panting heavily, Yili gasped for breath, his chest heaving, beads of sweat soaking his once pristine forehead. His complexion pale as a ghost, droplets of sweat trickling down his temples to the ground. He gazed at the lifeless corpse of the zombie sprawled on the floor, his legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly causing him to falter. It was his first encounter with killing a zombie. Despite his mental preparation, the reality of facing such a creature filled him with dread. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the nausea roiling within his chest and glanced at the cans on the table, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. With this food, he and his sister could likely survive for 6 months. Yili thought to himself as he reached for the cans, intending to stuff them into his bag. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion, hearing a series of growls accompanied by chaotic footsteps drawing near. Yili's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned to gently close the door. The sounds were unmistakably the cries of zombies, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. He locked the door, retreating to a safe distance, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Gradually, he could discern the roars of the zombies mingling with the cacophony of their footsteps. Bang, bang, bang. Following that were the relentless thuds of zombies colliding with the door. Yili's scalp tingled with fear. There was no time for thought, as he hastily barricaded the door with his bed, while quickly stuffing the cans into his backpack. The knocking grew increasingly fervent, and the door showed signs of imminent breach. Damn it, he had unwittingly made too much noise. Yili cursed inwardly, scanning his surroundings for an escape route. Unfortunately, apart from the front door, the only exit was the floor-to-ceiling window, but he was on the 17th floor. A jump would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies persisted with their relentless assault, their fervor intensifying as if they were on the verge of breaking through. Yili was in a frenzy, but there was no time to think. Becoming one of those monsters was a fate worse than death, yet he could not afford to die, for his sister was counting on him. Resolute thoughts of her surged within him that he approached the windowsill, drew back the glass, and leaned out to peer into the abyss below to hiss. Yili gasped, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his heart lodged firmly in his throat. The height was absolutely terrifying. One misstep could lead to shattering death, but this was the only path left for him. He surveyed the window's surroundings, realizing there were no footholds, which meant escaping this building was utterly impossible. It's over. Yili let out a bitter laugh, fearing he was doomed. Hey, look up. Just then, a clear female voice pierced through the tension, catching Yili off guard. Her voice was soft, had he not been half hanging out the window. He might have missed it. He quickly lifted his gaze upward, spotting a strikingly beautiful woman staring down at him from above. Upon realizing he could understand her, she tossed down a rope. Seeing the rope, Yili immediately understood her intent. Without hesitation, he grasped the rope and began to climb. He had no idea why she was helping him, but in his dire situation, he had no time to ponder. A lifeline was presented before him. Even if it was perilous, it still offered hope, and he could not afford to give up. Chapter 4. Zombies can smell your scent. Yili gritted his teeth, desperately climbing upward, refusing to look down for fear his legs would give way. Soon, he reached the edge of the windowsill, and like an agile cat, he hoisted himself inside. Once in the room, he collapsed onto the floor. Gasping for breath, feeling as though his soul had been drained from the arduous climb, his body nearly spent, "Thank you," Yili wheezed, struggling to express his gratitude to Shui Wanqing. Shui Wanqing remained silent, merely observing him from a distance with a cold, eerie gaze. Dressed in form-fitting black attire, her hair tied into a high ponytail, she appeared to be around his age. Strikingly beautiful, she exuded an air of confidence. Yet her expression was devoid of warmth, her vigilant eyes fixed on him, her right hand resting on the blade at her waist. Yili sensed her wariness. After a moment's pause, he managed to rise. But before he could speak, Shui Wanqing coldly interjected, "Are you injured?" Taken aback, Yili looked down at himself, noticing the bloodstains covering his body, even some splattered on his face. "No, this is zombie blood," he quickly clarified. Shaking his head, "Take off your outer clothing, or else you'll die," she insisted coldly. Naturally, she did not believe his explanation. She only trusted what she could see. She would miss no potential threat. Hearing her unreasonable demand, Yili hesitated for a fleeting moment before complying. Shedding his blood-soaked outer garment, in this post-apocalyptic world, as a vulnerable male, being suspected was entirely reasonable as he removed his bloodied outer layer, revealing a casual outfit underneath. He noticed his arms were bound with notebooks, a precaution against unexpected ambushes. He gently placed the notebooks on the ground. Throughout this process, Shui Wanqing remained silent, coldly watching him. Once he had freed himself from the bindings, she continued, "Now take off your long sleeves as well. I won't harm you. I just need to ensure your safety." Hearing her request, Yili hesitated again. This was his last remaining piece of clothing, and if he removed it, she would see him fully exposed. However, he recognized he could not refuse her. Her reasoning was sound. In this world, everyone posed a potential danger, and given his bloodied appearance, her suspicions were entirely justified. "Remove it," Shui Wanqing stated coldly, her tone icy as she tightened her grip on the blade at her waist, ready to act. Realizing there was no way out, Yili complied without further delay, shedding his clothing to reveal his fair, delicate skin. Upon seeing this, Shui Wanqing immediately turned her head away, her face slightly flushed, though the night concealed any clear evidence of her embarrassment. "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely checking for wounds," she coldly explained. "I understand." Yili nodded, indicating his comprehension. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Standing before her while undressed left him vulnerable, and should she harbor any ill intentions, it could lead to dire consequences. Although he covered his chest, the allure remained unabated. After donning his clothing once more, he exhaled in relief and looked at Shui Wanqing, softly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have been devoured by the zombies below. No problem." Shui Wanqing turned to face him, speaking coldly. "I didn't expect to find a survivor in this building. And especially not a man. I didn't expect there would still be living people here," Yili replied, oblivious to any underlying implications in her words, his excitement evident. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Shui Wanqing narrowed her eyes, attempting to discern his true thoughts, but found no hidden intentions on his face. "By the way, what's your name?" "I'm Yili, a resident of room 3 downstairs." Yili introduced himself without noticing her scrutiny. "Shui Wanqing," she replied tersely, maintaining her aloof demeanor. After exchanging names, Shui Wanqing seemed to relax her earlier vigilance, taking a seat on a chair as she inquired, "Did you just kill a zombie?" The mention of zombies brought back the earlier scene vividly in Yili's mind, and he swallowed hard, still shaken as he responded, "Yes, I killed one just below your apartment." Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing instinctively sized him up, retorting, "Don't you know that noise attracts these creatures?" "I do." Yili nodded, suppressing his fear as he continued, "But that zombie was so strange that I didn't have time to think." "Strange?" "Yes, I didn't make a sound, but she was able to pinpoint my location precisely," he recalled, still trembling with fear. Shui Wanqing furrowed her brow, studying him intently as she asked, "Is this your first encounter with a zombie?" "Why, yes, it is. What else could it be?" Yili replied in confusion. Upon hearing his answer, Shui Wanqing fell silent, observing the extraordinarily handsome young man before her, suddenly questioning how he had survived this long. "What's wrong?" Yili asked anxiously, sensing her silence. "Next time, keep your distance from zombies. They can smell your scent," Shui Wanqing advised matter-of-factly. She could detect a faint, serene fragrance emanating from him. It was not overpowering, yet it was exceptionally unique and pleasant, compelling one to draw closer. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's complexion abruptly paled, and with a trembling voice, she stammered, "Zombies can smell my scent." "Well, to be precise, they can detect the scent of all humans," Shui Wanqing affirmed, a conclusion she had drawn from her days of battling these creatures. "However, you need not worry excessively. Although they can smell us, they cannot ascertain our precise location." Noticing his ashen face, Shui Wanqing instinctively offered words of comfort. Gradually, Yi Li composed herself, her heart racing furiously. This revelation struck her like a thunderclap. Such vital information had escaped her notice. Fortunately, fate had favored her, as she had not encountered any zombies in the corridor. Otherwise, the thought sent a shiver of dread down her spine. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Originally, there had been few zombies on the 17th floor, but the noise she had inadvertently created had attracted a considerable number. If what she said was true, her sister was likely in grave danger. Anxiety etched across her features. She turned to Shui Wanqing and asked, "Do you have any weapons left? What do you intend to do?" Shui Wanqing regarded him warily at his inquiry about weapons. "I cannot explain everything right now. Suffice it to say, I must go down." "You want to go down?" Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing's brow furrowed in concern, her voice turning cold. "Do you have any idea how many zombies are lurking below? With your delicate physique, you would likely become their dinner before you could even run a few steps. Regardless of the number of zombies, I must go down. My sister is still in the room. And she is my only family now," Yi Li declared earnestly. If her sister were to perish because of him, even if he survived, he would be condemned to a lifetime of guilt. Rather than live with that burden, he would prefer to sacrifice his own life for the possibility of his sister's survival. "Humph, your sister, what does that have to do with me?" Shui Wanqing scoffed, her tone suddenly icy and her expression fierce. "But if your actions attract the zombies, even if you manage to save her, I will ensure she meets her end." Her words. Yi Li's eyes widened in disbelief, shock flooding his features. He could hardly fathom that Shui Wanqing would utter such a statement. Was T as she spoke, she released his hand, sat up, and strode directly downstairs. That Yi Li furrowed her brow upon witnessing this, yet ultimately chose silence, turning back into the room while muttering softly, "What a peculiar person." Downstairs, Shui Wanqing sat quietly on a chair, her mind replaying the beautiful scene she had just witnessed. Upon reflection, she suddenly realized that he was strikingly handsome, to the point of being almost mesmerizing. In the dim light of the earlier darkness, with blood smeared across his face, she could only vaguely discern his good looks, but she never anticipated he would be this extraordinarily attractive. However, a pang of sorrow welled up within her. Such beauty, in normal times, would be akin to being the center of attention, yet in this apocalyptic world, his appearance could very well lead to his demise. In this grim reality, it was not the zombies that posed the greatest threat, but rather the surviving humans. Those who remained were truly the most formidable. It was evident that Yi Li was oblivious to this harsh truth. Otherwise, he would not have been so unguarded with her. Having interacted with many survivors, she could perceive subtle differences in their eyes, discerning whether they had taken lives or committed heinous acts. Although her acquaintance with Yi Li had been brief, she was certain he was not a malevolent individual. His eyes radiated a pure innocence, clearly untouched by the sordidness of the world. Such a person, lacking strength, would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in this apocalypse, let alone while caring for a younger sister. Zombie behavior, the question he posed earlier echoed in her mind, prompting Shui Wanqing to sigh softly and gaze out of the window, her eyes shimmering with a complex, inscrutable light. As night deepened, the city fell into an eerie silence, exuding an overwhelming desolation. Yi Li lay tossing and turning in bed, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, yet sleep eluded him as his thoughts lingered on his sister's safety. Staring at the ceiling, his mind raced. He wondered whether Xiao Ran was safe. Yi Li couldn't help but murmur, his thoughts drifting back to what Shui Wanqing had said not long ago. Lost in contemplation, he sat up, approached his backpack, unzipped it, and observed the abundance of food and water within. His expression turned complex. Taking out a bottle of water, he twisted off the cap and drank deeply, simultaneously retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits. Tearing open the wrapper and devouring them quickly, he refrained from eating canned meat, intending to reserve it for his sister, who was still young and in need of nourishment. As he ate, he pondered how to return to the 17th floor. The commotion from earlier surely reached Xiao Ran's ears. She must be worried about him, perhaps even shedding tears in secret. With each passing thought, guilt gnawed at him, for it was his actions that had drawn a horde of zombies to the 17th floor, endangering Xiao Ran's safety. The more he thought about it, the more remorseful he felt, wishing he could fly to her side and shield her from harm. But alas, that was impossible. He was trapped in this dire situation. The only course of action was to regain his strength as swiftly as possible, so he could seek an opportunity to return. Resolving this in his mind, Yili hastily finished the biscuits, lay back down, and forced himself to rest. Perhaps it was due to his full stomach, but he soon sank into a deep slumber on the 17th floor. In the wide corridor, dozens of zombies shuffled about, their movements awkward and stiff, emitting low, guttural moans. Their appearances were terrifying, with visible skeletal remains, and one female zombie had most of her face torn away, leaving only a layer of skin dappled with flesh hanging loosely. Their eye sockets were clouded and vacant. Inside a room, Yishaoran huddled in the second-floor bedroom, cocooned under her blanket, trembling with fear as tears filled her eyes. She had clearly heard the commotion outside her door. Realizing her brother was in danger, yet she felt powerless to assist him, that a deep-seated fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that these grotesque creatures might harm her brother, and even more so that she might never see him again. "Brother, you must return safely. Xiao Ran is waiting for you," that she silently prayed, hoping for her brother's safe return. The following day, Yili awoke to find it was already noon. That he dressed and descended the stairs, where he found Shui Wanqing lying on the sofa, her long knife resting on her abdomen. Even in sleep, she kept her weapon close. Awake, upon his arrival downstairs, Shui Wanqing opened her eyes and coldly remarked, "Now that you're awake, why not share some of the food in your bag?" At her words, Yili halted momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and turned to head back upstairs, retrieving 2 cans of meat and a bottle of water from his bag. He offered the food to her, speaking softly, "I didn't manage to pack much last night. This is all I have." Shui Wanqing regarded him knowingly, aware that he was being dishonest, for she had personally checked after he fell asleep the previous night. Yet, she chose not to expose him, calmly accepting the cans and water before beginning to eat. "This is truly foolish," she thought to herself, shaking her head inwardly, relieved that she did not seem suspicious. Yili sat down before her, his expression turning serious. Noticing his demeanor, Shui Wanqing understood what he was about to say, yet she feigned ignorance, continuing to consume her food, seeing her disregard for his presence. Yili frowned slightly, biting his lip as he hesitated before finally speaking. "Shui Wanqing, I would like to ask you." "Not going to help," Shui Wanqing interrupted indifferently. "Why not?" "I haven't even finished speaking," Yili replied. Somewhat dissatisfied, Shui Wanqing glanced at him, retorting, "What else would you ask of me aside from wanting to save your sister?" Yili found himself at a loss for words. He indeed sought her assistance in rescuing his sister. However, this was a conclusion he had reached after much contemplation. He sensed that this woman was formidable, and with her help, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. "Since you know, I won't hide it from you. I truly wish to ask for your help in saving my sister." Yili nodded in affirmation, continuing, "I know you are very capable. If you agree to assist me, I will give you all the food in my bag. In truth, I have more supplies." His expression was earnest, his exquisite features reflecting a sincere plea. Shui Wanqing listened, her expression one of disbelief. She had not anticipated this man would be so naive. He was clearly someone whose resources had been plundered. Yet here he was, claiming to have more food to offer. She could scarcely believe her ears, as if she were hearing a joke. With a mere thought, she could easily take both him and his provisions. Chapter 7. If you wish to perish, then let me have my fun. Yili was unaware of her thoughts. Mistaking her astonishment for reluctance to help, he quickly added, "I am not deceiving you. I really do have more supplies. If you don't believe me, I can show you." Originally, he had intended to keep some provisions for himself, but the thought of Xiao Ran in the midst of a horde of zombies on the 17th floor overshadowed any concern for his own supplies. All that mattered was rescuing Xiao Ran. He could always gather more supplies later, as long as he was cautious. Observing his anxious expression, Shui Wanqing found him rather foolish. It was no wonder he was so handsome. It seemed he had traded intelligence for good looks. "Are you genuinely this foolish, or merely pretending?" she inquired, her tone laced with amusement. "Why should I help you?" "Because I have supplies." He insisted that if rationed carefully, this food could last you 6 months. "But if I kill you?" All these supplies would belong to me. Upon hearing this, Yili was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. He could not comprehend how she could speak so expressionlessly, as though human lives held no value in her eyes. How can you say that? This is illegal, Yili exclaimed, his anger rising after a brief moment of shock. Huh? Illegal? Shui Wanqing smirked coldly. Let me tell you, even if I were to assault you right now, I wouldn't be breaking the law, because this is the apocalypse. She felt it necessary to make him understand his predicament. Such naivety would not allow him to survive long. As for how he had managed to live thus far, she surmised it was likely because he had hidden at home during the 3 months since the outbreak, only venturing out to scavenge for food when his own supplies ran low. Otherwise, not to mention the ubiquitous zombies, the remaining survivors would have easily overpowered him. Yi Li was rendered speechless, his gaze fixed on Shui Wanqing as her words replayed in his mind. Indeed, this was the apocalypse. Where were the laws to govern behavior? In this world, only the strongest could claim dominance. Though he understood this truth, he was reluctant to accept it. He clung to a glimmer of hope that one day a rescue team would arrive to save him. Yet, regrettably, that hope had shattered during his encounter with the zombies last night. He simply had not dared to confront that reality until now, when her words forced him to acknowledge it. In this world, aside from himself, there was no one left who could rescue him. Having come to this realization, despair enveloped Yili, leaving him slumped in a chair, his eyes devoid of life. Shui Wanqing observed his reaction but chose to ignore it, continuing to eat her canned meat and drink water. She sought to make him recognize the harshness of reality. He was far too naive, so innocent that he could sleep unguarded in his own room for an entire night. Had he harbored any malicious intent last night, she possessed 1,000 ways to silence him, rendering even the thought of suicide a distant luxury. Although Shui Wanqing disdained his foolish innocence, she simultaneously admired his pure-heartedness, which is why she chose not to harm him. Perhaps to others, his simplicity was foolishness, but to her, it was an exceedingly precious treasure. She had witnessed too many hearts filled with malice. Some would even push their own kin into the horde of zombies for a mere piece of bread. Let this simplicity of his be extinguished by himself, Shui Wanqing silently mused. After finishing the remnants of the meal on the table, she rose to leave. Thank you for saving me. If I have the chance in the future, I will surely repay you, Yili suddenly murmured as she stood. Though her voice was barely a whisper, Shui Wanqing heard her clearly. She paused, casting a sidelong glance at him, seemingly searching for something in his expression. Yili simply lowered his head, obscuring his face, yet Shui Wanqing could detect a hint of determination in his tone, as if he had made a resolute decision. She remained silent, standing there quietly, her expression growing colder, her beautiful eyes beginning to chill as well. The room fell into a profound silence. After a long moment, Shui Wanqing finally moved, gently placing the trash into the bin before approaching him. Her voice icy. Follow me upstairs. With that, she turned and ascended to the second-floor bedroom. Yili lifted his head, bewildered as he watched her retreating figure, clearly perplexed by her intentions, yet obediently followed her. Once they entered the bedroom, Shui Wanqing closed the door, and Yili asked, "What do you want to do?" His words were only half-formed when Shui Wanqing forcefully pushed him onto the bed, her entire body pressing down upon him. "Did you not say you would repay me? Since you wish for death, you might as well start repaying me right now." Her expression was frigid, her gaze upon him reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Yili's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to question her, only to have his mouth silenced by Shui Wanqing's fierce grip, leaving him to emit only muffled whimpers. "If you desire to die, then allow me to savor this experience properly. Do not scream, or I shall descend and kill your sister," Shui Wanqing threatened coldly, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. As she spoke, she leaned down, kissing his soft lips. The sweet sensation, coupled with a faint fragrance, momentarily clouded her mind, awakening an instinctive impulse. At that moment, Yili's mind was in disarray, his hands desperately attempting to push her away. Yet, alas, his strength was far too feeble, and given their physical disparity, his efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. Seemingly finding his hands to be an obstruction, Shui Wanqing seized both of his wrists with one hand, securing them firmly against his head. "Oh, you think I cannot do this? If you dare to struggle again, not only will I ravage you to death, but I will also kill your sister. I recall your sister is in room 17, correct?" If you wish to spare her life, then behave yourself. Noticing that he still wished to resist, Shui Wanqing threatened coldly. Upon hearing this, Yi Li ceased all movement. His eyes reddening as tears began to cascade down his cheeks, he turned his head away, refusing to look at her, his eyes gently closing as he allowed the tears to flow freely. Seeing him weep, Shui Wanqing immediately halted her actions. She had only intended to frighten him, to make him understand the grim realities of their world. However, she had not anticipated that her actions would inadvertently bring him to tears. Observing his pitiful and stubborn demeanor, she suddenly felt that she had crossed a line. Chapter 8. Consider it a favor returned. After all, he was merely a man. Her conduct was indeed somewhat excessive. Yet, she offered no apology, merely dismounting from his body. Do not cry. I was merely trying to scare you, she stated coldly as she took a seat nearby. I only wish for you to see the truth. So you do not act foolishly again in the future. To be candid, she did not genuinely desire for Yi Li to seek death, not because of his appearance, but rather because he had aided her before the apocalypse erupted. Although he might not remember, as it was a trivial matter, she recalled it quite vividly. After all, his looks were indeed unforgettable. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Li's previously tightly shut eyelids fluttered open. He wiped away his tears and sat up, pressing his lips together, remaining silent. Seeing his expression, Shui Wanqing felt a twinge of unease. After all, when she had kissed him earlier, she had genuinely wanted to kiss him, rather than to scare him. However, she concealed any signs of this inner turmoil. Maintaining her icy demeanor, I am well aware of what you said. After a protracted silence, Yi Li broke the stillness, gazing at Shui Wanqing. But what can I do? My parents were bitten by zombies while searching for supplies, and have since become one of them. Now, I am left with only my sister as family. As he spoke, his eyes reddened, tears brimming in his gaze. Witnessing his distress, Shui Wanqing felt a wave of agitation wash over her. She stood up and exited the room. Unwilling to bear the sight of his tears, she detested it when others cried, especially when he bore such a tearful countenance, which only heightened her irritation. As she departed, Yi Li gradually stifled his tears. Wiping his eyes before approaching his backpack, gazing at the supplies within, he closed it once more. He had made up his mind. Tonight, he would venture out. Once she fell asleep, he would stealthily slip away. If only he were unaware of the zombie's ability to sense scents, it would be one thing. But now that he knew, he had no choice but to go. Though fear gripped him, he understood that if he did not leave, his sister would undoubtedly be in peril. It was already the second day. Although he had promised Xiaoran 5 days, circumstances had changed, and no one could predict what might happen next. Thus, leaving early was his only option. Xiaoran, wait for me. Your brother will come to rescue you, Yi Li murmured, clenching his fists. As night descended, midnight struck. In City S. This once vibrant metropolis now lay in tatters, the air thick with the faint stench of decay. The streets were desolate, the entire city enveloped in silence, save for the occasional cries of wild cats or the moans of the undead. In apartment 18, room 1, Yi Li donned his clothing, the black tactical jacket still reeking of nauseating blood. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and stealthily descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Shui Wanqing sprawled on the couch, deep in slumber, not daring to make a sound. He approached the dining table, portioning out a small share of food and water from his bag. After completing this, he made his way toward the door. Peering through the peephole, he surveyed the scene outside. The corridor was bathed in an eerie green glow, the walls marred by splatters of crimson, and the floor strewn with decaying flesh. Yi Li's stomach churned at this sight, and he quickly averted his gaze, fearing he might vomit. After a prolonged moment, he managed to suppress the nausea in his chest and resumed his observation of the outside. This time, he could ascertain that no zombies lurked beyond the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he was about to twist it when a hand suddenly covered his mouth, and his wrist was seized. Oh, you wish to die? There are zombies outside, Shui Wanqing's cold voice whispered in his ear. At her words, Yi Li, who had been slightly panicked, froze in place, his body rigid. Just then, a faint whispering sound emanated from outside, so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's spine turned cold, and every hair on his body stood on end. He even forgot to breathe. He had listened intently just moments before, yet had heard nothing. Had Shui Wanqing not intervened in time, the consequences would have been dire. Shui Wanqing noticed his frozen state and released her grip on his mouth, gently shaking her head at him. Subsequently, the two of them slowly retreated. Thank you, Yili stammered after a long while. Finally regaining his voice, he stood before her, feeling somewhat awkward as he lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Shui Wanqing remained silent, leaning against the sofa with a somewhat grim expression fixed upon him. The room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shui Wanqing regarded him, and after what felt like an eternity, she sighed in resignation and spoke. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, I will accompany you down. At this. Yili's head shot up in disbelief as he gazed at her. You were willing to help me? Do not misunderstand. I am not helping you. But rather, I do not wish to be the one who dies, she replied coldly, her eyes fixed upon him. Hearing her words, Yili felt a pang of shame and lowered his head, recognizing the truth in her statement. Had he indeed opened the door, they both would have perished. All right, you should head upstairs now that we will discuss our strategy tomorrow. Shui Wanqing waved her hand impatiently, signaling for him to leave. In response, Yili felt it futile to linger any longer. He thanked her before turning to ascend the stairs. Shui Wanqing reclined on the sofa, gripping a long knife, her gaze drifting to the food laid out on the dining table, momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Here she was, mired in her own troubles, yet still considering the well-being of others. What a fool she was, Shui Wanqing muttered to herself, her tone devoid of its usual iciness, instead tinged with an indescribable complexity. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting back to the moment he had smiled at her. Forget it, let's just consider this as returning a favor. Chapter 9, She.is smiling. Time passed, and before long, it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Yili stared blankly at Shui Wanqing. A look of utter disdain etched across his face. I really have to wear such repulsive attire. Yili gazed at the zombie skin she had handed him. His brow furrowed tightly. This zombie skin was a sizable garment, evidently stripped from a particularly tall zombie, stained with blood and permeated with a foul odor. Most critically, it still bore pieces of the zombie's flesh. Shui Wanqing glanced at him indifferently, her tone flat as she said, "If you don't wish to save your sister, then you need not wear it." Upon hearing this, Yili immediately fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take the zombie skin and drape it over himself. Instantly, a pungent stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. That Yili forced himself to endure, striving to don the zombie skin properly. Once he seemed to acclimate, Shui Wanqing cautioned him, "Remember, under no circumstances should you make eye contact with the zombies, nor should you speak. This skin will conceal your scent, rendering you undetectable to the zombies." She added. Yili muttered in a muffled voice. He was disinclined to engage in conversation, for every time he opened his mouth, the rancid odor invaded his nostrils, making him feel lightheaded. And once we step through this door, regardless of what you see or hear, do not react. Simply follow my lead. Outside, you must heed my commands, understand? Shui Wanqing instructed earnestly, her expression unusually solemn, a sight Yili had never witnessed before. He nodded gravely, signaling that he comprehended. Seeing his acknowledgement, Shui Wanqing ceased further discussion. "Let us proceed. Follow closely behind me." Yili nodded, gripping the dagger tightly as he trailed her. Upon reaching the doorway, Shui Wanqing opened the door without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful stench of blood mingled with decay wafted in, nearly triggering Yili's gag reflex. Yet, what filled him with greater dread was the sight that awaited them in the corridor. It resembled a scene from hell. The walls were splattered with blood, the hallway littered with dismembered limbs, and there were even skinned zombies. Most horrifying of all, the floor was strewn with the corpses of zombies. Yili, overwhelmed by fear, promptly shut his eyes, trembling uncontrollably. The sheer horror of the scene could easily leave one in shock. Shui Wanqing appeared unfazed, as though she had long since grown accustomed to such sights. She stood in the corridor, observing two zombies that were still wandering aimlessly, and walked directly past them. Summoning his courage, Yili followed closely behind, terrified of being left alone, fearing he might die of fright. However, upon glimpsing the two zombies ahead, his heart skipped a beat, and his legs nearly buckled. Their appearance was utterly grotesque. One had lost half of its body, exposing its skeletal structure, while the other had its intestines protruding grotesquely, emitting an intolerable stench. He vowed that this was the most repulsive zombie he had ever encountered, 100 times worse than the one he had faced previously. Contemplating a different staircase, he was compelled to follow Shui Wanqing's lead despite his fear. It's all right. As long as I don't speak or make eye contact, I'll be fine. Yili reassured himself. Yet with each self-affirmation, his anxiety deepened, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The corridor was devoid of light, save for the faint green glow of the emergency lights, which cast an eerie illumination upon the grotesque forms of the zombies, with a long knife in hand. Shui Wanqing approached the two zombies, and in a moment that left Yi Li in sheer horror, their heads fell to the ground while Yi Li's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Is that it? It's over. He stood there, slack-jawed, unable to fathom what had just transpired. He hadn't even seen her draw the blade before the zombies' heads had tumbled off. Shui Wanqing turned to him, signaling him to follow. Yi Li swallowed hard, hastily complying and muttering, I didn't realize you were so formidable. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it reached Shui Wanqing's ears clearly. Yes, she felt the warmth of his breath. She momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure and continued walking forward. Noticing her lack of response, Yi Li fell silent, trailing behind her without uttering another word. As they proceeded, Shui Wanqing's face flushed slightly, her heart racing. Just moments ago, she had felt his lips very near, the warmth of his breath almost caressing her cheek. Though it lasted but an instant, the sensation ignited a fluttering in her chest. Taking a deep breath to regain her usual cold demeanor, she continued onward. The two reached the end of the corridor, arriving at the staircase leading to the 17th floor. Two zombies stood at the foot of the stairs, their backs turned to the corners, swaying unsteadily, clearly oblivious to their presence. In no time, Shui Wanqing swiftly dispatched the two zombies, leaving Yi Li utterly astonished by her speed. After dealing with the zombies, they finally reached the 17th floor. However, when Yi Li beheld the corridor filled with zombies, his face paled in terror. There were at least a dozen zombies gathered in this corridor. He counted and found there were 13. Faced with such numbers, he instinctively gulped, realizing that had he been alone, he would have been utterly devoured. Gripping his dagger tightly, he instinctively moved closer to Shui Wanqing. If sensing their presence, a towering female zombie slowly approached them. Shui Wanqing advanced as well. As they passed by the zombie, it remained unaware of their presence, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and continue following her, since both of them wore zombie skins that concealed their scents. They encountered no major threats along their path. Eventually, they arrived at the corridor just outside their room, and Yi Li's face brightened with joy. However, that happiness was short-lived as he witnessed a chilling scene. Outside his door, a female zombie dressed in professional attire was leaning against the door, peering through the peephole incessantly. The sight sent shivers down his spine. It was utterly bizarre. Rather than simply looking at the door, it seemed as though she was observing the interior of the room. Shui Wanqing halted her steps, her expression remaining cold and unreadable, betraying no hint of her thoughts. Has this zombie already undergone preliminary evolution? She mused, observing the zombie with half of its face gnawed away, her heart filled with astonishment. Suddenly, the female zombie, who had been peering through the door, abruptly turned her head. In that instant, Yi Li clearly saw the expression on the zombie's face. She smiling. Chapter 10 No need. I am quite capable. This surreal scene, combined with her smile, sent a chill racing down Yi Li's spine, a cold wave washing over him from his feet to his head. He hurriedly hid behind Shui Wanqing, shielding himself from the zombie's gaze, and whispered, Wanqing, this zombie seems different. Shui Wanqing remained silent, her gaze fixed on the zombie with half of its face missing, her coldly beautiful visage betraying no emotion. Though they could not make eye contact, it hardly mattered at this point, for the zombie had evidently developed a rudimentary intelligence, capable of recognizing their anomaly, albeit to a limited extent. To be honest, I truly do not wish to engage with such a creature, Shui Wanqing thought with resignation, then positioned her long knife before her. Although the building had decent soundproofing, even if a commotion erupted on this floor, it wouldn't carry far. But the gathering of a dozen zombies was another matter. Wait a moment. You should go in first, close the door, and no matter what you hear, do not come out. I will call for you to open it. She quietly instructed. You're going to face all these zombies alone? Yi Li asked, concern lacing his voice. He knew she was powerful, but confronting so many zombies alone seemed precarious, especially with the abnormal one before them. How about I fight alongside you? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Li decided to stand with her. Although his body was trembling, she had come to aid him, having saved his life before. He couldn't abandon her. His words took Shui Wanqing by surprise, and she glanced at him, her expression one of astonishment. Are you certain you want to stay and fight alongside me? Yi Li gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically. Yes, his resolute demeanor sparked a flicker of something unusual in Shui Wanqing's eyes, but she shook her head lightly, her voice cold, "No need. I am quite capable." But this. Yi began to protest, but Shui Wanqing's voice cut through the air. She coming. T looked up, following her gaze, and indeed, the strange zombie was charging towards them. Go. Shui Wanqing warned sharply, her figure darting toward the oncoming zombie with lightning speed, her long knife firmly grasped. As they neared each other, she suddenly swung her blade forward. The sharp edge glimmered ominously, slicing down towards the zombie. Sensing the threat, the zombie instinctively raised its arms to block. The sharp blade pierced flesh and bone, resonating through the vast, desolate corridor as her wrist was severed in one swift stroke. Simultaneously, the hall echoed with the ghastly howls of the undead and the cacophony of chaotic footsteps, as though the entire world were shrouded in an atmosphere of dread. Yi turned to glance back, her eyes widening in horror, filled with terror. Before her, a dozen grotesquely twisted zombies lunged towards him with frenzied abandon, emanating a repugnant stench of decay, their mouths dripping with a viscous fluid that was indistinguishable from saliva or blood. A truly revolting sight. He dared not hesitate for even a moment. Immediately turning on his heel and sprinting towards the door, he understood that remaining here would not only be futile, but could also render him a burden, hindering Shui Wanqing. Observing Shui Wanqing's prowess, he found himself puzzled. Her speed was astonishing, far beyond what any ordinary person could possess. Not only that, but her strength was equally remarkable, effortlessly severing the heads of zombies with a single strike. Such power was awe-inspiring. Most disconcerting, however, was that peculiar zombie. Though he had remained homebound for the past 3 months, he knew that zombies were mindless creatures, driven only by an insatiable hunger for flesh. Yet this one was entirely different. Its movements hinted at a semblance of cognitive pattern. His mind was in turmoil, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, he had but one singular objective: to flee. Inside the house, Yi Xiaoran had naturally heard the commotion outside. She hid in the second-floor bedroom, curled up beneath the covers. Since the previous night, faint scratching sounds had emanated from the door, akin to claws raking against the wood, causing her great discomfort. Initially, she had thought her brother had returned, her heart racing with excitement to open the door. However, she suddenly recalled Yi Li's admonition before his departure, prompting her to remain cautious and stealthily peer through the peephole. The sight that met her eyes nearly drew a gasp from her. There, outside, stood a zombie, its face partially devoured, incessantly clawing at the door while occasionally glancing through the peephole. The sight nearly brought her to tears. She clamped her hand over her mouth, crouching on the floor, fearful of making any noise that might alert the creature. She fought against her terror and returned to her bedroom, the haunting image lingering in her mind. Thus, when she heard the sounds outside, she dared not descend. She feared that the zombie still lingered at the door, terrified that if she were to open it, a horde of the undead would surge in and consume her. The tumult outside persisted, yet Yi Xiaoran found herself throwing off the covers and descending from the bed, for she suddenly sensed something was amiss. That it sounded as if the zombies were pursuing something. Accompanied by faint sounds of struggle, she crept down the stairs, carefully approaching the door, suppressing her fear as she peered through the peephole once more. Bathed in the dim green light, she beheld an empty corridor. The once terrifying zombie had vanished, yet the faint odor of decay still lingered in the air. That moment, a shadow darted past outside, standing at the door and occasionally glancing to the side. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Xiaoran, I'm back. Open the door." Upon hearing that voice, which she had longed for, Yi Xiaoran's eyes brimmed with tears, and without a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. Yet, as soon as the door swung open, she froze in place. Yi paid her no mind. Upon seeing the door ajar, he swiftly entered and shut the door behind him. Leaning against it, gasping for breath, "Brother?" Yi Xiaoran called out, gazing at the figure cloaked in the guise of a zombie, uncertain. Yi responded, rising to his feet and handing her the backpack slung over his shoulder. "Xiaoran, you need to go upstairs no matter what you hear. Remain silent and do not come down. This. Yi Xiaoran panicked, urgently inquiring, "What about you? Are you going out again?" "I'm not going out. But my friend is outside. I need to stay here to open the door for her." "Xiaoran, be obedient and go upstairs. I don't wanna. This time, I refuse to leave my brother," Yi Xiaoran exclaimed, clinging to Yi Li with all her might, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother, please don't abandon me." She was genuinely terrified, afraid that something might happen to him, afraid he might never return. Chapter 11. Thunderclap and Flash. Though they had only been apart for 2 days, the feeling of anxiety had stretched on for what felt like an eternity, each time she dreamt of her brother. It was fraught with nightmares day-night. She would hide beneath the covers, listening to the scratching sounds from outside the door, too frightened to sleep. Now that he had finally returned safely, she resolved not to let him go. No matter what he said, even in death, she would stand by his side. "Xiaoran, don't cause a fuss. Brother is fine," Yili reassured her, gently patting her head. He could feel her trembling body and the depth of her fear. Ultimately, she was merely a teenage girl who had spent the last 2 days alone at home, with the undead gathering outside. It was only natural for her to be frightened. "I don't want to. I want to stay with my brother." Upon hearing Yili's words, Xiaoran tightened her grip on him, unwilling to let go, even with the stench of decay clinging to him. She was truly scared, terrified of losing him. "Ah," Yili sighed heavily, then stroked her head. "Very well, Xiaoran can stay with brother." Upon hearing her brother's agreement, Xiaoran finally released him, a smile breaking through her tears. In her heart, as long as she could be with her brother, she feared nothing, even the bite of a zombie. The clamor outside persisted, and in the corridor, Shui Wanqing wielded a long knife, agilely weaving through the throng of zombies. With each pass, a head would be severed. Blood splattering across the corridor, the pungent scent of blood mingling with the fetid odor of the undead. Her expression remained unchanged, a mask of indifference, as though she had grown accustomed to such brutality. The zombies charged with fervor, but their momentum quickly waned. The previously peculiar zombie observed her from a distance, refraining from joining the fray. Before long, the zombies on this floor were all dispatched, leaving only the strange one still standing. Quite the cautious one. Shui Wanqing noted its position, seemingly waiting for an opportune moment to strike, and swiftly charged towards it. The moment she moved, a shrill scream erupted from the zombie, echoing eerily in the still of the night. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shui Wanqing reacted instantly, propelling herself towards it, her long knife slicing downwards. The scream was abruptly silenced, but it was too late. A commotion erupted from both sides of the staircase, accompanied by the roars of the undead. The footsteps were chaotic, but one thing was certain. There were many. Although she had dispatched the creature in time, its cry had already attracted other zombies. Without hesitation, Shui Wanqing sprinted up the staircase, determined to lure the horde upstairs. Even if they were numerous, they would pose no threat to the siblings. As for herself, dealing with these mindless creatures was a trivial task. She raced up the stairs, encountering several zombies along the way, all of which met their end at her hands. Soon, she reached the top floor, with the horde hot on her heels, while a dozen more zombies awaited her ahead. Faced with the insatiable undead on both sides, Shui Wanqing remained unerringly calm. Standing in the corridor, she was flanked by the rushing zombies. At that moment, she slowly closed her eyes. In an instant, the once frenzied movements of the approaching zombies seemed to freeze. As if the world had been paused, the cacophony faded into silence, leaving only the sound of her own breathing and heartbeat. Exhaling deeply, an arc of electricity began to ripple through her body, culminating in a surge of energy. With her right leg bent, she coldly declared, "Thunderclap and Flash." As her words fell, the electric arcs momentarily vanished, and she transformed into a blur, darting forward in an erratic pattern. Plunging down the staircase, the two groups of zombies continued their charge, ultimately colliding and tearing into one another. Inside, Yili surveyed the now empty corridor, his brow furrowing with concern. He had heard the earlier commotion clearly and had witnessed the zombies pursuing Shui Wanqing through the peephole. Yet now there was an unsettling silence. Could something have gone awry? For reasons unknown, his anxiety deepened. "Brother. Who is that friend you mentioned?" Xiaoran whispered from behind him. Her curiosity piqued. She found it quite remarkable that someone would risk danger in this apocalypse to assist her brother's friend. A motivation that warranted contemplation. "A very formidable female friend, whom you do not know," he replied softly without turning. "Female friend." Xiaoran immediately seized upon the key phrase. She understood her brother's character. He was naive and easily deceived. A few flattering words would earn someone's trust. In this zombie-infested world, the sudden emergence of a female friend certainly raised her suspicions. No profit comes without early effort. Given that the other party is so supportive of my brother, there must certainly be some advantage to be gained. If it were merely material, it would be easier to comprehend. However, if it pertains to my brother himself. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock resonated at the door, accompanied by a cool voice from outside. "It's me. Open the door." With that, Yili immediately opened the door and pulled her inside, swiftly closing it behind her with barely a sound. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Yili asked anxiously, scrutinizing her with concern, fearing she might have been harmed or face some mishap. Sensing his urgent gaze, Shui Wanqing's cold visage momentarily flickered with an unnatural expression. But she quickly masked it, replying in a frosty tone, "I'm fine, don't worry." Upon hearing this, Yili's anxious heart finally eased, leading him to inquire further, "What about that group of zombies? Did you manage to kill them all?" "No, I lured them upstairs," she explained, glancing at Yishaoran beside her and adding, "She must be your sister." "Yes," Yili nodded, then continued, "Let us head upstairs. It's not safe to talk here." The three ascended to the second-floor bedroom, where the two removed their zombie skin suits, although the lingering stench remained. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Shaoran." He turned to Yishaoran and added, "Shaoran, this is Sister Shui Wanqing. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have returned." "Thank you for saving my brother," Yishaoran said politely, bowing in gratitude and no need for thanks. "It was a mere effort," Shui Wanqing replied indifferently. "What may be a slight effort for you is a profound grace for us." "I shall forever remember it," Yishaoran said sincerely. Shui Wanqing nodded slightly, remaining silent, unsure of how to respond to such gratitude. By the way, Wanqing, I didn't expect you to be so formidable, taking down a dozen zombies all at once." Yili exclaimed with excitement, his gaze filled with admiration. Shui Wanqing found it hard to endure his stare, diverting her eyes as she replied coolly, "It's nothing remarkable, do not be so modest. That is no feat an ordinary person could achieve." He shook his head, evidently unconvinced by her words. Shui Wanqing remained silent, prompting Yishaoran to interject. "All right, brother, Sister Wanqing must be tired. Let us allow her to rest." Hearing this, Yili recognized the validity of her point. After all, she had faced so many zombies alone. Even if she were immensely powerful, her stamina must have been strained. Realizing this, he awkwardly said, You're right. Wanqing, let me take you to a room that'll handle it. Brother is tired and needs rest too." Yishaoran quickly interjected, then turned to Shui Wanqing, saying, "Come, Sister Wanqing, I'll show you to Brother's room." "All right," Shui Wanqing nodded, accepting without resistance. Chapter 12 Brother. Have you ever seen a talking zombie? Soon, under Yishaoran's guidance, the two arrived at a bedroom on the first floor. As she opened the door, a unique fragrance wafted in, causing Shui Wanqing to halt. The scent, reminiscent of Yili, involuntarily reminded her of the moment she had forcibly kissed him, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Sister Wanqing, this is Brother's room." After the zombie outbreak, Brother was afraid of the zombies outside, and hasn't he slept in here since as she spoke. She took a quiet, deep breath, a subtle look of intoxication crossing her face. "Thank you," Shui Wanqing replied softly, her expression remaining neutral. The bedroom was simply arranged. Apart from a bed and wardrobe, there was only a desk by the window, on which sat a laptop. However, due to the power outage throughout the building, the laptop was currently in a state of darkness. She approached the desk, placing her long knife atop it, then turned to Yishaoran, her indifferent gaze fixed upon her, saying, "Speak your mind." Yishaoran gently closed the door, her expression turning serious. After a brief hesitation, she finally asked, "Sister Wanqing, I would like to know your intentions in approaching my brother." "Intentions?" Shui Wanqing looked at her quizzically. "Sister Wanqing, I know you are quite capable, but in this apocalyptic world, no one would assist a stranger without reason." Yishaoran understood her brother's nature. He was innocent and easily trusting, often devoid of cunning, which made her worry that someone might harbor ulterior motives that could harm him. Although she was grateful for the assistance she had given her brother, she knew that one must always be vigilant, as there were too many with hidden agendas in this apocalypse. Men were already at a disadvantage, needing to guard against both zombies and surviving humans, especially someone as strikingly handsome as her brother. If they encountered a benevolent soul, they would be fortunate. However, if they crossed paths with someone ill-intentioned, the outcome could be dire. Good people do exist, but they are far too rare, and she could not afford to take that gamble. Her inquiry was entirely justified, as her brother meant everything to her, and she would never allow anyone to harm him. Shui Wanqing calmly regarded her, her expression remaining aloof, seemingly unfazed by Yishaoran's words. After a long pause, she slowly replied, if your brother were like you. At least he wouldn't be a cause for such concern. Why Shaoran chose not to comment. Her response clearly not the answer she sought. Rest assured, I will not harm him, as if guessing her doubts. Shui Wanqing spoke once more. Hearing this, Yi Shaoran bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before ultimately choosing to place her trust in her. Sister Wanqing, I have one more question. This time, her demeanor grew considerably graver. Can you tell me if the zombie outside has gained intelligence? Upon hearing her inquiry, a rare flicker of emotion crossed Shui Wanqing's face. She gazed at the 13 or 14-year-old girl before her, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. How strange. Why is my sister taking so long? Within the second-floor bedroom, Yili furrowed his brow in confusion, muttering to himself, are they chatting downstairs? This thought seemed reasonable, considering the two were below. What else could they be doing? As for the zombies, that he felt no concern. Forget it. I should stop thinking about it. I smell horrible and need to wash up. He wrinkled his nose at his own scent, muttering in distaste. Rising to his feet, he intended to head to the bathroom, but suddenly remembered that his clothes were downstairs. Thus, he made his way to the first floor, planning to retrieve them. Upon reaching downstairs and about to enter the room, he hesitated, struck by curiosity to hear what they were discussing. After all, Shui Wanqing was always so cold. He simply could not imagine what she and Shaoran could be talking about. So, he leaned against the door, pressing his ear against the door panel to listen intently. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Shaoran looked at her brother standing outside, momentarily startled, unsure why he was there. Brother, why are you standing at the door? Shui Wanqing also cast a glance his way, but unlike Yi Shaoran, she appeared quite calm, almost as if she had anticipated his presence outside. But Wai felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his nose as he said, I came to grab a few pieces of clothing. After finishing, he stepped past Yi Shaoran and approached the wardrobe to select some clothes, preparing to leave. Brother, wait, Shaoran and I have something to discuss with you. At that moment, Yi Shaoran quickly detained him. Wai paused, turning to her with a puzzled expression. What is it? Yi Shaoran lowered her voice and urged, Brother, please sit down first. You mustn't be frightened by what I'm about to say. Seeing his sister's serious demeanor, Yili's heart began to race, and he swallowed hard, whispering, Don't scare me. You know I'm a bit timid. Then I want to say anything. No, do tell. Shui Wanqing. Yili sat down on the bed, looking at his sister. Go ahead. Yi Shaoran nodded, glancing at Shui Wanqing, taking a deep breath before seriously stating, Brother, have you ever seen a talking zombie? A talking zombie. Yili froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Shaoran, beckoning her. Shaoran, come here. What is it? Yi Shaoran walked over in confusion. As she drew near, Yili suddenly raised his hand and tapped her on the head, causing her to gasp in surprise at the pain. Oh, you think I'm a fool? How can zombies talk? He glared at Yi Shaoran, annoyed that she might think he was gullible. Shui Wanqing watched quietly from the side, not interjecting, though she felt a slight ache in her head. After being scolded by Yi Shaoran rubbed the spot where she had been struck, pouting as she said, Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Sister Wanqing. Hearing this, Yili turned to Shui Wanqing, asking, Have you ever seen a talking zombie? As he looked at her, she averted her gaze slightly, replying, Yes, I have. Then what do you think this is? Yili asked with a smile, raising his hand and forming a fist with only his index and middle fingers bent. Upon seeing this, Shui Wanqing fell silent. She had indeed seen such a thing. Chapter 13. At night, someone was calling out the name Yili. Your sister did not deceive you. I can attest to that. At that moment, Shui Wanqing, who was seated on the chair, affirmed her words. Upon hearing this, Yili ceased his actions and regarded the two of them with skepticism. How could a zombie possibly speak? Observing his incredulous expression, Shui Wanqing's reaction was understandable. After all, who would believe such an outrageous claim without witnessing it firsthand? Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she too would have found it hard to accept. How long do you think the zombie outbreak has lasted? Shui Wanqing suddenly inquired. Yili pondered seriously for a moment before responding. Perhaps a little over 3 months, if we include the initial major outbreak. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing shook her head. It's not 3 months. It's 8 months. 8 months? The moment those words escaped her lips, not only did Yili's eyes widen in shock, but even Yi Shaoran, who was nearby, looked at her in astonishment. Indeed, it has been 8 months, she confirmed. But Wanqing, if that's the case, why hasn't it been reported on the news? And 3 months ago, a rescue team delivered supplies to us. Exactly. If it had been going on for so long, The authorities should have organized an evacuation for the public, Yili chimed in. Shui Wanqing slightly shook her head. The news is not broadcasting to prevent public unrest and panic. They too wish to evacuate, but S City is the epicenter of the outbreak, so even if they wanted to, they are powerless. As for the rescue team you mentioned 3 months ago, if I am not mistaken, they must have given you some instructions when they left. Upon hearing this, Yili recalled the scene from that day. The rescue team consisted of 5 members. Their expressions were tense, and their faces were smeared with blood. One individual left a particularly deep impression on him. Blood streamed from her neck when he opened the door to receive supplies. She attempted to enter but was stopped by the leading woman. After delivering the supplies, the 5 individuals hurriedly departed, with the leader reminding him, "Mr. Yi, the zombie virus has erupted. Please remain indoors and do not make any noise. Remember this." After uttering those words, they left, and he recalled hearing several gunshots from downstairs, which had made him a bit anxious. In retrospect, he realized there were indeed many questions. Yili recounted the events and conversations to Shui Wanqing. Upon hearing his description, Shui Wanqing could roughly deduce the situation at that time, and no wonder this frail man had managed to survive for so long. It turned out the zombies on this floor had been lured away. One must admit, Yili was rather fortunate. After listening, Shui Wanqing looked at Yili and remarked, "It's quite normal that you are unaware, considering you and your sister have been here for 3 months without venturing outside. However, there is one thing I must inform you. There are almost no living humans left in this city. What do you mean?" Yili stammered, momentarily bewildered. "I mean it literally. What I am saying is not an exaggeration." Seeing the seriousness on Shui Wanqing's face, Yili began to feel uneasy and furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you saying the entirety of S City has turned into zombies?" Shui Wanqing nodded. "Yes, while there are a few survivors. They are exceedingly rare. This is why I was so astonished when I saw you. I never expected to find any living humans here. How is that even possible, in such a core area like S City? How could there be no living individuals?" Yili murmured in disbelief. Observing his expression, Yishaoran quickly stepped forward to offer comfort. "Brother, it's okay. In this situation, living humans are even more terrifying than zombies." What she said was indeed the truth. Compared to those mindless, flesh-eating zombies, sentient humans posed a far greater threat. In the apocalypse, survivors would do anything for food. Shui Wanqing gazed at them indifferently, and when she noticed Yili's anxiety had somewhat subsided, she continued, "The reason S City fell so quickly is that the zombies have begun to evolve." As she said this, her expression turned grave. Yili looked at her and pressed for clarification. "What do you mean by they have started to evolve?" Noticing he still did not grasp the situation, Shui Wanqing sighed. "To put it simply, the zombies in S City are becoming increasingly formidable. Some have even developed intelligence and are capable of speech. They are no longer mere mindless corpses." Upon hearing her explanation, Yili felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the peculiar behavior of the zombie he had encountered outside the door. The thought that zombies could speak and think sent a wave of dread through him. Sensing his unease, Shui Wanqing continued, "Of course, if zombies can evolve, then so can we humans." "What do you mean by that?" Wanqing, Yishaoran quickly asked. Why Yili also cast a look of confusion her way. "There is a certain probability for a person to become an awakened one. Each person's awakened abilities are different, and the means of awakening also vary. As she spoke, Shui Wanqing raised her hand and gradually gathered a sphere of light that flickered with arcs of electricity. Upon seeing the glowing sphere in her palm, the siblings' eyes widened in astonishment. "This is my ability. It belongs to the lightning element," Shui Wanqing stated. Why Yili was left dumbfounded. First, there was the zombie outbreak, and now the awakening of powers. All of this left his mind in a daze, completely disoriented. However, Yishaoran quickly regained her composure. Instead of inquiring about the powers, she asked a question that was of utmost importance to her. "Wanqing, can you tell me what level of strength those speaking zombies possess?" This was a question she needed to know, as it concerned her brother. She had heard that night, albeit faintly, someone calling out Yili. At that time, she had thought there were living humans outside. Given that she could hear someone speaking, it was only as the scratching at the door continued that she gradually sensed something was amiss. After all, if there were indeed someone outside, the scratching would have ceased long ago. How could it persist? The only explanation was that the one outside calling her brother's name was not human. Hearing her inquiry, Shui Wanqing fell silent. Unsure how to respond, Tio put it bluntly, The existence of such evolved zombies was the primary reason S City had fallen so swiftly. Firearms were ineffective against them. After a long pause, she finally spoke. They are incredibly strong, at least beyond my capabilities to defeat. PS. The classification of zombie levels, from lowest to highest, is as follows. Level 1, ordinary zombie. Level 2, possessing some intelligence. Level 3, capable of thinking like a beast. Level 4, able to speak, significantly enhanced strength. Level 5, can be considered a zombie king. Human ability levels are classified from 1 to 5. With each person's attributes varying, there are 7 main categories of awakened attributes: water, fire, wind, lightning, ice. The author wishes to take a day off and will update again tomorrow, posting 1 chapter today. Chapter 14. Departure 2 days later. Leaving S City. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran's heart sank to the depths of despair, while Yili also snapped back to reality. Looking at the two women, momentarily confused about what was being discussed, but still expressed surprise. No way. Even you can't defeat Wanqing. How strong must these zombies be? Shui Wanqing remained silent for a moment. She was currently only at level 3 and had only recently attained this level. While she could defend herself in this apocalypse, facing a zombie of equivalent strength would likely prove challenging. Not only Shui Wanqing but Yi Xiaoran was also lost in thought at this moment. Although she was unsure of her own strength, if even Wanqing said so, then this zombie must indeed be terrifying. With this thought, she nervously grasped Yi Li's arm, feeling the tension in her grip. Yi Li looked down to see his sister's anxious expression. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked softly. Yi Xiaoran shook her head and managed to smile. "It's nothing." She then shifted her gaze back to Shui Wanqing and asked, "Wanqing, may I ask if there are any survivors left in S City?" "None," Shui Wanqing replied, shaking her head. She continued, "However, there are survivors in a city." As that city was not the epicenter of the outbreak. A city. Yi Xiaoran murmured, silently making a decision in her heart. "Are we heading to a city now?" Yili suddenly interjected, interrupting the conversation between the two. Although he felt somewhat lost, he keenly grasped the key point. "Yes," Shui Wanqing nodded. "I had initially planned to leave S City a few days ago. Her original intention had been to depart the previous day. But an unexpected encounter with Yi Li had delayed her. After all, S City was exceedingly perilous, with countless level 3 zombies, and most importantly, it was the outbreak's epicenter, which surely harbored even more formidable zombies. These intelligent zombies would not behave like humans. Although they possessed intelligence, their malevolent desires and urges would be magnified several times compared to when they were alive. For instance, desires and urges that they would not dare to act upon or suppress in life would be unleashed upon gaining intelligence. Shui Wanqing had gathered this information from her observations of the zombies during this time. "Wanqing, could you take my brother and me with you?" Yi Xiaoran hesitated for a moment, but ultimately summoned her courage to speak. She was determined to take her brother away from S City. Having heard Shui Wanqing's words, she understood just how perilous this place was. In the current state of City S, it has regrettably transformed into a veritable den of zombies. She too yearns to escape, to seek refuge in a safe zone. But how could the two siblings possibly manage to depart? Setting aside the cunning undead, even the most ordinary zombies would pose a formidable threat to them. Upon hearing this, before Shui Wanqing could utter a word, Yi Li interjected, "Xiaoran, we will not trouble your sister Wanqing. We shall go on our own." He was reluctant to impose on Shui Wanqing, for they were scarcely acquainted, and he was already deeply grateful for her assistance in bringing them this fard. It would be utterly burdensome to expect her to escort both him and his sister. After all, this was an apocalyptic world where a moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. Brother. Yi Xiaoran glanced at him, voicing her disapproval softly. Yi Li met her gaze and gently shook his head. Observing this exchange, Shui Wanqing sighed inwardly. She understood his thoughts, yet she also recognized that should they attempt to venture out on their own, they might not even make it out of this building. Although she was merely a third-tier awakened one, and not particularly formidable in this city, she possessed enough capability for self-defense. Moreover, if the three of them proceeded cautiously towards City A, their chances of escaping the confines of City S would substantially increase. Besides, what kind of woman would she be if she abandoned a man and a child in such dire circumstances? Having come to this conclusion, she fixed her gaze on Yi Li and declared coldly, "Yi Li, I will not leave you two behind. Follow me." Upon hearing this, Yi Li waved his hand in refusal, insisting, "No, Wanqing, you have already helped me immensely. I cannot impose further. It is settled then that we shall depart in 2 days. Shui Wanqing stated resolutely, disregarding his objections. Wai Li looked at her, confusion etched across his features, though gratitude prevailed in his heart. Thank you, Wanqing, he said earnestly, his gaze sincere. He too wished to escape, to survive, yet this did not imply he desired to burden others. However, what alternatives did he have? At this juncture, aligning with Shui Wanqing was undoubtedly the safest choice for both of them, albeit it also posed the greatest risk to her, facing Yi Li's appreciative gaze. Shui Wanqing instinctively turned her head away, responding dismissively. The three engaged in conversation for a while longer before Yi Li ascended the stairs to cleanse himself. The stench clinging to him was unbearable. With his departure, only Yi Xiaoran and Shui Wanqing remained in the bedroom on the first floor. A heavy silence enveloped them, their expressions grave. You heard your brother's name that night. Are you certain it was not a figment of your imagination? After a prolonged pause, Shui Wanqing finally broke the silence. It was no illusion. The voice, though faint, was unmistakable. Someone was indeed calling my brother's name, Yi Xiaoran asserted firmly. Shui Wanqing furrowed her brow in contemplation. And after a significant interval, she inquired, Did your brother offend anyone previously? Does he have a girlfriend, perhaps? The mention of a girlfriend elicited an inexplicable stir within her, causing her thoughts to momentarily spiral. Yi Xiaoran pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, my brother has always focused on work. When he had time off, he would stay at home, rarely going out. His only pastime was playing video games. Suddenly recalling something, she added, Oh, my brother has an older sister, Yiqian, whom he has known since childhood. He works at her company. They often kept in touch, and she would frequently invite him out for meals, sometimes bringing me along. However, since the zombie outbreak, we have not seen Yiqian at all, and my brother's calls to her have gone unanswered. Yi Xiaoran relayed everything she knew to Shui Wanqing. As Shui Wanqing absorbed this information, she felt an involuntary sense of relief, yet curiosity gnawed at her. The name .it seemed familiar. Your sister Yiqian may have encountered some misfortune. Otherwise, her phone would not be unreachable. Shui Wanqing speculated. Yes, Yiqian is a good person, though quite assertive. Our families have always interacted, and she often came to play with my brother. Yi Xiaoran concurred. Shui Wanqing's eyes flickered, an indescribable sensation washing over her. An unsettling feeling that she could not quite comprehend. Yet, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Yi Li's face. Chapter 15. Regarding the sister she mentioned, she felt a vague recollection. She suppressed the distracting thoughts and began to contemplate seriously. According to Yi Xiaoran's earlier remarks, the woman named Yiqian had likely encountered something dire, as her disappearance was inexplicable otherwise. Furthermore, based on her descriptions of the zombies, it was highly probable that this woman had transformed into one of the undead, and possibly had even evolved as for her tier, that remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear. This particular zombie must undoubtedly be at least a 3rd tier. These thoughts swirled in her mind. Her expression grew increasingly grave. Being pursued by a zombie was far from a trivial matter, especially one of 3rd tier or above. Sister Wanqing, do you have any leads? Yi Xiaoran asked, noticing the change in her demeanor. A hint of concern creeping into her voice. She harbored an ominous premonition and pressed further. That zombie it wouldn't be Yiqian, would it? Yes, the likelihood is quite substantial. Shui Wanqing nodded, sharing her suspicion regarding Yiqian. Although she could not be certain, the probability was certainly the highest. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran froze, a wave of sorrow washing over her. The person they once shared meals with was now gone. Though heartbroken, she quickly composed herself, for the most pressing concern was to ascertain the identity of that zombie and the reason behind its pursuit of her brother at present. Their speculation could not confirm if that zombie was indeed Li Yiqian. Xiaoran, do not mention this to your brother for now. I fear it may frighten him, Shui Wanqing suggested softly. After all, being targeted by a zombie would terrify anyone, let alone a man who was powerless to defend himself. Rest assured, Sister Wanqing, I will not disclose anything to him. Yi Xiaoran readily agreed with her proposition. It was wise to keep this matter under wraps for the time being, as they could not resolve it now. Revealing it would only serve to heighten his anxiety. Subsequently, the two conversed further before retiring for the night. The following morning, Shui Wanqing briefed Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran before heading out, with their departure imminent. She needed to reconnoiter the route and craft 3 new sets of zombie skin clothing, for the 2 existing ones were no longer viable. The odors had become intolerable and must be replaced. Most importantly, she had to eliminate the zombies on this floor to prevent unforeseen incidents that could trigger a horde. Dressed in zombie skin, she stepped outside, encountering numerous zombies along the way, all of which she dispatched with ease. After clearing that section of zombies, Shui Wanqing continued her search for the optimal escape route, meticulously planning for any unexpected events. She always maintained a habit of leaving a retreat option and preparing for the worst. Regardless of the time or place, by the time she returned to the apartment, it was already afternoon, and she had largely mapped out their evacuation route. That evening, the three gathered in the bedroom on the second floor, where Shui Wanqing unfurled a map filled with annotations across the table. We will depart tomorrow during the day. Following this route, she indicated with her finger on the densely marked map, approximately 10 kilometers ahead. There will be a vehicle. It contains supplies I had prepositioned. There is enough food, water, and medical supplies to sustain us in the coming days, Shui Wanqing explained. Upon hearing this, Yili frowned, concern etched on his face, and could not help but voice his apprehension. Are we really leaving during the day? Isn't that too dangerous? After all, the zombies are active day and night. Yi Shaoran nodded in agreement. Echoing Yi Li's sentiments, she believed that while the visibility at night was poor, it at least allowed them to evade some of the zombies' gaze, rendering it relatively safer. In contrast, daytime would expose them to greater risk of detection by the zombies. In broad daylight, under the bright sun with an unobstructed view, zombies roamed freely, easily spotting any signs of life. Under such circumstances, if they aimed for a secure escape, nightfall would be the most prudent choice. For when darkness fell, with visibility reduced to nearly zero, zombies would lose their sight, relying solely on their hearing. This would significantly enhance their chances of a safe retreat while cleverly avoiding clusters of zombies. However, opting for a daytime departure would be akin to walking into a trap, leaving them entirely vulnerable to the undead. The consequences of such a decision could be catastrophic, as even a moment's inattention could lead to being surrounded and torn apart by a horde of zombies. Shui Wanqing was well aware of Yi Li's concerns, and she patiently explained, "You need not worry. We are clad in zombie skin as long as we remain silent and keep our distance, even if they see us. They will not react. However, if we were to attempt this at night, they would lose their vision and enter a state of stillness. Any noise made then would provoke them regardless of whether they perceive us as one of their own." Upon hearing her clarification, Yi Li understood. During the day, while the zombies retained their hearing, they would recognize them as fellow beings and refrain from pursuing. However, if it were nighttime and they could not discern whether they were of the same kind, they would unhesitatingly pounce towards the source of the sound. Upon realizing this, Yi Li let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Shui Wanqing's foresight, and could not help but feel a sense of admiration for her. Shui Wanqing continued, "I have prepared 3 zombie skins and 2 firearms as she spoke. She retrieved 2 submachine guns from the ground. For this outing, she had deliberately brought back 2 weapons, along with a few grenades. Although these items were of no use to her, they would prove invaluable to Yi Li and his companion. While these firearms were ineffective against third-tier zombies or stronger, they would work quite well against those of the second tier or lower. These 2 guns and grenades were taken from the police station, and now I give them to you for self-defense." She handed the weapons to the 2 of them. Yi Li and Yi Shaoran took the weapons. The weight palpable in their hands, Yi Li gazed at the submachine gun. He felt considerably more secure, at least now he had a means of protection, and he would no longer feel utterly helpless in the face of danger. In contrast to Yi Li, Yi Shaoran's eyes lit up the moment she received the gun. She eagerly touched the weapon, her heart racing with excitement, wishing she could rush out and shoot something right away. For anyone, a gun is an object of allure, let alone for Yi Shaoran, a girl who relished firearms. Observing their reactions, Shui Wanqing continued, "This is the bolt. If you wish to shoot, you must open it." She pointed to the bolt and explained its operation, then proceeded to teach them how to use the weapons. The 2 learned diligently, and in no time, they grasped the basic handling techniques, watching them assume proficient shooting stances. Shui Wanqing merely nodded, then outlined the precautions for their departure the following day. Before leaving the room as she departed, she asked Yi Shaoran to accompany her to the bedroom on the first floor. She wanted to inquire about the sister she had mentioned. She felt an inkling of familiarity with that name, yet she was not entirely certain, prompting her to seek clarification from Yi Shaoran. Yi Li furrowed his brow as he watched the 2 depart. an unsettling feeling creeping over him as he sensed that there was some secret they were keeping from him. Chapter 16. The Fourth-Tier Zombie. Li Yiqian. Soon, the two arrived at the bedroom on the first floor. Yi Shaoran quietly closed the door and turned to her, asking in confusion, "Sister Wanqing, what is it?" She did not understand why Shui Wanqing had called her down alone. Was there something that could not be said in front of her brother? Shui Wanqing sat down in a chair, her demeanor indifferent, her tone calm as she inquired, "Shaoran, what does your sister look like? What is her full name?" She felt that the name was quite familiar, reminiscent of a powerful zombie she had heard about during a mission. Yi Shaoran, seeing her ask, did not conceal anything. After a brief hesitation, she replied honestly, "Sister Yiqian has medium-length hair and usually dresses very formally, always in a sharp suit. Her full name is Li Yiqian." At this moment, Yi Shaoran seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, before the virus outbreak, Sister Yiqian sent a large quantity of supplies to our home and spoke with my brother for a bit before leaving to as." Yi Shaoran continued speaking. Shui Wanqing was already in a daze, her mind buzzing with a void as memories of her team's annihilation flooded back. Li Yiqian. These three words echoed incessantly in her mind. She recalled everything, all of it rushing back, the name that had led to the swift destruction of her entire camp. Recalling the events of that night, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Yi Shaoran sensed something was amiss and looked at Shui Wanqing. Noticing her expression had become unusually rigid. Unable to contain her worry, she asked, "Sister Wanqing, what's wrong?" "In nothing." Shui Wanqing took a deep breath, striving to steady her breathing, not wanting Yi Shaoran to detect any clues. After calming her thoughts, she finally spoke with a grave expression, "Shaoran, we must set out first thing in the morning. This place is no longer safe." "What's wrong?" Yi Shaoran detected a shift in her tone and asked with rising anxiety. Shui Wanqing shook her head, simply and struck upon uttering these words. Li Yiqian's figure vanished instantaneously, leaving four zombies kneeling on the ground. They knelt for quite some time, until they could no longer hear any sound, at which point they dared to lift their heads to gaze at the throne, only to find it utterly vacant. The four zombies, feeling a sense of relief, finally rose and departed from the bedroom. As they stepped outside, the previously red-clad female zombie produced a photograph, and the other three superiors quickly gathered around to observe the individual captured within. The photograph depicted an extraordinarily handsome young man seated on a lawn, holding a sandwich in hand, smiling charmingly at the camera, clearly taken surreptitiously. The man's appearance was strikingly attractive, evoking gasps of admiration from the four zombies. Though they had transformed into zombies, they had now developed a semblance of thought and retained their aesthetic sensibilities in their eyes. Such a visage was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. No wonder Lord Li had specifically commanded them to bring him back. However, after the initial astonishment, they quickly recognized the complexity of the task at hand. Setting aside the rampant zombies throughout City S, merely the man's looks posed a significant threat. Encountering survivors would be far more perilous than facing zombies. Now, 3 months into the outbreak, it was highly likely that such a frail young man had already. The zombies exchanged solemn glances, each reflecting the gravity of the situation. Yet, the immediate priority was not to locate the individual above, but rather to apprehend the old woman. They could not allow her to escape again after she had evaded them at the camp. This time, they would not grant her even the slightest chance. At that moment, the male zombie spoke in the tongue of the undead. "I have a plan to capture that old woman." Upon hearing this, the 3 female zombies turned their attention to him. And he continued, "One of my subordinates spotted a military armored vehicle, laden with abundant supplies, leaning against a wall and covered with cloth. Are you suggesting?" "Indeed, I suspect it is that old woman, and my subordinate also mentioned that many of our kind perished nearby, including several second-tier apex ones." Upon hearing this, the other 3 zombies narrowed their eyes, their lips curling into a bloodthirsty and cruel smile. City S, who other than that old woman possesses the capability to slay second-tier apex zombies? Of course, one could not rule out the presence of other third-tier powerhouses, but at this critical juncture, anyone with the ability to eliminate second-tier apex zombies would meet a swift demise at their hands. Not to mention, allowing such a human powerhouse to rise unchecked was unacceptable. Devouring the flesh and blood of third-tier strongholds could bolster their own power, leading to further evolution. Thus, regardless of who it may be, they must die. The four zombies exchanged resolute glances, devoid of hesitation, and then dispersed on the rooftop the following day. At 7 in the morning, as dawn barely broke, the three individuals in the apartment were already fully armed. Donned in freshly made zombie leather attire, the new zombie leather exuded a foul odor, and despite Yi Li's previous acclimatization, he could not suppress the urge to retch. In contrast, Yi Xiaoran and Shui Wanqing fared much better. I'll say it once more. Once we step out that door, no matter what you hear or see, do not respond, do not linger, and absolutely do not make eye contact with the zombies. Follow my lead at all times. If anything goes awry, remember the escape route I sketched out. You must flee in this direction. I have nearly wiped out all the zombies here. In the second-floor bedroom, Shui Wanqing earnestly instructed Yi Li and his sister. This evacuation route was intentionally designed to avoid heavily infested areas, such as shopping malls and schools, to prevent triggering a zombie tide. Understood, Yi Li replied, nodding seriously, as did Yi Xiaoran, observing her younger brother's earnest gaze. Shui Wanqing's own eyes momentarily flickered, but she quickly composed herself. After reiterating some precautions, she confirmed that both Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran had taken note before initiating their movement. The three donned in zombie leather made their way to the first-floor entrance, where Shui Wanqing opened the door and stepped outside, quickly followed by Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran. Upon witnessing the corridor scene, Yi Li nearly succumbed to nausea, yet thanks to the previous ordeal, he was gradually adapting. He glanced at Yi Xiaoran, concerned she might struggle with the gruesome sight, but she merely furrowed her brow slightly before reverting to her usual demeanor. Seeing his sister's calmness puzzled him. She seemed almost as though she had experienced such horrors before. However, that thought was fleeting, for such a reality was implausible. Soon, the trio descended the stairs to the first-floor hall, encountering no obstructions along the way. The hall was strewn with the corpses of zombies, a stench indescribable, spreading through the air like a plague, compelling one to avoid it at all costs. Yi Li frowned and covered his nose. The odor emanating from the corpses was unbearable, even for Shui Wanqing. Although she had eradicated all the zombies within the hall, the passage of a single night had resulted in the emergence of 5 or 6 new ones. The three paid them no heed and proceeded to exit the building. Yi Li felt a rush of excitement. It was his first time stepping outside the building in over 3.5 months. But upon seeing the street scene, he froze in shock. Outside the community, scattered zombies lay on the ground, some headless, others missing half their bodies. Thanks to Shui Wanqing's previous efforts, the community was devoid of zombies. Even if there were any, they had entered a dormant state. The trio did not linger and quickly reached the community entrance. Outside, Yi Li could clearly see a few wandering zombies, yet they did not attack. Upon exiting the community, they adhered to their established route, swiftly making their way toward the military off-road vehicle. They walked in silence, occasionally encountering zombies that blocked their path, but the creatures wisely stepped aside. Although the 10-kilometer journey was not particularly far, on foot, it would take over an hour, not accounting for any detours. If detours were included, it could extend to 3 hours. Yi Li tightly gripped his submachine gun, surveying the dilapidated buildings along the route, a multitude of emotions swirling within him. This path was the one he had taken to work previously. It used to be a bustling pedestrian street. Now left in ruins due to the zombie outbreak, the entire street was desolate, appearing somewhat forlorn, with the occasional zombie standing silently on the sides, adding an eerie atmosphere to the desolation. Crossing the pedestrian street led to a vast square, which was entirely empty. Yet Shui Wanqing understood that this square was the most perilous location. Named Chuqing Square. It was not merely a square, but a 6-story shopping mall, each floor expansive in scale. She had already surveyed this mall, discovering it teeming with zombies, all in a dormant state, with their numbers exceeding 1,000, if not more. She was certain that if all the zombies within were to awaken, not only would the 3 of them perish, but even 10 armies would meet the same fate. Contemplating this, Shui Wanqing halted her steps, feeling it necessary to further caution her companions. Yi Li noticed her pause and also stopped. Looking at her in confusion but remaining silent, Shui Wanqing approached the siblings and spoke in a hushed tone only they could hear. This square is the most dangerous. There are at least 1,000 zombies here. Upon hearing this, Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran were taken aback. 1,000? Such a number would be formidable even for an army to conquer. However, Shui Wanqing did not grant them much time to ponder. Continuing, moreover, have you noticed that the closer we get, The fewer zombies there are. The siblings exchanged glances and scrutinized their surroundings, confirming her observation that indeed, as they approached Chuqing Square, the number of zombies dwindled. Are you suggesting that they are all inside? Yili ventured. Shui Wanqing nodded gravely. These zombies have developed some intelligence, concealing themselves from easy detection. Their rate of evolution is accelerating, if left unchecked. They may give rise to even more formidable beings. With Shui Wanqing's affirmation, Yili grasped the gravity of the situation. Despite encountering zombies along the way, they were few and far between. Initially, he believed the zombies had mostly departed, only to realize they had merely concentrated in this square. Sister Wanqing, what should we do? At this moment, Yishaoran softly inquired. With so many zombies around, it would be impossible not to feel feared in the face of a horde. Even the awakened must temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Proceed along the original route, and remember my words. Regardless of what you hear or see, do not linger at all. Furthermore, should a horde be triggered, I will take responsibility for diverting them. You must escape according to the path I provide. Understood? Shui Wanqing spoke solemnly to the two of them. Yi Li and Yishaoran nodded gravely, indicating their understanding. Very well, let us move. With that, Shui Wanqing took the lead, and Yi Li and Yishaoran hastily followed suit. As the trio advanced once more, four figures atop the shopping complex at Chuyang Square coldly observed them. Among the three, one was at the early stage of the third tier, the leading zombie. Clad in red, spoke in the language of the undead. This red-clad zombie was named Shi, a name given by Li Yiqian, whose power surpassed that of the other three zombies. Shi, should I go down and inquired the only male zombie behind him, licking his lips as a bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. He was a mid-tier third-level zombie, known as Sure. No, that old woman has yet to appear. If we act rashly, we may startle the snake in the grass, making it even more difficult to capture her later. Sure shook her head, dismissing his suggestion that it seems that vehicle belongs to those three. Said a tall female zombie beside them, known as Sure, also at the early stage of the third tier. Hearing her words, Sure fell silent, her crimson gaze fixed intently below. Suddenly, she inhaled sharply. A foul stench mixed with a faint fragrance invading her nostrils. The other three zombies exchanged puzzled glances at her reaction. Without further explanation, Sure turned to a slender zombie and commanded, Sure-san, follow them. If that old woman does not appear by the time they leave, eliminate them immediately. Understood. Sure-san nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Sure, is it truly safe to send Sure-san alone? Sure asked with concern. Watching Sure-san's departing figure, it is fine. Two of them are ordinary humans, and one is merely at the early third tier. She can handle it easily on her own. Sure waved dismissively, then turned to the remaining two zombies. Now, let us set off to find that old woman. Also, the photos I showed you last night. Make sure to locate the individuals in them. Understood, the two zombies replied in unison before vanishing from sight. Once they had all departed, Sure continued to observe the three figures below, murmuring to herself, strange, this scent that I feel as though I have encountered it before. She furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation, yet could not recall where she had sensed it. Never mind. Let us first complete the task assigned by the master. I hope this time, you old woman, can still run. A peculiar smile crept across Sure Yi's face. Meanwhile, Yi Li and his companions were blissfully unaware that they had become the target of scrutiny. Their immediate goal was to swiftly exit Chuyang Square and continue on their journey. After walking for over 10 minutes, they still had approximately 8 kilometers to cover to reach the military vehicle. At this rate, it would likely take them 3 to 4 hours. Suddenly, Shui Wanqing turned back, her expression vigilant as she surveyed the area behind them. Yi Li and Yishaoran quickly adopted a cautious demeanor. Though they did not comprehend what Shui Wanqing had detected, they trusted her instincts. Something is following us, Shui Wanqing whispered. During their journey, she had felt a chill creeping up her back, accompanied by a potent sense of being watched. Though it lasted only a moment, she was certain that something was tailing them. Chapter 19. Brother, isn't this the place where you used to work? Yishaoran asked softly, her voice laced with apprehension. Are there zombies? Yili cautiously approached her side, his curiosity piqued. Shui Wanqing remained silent, gripping her long knife tightly, her gaze icy as she scrutinized their surroundings. Yet, aside from a few scattered zombies, there was nothing else in sight. We need to quicken our pace, Shui Wanqing urged quietly. The lingering sensation of being watched made her uneasy, As if danger loomed, Yi nodded slightly, then grasped Yi Xiaoran's hand, following closely behind Shui Wanqing as their pace quickened at that moment. The faint sound of an infant's cries echoed from within the shopping mall. The noise was not loud, but in the stillness of Chuyang Square, it pierced the silence like a knife. Upon hearing the sound, Yi instinctively halted, wanting to turn and look. However, Shui Wanqing suddenly obstructed his line of sight. Their eyes met, and her voice resonated in his ears. Do not look. That is a tactic employed by zombies to lure you in or force you to make eye contact. She understood Yi Li's thoughts, for she had witnessed many such tragedies since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Indeed, she had experienced it herself. The horde that had been unleashed that time still haunted her memories. Upon hearing her explanation, Yi Li's face turned ashen, a cold dread creeping up his spine. These creatures, who only consumed flesh, were capable of disguising themselves and emitting the cries of children to exploit human sympathy. With such intelligence, could these truly be called zombies? Yi Li was astounded. During the months of the outbreak, he had remained sheltered at home, unaware of the changes in the outside world. The zombies had transformed beyond his previous comprehension. They now possessed intelligence and wielded it to achieve their ends. Let us move. Do not stop or look back. Follow me, Shui Wanqing urged, sensing Yi Li's slight tremor as she took his hand. Continuing forward. Although the square was only a few hundred meters across, it took them half an hour to finally escape its confines. Even at this moment, Yi Li had yet to fully process the fear that had deeply embedded itself within him. An indelible mark that refused to fade. He had never imagined that zombies could think like humans and disguise themselves. Such revelations shattered his previous understanding. Brother, are you all right? Just then, Yi Xiaoran's concerned voice pierced through his thoughts. Yi Li snapped back to reality. Looking at the anxious expression on her face, he shook his head and forced a smile. That I'm fine. There's no need to worry. That he then turned to Shui Wanqing. A hint of guilt crossing his features. I'm sorry. It's all right. I understand, Shui Wanqing interjected, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You need not dwell on it. I felt the same way at first. Now that you know, that's enough. Her words were sincere. After all, such a horrifying truth was difficult for anyone to accept. Thank you, Yi Li replied earnestly. Let us proceed, Shui Wanqing said nonchalantly, taking the lead as they continued onward. Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Knowing that their priority was to escape S City as quickly as possible, everything else could wait until they were away from this place. The group continued along the planned route, fortunate that their journey was largely uneventful, with barely any signs of zombies along the streets, which brought them a measure of relief after more than an hour of walking. The once hazy surroundings began to brighten, the sun rising high in the sky, and they were now only a few hundred meters away from the military vehicle. We're almost there, Shui Wanqing quietly alerted them. Hearing this, Yi Li and Yi Xiaoran exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They were finally about to leave this place and escape the clutches of the zombies. For days, they had lived in constant trepidation, often going hungry and even sleeping lightly, fearing that they might never awaken. Now, they were on the verge of departing from this hellish place, and how could they not feel exhilarated? Unlike the two, Shui Wanqing maintained her vigilance throughout, sensing that someone was following them. Yet, whenever she turned to look, she found nothing, as if it had all been a figment of her imagination. Holding on to this nagging doubt, the group soon arrived at the location where the vehicle was parked. Yi Li gazed at the dilapidated building before him, unable to believe his eyes. Surrounding high-rises had nearly collapsed, exposing gray concrete walls as a gust of wind stirred up clouds of dust. Brother, isn't this the place where you worked? Yi Xiaoran whispered beside him. Initially uncertain, she soon realized that this area, now a wasteland, had clearly endured a fierce battle. Yet the familiar path brought her to the realization that this was indeed where her brother had worked. Yes, this was my company, but it no longer exists. Yi Li sighed. He was intimately familiar with this place, having fought for 3 years within its walls, and even now, in its ruin, he could still recall it vividly. Let us move on. Yi Li briefly reminisced before shaking off the cluttered thoughts in his mind, turning to proceed forward. After walking for a few more minutes, the trio could finally see a military vehicle clearly. Although it was currently shrouded in black fabric, its distinctive appearance was unmistakable. Shui Wanqing hurried to the side of the vehicle, pulling back the black covering to reveal a green military jeep before them. Get in, she commanded, Opening the door and taking her place in the driver's seat, that Yili wasted no time and promptly settled into the passenger seat, while Yi Xiaoran took her place in the back. With a sigh of relief, Yili finally felt the weight lift as they prepared to leave this hellish place. Indeed, it had been days since either of them had enjoyed a restful sleep. Yi Xiaoran nodded in agreement, her face etched with fatigue. Shui Wanqing said nothing. She inserted the car key into the ignition and started the engine. The roar of the vehicle's startup resonated jarringly in the otherwise tranquil surroundings. As the sound echoed, the surrounding zombies stirred, their guttural howls rising as they hastened towards the car's direction. Observing the encroaching horde, Yili instinctively tightened her grip on the submachine gun, and Yi Xiaoran mirrored her actions. "Brace yourselves," Shui Wanqing calmly warned, her demeanor unflinching as she pressed the accelerator. Yet, contrary to expectation, the car did not surge forward but remained stationary, the tires spinning rapidly with a distinct whirring sound. "What is going on?" Yili turned to Shui Wanqing, panic creeping into her voice. Ignoring him, Shui Wanqing pressed the gas pedal harder, but the vehicle remained obstinately still. Just then, a sudden rapping on the car window startled Yili, sending a chill down her spine. In this desolate expanse, who else but the zombies could be outside, tapping on the glass? And how could a zombie possibly knock so gently? A wave of dread washed over them, and beads of sweat formed on Yili's brow as the noise seemed to emanate from right beside him. Slowly turning his head, he was confronted by a gaunt woman with disheveled hair, her blood-red eyes fixated on him. Sensing Yili's gaze, she broke into a grotesque grin, revealing blood-red liquid in her mouth that made him feel nauseous. "Shoot!" Shui Wanqing commanded sharply. That Yili snapped into action, raising his submachine gun and aiming at the woman's head. Pulling the trigger, the sound of gunfire erupted, shattering the window, but the bullets failed to strike their target. The zombie merely tilted her head, evading the shots, before extending her pale hand towards Yili with alarming speed. He had no time to dodge. Her hand was closing in on his neck when, suddenly, she recoiled as if a warning bell had sounded, leaping backward just as a glint of cold steel sliced through the air where her arm had been moments before. In the back seat, Yi Xiaoran also lifted her submachine gun. Taking aim at the zombie, Yili did not refuse, and Yi nodded in agreement, for he was also concerned about leaving his sister alone in the car. Thus, the two siblings cautiously opened the car doors and stepped out. As they arrived in the desolate center of the road, the eerie silence enveloped them, occasionally disrupted by a gentle breeze that sent chills down their spines. Yili surveyed the surroundings but saw no trace of zombies. Not even a single vehicle was in sight. This scene was utterly inconsistent with what one would expect 3 months into an apocalypse. The road appeared unnaturally pristine, devoid of any destruction, resembling an ordinary day. Such an abnormality felt unsettling to Yili. Even though he had rarely ventured outside, as they walked further, Yili began to sense something was amiss. His steps grew increasingly stiff, and his expression turned grave. Yi Xiaoran noticed the change in him and could not help but ask, "What's wrong?" With a serious demeanor, Yili gestured for silence and pointed towards the jeep, signaling for them to return to the vehicle. Yi Xiaoran instantly grasped his intent, nodded, and retreated to the car alongside him. "Brother, what did you discover?" she inquired softly as she leaned closer to his ear once they were back inside. "Xiaoran, do you not find this situation eerily reminiscent of what we witnessed at Chuyang Square just moments ago?" Yili replied, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran's eyes widened in alarm, and a wave of fear washed over her. "Oh, you mean?" "Yes," Yili confirmed with a nod, now convinced that his suspicions were likely correct. The area they occupied was probably surrounded by zombies, yet they remained unseen, perhaps lurking beneath the bridge. Meanwhile, Shui Wanqing was darting through the high-rise buildings, pursued by a throng of zombies. Each swing of her long knife claimed another undead life. But before she could catch her breath, more zombies closed in. Realizing she could not continue this way, she had to make a break for it. Otherwise, exhaustion would soon overpower her, especially with a mid-tier zombie hot on her heels. She sprinted away and, after a short while, managed to shake off her pursuers. However, she dared not stop, knowing the relentless zombie was still in pursuit. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from her side, as a pair of ghastly white hands lunged towards her. Shui Wanqing's eyes narrowed, and she raised her knife to defend herself, her body instinctively retreating upon witnessing her sudden and intense reaction. Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. However, regaining her composure, she promptly inquired. Commander, what has happened at the highway entrance? Although she could not discern Ma Ying's level of power, it was evident from her speed that she possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly surpassing her own. Such a powerful individual. How could her reaction be so pronounced upon hearing about the highway entrance? The only plausible explanation was that the location where Yi Li resided must be extraordinary. Otherwise, Ma Ying would not have reacted so vehemently. If your friend has already reached the highway entrance, then I fear the situation is dire, Ma Ying stated gravely, slowly exhaling her words. That this, Shui Wanqing's expression changed dramatically as she pressed further. Commander, what do you mean by that? After a brief silence, Ma Ying raised her gaze to meet hers and replied in a somber tone. Do you know why I have been unable to leave S City until now? Why? Because at that Seoul highway entrance, there is a zombie. A deep wariness flickered in Ma Ying's eyes as she continued. And your friend's location just happens to coincide with where it currently resides. A zombie that even you cannot defeat. Shui Wanqing's face was etched with shock. You are still unaware of my level, aren't you? I am at the late stage of the 3rd tier, with the awakened ability of fire. Yet, before that zombie, I am utterly powerless, Ma Ying stated with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. The late stage of the 3rd tier, and yet she was completely defenseless against that zombie? Just how formidable must it be? At the very least, it must be at the peak of the 3rd tier, or perhaps the 4th tier, a 4th tier zombie? Shui Wanqing gazed at Ma Ying, unable to fathom the veracity of her speculation. If that were indeed the case, then they were certainly doomed. What tier is that zombie? Shui Wanqing asked anxiously. If it were at the peak of the 3rd tier, their chances of victory would significantly increase with their combined strength. Ma Ying, sensing Shui Wanqing's thoughts, sighed and said, It is the target of our current operation. She did not specify the tier but instead referred to it as a target, the implication of which was unmistakable. The only entity that could serve as the target for this operation was that 4th tier zombie. Upon receiving this answer, Shui Wanqing's mind went blank. She had witnessed the strength of that zombie. And if it truly sought to harm Yi Li and the others, their demise would be inevitable. Even she, facing a 4th tier zombie, would likely meet her end. How long has your friend been gone? Ma Ying inquired, observing her expression. Coming back to her senses, Shui Wanqing replied, They have been driving for about half an hour. They should be nearing their destination. Half an hour, Ma Ying murmured softly, as if calculating something. Not wishing to disturb her contemplation, Shui Wanqing remained silent. She had resolved to find Yi Li, regardless of the circumstances. Whether Ma Ying would accompany her was no longer her concern. While traveling together would significantly increase their chances of survival. The accompanying risks were equally substantial, not to mention the 4th tier zombie. Even the earlier 3rd tier one was enough to pose a considerable threat to both of them. Let us go together, after a long pause. Ma Ying finally spoke. Hearing this, Shui Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Ma Ying to willingly accompany her in rescuing Yi Li. However, she was unaware that Ma Ying's motivations differed entirely from her own. As a soldier, it was her mission to protect men and children, and moreover, she too wished to leave this place. Given the current situation, she could not rely solely on herself to escape S City. After all, besides the 4th tier zombie Li Yiqian, she had 4 other formidable zombies under her command. If she relied solely on her strength, escaping S City would be impossible. Thus, the best course of action was to accompany these individuals, as it would provide a viable chance of escape. Furthermore, her position meant she could not abandon her team members. Doing so would weigh heavily on her conscience. Thank you, Commander, Shui Wanqing expressed her gratitude. Then hesitated for a moment before stating, Commander, there is something I must tell you. What is it? Ma Ying turned to Shui Wanqing. A look of curiosity on her face. It concerns the relationship between Li Yiqian and my friend. After careful consideration, Shui Wanqing began to explain the connection between Yi Li and Li Yiqian to Ma Ying. Chapter 23. The sudden appearance of the woman in red. Meanwhile, at the highway entrance. Brother, it's been over half an hour. Why hasn't Sister Wanqing arrived yet? Could she have already? Don't say such things. Sister Wanqing is incredibly capable. Yi Li interrupted Yi Shaoran. However, despite his words, it was impossible not to feel anxious. Especially after encountering so many zombies earlier. The most unsettling thought was the presence of that intelligent zombie. Just thinking about it sent chills down Yi Li's spine. Shaoran, stay in the car and do not get out. I'll go take a look, Yi Li said, feeling restless and deciding to step outside. The silence around them felt eerie, almost uncanny. I'll go with you. No. Just stay here. I'll only check around the sea. Yili shook his head, unwilling to take Yi Xiaoran with him. All right, just be careful, brother. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaoran complied. If something were to happen, she could provide cover from the car and start the engine if necessary. Brother, put on my zombie skin jacket, she suggested, reaching to remove her jacket, but Yili declined. It's fine. You keep it. Yili shook his head before stepping out of the vehicle. The midday sun blazed down, making the pavement feel exceptionally hot. Standing in the middle of the road, he scanned the surroundings. Apart from their jeep, there were no other vehicles in sight. He cautiously approached the edge of the overpass and peered down, only to find the shaded area completely devoid of zombies. Not a single zombie, nor even a car was in sight. Strange. Why are there no zombies? Yili furrowed his brow. Logically, S-City was the epicenter of the outbreak. Although this highway entrance was relatively far from the outbreak point, it shouldn't be completely deserted, should it? Moreover, even if there were no zombies, there should at least be fleeing vehicles. Yet, there was no sign of any cars around. Could it be that the zombies were drawn away by the gunfire earlier? Yili pondered to himself. However, he could find no other plausible explanation. After pacing around the vicinity several times and confirming the absence of zombies, he finally began to relax. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him and spun around sharply. Yet, upon turning, he found nothing but emptiness, causing him to frown. He had distinctly heard a sound just now. Could it have been a figment of his imagination? He took a cautious step back and strained to listen for any further sounds. Still, there was nothing. Just an illusion, Yili thought to himself. But soon, he froze in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he heard another sound, this time much nearer, close enough that he could almost sense the person's presence. Who? Yili exclaimed, swiftly turning around and aiming his gun behind him. However, as he turned, he found a woman in red standing there, raising her hands upon seeing the dark muzzle of the gun. Simultaneously, she uttered some incoherent words. Don't shoot the gun. Her voice trembled with fear, yet deep within her eyes glimmered excitement, cleverly masked. Yili, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar woman, took a moment to respond. You're alive? Although he asked, he remained vigilant, keeping his gun trained on her, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of danger. Yes, the woman in red nodded, appearing genuinely frightened by the gun in his hand. Relieved that she could speak, Yili relaxed slightly but continued to question. How did you end up here? I didn't see you earlier. He had meticulously searched the highway entrance moments ago and found no signs of anyone else. Yet now, this woman in red had inexplicably appeared behind him. Adding to the strangeness of the situation, his question, the woman pointed to her mouth, making a series of sounds that were unintelligible, while also waving her hands. What are you doing? Yili frowned, puzzled by her actions. Seeing his confusion, she began to gesture in sign language. Upon realizing her intent, Yili understood that this woman was mute. With this revelation, he felt his guard lower. Although he didn't know why she was here, as long as she was a living person, there was no need for concern. As long as he held a gun, even if she had ulterior motives, he would not be easily threatened. With that thought, Yili lowered his submachine gun and asked, "How did you end up here?" The woman, upon hearing this, displayed a look of irritation and then pointed ahead, followed by pointing to herself, her meaning unmistakable. Are you saying you came from up ahead? Yes. The woman clad in red nodded vigorously. Yili paused for a moment in silence before uncertainly suggesting, "Could it be that your friends abandoned you?" Upon hearing his words, the woman in red nodded emphatically, and in her excitement, she managed to utter, "They'd left me, they'd abandoned me." Her speech was fragmented and somewhat slurred, yet he was still able to comprehend her meaning. As she confirmed his suspicions, Yili fell into silence. The reason he had asked was solely due to her being covered in blood and the numerous abrasions on her knees, prompting him to inquire further. To his surprise, his guess was indeed correct. The likely reason for her abandonment was that her companions were either cowardly or perhaps motivated by the desire for supplies. After all, this was the apocalypse, a time when selfishness prevailed, especially in the face of danger, and no one would care for the safety of others. By the way, my name is Yili. What is yours? Yili awkwardly scratched his nose as he tentatively inquired. Sure. The name struck him as rather peculiar. Yili couldn't help but mumble, then continued, "You seem to be quite injured. Perhaps we should head to my vehicle so I can tend to your wounds." Upon hearing this, Shi immediately nodded. Then follow me. Yili wasted no time, sheathed his submachine gun, and walked towards the car. Seeing this, Shi hurriedly followed. Though she limped as she walked, he wasn't concerned that this woman would pose a threat to his sister. After all, his sister was armed, and given her injuries, she was hardly a danger to either of them. Chapter 24. She might not be human. Moreover, considering her limp, it was commendable that she could even manage to walk, let alone think of attacking them. Such thoughts flitted through Yi Li's mind as he brought Shi to the side of the vehicle, opening the passenger door for her to sit. Yi Xiaoran, witnessing the sudden arrival of Shi, was momentarily bewildered. "Who are you?" Before Shi could respond, Yi Li, taking the driver's seat, explained, "Her name is Shi. She was abandoned by her companions on the road." Shi? Abandoned? Yi Xiaoran listened to her brother's explanation, her mind racing, but before she could ponder it further, she noticed Yi Li approaching with a roll of bandages, intending to tend to her leg. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yi Li, startled by her exclamation, halted his actions and looked at Yi Xiaoran in confusion. "But I'm helping her with her injuries." Observing her brother's nonchalant demeanor, Yi Xiaoran nearly exploded. "Brother, have you lost your mind? Even if you're bandaging her, you must first disinfect the wound. Besides, she can do it herself. Her hands are fine. How can a man casually touch a woman's leg? Isn't that just inviting trouble?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaoran's words, Yi Li froze for a moment, then awkwardly scratched his head and handed the bandages to Shi, followed by a bottle of disinfectant. "You can handle it yourself." Shi nodded in response, accepting the bandages and disinfectant from him, and began to tend to her wounds with utmost seriousness. Yi Xiaoran squinted her eyes, closely observing Shi's facial expressions. She suddenly realized that when the woman poured the disinfectant over her wounds, there was not a hint of pain on her face. This revelation instantly raised her suspicions. She had never considered the possibility of Shi being a zombie, for she resembled a human in every aspect. Her skin was rosy, she bled, spoke, and importantly, if she were a zombie, she would have attacked by now, but she hadn't yet, given the severity of her leg injuries. It was unusual for her to remain unresponsive to such a considerable amount of disinfectant. After all, the agony from such treatment was not something an ordinary person could endure. With this in mind, Yi Xiaoran's expression grew serious. Although she wished to dismiss the thought, there was something distinctly abnormal about this woman. "Brother, could you step outside for a moment?" With this, Yi Xiaoran gestured for Yi Li to follow her out of the vehicle. Yi Li, feeling puzzled, complied, though he took the keys with him. "Brother, don't you find her strange?" Once outside the car, Yi Xiaoran lowered her voice to question Yi Li. "Strange?" Yi Li raised an eyebrow. "What's strange about her? Do you think there's something wrong? Isn't it odd that a person suddenly appears on the highway? When we passed earlier, I didn't see anyone. Just now, I looked around, and aside from us, there wasn't a soul in sight. Now this person just appears." Yi Xiaoran spoke. She left her sentence hanging, the implication clear. "Are you suggesting she isn't human?" Yi Li's tone became somewhat unnatural as he seemingly connected the dots. Yi Xiaoran nodded. "I have this nagging feeling that something is off about her. We must remain vigilant." "I was watching her closely. And do you know what I observed?" What did you see?" Yi Li gulped nervously. When she poured the disinfectant on her wound, there was not the slightest hint of pain on her face. "Think about it. Is that something a human could do?" Also, I asked her where she came from. She claimed to have come from up ahead. After recalling the conversation, Yi Li replied honestly, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Yi Li affirmed firmly. With his response, Yi Xiaoran finally felt assured that this woman posed a significant threat. Even if she wasn't a zombie, she certainly wasn't a good person. "Brother, consider this. If we take her at her word that she was abandoned by her companions, why would she return to S-City? Shouldn't she be moving forward?" Yi Xiaoran frowned as she analyzed the situation, finding it increasingly bizarre and compelling her to question further. Upon hearing her analysis, Yi Li fell into silence. Indeed, S-City is infested with zombies. Even if she were abandoned, she should have been heading forward. Although she might encounter other zombies, there wouldn't be as many as in S-City. Regardless, she shouldn't be going back. It defies logic. Clarifying his thoughts, Yi Li glanced back at the vehicle, noticing Shi watching them intently. Their eyes met, and an icy chill enveloped the air. Chapter 25. She truly is not human. After exchanging glances for a brief moment, Yi Li felt a shiver run down his spine, a flicker of fear igniting within him. He offered Shi an awkward smile before quickly averting his gaze. It was merely a fleeting moment of eye contact, yet it sent chills through him, as if he were being scrutinized by death itself. Xiaoran, I truly believe she is not human. Yi turned to Yi Xiaoran, his voice trembling slightly. For now, she hasn't harmed us. Perhaps she thinks we haven't uncovered her true identity. We should keep her calm and not reveal our suspicions. Yi Xiaoran analyzed the situation with a serious expression. Given the circumstances, the likelihood that she is not human is as high as 90%. After considering her analysis, Yili managed to steady himself, nodding in agreement. Then we shall buy some time until Wanqing returns. That's the only course of action, Yi Xiaoran concurred, also nodding in agreement. The two exchanged a knowing glance, each affirming their silent pact. Have they discovered us? Shi pondered, contemplating the conversation between the two. The man they were searching for appeared rather dull-witted, while his sister, Shi, mused, narrowing her eyes as she observed Yi Xiao, and Ma Lao. That vehicle ahead is at the outskirts of S City. Shui Wanqing pointed out the jeep parked at the highway entrance. Yes, I see it. The two concealed themselves within a dilapidated building, and Ming squinted at the seemingly unharmed jeep. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Given Li Yiqian's brutality, that vehicle would have been reduced to scrap metal the moment it approached the highway. How could it be so simply parked? However, Ma Ying recalled the connection between Li Yiqian and Yi Li. Realizing that her sparing him could be justified, was she reminiscing about the past? Ma Ying muttered to herself, or perhaps she had ulterior motives. She found it hard to believe that Li Yiqian would show mercy, especially considering her lack of hesitation when taking lives in the past. Noticing Ma Ying deep in thought, Shui Wanqing refrained from interrupting, continuing to observe the situation at the highway entrance. Suddenly, she spotted two figures standing on the highway. Those two individuals were none other than Yi Li and his sister, Yi Xiao and at this moment. They stood not far from the vehicle, their heads bowed, seemingly engaged in a hushed conversation. Why are they out? Shui Wanqing felt a surge of confusion upon seeing them exit the vehicle. What's wrong? Did they discover something? Ma Ying immediately inquired upon noticing her unease. Ma Lao, look over there. Shui Wanqing nodded, continuing, that's Yi Li, and the one beside him is his sister. Upon hearing this, Ma Ying followed her gaze and saw Yi Li standing at the highway entrance. Frowning. What are they doing out there? I don't know, but I sense something is off. Shui Wanqing shook her head, puzzled about the siblings' actions. Ma Lao, should we go check on them? Yes, let us take a look. Their situation is far too perilous. Ma Ying hesitated for a brief moment, yet ultimately resolved to ascertain the situation. Although there were no zombies in the vicinity, it would be unwise to exit the vehicle without caution. What if an unforeseen event were to occur? It would be too late for regrets. Soon, the two of them stealthily approached the edge of the highway. Old Ma, you wait here. I will go take a look. Shui Wanqing said gravely, casting a serious glance at Ma Ying that he nodded in agreement, signaling her to proceed, while he remained crouched in place, ready for action. What should we do now? Should we return to the car? Yi Li whispered to Yi Xiaoran on the highway in their current predicament. Neither returning nor staying put seemed viable. If they went back, that woman was likely a zombie, but if they did not return, she would be left in the vehicle, complicating their eventual escape from S City. They could not possibly remain stranded here indefinitely. Upon hearing his words, Yi Xiaoran fell silent, lost in thought, just as the two were grappling with their dilemma. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a familiar voice. Why are you two not staying in the car? Upon hearing the well-known voice, the siblings turned to see that Shui Wanqing had unexpectedly appeared behind them. Sister Wanqing, Yi Xiaoran exclaimed in delight. Yi Li, however, remained more composed and noticed her pale complexion, quickly asking, are you hurt? It's nothing, just a minor injury, Shui Wanqing replied candidly, glancing at him and questioning, why did you come down? Don't you realize how dangerous it is? After scanning the surroundings and finding no other zombies, she continued, we didn't want to. It's just that. Yi Li began, directing his gaze towards the jeep, where the woman inside seemed anything but human. Not human. Shui Wanqing immediately became alert upon hearing this. She quickly glanced at the jeep and spotted a woman in red seated inside, her gaze fixed on them, revealing a terrifying grin. The moment Shui Wanqing laid eyes on the woman, an icy chill coursed through her veins, rendering her body rigid and immobile. For this woman, that she was indeed not human. This was someone she had encountered before, a being who had nearly taken her life. Had she not broken through to the third tier at the brink of death, she would have undoubtedly become a meal for that monster. Thus, as the woman looked at her, Shui Wanqing felt a wave of dread wash over her. As if she were trapped in a freezing cellar. Ye Li, take your sister and run. Recovering from her shock, she decisively shouted at him, brandishing her long knife in front of her. Just then, a chilling roar echoed from above. Yi Li looked up, his face paling in terror. A slender figure appeared above them, emitting a dreadful cry as it plunged towards the ground. They recognized this figure as the zombie they had encountered during their earlier retreat. Damn it, it arrived so quickly. Shui Wanqing cursed under her breath upon recognizing the zombie. Ye Li, still reeling from the shock, grasped the gravity of the situation. Both the current zombie and the woman in the car were, in fact, intelligent undead beings. At that moment, the zombie in the jeep exited the vehicle, her legs no longer limping, her wounds healed, appearing as if she had returned to her prime, with skin smooth and radiant, bearing no signs of her undead nature. Zombie 1, do not touch that man. He belongs to Lord Li. For those two women, you may kill them. Zombie 1 immediately spoke in the language of the undead upon disembarking. Understood, Zombie 1. I was just about to devour her. Zombie 2 licked her lips, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty desire. The flesh and blood of a third-tier powerhouse would be a substantial boon for their kind. Perhaps consuming it would elevate her to the later stages of the third tier. Very well, then let us proceed. With those words, Zombie 1 initiated the attack. Chapter 26. Fierce battle. Her movements were incredibly swift, reaching Shui Wanqing in the blink of an eye. She bared her toothy maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Shui Wanqing with ferocity. Witnessing the approaching zombie, Shui Wanqing's gaze sharpened, her long knife crackling with blue electricity as she swung down with force. Crack! Zombie 3 clamped down on the long knife, the clash producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Observing the fierce confrontation, Yi Li quickly reacted, raising his submachine gun and aiming it at Zombie 3. Bang! 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 A flurry of bullets shot forth, prompting Zombie 3 to release her grip and retreat. She glared at Yi Li, her eyes narrowing, clearly harboring murderous intent. Yet, suddenly, a wave of murderous energy surged from the depths of her soul. Enveloping her, fear washed over her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She stood frozen. Shui Wanqing seized the moment, charging at her with a relentless assault, her strikes fierce and unyielding. Be careful, Zombie 3. Zombie 1 warned from the sidelines. She refrained from directly intervening, reasoning that if Zombie 3 couldn't handle a mere early-stage awakened being, it would be more prudent to consume her and enhance her own strength. The sound of Zombie 1's warning. Zombie 3 snapped back to attention, swiftly dodging to the left to evade the descending long knife. However, Shui Wanqing let out a cold snort and pursued her relentlessly. Her relentless barrage left Zombie 3 struggling to find an opening to counterattack, forcing her to defend with all her might. In that moment, they were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Observing the situation, Zombie 1 shifted her focus to Yi Li, saying, "You come with me." Her voice was grating, as if forced from the depths of her throat. Yet, she was merely a peak third-tier being, her speech still lacking clarity, allowing her to articulate only a few words. Nonetheless, it was enough to indicate that she was on the verge of breaking through to the fourth tier. Although her words were unclear, Yi Li understood her meaning and gravely inquired, "What are you? Why do you want to kill us humans?" Zombie 1 did not answer his question, but instead insisted, "Come with me that I won't kill your sister." Just as she finished speaking, a military green figure descended from the sky, accompanied by a furious shout, "You filthy creature! Die! Crush fire!" As the words echoed, a massive fireball materialized in the sky, radiating blinding light. Without delay, the fireball plummeted towards the ground with overwhelming force, burning the air with a sizzling sound. Upon witnessing this, Zombie 1's pupils dilated in fear, and she conjured a large blood-red shield before her. "Blood shield," Zombie 1 shouted, and the shield emanated a thick scent of blood. The next moment, the fireball collided with the blood-red shield, and a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Shui Wanqing, who had been engaged in combat nearby, was forced to retreat hastily to avoid the blast. Boom! The resounding explosion erupted, surrounding them with a gust of hot wind that Yili shielded Yishaoran, enveloping her with his body. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, they beheld the scene before them. In the center of the explosion stood Zombie 1, brandishing a blood-red spear, while facing her was a middle-aged woman in military attire. It was Ma Ying. Ma Ying regarded Zombie 1, who bore minimal injuries, her expression tinged with solemnity. She had overheard the undead speaking, recognizing that this creature was on the brink of advancing to the 4th tier, compelling her to act decisively. Yet, even with the element of surprise, the zombie appeared only slightly harmed, presenting a challenging predicament. This zombie must be eliminated. Ma Ying resolved inwardly, then turned her gaze to Yili, solemnly commanding, "You must take your sister and leave. But what about you?" Yili asked urgently. Although he was unaware of her identity, the sight of her as a human clad in military garb assured him of her benevolence. "Do not concern yourself with me, Shui Wanqing. You too must escape," Ma Ying called out without glancing back. The zombie was perilously close to breaking through to the 4th tier. Should that occur, the consequences would be dire, plunging humanity into chaos. Thus, upon confronting Zombie 1, Ma Ying realized she could not escape today. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she was determined to eliminate this undead creature. In contrast, Shui Wanqing was still young. Having reached the early stages of the 3rd tier at such a tender age, her potential was immeasurable, and Ma Ying was resolute in protecting her. Hearing Ma Ying's command, Shui Wanqing frowned but understood the urgency of the situation. Without further hesitation, she swiftly joined Yi Li and his sister. "Let us go," she urged quietly, leading them back towards the vehicle. The siblings followed suit without delay. Yi Li was acutely aware of his limitations. As an ordinary person without any supernatural powers or combat skills, he preferred to retreat rather than hinder their escape. Roar. Seeing Yi Li and the others attempting to flee, Zombie 3 let out a furious roar and began to pursue them. However, as she took a step forward, something suddenly seized her right shoulder. Hiss! Zombie 1 gasped in pain, quickly turning to find Ma Ying had approached her side, firmly restraining her right shoulder. In response, Zombie 3 unleashed a powerful punch. The force accompanied by a whistling sound as it cut through the as the figure of Corpse 1 closely followed. Brandishing a long spear, she swiftly lunged, aiming directly at Ma Ying's heart. Ma Ying's gaze sharpened as she immediately relinquished her hold on Corpse 3, her body violently retreating towards the jeep, positioning herself between the two zombies. Without the slightest hesitation, Corpse 1 leaped into the air. The blood-red spear tip poised ominously downward at Ma Ying. With a fierce cry in the language of the undead, she summoned an array of blood-red spear tips that materialized in the sky. Each spear glimmered with a chilling light, raining down upon Ma Ying like a tempest of petals in a violent storm. In response, flames erupted across Ma Ying's body, enveloping her entirely in an instant. She cast her gaze upward at Corpse 1, her voice cold and resolute. "Even if I perish today, you vile creature shall not escape." With her declaration, the flames surrounding her morphed into an inky blackness, and her form began to ascend, transforming into a colossal silhouette of fire. The blood-red spear tips descended in a torrential downpour. Ma Ying clasped her hands together and struck the ground with tremendous force, igniting an inferno. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth reignited with roaring flames, the searing heat prompting Yi Li to feel as though she might shed her garments. Corpse 3, unable to withstand the oppressive heat, hastily retreated. Clearly, such a fierce battle was beyond her capabilities as a mid-tier 3rd-level entity. Chapter 27. A Fateful Reunion. Li Yiqian's wrath. The relentless barrage of blood-red spear tips collided with the flames surrounding Ma Ying, creating ripples yet failing to penetrate her fiery barrier. Instead, their assault only served to amplify the inferno. "Humph," Corpse 1 scoffed, diving from the sky with unrestrained ferocity, her right arm raised high, bringing the spear crashing down towards Ma Ying. This seemingly unremarkable strike elicited a profound change in Ma Ying's expression as she sensed the overwhelming power behind it and frantically attempted to evade the blow. However, even with her remarkable speed, the sheer force of Corpse 1's strike made it nearly impossible to escape entirely. The dull thud resounded as Ma Ying's formidable fiery form was sent hurtling several meters away, with a spurt of blood. Ma Ying collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Corpse 1 offered no respite, swiftly closing the distance once more, her spear emanating an eerie glow as she lunged forward. This time, however, Ma Ying managed to evade the thrust. countering with a fiery punch aimed directly at Corpse One's head in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, as a peak third-level powerhouse, Corpse One demonstrated a slight superiority over Ma Ying, though the punch still inflicted considerable damage. Meanwhile, Shui Wanqing and her companions had already departed in their vehicle. Yi Li, hearing commotion from behind, felt a pang of concern. "Wanqing, do you think that lady will be all right?" He couldn't help but inquired. "I don't know. Let us hope for the best," Shui Wanqing replied, her gaze fixed ahead, her tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Yi Li chose silence, his thoughts consumed by silent prayers for her safety. At that moment, Shui Wanqing abruptly slammed on the brakes, the force of inertia nearly tossing Yi Li from his seat, narrowly avoiding disaster due to his seatbelt. "What happened?" he exclaimed, stabilizing himself and turning to Shui Wanqing. She shook her head, her eyes fixed ahead, enveloped in a heavy silence. "Brother, look ahead." It was then that Yi Xiaoran, who had remained quiet until now, alerted him. Turning his gaze forward, Yi Li found himself frozen in shock. In the center of the highway stood a woman clad in a dark red suit, slowly advancing towards them. Her movements were leisurely yet exuded an inexplicable authority and dominance, as though she were a sovereign commanding the world. Compelling submission from all in her grasp, she wielded a massive, blood-colored scythe, its curved blade emanating an eerie crimson glow. Her beauty was striking, with neatly cropped hair, exquisite features, and fair skin, radiating an almost predatory aura. Yet, it was not her appearance that rendered Yi Li speechless. It was the shocking realization that this woman was none other than his childhood sweetheart, Li Yiqian. In that moment, Yi Li's mind went blank. Utterly devoid of thought, as he sat there, entranced by the sight of Li Yiqian, unable to tear his gaze away. "How can it be her?" After what felt like an eternity, he finally murmured. The zombie virus had erupted over 3 months ago, and he had made attempts to reach out to her. Yet it was as if she had vanished without a trace. He had feared for her safety, speculating whether she had succumbed to the fate of the undead. But without witnessing it firsthand, he had refrained from drawing conclusions. All he could do was hope she remained unharmed. But now, observing her with the scythe, he understood that she was no longer the person he once knew. Li Yiqian stood in the middle of the road, her crimson eyes piercing through the car window as they locked onto Yi Li. She licked her blood-red lips, a sinister smile curving her mouth as she approached their vehicle. With each step, her presence grew more formidable. Finally, halting 10 meters from the jeep, she parted her lips, her voice frigid. "Shaoli, get out of the sea." The sound of her familiar voice, Yi Li snapped back to reality. Gazing at the all-too-familiar face, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. She can speak. His face was a mask of shock, doubts swirling in his mind about the veracity of his senses if she could still speak. It almost confirmed that she was not a zombie. Noticing Yi Li's hesitation to exit the vehicle, Li Yiqian repeated her command, her tone even colder than before. "Shaoli, get out of the car. Do not make me repeat myself a third time." With that, Yi Li opened the car door, intending to step out, only to have his hand grasped firmly by another. He turned to find Shui Wanqing, her expression grave as she focused intently ahead, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "Don't get out," she urged, her voice trembling slightly. While others might have missed the gravity of the situation, she recognized the truth. This woman was the target of their recent mission, Li Yiqian. Observing Shui Wanqing's demeanor, Yi Li sensed the unease, yet he remained resolute in his decision to exit the car, driven by a multitude of questions he yearned to ask her. "It's fine, Wanqing. I know her," he reassured her. Shui Wanqing remained silent, her grip tightening around his hand, conveying her disapproval without words. However, this action did not escape Li Yiqian's notice. Her expression darkened, her grip on the scythe tightening, veins bulging ominously on her forehead. "Release your filthy hands from him," Li Yiqian's voice rang out, icy and commanding. In an instant, she could no longer contain her fury, vanishing from sight only to reappear directly before the jeep. She raised her scythe, delivering a decisive blow towards the driver's seat. Her speed was so swift that Shui Wanqing barely had time to react, feeling only a chilling breeze before a searing pain shot through her left arm, spreading throughout her body. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, she was sent crashing against the guardrail, blood gushing forth. The events unfolded too rapidly for comprehension. By the time they realized what had happened, Shui Wanqing lay motionless in a pool of blood. "Wanqing!" Yi Li shouted in horror, rushing to push open the car door, desperate to assess her injuries. Wanqing. Hearing his call, Li Yiqian's anger surged, her veins throbbing with rage. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Yili, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. Xiaoli, it seems you have found yourself a new woman during my absence, haven't you? Chapter 28. You speak the truth, my dear fiancé. Li Yiqian's strength was immense. Lifting Yili was akin to raising a mere toy. Effortlessly, his breath became labored as he struggled against her grip. His hands clawing at her unyielding fingers. Let go of me, he gasped, desperately attempting to pry her hands away, but they clamped down with the force of a vice, rendering him powerless. Li Yiqian's gaze was frigid, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, the scythe in her hand gleaming with a sinister crimson light under the sun. Observing the man before her, a storm of emotions surged within her, particularly as she recalled their earlier struggle, hearing him urgently call out another woman's name. Anger ignited within her, a wildfire consuming her thoughts. Yet, witnessing Yi Li's distress tempered her rage. She did not wish to harm him. As he was finally released, Yi Li gasped for air, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Brother, are you all right? Yi Xiaoran, now recovering from her shock, rushed from the vehicle, concern etched on her face as she approached Yi Li. Glancing at the coldly indifferent Li Yiqian, she demanded, Yiqian, what are you doing? Even now, Yi Xiaoran struggled to comprehend how the gentle and obedient Yiqian could act so violently towards her brother in the past. Such behavior would have been unthinkable, yet the reality before her forced her to confront an unsettling truth. She simply could not comprehend what had transpired to transform her into this current state. No.its nothing. Yi Li covered her neck, which she had pinched in pain, and after a considerable pause, she managed to utter two words. That he stood up and gazed at Li Yiqian, his eyes brimming with anger. Yet he restrained his fury and said coldly, Yiqian, I hope you can provide me with an explanation. He was genuinely irritated. She had acted against Shui Wanqing without hesitation and had even resorted to choking herself, which left him utterly perplexed. Li Yiqian remained silent. Her face darkened as she glared at him, her hand gripping the scythe, veins protruding ominously. Explanation? At that moment, she spoke, her tone frigid. Xiaoli, did I not warn you not to let any other woman touch you? As she spoke, she suddenly reached out, seizing Yi Li by the hair and yanking him closer, her crimson eyes glinting with a murderous gleam. Have you forgotten? Yi Li winced as she tugged at his hair, the sharp pain causing him to emit a soft grunt. He grasped her wrist, attempting to pull away, but it was futile. Yiqian, please let go. You're hurting me. Hurting you? Ha! So you do know pain? Li Yiqian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Yet the grimace on her face revealed the depth of her rage. Did I not feel pain when I witnessed that scene just now? Or have you forgotten that I am your fiancé Yi? Fiancé Yi. At these words, Yi Xiaoran, who had been wanting to intervene, felt her mind just in time. My man, it is not yet the turn of any other woman to feel pity, as she beheld the charging Shui Wanqing. The murderous intent in Li Yiqian's eyes intensified. She raised her blood-red scythe, the veins on the back of her hand bulging ominously, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Bang! With a fierce swing of her scythe, she struck down with such terrifying force that the very space around them seemed to warp. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ground where the two clashed ruptured, forming an unfathomable chasm. In merely a breath, a figure was violently sent flying. Thud! A resounding crash followed as that figure hit the ground hard, blood oozing from the corner of their mouth. Spurt! A mouthful of blood was coughed out, and Shui Wanqing's complexion turned as pale as paper. Yet, before she could catch her breath, she sensed a looming shadow of death enveloping her. Without a moment to ponder, she hastily retreated, but it was too late. Li Yiqian swung her blood-red scythe directly towards her. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Shui Wanqing barely managed to deflect the blow with her long blade, but she was still forcefully sent sprawling. Rolling 2 or 3 meters away, everything unfolded so swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. They had already exchanged blows twice, and yet the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Another mouthful of blood erupted from Shui Wanqing, and she felt as if several ribs had broken, her entire body racked with unbearable pain. Die! Li Yiqian gazed at the incapacitated Shui Wanqing, her voice chillingly cold, as if it had emerged from the depths of an ice cellar. After uttering these words, she swiftly appeared before her, gripping the scythe, her crimson eyes radiating a terrifying aura. Swish! At the moment of her appearance, the blood-red scythe sliced through the air, conjuring a fierce gust of wind, aimed straight at Shui Wanqing's throat. Watching the ever-approaching scythe, Shui Wanqing found herself devoid of strength to evade, merely able to watch helplessly as the blade approached her neck, with no capacity to resist. In that moment, she felt the chill of death, an inescapable, unyielding fear engulfing her entire being. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out from behind Li Yiqian, accompanied by Yi Li's voice, which resonated starkly in the stillness of the highway. Li Yiqian, stop right there. Chapter 30. This is what Xiao Li exchanged for freedom. With the sound of the gunfire, it was as if time itself had frozen. Even Li Yiqian's movements halted. The scythe hovered perilously close to Shui Wanqing's throat. A mere half-centimeter away, Yi Xiaoran stood in shock, staring at her brother in disbelief. He actually fired at Yiqian Jie? Though he had not aimed at her, merely shooting at her feet, it was enough to leave her astounded. Throughout their childhood, she had witnessed the kindness Yiqian Jie had shown her brother, yet she could never comprehend why he was so terrified of her. Often, he would go to great lengths to avoid her. She did not know the reason, but she realized that her brother had never dared to defy Li Yiqian, not even raising his voice against her. Yet today, to protect Shui Wanqing, he had the audacity to fire at Yiqian Jie. This act shocked her even more than when she had first learned of their engagement. It was not just her who was astonished. Shui Wanqing was equally taken aback at this moment. She gazed at the blood-red scythe poised against her throat, her heart racing uncontrollably, yet she dared not make a move. She observed Li Yiqian's expression, a wave of cold dread washing over her. She had never encountered anyone capable of exuding such a terrifying aura with just a glance. This expression was beyond description. It appeared serene, devoid of emotion, like a gentle breeze passing over the ocean, incapable of stirring up ripples. Yet Shui Wanqing understood that beneath this calm lay a cataclysmic tempest, one that, once unleashed, would consume everything in its path. Li Yiqian was precisely such a force. After a long pause, Li Yiqian retracted her scythe, slowly turning towards Yi Li, her exquisite face marred by shadows of anger. Yi Li, run! Seeing her turn towards him, Shui Wanqing immediately shouted a warning. But at that moment, Yi Li dared not flee. The fierce gaze of Li Yiqian made his legs weak with fear, robbing him of the courage to escape. Noticing Yi Li's lack of reaction, Shui Wanqing attempted to rise, but a sharp pain tore at her chest, causing another mouthful of blood to spill forth. She was now utterly drained of strength, the agony coursing through her body, making it feel as though her bones were about to shatter. As she watched Li Yiqian approach, Yi Li felt as though he were burdened by 1,000 pounds, struggling to breathe under the weight. The closer Li Yiqian drew, the more suffocating his surroundings became. Ultimately, he could no longer bear the pressure she exuded, his legs buckling as he fell to his knees. Li Yiqian stood before Yi Li, looking down upon him with her chilling crimson gaze. She extended a slender finger, gripping his chin and lifting his head to force him to meet her gaze. This time, you have truly angered me. Her icy words seemed to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. Gripping Yi Li firmly at the waist, she exerted such force that he winced in pain. I will deal with you later. After uttering these words, Yi Li fell unconscious, succumbing to a state of oblivion. Yiqian Jie, what have you done to my brother, and where do you intend to take him? Yi Xiaoran cried out in panic, raising her gun to block Li Yiqian's path as she anxiously questioned her. Gazing at Yi Xiaoran, Li Yiqian did not retaliate. Their years of camaraderie had long led her to regard her as a sister. Xiaoran, do not return here again. It is no longer safe. Moreover, here, she turned her gaze towards Yi Li at her side, her voice cold. Xiao Li is now my husband. Take that woman away. This is what Xiao Li exchanged for his freedom. As her words echoed, Li Yiqian and Yi Li vanished from the highway, leaving Yi Xiaoran standing alone, stunned and bewildered on the other side. The battle between Ma Ying and Shi Yi continued. Though the initial intensity had shifted, with Ma Ying now at a disadvantage, the two were still engaged in combat, but it was evident that the great fire had dimmed, and under Shi Yi's relentless assaults, Ma Ying's body bore the marks of wounds. Nonetheless, Ma Ying fought fiercely, determined to bring Shi Yi to her end. Even though her cultivation level was inferior to Shi Yi's, her exceptional combat experience repeatedly forced Shi Yi to defend herself. Boom! Another clash erupted, fist meeting gun with a deafening sound. the powerful shockwave sending both combatants flying. Spurt. A mouthful of black blood erupted from Ma Ying, staining her military green uniform. She wiped her lips and glared coldly at Shi. Her voice laced with disdain. No wonder you're at the pinnacle of the third stage. Your strength is indeed formidable. Shi stood a short distance away, wielding a blood-colored spear formed from coagulated blood, its tips still dripping crimson. Compared to the injuries on Ma Ying, Shi was relatively unscathed, yet she too bore her own wounds. You are a worthy opponent it that moment. Shi spoke, her words harsh and strained. It is time to end this. Indeed, it is time to conclude this. Ma Ying's eyes gleamed with madness upon hearing this. She straightened her posture, her aura surging higher, her fists igniting in fierce flames. Today, even if I die, I shall take you down with me. Shi remained silent, her eyes reflecting a similar fervor for battle, gripping her spear tightly as blood mist began to envelop it. Such an opponent deserves her full power. At this moment, both women exuded a terrifying might, locking eyes and recognizing the intensity of each other's battle spirit. Boom! In the next instant, both figures vanished from sight, leaving only two deep craters behind. Blazing fire, blood spear. The simultaneous battle cries rang out as their attacks surged towards each other. Boom! Boom! Their strikes detonated simultaneously, the overwhelming force obliterating the surrounding structures, creating a deep pit where both combatants stood. Neither held back in this exchange. They poured every ounce of their strength into their blows. Chapter 31. Both sides defeated. As the clash of fist and spear resounded, a thunderous roar erupted, an explosion of dazzling light enveloping both combatants, rendering them indistinguishable. Shi-san, standing at a distance, shielded her eyes from the blinding brilliance. Her hands raised before her face. As the radiant light faded, she peered into the depths of the crater, where two figures, one red and one green, stood steadfast. His Shi-san gasped at their condition. Shi now bore a large gaping hole in her chest, steam rising from it. The surrounding skin charred black. Ma Ying's situation was even graver. Her chest had been pierced by a gaping wound the size of a bowl, blood spilling forth and staining the ground crimson. You have lost. Shi gazed at Ma Ying, her voice hoarse. As she spoke, she began to walk towards her, but as soon as she took a step, Shi uncontrollably sank to her knees, blood gushing from her mouth. Ma Ying watched this scene, bursting into laughter. But the intensity of her injuries caused her to cough violently, blood spilling forth. Truly at a peak level 3. Even you are this formidable. I cannot fathom how powerful that woman must be. Ma Ying said with great difficulty, her body trembling slightly, blood seeping continuously from her wounds. The strength of a true master is beyond the comprehension of individuals like us, Shi remarked, her voice now remarkably clear, devoid of the previous stuttering. At that moment, Ma Ying's pupils contracted in surprise as she turned her gaze toward Shi. But soon, she found solace. This is for the best. When those foreign devils and zombies come, Huaxia, it will depend on you all. After uttering these words, Ma Ying's life force faded completely, her eyes slowly closing, yet she remained upright, steadfast in her stance. Shi observed Ma Ying's silhouette, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She stepped forward and rendered a somewhat imperfect military salute. You are a worthy adversary and an esteemed commander. After uttering this, Shi opened her mouth, revealing her sharp teeth. Step aside, Sister Wanqing. How are you? Can you still walk? Yi Shaoran asked anxiously as she looked at Shui Wanqing, who lay on the ground, bloodied. Seeing her entire body covered in blood, Yi Shaoran's eyes couldn't help but turn red. I'm fine. Shaoran, I won't die just yet. Shui Wanqing replied weakly, I'm sorry for not being able to protect your brother. Cough, cough, cough. As she spoke, Shui Wanqing began to cough again, blood flowing incessantly from the corners of her mouth, a sight that was heart-wrenching. Yi Shaoran hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe the blood from Shui Wanqing's mouth. It's all right, Sister Wanqing. Your brother will be fine. At least he is not in any mortal danger. Please don't talk. You're severely injured right now. Yi Shaoran, fearing that speaking would exacerbate the wounds on her chest, hastily urged her to stop, though she was also worried about Yi Li. She knew that Li Yiqian would never harbor murderous intent toward him, yet the punishment he would face would undoubtedly be severe. After all, Sister Yiqian is quite strict. She had taught Yi Li a lesson before, and this time would likely be no exception, especially since he had fired a gun at her. Sister Wanqing, please don't move. I will go find some painkillers in the CAR.Ye Xiaoran instructed, then swiftly turned and ran away. Shui Wanqing watched her retreating figure, a pang of bitterness filling her heart, recalling the moment when Yi Li stood in front of Li Yiqian. She felt as if something heavy was pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. That it seems you really are rather foolish, Shui Wanqing murmured to herself, and with a tilt of her head, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yi Xiaoran arrived at the car, frantically rummaging through the medical supplies, and finally, she found a first aid kit on the passenger seat. Grabbing the kit, she hurried back to Shui Wanqing's side. Upon seeing her motionless form, she was instantly alarmed, dropping the kit and shouting, "Sister Wanqing, what happened? Wake up." Yet, regardless of how fervently Yi Xiaoran called out, Shui Wanqing remained unresponsive. She placed her hand over Shui Wanqing's mouth and nose, relieved to feel warm air escaping. With great effort, she managed to lift Shui Wanqing into the car, then opened the medical kit, retrieving gauze and bandages to tend to her wounds. Upon seeing the deep gashes on her body, Yi Xiaoran couldn't help but gasp in horror. It was her first time witnessing such severe injuries, utterly heartbreaking. Without hesitation, she promptly commenced basic disinfection and bandaging. Noticing that Shui Wanqing was losing blood profusely, Yi Xiaoran poured iodine on her wounds for disinfection, then immediately applied pressure to staunch the bleeding, securely wrapping her injuries. By the time she had finished tending to everything, over an hour had passed. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh. It seems to be stabilizing. Yi Xiaoran looked at Shui Wanqing, observing her steady breathing, and murmured. However, she was somewhat astonished, for she realized that during the process of treating her wounds, they seemed to be healing automatically, and the bleeding was stopping. Although the effect was not very pronounced, she had indeed noticed it. Had it not been for the depth of the wounds and the inability to stop the bleeding, they might have healed on their own without her intervention. Could it be that awakened beings possess the ability to self-heal? Truly astonishing. In a different time, such a phenomenon would have likely drawn the attention of ignorant experts for dissection and study. But now, it should hardly be surprising, right? Yi Xiaoran gazed at the unconscious Shui Wanqing, letting out a gentle sigh before exiting the vehicle and taking her place in the driver's seat. Although Li Yiqian's earlier strike had sheared off half the driver's side, she was still able to drive, albeit half of the car body was missing, leaving her half exposed, akin to operating a convertible. Taking a deep breath, she started the engine, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle slowly moved forward. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead, her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, her nerves taut. After all, she had never driven before, and merely attempting to do so was quite an accomplishment. The car keys had been given to her by Yi Li earlier, allowing her to escape, as no one had been paying attention to her at that moment. Now, they proved to be quite useful. Chapter 32. Tomorrow I will make you remember. As night fell in city. Within a luxurious standalone villa, the lights blazed brightly, and a solemn atmosphere permeated the room, as if an explosion could occur at any moment. Li Yiqian sat on the living room sofa, her expression indifferent as she regarded the four individuals kneeling before her. Her gaze swept over them, finally resting on Sure, you performed admirably this time. Li Yiqian stated coolly. Thank you for the praise, my lord. Sure, felt a surge of excitement at receiving Li Yiqian's commendation, something she had never dared to dream of. Li Yiqian nodded slightly, then tossed a small vial of red liquid to her. This is your reward. Go and solidify your realm. Sure, caught the vial, her eyes shimmering with fervor, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you for your grace. Depart now, Li Yiqian said coldly. Yes, my lord. Sure, replied respectfully, bowing deeply before swiftly retreating. The other three zombies gazed enviously at the red liquid in her possession, yearning for it themselves. However, they were acutely aware that they were not yet at that level and were unworthy of consuming it. A single drop of such pure blood would overwhelm them with its immense energy, causing them to explode instantly. Thus, they could only lament their fate. Once Sure exited, the vast living room was left with just the three of them, all of them drenched in cold sweat. The mere presence of Li Yiqian was enough to impose a tremendous pressure upon them. They did not dare to raise their heads, let alone meet her gaze. I have a task for you, Li Yiqian suddenly spoke, her voice frigid and devoid of warmth. The four of them froze momentarily before hastily clasping their hands and bowing, too fearful to lift their heads. Please, my lord, command us in the coming days. I want this villa decorated festively, with red lanterns hung everywhere. My wedding is to take place in a week, so remain vigilant during the ceremony. I do not wish for any unforeseen occurrences. Do you understand? Li Yiqian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, scrutinizing the three of them as she coldly inquired. They nodded in unison, responding in unison. Understood. Rest assured, my lord. Good. You may go. Li Yiqian waved her hand, signaling them to leave. The subordinates took their leave in unison, rising slowly before exiting the villa. Once outside, the three zombies walked a short distance before excitedly conversing in their zombie dialect. Sure. What do you think my lord is up to? Shirsi, the tall and sturdy zombie, asked earnestly. You were foolish in life, and now that you are a zombie, you remain foolish. My lord is, of course, preparing to marry. Sure rolled her eyes, displaying her disdain. Then she turned to Shirsan, her curiosity piqued. Hey, Xiaosan, weren't you with Shuri? Did you catch a glimpse of what the madam looks like? At this, Shirsan's face instantly radiated pride as he proclaimed, Second brother, I'm not boasting, but the madam is absolutely stunning. A celestial beauty descended to earth, even more beautiful than in the photographs. Shirsi gulped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Of course, she is the madam. After all, that if my lord has taken a liking to her, how could she possibly be unattractive? Shirsan reminded Shirsi. Fourth, can you rein in your drooling? If my lord sees you like this, you will be in for it. Hearing this, Shirsi quickly wiped his mouth and chuckled. I'm just thrilled. Having such a figure by my lord's side brings us honor. When the other zombies see the madam, they will surely be envious. Though they had transformed into zombies, their aesthetic sensibilities remained intact, not unlike those of normal individuals, though they are said to be the spawn of intelligent zombies. It is more accurate to describe them as a group of bloodthirsty humans. The memories they have awakened are merely echoes of their past lives. Indeed, that holds some truth. Zombie 3 nodded in agreement upon hearing this. All right, Xiao-san, Xiao-si, let us refrain from discussing such matters any further, lest the adults overhear. We should focus on how to arrange this villa, Zombie 2 interjected, placing significant importance on the subject. Upon his words, Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 ceased the conversation. After all, this was a matter of great consequence for the adults, and they needed to treat it with the utmost seriousness. They then began deliberating on how to furnish the villa. Zombie 3 inquired of Zombie 2, regarding Ergo, do you think there will be other zombies causing trouble on the day of the adults' wedding? Perhaps that one from the West District? Indeed, Ergo. I've heard that the leader of the West District has already reached the mid-4th tier. I fear she may disrupt things. Zombie 4 chimed in anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zombie 2's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, that is unlikely. While the leader of the West District possesses formidable strength, the adult's power is unfathomable. If a confrontation were to arise, she may not emerge victorious. Moreover, his expression then shifted, revealing a sly smile. Moreover what? Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 pressed for clarification. Our eldest sister has broken through to the 4th tier. If she dares to come, the consequences. Zombie 2 chuckled sinisterly, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Without delving further, both Zombie 3 and Zombie 4 understood the weight of his words. Setting aside the adult's profound capabilities, merely the fact that Zombie 1 had reached the early 4th tier meant that she was not a typical zombie to be trifled with. Furthermore, S-City is notoriously dubbed a forbidden zone. This forbidden zone holds sway over both humans and intelligent zombies alike. Although the West District is also part of S-City, it pales in comparison to their central location. Well, let us not dwell on this further. The adults will have their considerations. We need only fulfill the tasks they have assigned to us, Zombie 2 concluded, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, the trio nodded in agreement, choosing to refrain from further discussion as they departed to prepare for the wedding. Inside the villa, on the 2nd floor in the bedroom, Li Yiqian sat at the head of the bed, gazing tenderly at Yi Li, who lay soundly asleep. Her expression was far from the icy demeanor she had displayed earlier. Instead, it was softened with affection. She reached out to caress his cheek, her fingertips gliding down to brush against his lips, gently stroking them. While Yi Li had been thoroughly cleansed, the traces of blood and the stench of decay, replaced by a subtle fragrance that clung to him. Li Yiqian closed her eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress the anger she had felt during the day. After a considerable time, she slowly opened her eyes. Sleep well. Tomorrow I shall ensure you remember your lessons, she murmured, and then lay down beside him, wrapping her arms around him. Chapter 33. Shui Wanqing's resolution. Meanwhile, in a small county town outside S City, Yi Shaoran held a submachine gun in her hands, draped in a zombie skin jacket. She leaned against the doorway, her expression vigilant as she surveyed the situation outside. A few zombies wandered nearby, but fortunately, although they caught the scent of blood, they had yet to discover the two of them. After a brief period of aimless wandering, the zombies dispersed. Yi Shaoran let out a sigh of relief. Carefully observing for a while longer, once she confirmed that there were no zombies in the vicinity, she returned to the bedroom. She looked at Shui Wanqing, who lay pale and sweating profusely on the bed. Her heart filled with concern. She picked up a towel from the side and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead before retrieving some disinfectant supplies from the medical kit to tend to her wounds anew. Throughout this time, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shui Wanqing's gradually healing injuries. That it would be a lie to say she wasn't astonished. This terrifying healing ability was something she had never witnessed before. However, despite her shock, she quickly accepted the reality of the situation, having encountered many incredible phenomena along the way, such as thunder and flames. After half an hour had passed since Yi Shaoran finished treating her wounds, she wiped her forehead and rose to grab a can of food to eat. She spread the map on the table, using a sliver of moonlight to closely examine the route to City A. Over 300 kilometers to City A. Yi Shaoran studied the markings on the map, her brow furrowing slightly. 300 kilometers at this turtle's pace. It will take at least 2 days, not accounting for detours. If I factor those in, she estimated, realizing it would not differ greatly. It seemed she would need to set off early tomorrow. At that moment, Shui Wanqing, who had been lying in a coma, slowly opened her eyes. Turning her head, she looked at Yi Shaoran and softly asked, "Shaoran, is there any water?" Her entire body ached, her throat parched, and her voice came out hoarse and unpleasant, startled by the sudden sound. Yi Shaoran spun around and saw that Shui Wanqing had awakened. "Sister Wanqing, you're awake," Yi Shaoran exclaimed, rushing to her bedside, her face etched with concern. "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Shui Wanqing reassured her, shaking her head as she attempted to sit up. However, as soon as she moved, pain shot through her right shoulder wound, causing her face to contort in agony, and she had to lie back down. "Sister Wanqing, your injuries are serious. Please don't move. I'll get you some water," Yi Shaoran insisted, rushing to grab a bottle of mineral water from the table. She initially intended to hand it to Shui Wanqing, but upon seeing her lying down, she set the bottle aside and gently propped her up. "Sister Wanqing, drink some water." "Thank you," Shui Wanqing replied, eagerly accepting the opened bottle and taking large gulps. Yi Shaoran watched anxiously, fearing she might choke. "Sister Wanqing, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" she asked with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry," Shui Wanqing replied after taking a few sips. "By the way, where are we now?" "We've left S City and are in a small town on the outskirts. There are no living people here anymore," Yi Shaoran explained, handing her a piece of bread from her backpack. "Thank you." Shui Wanqing took the bread and began to eat. She was indeed feeling a bit hungry, although she was a third-tier awakened being capable of surviving 10 days without food. That did not mean she was not hungry. Moreover, she had expended most of her energy during the earlier battle, leaving her feeling fatigued and ravenous. Yi Shaoran remained silent as she observed her, and Shui Wanqing did the same. The room fell into a tranquil quietude, broken only by the occasional sound of wind rustling outside. After finishing her bread, Shui Wanqing lowered her head, lost in thought. After a long while, she softly spoke. "I'm sorry, Shaoran. I couldn't." Before she could finish, she felt her hand being grasped. She looked up to see Yi Shaoran shaking her head. "Sister Wanqing, you don't need to apologize. This is not your fault," Yi Shaoran comforted her. "And rest assured, brother will be fine. Sister Yiqian will not allow any harm to come to him. Are you not worried?" It would be a lie to say she wasn't. Although Li Yiqian had always cared for Yi Li with utmost devotion, her transformation into a zombie had altered her thoughts and emotions. Shui Wanqing feared that something unfortunate might happen to her brother. Yet she could not let that fear show, especially not in front of Shui Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing stared blankly at her for a long time before turning her head away and softly murmuring, "Thank you." Yi Shaoran smiled in response, saying nothing further. After a considerable time had passed, Shui Wanqing finally managed to quell the guilt within her heart, no longer dwelling on the various sacrifices Yi Li had made for her. The fact that he had been taken away was an unchangeable reality, yet she still had his sister to protect, and thus she needed to regain her strength. As for Yili, she would undoubtedly rescue him. However, her current mission was to safeguard Yi Xiaoran and ensure she remained unharmed. Otherwise, she would have no face to confront him again. Having come to this realization, Shui Wanqing took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, a newfound determination shone within them. She looked at Yi Xiaoran, who was gazing at her with a worried expression, and offered a faint smile. Xiaoran, may I see the map? Seeing Shui Wanqing smile momentarily stunned Yi Xiaoran, but she quickly regained her composure and handed the map over. She couldn't help but wonder, did Sister Wanqing just smile at me, unaware of Yi Xiaoran's thoughts? Shui Wanqing took the map and began to examine the route carefully. After a while, she set the map down and said to Yi Xiaoran, Xiaoran, given the current circumstances, we should rest here for now. We can discuss our plans once I've recovered. Then aren't we going to set off? No need. The areas along the route are quite dangerous. This place is relatively safe, and we might even encounter some survivors. Rushing to leave now would be too perilous. She was injured and unable to fight. Encountering even a second-tier zombie or awakened being could spell disaster for them. The only viable option was to recuperate until her injuries were fully healed before continuing their journey. All right. Upon hearing those words, Yi Xiaoran obediently nodded. The hour was already late. Xiaoran, you should rest early. That I have sensed the vicinity, and there are no zombies, Shui Wanqing said to Yi Xiaoran. All right. Then Wanqing Jia should also rest early. With that, she stepped out of the bedroom and closed the door. However, instead of heading to another room, she went to the living room. Gazing at the door, though she felt quite fatigued, it was her duty to keep watch. Especially since there was an injured person inside the house. Within the bedroom, Shui Wanqing was naturally aware of Yi Xiaoran's movements, yet she refrained from dissuading her. After all, a sense of vigilance in this apocalypse was beneficial. It served as a form of training for her. Yili, rest assured, I will definitely come to find you. Shui Wanqing clenched her fist, her gaze resolute as she stared out the window. She needed to grow stronger, strong enough to protect him, ensuring he would never endure any humiliation or harm again. Chapter 34. Can we still be like before, as siblings? The next day, within the villa. No, please stop. I was wronged. Don't hit me anymore. A feeble male voice echoed within the villa, revealing Yili curled up on the expansive bed, his body covered in crimson blood. Standing beside the bed was Li Yiqian, her scarlet eyes coldly fixated on him. She observed Yili's anguished pleas for mercy, her expression devoid of any empathy. Do you realize your mistake now? When you shot at me, did you not know you were wrong? As she spoke, she raised her hand and struck him fiercely, instantly leaving another bloody mark on his body. Another scream erupted from his lips as he curled up in agony, trembling from the pain. I'm sorry, I won't dare again. Please don't hit me anymore. Yiqian Jia, you weren't like this before. Why have you changed? Yili pleaded in torment, hoping to awaken her compassion, yet no matter how much he begged over the past days, he could not escape her punishment. He couldn't comprehend why Yiqian Jia, who had always treated him with utmost gentleness, had transformed into this. Previously, she wouldn't even scold him if he made a mistake, though she could be assertive and stern at times. She had never genuinely blamed him. In fact, there were moments when she cherished herself even more than he did. But now, everything had changed. Her transformation made Yili feel strange, even fearful. You ask me why? Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian let out a cold snort. She reached out and grasped his jaw with an astonishing force, compelling Yili to struggle to pry her fingers away. Yiqian Jia, you're hurting me. Yili weakly protested, his face contorted in pain. Yet, Li Yiqian seemed oblivious, not loosening her grip. Instead, she tightened it further, leaning in closer, her tone frigid as she spoke. Shaoli, do you not understand why I have become this way? I have loved you for a full 15 years. And what about you? I know you don't have feelings for me, but I don't mind waiting. I can wait for you to give me a chance. But what about you? The moment I mustered the courage to propose to you, you were entangled with another woman and, in front of so many people, rejected me. You claimed to see me only as a sister. But who wants to be your sister? I don't want to be your sister at all. I only want to be your woman. Li Yiqian grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, her gaze fixed upon his alluring lips. In that instant, an uncontrollable impulse surged within her. She suddenly leaned down, her speed leaving behind only an afterimage, catching Yili off guard. By the time he realized what was happening, he found his lips sealed by hers. Aware of her actions, Yili made no resistance, allowing her to take what she desired. His body was battered, devoid of any strength. He was also too afraid to defy her. Yi Li knew that he could never contend with Li Yiqian's power, and he sensed that her emotions were somewhat unstable. He was certain that should he resist now, the consequences would be unbearable, so he silently endured her torment. However, after a considerable time, Yi Li began to struggle. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, incapable of holding his breath like Li Yiqian. He placed his hands against her shoulders, attempting to push her away, fearing he would suffocate if he did not. Yet, no matter how hard he pushed, he could not budge her. It was only when he felt himself nearing unconsciousness that he finally relented. "Xiao Li, you're quite sweet," Li Yiqian remarked, gazing at him with her scarlet eyes brimming with insatiable desire. Yi Li, observing her demeanor, felt a surge of dread within him, yet he remained silent, finding it difficult even to move. Li Yiqian looked down upon him, her heart softening at his weakened state, though she concealed it. She coldly fixed her gaze upon his eyes, her lips parting as her voice, as frigid as frost, spoke. "Xiao Li, this is merely a warning. Should you dare to shoot at me again or attempt to harm me with any weapon." At this point, she let out a chilling laugh, her expression morphing into one of malevolence. "I will ensure you remember forever the consequences of daring to lay a hand on me. Rest assured, you would never wish to experience it. Xiao Li, do you understand?" She leaned close to his ear, her voice laced with a thick threat. Yi Li stiffened, gazing at Li Yiqian's nearly twisted visage, his heart gripped by terror. "I understand," he stammered. Had this been in the past, he would have dismissed her words, but now, he dared not take them lightly, for he knew Li Yiqian had changed. She had become insane. She had always been a woman of her word, never having harmed him before, yet Yi Li understood that she was now entirely different, transformed into someone he scarcely recognized. Upon hearing Yi Li's response, Li Yiqian finally released him, her gaze falling upon his injuries, a flicker of compassion flashing in her eyes before it was quickly masked. "You shall rest and recover for a few days. In a while, we shall marry," she declared merry. Upon hearing those words, Yi Li momentarily froze before shaking his head with evident reluctance. "No, I can't. I don't want to marry you, Yiqian Jia. Let us not get married. All right, let us remain as we were before, with me treating you as my sister, and we can be siblings for a lifetime." Struggling to rise, he grasped her arm, gazing at her with pleading eyes. He did not wish to marry her, nor did he want to live in this city teeming with zombies. Moreover, she had changed, no longer gentle, no longer indulgent, and now even cruel and bloodthirsty. This new version of her filled him with dread. "Yiqian Jia, can we still be as we were before? I'll treat you as my sister. Let us remain siblings, all right?" He repeated, seeing her silence. Just as Yi Li finished speaking, a scream escaped his lips as he felt a searing pain on his face. His body uncontrollably collapsing onto the bed, he clutched his burning cheek, his expression blank, clearly bewildered by what had transpired. He turned to Li Yiqian and saw her scarlet gaze fixed upon him, the veins on her forehead bulging with rage. Chapter 35. Turning him into a zombie. Yi Li, upon witnessing her expression, instantly realized her anger. He immediately released her, retreating in fear, his face reflecting terror as his body trembled slightly. "Xiao Li, what did you say? I didn't hear you just now." Seeing him tremble, Li Yiqian displayed a smile. Her smile was beautiful, and her voice gentle, yet at that moment, Yi Li felt a bone-chilling sensation. The more she smiled, the more he could sense the fury within her, ready to strike. That he knew her too well. Even a single glance from her conveyed a myriad of meanings. "Yiqian Jia, you da." Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, instantly tearing open his wounds, the excruciating pain causing him to scream in agony. "Xiao Li, it seems you still aren't very obedient." Li Yiqian caressed his cheek. Her expression appeared tender, yet her voice carried an undeniable threat. At that moment, Yi Li felt as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him utterly powerless, unable to utter even a coherent sentence. Men are inherently frail, and after enduring such torment, his consciousness had begun to blur. He felt overwhelmingly fatigued, his eyelids heavy as lead. Gazing at Li Yiqian, he whispered, "Why Yiqian Jia, please let me go. I realize my mistake." His voice barely audible, he lacked the strength to speak further. Having uttered that, he fell unconscious before she could respond. Li Yiqian looked at the unconscious Yi Li, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she quickly eased the pressure weighing down on him and pulled him into her embrace. After sensing that he had merely fainted, She breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoli, how could I ever bear to let you go? Even in death, I shall carry you with me. Li Yiqian tenderly caressed his cheek, her gaze brimming with affection. Xiaoli, do you know? You are the first boy who has ever stirred my heart. I truly love you. She murmured softly. You promised that we would always be together. You must not go back on your word. In the grand hall of the villa, the 4 zombies, Corpse 1, Corpse 2, Corpse 3, and Corpse 4, were half kneeling, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat as they listened to the anguished cries from upstairs. They were oblivious to the events unfolding above. But upon hearing the desperate screams from Li Yiqian's bedroom, they recognized it as the voice of the madam. Corpse 2 swallowed hard, unable to endure the piercing cries any longer. After all, he was a man too. And such sounds were unsettling. Sister, do you think the madam? Corpse 4's words were cut short by a sharp glare from Corpse 1. How dare you speak of the madam's affairs? Do you wish to forfeit your life? Corpse 1 reprimanded this. Corpse 4 fell silent, kneeling obediently. The 4 zombies lapsed into a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, the screams from upstairs finally ceased, yet Li Yiqian did not descend. Another long while passed before soft footsteps echoed from above, causing the hearts of the 4 zombies to race. When Li Yiqian finally entered the hall and took a seat, they called out in unison, Madam, we greet you. Li Yiqian cast a detached glance over the 4, her voice icy as she replied, Spare me the pleasantries. Thank you, madam. The 4 zombies responded in unison. It seems Corpse 1, your mastery has solidified. Li Yiqian addressed Corpse 1, her tone indifferent. I am grateful for the blood you bestowed upon me, which has hastened my stabilization. Corpse 1 answered respectfully, a hint of excitement in his voice. Li Yiqian nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She then issued them several commands before dismissing them, leaving her alone on the sofa. Xiaoli has yet to awaken. His body is far too frail that I must devise a plan. Li Yiqian furrowed her brow, lost in thought. This world is no longer what it used to be. Ordinary people struggle to survive in this apocalypse, let alone someone as exquisitely beautiful as Yi Li. The more she contemplated, the greater her anxiety grew. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could have him drink her blood and transform into a zombie, an intelligent zombie. Once he became a zombie, all her problems would be resolved. And having consumed her blood, he would be compelled to obey her every command, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. Most importantly, once Yi Li became a zombie, humanity would no longer accept him, leaving him with but one option, to remain by her side. At this thought, a rare smile graced her lips, the corners of her mouth curving upward. This plan was truly flawless. Yet, it was undeniably cruel to Yi Li. She did not wish to resort to such measures. But she could not bear the thought of him with another woman. Recalling the moment he had shot her in an attempt to protect another, jealousy surged within her like rampant weeds. Xiaoli, do not blame me. I simply refuse to let you be taken by another woman. Li Yiqian murmured, you are meant to belong to me alone. P.S. Okay, some friends have said my female lead resembles a servant from Genshin Impact. Oh my, the 4th executive officer of Genshin, Facebomb Chapter 36. A glimmer of hope. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was deep into the night. The city of S was eerily silent, the streets devoid of life. Even the cats that usually roamed the alleys had vanished. The night breeze rustled through the streets, causing the streetlights to sway, casting an ominous shadow under the moonlight. In this pitch-black city, only one villa remained aglow, its interior hinting at the movement of figures. Li Yiqian stood at the window, her gaze fixed on the scene below. Behind her, Yi Li lay on the bed, his body marred with wounds, having changed into clean clothes. His face still appeared somewhat pale, his brow was furrowed, suggesting he was not sleeping soundly. His eyes were closed, and he muttered incoherently in his sleep that in that vulnerable state, he seemed as fragile as glass. Yet his handsome features could evoke sympathy from any woman. Watching him, Li Yiqian's heart softened. She approached the bedside, sat down, and gently ran her fingers over his face, a wave of tenderness washing over her. Her movements were delicate, as if afraid to disturb his slumber. Unable to resist, she leaned down and pressed her lips to his. Xiaoli, you will forever belong to me. One to you? Li Yiqian nestled against his chest, greedily inhaling his scent. She had made up her mind. She would transform Yi Li into a zombie. As long as he drank her blood, he would be hers forever. She was unconcerned about the potential danger of him perishing from the blood. She could dilute her blood before force-feeding it to him. This way, he would neither face life-threatening risks nor fail to become an intelligent zombie, one who would obey her every command. Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yi Li's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes and Yi Li groaned. Feeling an unbearable weight pressing down on him, he attempted to push it away, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the weight lifted, revealing a beautiful face before him, accompanied by a cool voice. Xiaoli, why have you awakened? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? Yi Li was momentarily stunned before he snapped back to reality, instinctively pushing Li Yiqian away. His voice laced with terror. You'd get away. His shove did not budge her. Instead, in his forcefulness, he inadvertently pulled at his wounds, yet his fear of her masked the pain. Yiqian, I realize my mistake. Please let me go. I should not have shot at you. I swear, I will never do it again. I beg you. Yi Li curled up in fright, his hands clutching his head, pleading as his body trembled, revealing his profound fear and helplessness. He longed to return home, to escape this terrifying place, and he absolutely did not wish to marry Li Yiqian. She had become a stranger. She was no longer the Yiqian who once cherished him. Seeing him in such a state, Li Yiqian felt a pang of heartache, but as she listened to his words, a surge of anger welled within her, leaving her quite displeased. She lay back on the bed, wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling his body tremble violently. She gently patted his back, softly saying, Xiaoli, look at me. Her voice was tender, imbued with warmth. Upon hearing her soothing tone, a wave of familiarity washed over Yi Li. He lifted his head to meet Li Yiqian's gentle gaze in that moment. He was transported back to the familiar Yiqian, the one who had always tolerated him, who had indulged him no matter what he did or said. Yiqian Yi Li stammered, tears spilling uncontrollably from his eyes, his voice quavering. Xiaoli, don't cry. It won't look good if you do, Li Yiqian said, tenderly wiping away his tears. Seeing her gentle actions, Yi Li began to hope. Believing she had softened due to his pleas, he quickly spoke up. Yiqian, I know I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please don't hit me. His voice was filled with desperation, sounding pitiful. Li Yiqian's crimson eyes bore into him, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing before she tightly embraced him, burying her face in his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Yiqian, feeling the warmth of her breath against his neck. Yi Li's body stiffened involuntarily. He felt at a loss, wanting to push her away but fearing her wrath. Ultimately, he resigned himself to let her hold him. In this situation, he knew he could not push her away. Doing so might provoke her anger, and then he might lose all hope. Realizing this, Yi Li ceased to care about the impropriety of their closeness, allowing her to embrace him as long as Li Yiqian spared him and did not resort to violence. He could endure her holding him for a moment. Though he thought this, he could feel her breath tickling his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Xiaoli, you smell wonderful, she whispered, her voice laced with an alluring undertone. P.S. The author is looking for a new place, as the current one has been discovered by a yandere, so a change of residence is in order. This chapter was written late at night. I will try to write another one if I have time this afternoon. Chapter 37. Yi Li's agonizing pleas during these days. You have no idea how much I long for you. How much I yearn to see you. How much I desire to possess you. She spoke softly, planting a gentle kiss on his neck. Yi Li felt a warmth spreading across his neck. He placed his hands on her shoulders. His tone laced with reluctance as he said, It's all right. Yiqian, Jia. Am I not here with you now? Could you please let go of me for a moment? I have so many questions I wish to ask you. His voice was tender, as if he had forgiven her for her previous actions. Yet only he understood that he had to acquiesce to her for the time being. If he resisted, she might become irrational. And if she acted on her impulses, the consequences could be dire. It would be best to wait until her emotions stabilized before discussing matters further. Marriage was out of the question. Although he had a betrothal with Li Yiqian and harbored some affection for her, it did not imply a willingness to marry her. His feelings were akin to that of a brother's love, devoid of any romantic inclination. Upon hearing Yi Li's words and feeling his hands pressing against her shoulders, Li Yiqian did not release him. Instead, she continued, Xiaoli, do you know, I truly love you. Everything I have done for you was entirely my own choice. I simply cannot bear the thought of you leaving me. I love you so deeply. Do you understand? Her voice brimmed with emotion, her arms tightening around his neck as if she wished to hold him forever. Yiqian Jia, I understand everything you are saying. But I have been through too much these past few days that I truly need some time to calm down. Let's discuss these matters later, shall we? Yili attempted to console her, gently patting her back in hopes of soothing her. However, this usually effective method failed, as Li Yiqian held on to him even tighter, showing no signs of letting go. Seeing this, Yili felt a twinge of impatience. He pushed against her, trying to create distance. But Li Yiqian remained as immovable as a mountain, leaving him feeling helpless. Yiqian, could you please let go? It hurts, Yili said, his face contorted in pain. Yet, Li Yiqian paid him no heed. Instead asking, Shaoli, will you always stay by my side? Will you marry me? Yiqian, please allow me to ponder this matter thoroughly. Is that acceptable? I am feeling quite overwhelmed right now. Please let go of me. And in a few days, we can have a proper conversation about it. All right? Yili said patiently. He knew he could not agree to her request, but given the current situation, he had no choice but to respond in such a manner. Shaoli, will you forgive me for how I treated you before? Li Yiqian suddenly inquired. Why Yili was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied gently. It's all right. Yiqian, I understand you did not mean it. Besides, I share some blame as well. I should not have fired at you. Shaoli, will you truly forgive me, no matter what I have done to you? Will you forgive me? Li Yiqian pressed on, her expression growing colder, her eyes deep and inscrutable. Yili could not see her face. He could only sense a hint of expectation in her tone. He realized that the familiar Yiqian had returned, and he quickly reassured her. Of course, how could I possibly hold it against you? In my heart, I have always regarded you as a sister. How could I ever be angry with you? All right, Yiqian, may I ask you to let go now? I still have injuries. Yili urged again, noticing that Li Yiqian remained unresponsive. Asa sister? Upon hearing Yili's words, a chill spread through Li Yiqian's heart. Suddenly, she smiled, her crimson eyes flashing with determination. Yiqian, seeing her silence and her refusal to release him, Yili felt a pang of confusion. But in the next moment, he heard Li Yiqian's voice tinged with apology. Shaoli, I hope you can forgive me for this, for only then will you truly belong to me. Upon hearing her words, Yili felt bewildered, unable to comprehend what Li Yiqian meant, and he asked in confusion, Yiqian, what are you trying to say? Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing pain shot through his neck, and he let out a cry of agony. Yiqian, what are you doing? Yili shouted in terror, desperately attempting to push her away, but their strength was too disparate. He lacked the power to budge her even slightly. At that moment, Li Yiqian's expression was icy, her sharp teeth sinking into his neck, releasing a wave of metallic tang that filled the air. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she pinned him onto the bed, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light, creating an utterly horrifying scene. Let go. Li Yiqian, please, release me. Yili struggled violently, but seeing no success, he resorted to pounding on her back, hoping to coax her release. However, Li Yiqian was a fourth-tier zombie, her body impervious to harm. His feeble attempts were utterly futile. No, please, don't. Let go of me. I beg you. Yiqian, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Before he could finish, Li Yiqian bit him fiercely once more, and he cried out in torment. Shaoli, please don't blame me. Only by turning you into a zombie can you remain forever by my side. This is what you have forced me into. As she spoke, her bite grew stronger, almost tearing through the flesh of his neck, blood flowing steadily from the wound. No, I don't want to become a zombie. No, help, Yili screamed in terror, twisting his body despite the agony coursing through him. Instinctual fear drove him to call for help, but in this apocalyptic world, with S-City nearly devoid of life, no one would hear his cries. No matter how loud he shouted, Yiqian, please don't do this. I beg you, please spare me. Aren't we the best of friends? I don't want to become a zombie. I don't want to, so I'm begging you. Please, spare me. Spare me. Will you? Yili cried, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with despair. He could not bear the thought of becoming one of those grotesque monsters. Those creatures that only knew how to devour. P.S. Please consider giving some gifts. Don't be stingy. Watch 3 ads. Chapter 38. The zombie boss of the West District who loves to wear Lolita. Li Yiqian paid no heed to Yili's pleas for mercy. She clamped her teeth down on the edge of his neck, continuously mixing her blood into his veins. As her blood slowly coursed into his system, his struggles began to wane, even his breaths becoming barely perceptible. Dante, I don't want to become a zombie, Dante, Wiley whispered weakly, his voice fragile as if it might vanish at any moment. Yet he still clung to hope. His hands grasped at Li Yiqian's back. His eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Wiley felt immense discomfort. His temperature was rising, causing him to sweat profusely. At the same time, an insatiable thirst consumed him. Leaving his throat parched, he continued to struggle, trying to push Li Yiqian away, but he lacked the strength to do so, becoming a mere puppet in her hands. His consciousness began to fade, and ultimately, he lost all awareness. 3 days later. On a sunny afternoon in city, towards the West District, within an abandoned factory, a girl clad in Lolita attire sat arrogantly atop a machine. She glanced dismissively at the invitation extended by her subordinate, letting out a scoff filled with disdain. She was the boss of the West District, a mid-tier 4th-class zombie, Zhou Yu. Bring me that woman's invitation, Zhou Yu commanded. Certainly, her subordinate replied respectfully. Presenting Li Yiqian's invitation before her, Zhou Yu took it, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she read its contents, her eyes widening in shock. What the hell? That woman is actually getting married. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before her. Yet, no matter how many times she read it, the conclusion remained unchanged. Yeah? Is there something amiss? Inquired a male zombie named Chen Qi, a late-stage 3rd-class zombie, standing beside his twin sister, Chen Shuang, also a 3rd-class zombie, both of whom were Zhou Yu's most capable subordinates. This is a significant issue. That brutal woman is actually getting married. Zhou Yu exclaimed, her brows knitted in astonishment. After all, she was Li Yiqian, a woman who had single-handedly decimated their 4 districts at the onset of the virus outbreak. How could such a ruthless being contemplate marriage? The very thought left her utterly astonished. Isn't it merely a matter of marriage? What seems to be the problem? Chen Qi expressed his confusion that in his eyes, Li Yiqian possessed not only formidable strength, but also an appealing appearance. Surely, there were many who admired her. Xiao Qi, what Sister Yuer means is that she is envious. Chen Shuang interjected from the side. Oh, Chen Qi responded, suddenly enlightened. So that's it. Who is envious of her? Xiao Shuang. Do not speak carelessly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately sprang up, akin to a cat that had stepped on its tail, vehemently defending herself. I merely think that zombie is blind to fall for such a tyrant. Zhou Yu added, as if struck by a thought, but do not misunderstand. I am absolutely not saying this because I cannot find a boyfriend. We certainly believe Sister Yu. Chen Qi replied with a smile. Initially skeptical, he found her flustered demeanor only served to bolster his conviction. Zhou Yu glanced at the siblings' faces, feeling somewhat uneasy. She would never admit that her height was the reason she had yet to encounter a man's touch. If they were to discover this, it would be utterly embarrassing. Sister Yu, what do you mean? Are you going? Chen Shuang inquired, eager to witness the appearance of the legendary zombie queen. Of course, I must attend her wedding banquet. Zhou Yu declared with a sense of entitlement. I am curious to see who possesses such charm as to capture the heart of this tyrant. What if that zombie is truly attractive? Chen Qi could not help but asked if he is indeed handsome. I shall snatch him away. Hee. Zhou Yu remarked, wearing a rather mischievous expression. However, this demeanor, when paired with her innocent looks, seemed somewhat ludicrous, in a way. Chen Shuang asserted immediately, why not? We cannot match them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu's previously cheerful expression darkened instantly. Go away. I was merely joking. Do you truly think I would steal him? Not given Sister Yu's personality. It is hard to say, Chen Qi replied cautiously. At this, the 3 zombies exchanged glances. All right, enough of your nonsense. Both of you. Hurry up and prepare. I must attend the wedding. Zhou Yu was the first to shatter the silence, waving her hand. Understood, Sister Yu. Chen Shuang and Chen Qi replied in unison, promptly retreating to make preparations. Chapter 39. I would rather marry another woman. Zhou Yu was not the only one to receive an invitation. Zombies from the other 3 major districts were also recipients. However, their viewpoints were surprisingly uniform. They all wished to see what the zombie marrying the tyrant looked like, to possess such an impressive woman's affection. Ultimately, they felt compelled to attend. After all, the tyrant had dispatched invitations, and to decline would be to offend her. The consequences of such an affront were not something they could bear on the other side. Within a luxurious villa, Li Qian, "Get out! I never want to see you again. Get out!" Yi Li shouted angrily, pointing at Li Qian standing at the doorway. At that moment, he sat on the bed, dressed in a light gray nightgown. His wounds had healed completely, but upon closer inspection, one could still see a distinct bite mark on his neck. This mark was left by Li Qian, and she had also assisted him in changing his clothes. "Get out! You are nothing but a selfish scoundrel." Yi Li continued to berate her. Seeing that she remained unmoved only fueled his fury further. He leaped from the bed and charged towards Li Qian, but came to a halt half a meter away, hindered by the ropes binding his waist, rendering him incapable of advancing further. Having just transformed into a zombie, his strength was not particularly great. Despite the presence of Li Qian's blood within him, he remained merely an ordinary zombie capable of speech. In terms of strength, he was only slightly stronger than he had been as a human. "Li Qian, you scoundrel! If you have the guts, let me go. I will kill you." Yi Li shouted in rage, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp her face. Li Qian merely gazed at him, silent and showing no inclination to evade. This only intensified Yi Li's anger. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Li Qian. She remained steadfast at the door, maintaining a safe distance from him. After some time, Yi Li ceased his attempts to strike her and turned back to lie on the bed, his back facing her, unwilling to cast another glance in her direction, now that he had become a zombie. No amount of anger could change this reality. Observing Yi Li's turned back, Li Qian slowly approached the bedside and sat down. She looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and softly called out, "Xiao Li." Yet, Yi Li seemed to ignore her entirely, remaining still with his back turned. He did not wish to see her or hear any mention of her. Seeing that he did not respond, Li Qian chose not to call out again. Instead, lying down gently and wrapping her arms around him from behind, feeling the warmth against his back, Yi Li momentarily froze before violently struggling. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Let go." However, Li Qian did not release him. Rather, she held him tighter, resting her chin on his shoulder, and spoke softly. "Xiao Li, we are getting married the day after tomorrow. Please stop causing a scene. All right, Li Qian, abandon this notion. I will never marry you, not even in death," Yi Li declared, striving to break free from her embrace. Yet the more he struggled, the tighter she held him, to the point of inflicting pain. "Xiao Li, I understand that you harbor hatred towards me, but what is done. Cannot you grant me a chance?" As she spoke, Li Qian's tone lost its earlier softness, now imbued with a chilling edge. "Chance?" Yi Li scoffed. "Did you grant me a chance when I begged for mercy? Now you want me to give you a chance. Let me assure you, it is impossible." He grasped her wrist in an attempt to free himself. At that moment, hearing Yi Li's callous words, Li Qian's strikingly beautiful face darkened, her hands tightening their hold around him, denying him any opportunity to escape. "Let go. Li Qian, release me." Yi Li felt the increasing pressure of her arms. And the more he struggled, the tighter she clung to him, as if intent on merging him with her very being. "Xiao Li, I will not repeat myself. I do not care whether you consent or not. You are destined to be my husband, Li Qian. You shall marry me, whether you like it or not." Listening to her domineering declaration, Yi Li felt his anger surge uncontrollably. "Li Qian, I would rather die than marry you," he exclaimed defiantly, preparing to struggle once more, certain she would not relent. Given her character to his surprise, upon this attempt, she released him. Gaining his freedom, Yi Li stood abruptly, gazing coldly at the sullen Li Qian, and declared, "You are a mad woman. I would rather marry another woman." Slap. Before Yi Li could finish his sentence, Li Qian swiftly approached him, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The force of the blow knocked him to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As he fell, Yi Li was momentarily stunned, slowly reaching up to touch his cheek, his expression now clearer. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp pain surged through his body as a whip mark appeared, causing him to involuntarily scream. "Now it's settled. Initially, Qianjie had no desire to harm you. But then you claimed you would marry another. The author will update again tomorrow." Chapter 40. Every incident is excessively harsh for her. Li Qian gazed at his tormented visage. Her hands showed no mercy as she struck him with the whip repeatedly. The sound of the lashes echoed painfully. Each strike landed upon Yi Li's body, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. In the midst of his suffering, he yearned to flee. Yet his strength had abandoned him. He could only lie there, wailing and pleading for her mercy. Please stop. Please stop. Tears nearly spilled from Yi Li's eyes. He couldn't comprehend why, even as a zombie. Her blows inflicted such unbearable pain, more so than when he was still human. Was it possible for the undead to still possess the capacity to feel pain? Yet, his conjectures were quickly overwhelmed by the torment of his body and soul, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Xiao Li, don't you understand what should and shouldn't be said? Li Yiqian halted her assault, crouching beside him, her crimson eyes ablaze with fury in his current state. Yi Li was unable to process her words. He only felt an excruciating, piercing pain, curling into himself in a futile attempt to escape it. Xiao Li, I warn you, if you dare utter those words again, do not blame me for striking you. She grasped his chin, shouting, Do you hear me? This was her first encounter with such RA. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shuang inquired in confusion, Do you see those three little rascals over there? They are usually at each other's throats over territorial disputes, yet now they are sitting together. Zhou Yuer gestured towards the three zombie leaders across the room. Qin Shuang, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the trio of zombie leaders and then turned to Zhou Yuer. Sister Yuer, are you suggesting that they might be contemplating that? That's hard to say. Zhou Yuer replied with a smile, albeit one that did not reach her eyes. Xiao Shuang, stay sharp and do your best to protect the groom. She was certainly not going to miss this opportunity for a favor, especially considering how those few sought to deal with Li Yiqian. It was nothing short of a pipe dream that I understand. Sister Yuer, rest assured, Qin Shuang nodded in agreement that Zhou Yuer's capable assistant. She may have been slightly less powerful, but her intellect and acumen were quite sharp. And what about me? What should I do? Just as the two were conversing, Qin Shi interjected. You will accompany your sister. Remember, safety comes first, Zhou Yuer instructed him. After giving a few more pieces of advice, she fell silent, for the three leaders of the districts had already turned their gaze toward them. The banquet continued, and when Shi deemed it time, she approached the stage, addressing the crowd. She noticed the three district leaders sitting together, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, quickly vanishing. Welcome, everyone, to the wedding of my esteemed master. On behalf of my master, I extend my gratitude to all of you for attending. Shi Yi's voice rang out powerfully, echoing throughout the venue. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the zombie leaders shifted dramatically, and even Zhou Yuer couldn't help but feel a tinge of seriousness. The singular thought arose in their minds. Shi Yi on stage had broken through to the fourth tier. Shi Yi did not pause to acknowledge the crowd, but continued. Today marks a momentous occasion for my master. I hope everyone can set aside past grievances and refrain from conflict here. Or else, she paused, scanning the crowd before proceeding. My master might just pay a visit to your home for tea. Her words plunged the assembled zombies into silence, the veiled threat resonating clearly. P.S. Today's update is a single chapter. The author has been feeling unwell recently, but will provide 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 42. Yi Li's Fear, the Wedding Banquet. Noticing the silence among the zombies, Shi Yi finally nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Well then, since everyone agrees, let us welcome Lord Li to the stage. As she concluded, all eyes turned toward the entrance of the hall. There, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, stood Li Yiqian, having appeared behind the crowd unbeknownst to them. Her icy gaze swept over the assembly, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered zombies. Qin Shi and Qin Shuang, upon meeting her eyes, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, the overwhelming aura compelling them to bow their heads. It wasn't just the two of them. All the attendants lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. That moment, Zhou Yuer, dressed in a black Lolita outfit, rose and clapped, exclaiming, Congratulations to Sister Yiqian on finding a worthy match. It truly is enviable. Her voice was loud enough to capture the attention of everyone present, prompting a swift reaction as they rose to applaud her. Congratulations, Lord Li. Your wedding is indeed a grand affair, exclaimed a mature woman in a qipao, smiling brightly. Her name was Yi Ting, the leader of the Eastern District, who had recently broken through to the mid-4th tier. Indeed, with someone as exceptional as Lord Li, her groom must surely be a stunning figure, chimed in another slightly plump young woman, who introduced herself as Feng Li, the leader of the Northern District. Currently at the early 4th tier, Congratulations, Lord Li, offered a tall woman, her tone neither servile nor arrogant. She was Zhao Ting, the leader of the Southern District, who had long been at the mid-fourth tier and likely progressed to the late stage by now. Li Yiqian, with a mere flicker of her perception, grasped the overall strength of those present. Listening to their accolades, she nodded slightly before turning to Zhou Yiwear, remarking, "You've become quite astute in these few days." Zhou Yiwear, caught off guard, felt a hint of embarrassment but replied proudly, "Don't get too cocky. I'll catch up to you soon." Li Yiqian chose not to respond further and walked directly onto the stage. Observing this, Shi immediately called out, "The groom enters." As her words fell, the villa doors slowly creaked open, and Shi led Yi Li into the hall. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where two tall figures gracefully stepped into view. Yi Li, adorned in a striking red wedding robe with a fiery bloom at her chest and a golden sash accentuating her slender waist, was a vision of beauty. A red veil adorned her head, and through the delicate fabric, the contour of her profile could be discerned, enhancing her allure. As she passed, the attendees caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance, prompting a collective intake of breath. That it wasn't just her scent. Her aura captivated the gathered zombies, who gazed at her with a hint of infatuation. Though her features were obscured, they could feel an undeniable charm emanating from her. Li Yiqian watched Yi Li approach, trembling slightly, excitement flickering across her otherwise cold visage. This was a moment she had yearned for over countless years, having envisioned its arrival time and again. Finally, her wish was fulfilled. After tonight, he would be her husband, and she could finally bear a child with him. The mere thought of their intimate moments later that evening sent exhilarating shivers through her entire being. With barely contained impatience, she stepped forward, signaling Shi to withdraw, and took Yi Li's hand, leading him toward the stage. Yi Li, guided by her, offered no resistance, for the past days of defiance had left him battered and bruised, the pain from his wounds still fresh. These marks were her doing, a consequence of his attempt to escape on their wedding day, leading to his capture and punishment. This time, she allowed the pain to linger, a warning to deter any disruptions during the ceremony. Just moments earlier, she had cautioned him, so he dared not resist as Li Yiqian led him to the stage. Shi then announced, "Let us commence the first item, the exchange of rings." Following her declaration, the audience erupted into applause, and Shi presented two small boxes to Yi Li and Li Yiqian. Li Yiqian opened her box, retrieving a delicate diamond ring, and gently placed it on Yi Li's fourth finger. The ring sparkled under the lights, contrasting beautifully against Yi Li's long, fair fingers. Gazing at the ring, Yi Li felt a sharp pang of sorrow. Marrying Li Yiqian ensured a lifetime devoid of happiness. The ring felt like a dagger, piercing deep into his heart. Li Yiqian slipped the ring onto his finger. Shi continued, "Now, the groom shall place a ring on the bride." Taking a deep breath, Yi Li resolved to retrieve the box. Extracting the ring within, he took Li Yiqian's hand and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, placed the ring on her fourth finger. Thus, he became Li Yiqian's husband. As Yi Li adorned Li Yiqian with the ring, Shi exhaled in relief. The ring exchange had finally concluded without incident. Earlier, she had worried about whether the madam would cause a scene, but now, seeing Yi Li's response, her concerns eased. "Now, let us drink from the cup," Shi continued. Shi-san approached the stage, carrying two cups filled with a crimson liquid, the contents a mystery, be it wine or blood. Yi Li accepted the cup. But upon seeing the liquid, he hesitated, furrowing his brow beneath the veil. Before he could speak, Li Yiqian pulled him into her embrace, intertwining their arms and downing the contents of her cup in one go. Witnessing this, Yi Li hesitated briefly, but upon meeting her gaze, a chill coursed through him, compelling him to gulp down the liquid in fear. As the liquid slid down his throat, a metallic taste spread within him. Yet rather than revulsion, he found it surprisingly delightful. After Yi Li drank, Li Yiqian smiled softly and murmured, "Xiao Li, you look beautiful today." Yi Li remained silent, unsure how to respond, his emotions tangled. Noticing his demeanor, Li Yiqian disregarded his feelings. Whether he accepted it or not, they were now husband and wife, and that was an unchangeable fact. In this world, men were traditionally conservative, and marriage was held in high esteem. The adage, "Marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog," rang true. Once wed, he was forever her man. Yi Li was no exception. For him, having been indoctrinated by his parents from a young age, His views on marriage were deeply ingrained. Chapter 43. A beauty like an ethereal being descending to earth. Sister Yu, look at the groom on stage. He seems so beautiful and full of grace. In the audience, Chun-Chi gazed at Yi Li's figure, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Though he could not see the man's true visage, how could someone who was to wed Li Yiqian possibly be lacking in appearance? Moreover, simply observing his poise while standing there revealed that he must have been a refined gentleman in life, certainly not someone raised in an ordinary household. But of course, this sentiment echoed in the hearts of many, as it was widely acknowledged that although Yi Li's family might not be exceedingly wealthy, they were indeed well off. Listening to Chun-Chi's remarks, Zhou Yu'er paid him no heed, her gaze intently fixed upon the groom on stage. This height, this demeanor, and most crucially, this scent. Why does it feel so familiar? Zhou Yu'er murmured to herself repeatedly. This sense of familiarity stirred memories of a past encounter, yet she could not recall where she had seen him before. Yu'er Jia, what are you thinking about? Chen Shuang inquired, noticing her distraction. Zhou Yu'er shook her head and turned her attention back to Yi Li on stage, saying, I find that man quite familiar. Yet I cannot place who he is. Hey, Yu'er Jia, let me tell you, don't do anything foolish. If you dare to disrupt the wedding, we will all suffer the consequences, Chen Shuang hastily warned. Zhou Yu'er remained silent, her eyes still fixed on the tall figure on stage. Meanwhile, the wedding ceremony proceeded smoothly. The second ritual of the cup exchange had concluded, and now the red veil could be lifted, as the host's voice resonated. The audience collectively held their breath, their eyes riveted to the stage. Everyone was eager to see what the groom looked like, who could elicit such gentleness from the tyrant. Li Yiqian, observing Yi Li, felt a thrill of excitement wash over her delicate, cold features. This moment, one she had envisioned countless times, was finally coming to fruition. She reached out to grasp the edge of the veil, gently lifting it away. At the instant the veil was lifted, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Li Yiqian, who had known Yi Li for years, was momentarily struck dumb upon seeing his face revealed. Beautiful, a beauty that seemed to descend from the heavens. At that moment, the phrase echoed in the minds of the audience. Why Yi Li appeared as if he were a celestial being fallen to earth, breathtaking to the point of leaving one breathless. His features were already striking, and now with the slightest touch of makeup, he appeared utterly enchanting, especially his eyes, which seemed to ensnare the very soul. Li Yiqian found herself momentarily lost in his gaze. This truly her groom. She was entranced, and not just her. Everyone below was equally spellbound. Though they were zombies, they were intelligent and discerning, and their taste remained unchanged. Upon witnessing such a beauty, they were captivated, particularly Zhou Yu'er, who stood up, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Li. This face, she could never forget. On stage, Li Yiqian regained her composure, her gaze upon Yi Li now ablaze with fervor. Her mind swirling with 100 fantasies. Observing her intense gaze, Yi Li felt a surge of discomfort but dared not reveal it, managing only a faint smile. The host, having also regained her composure, silently praised Yi Li in her heart. Truly, he was a man worthy of her master's affection, a peerless beauty. Although they had met before, he now radiated an even more dazzling charm. She vowed she had never seen a man so stunning. Xiao Li, you look truly beautiful today, Li Yiqian exclaimed, her hand caressing Yi Li's cheek in admiration. You too, Yi Li replied modestly, his cheeks flushed with warmth, feeling the weight of many eyes upon him. A natural reaction for a boy of his disposition. Yet, this bashfulness only served to ignite a fire within Li Yiqian, making her yearn to retreat to their chamber sooner. Fortunately, the thought was quickly dismissed. It was not yet time, as there were matters still to attend to. At that moment, the host announced, the ceremony is complete. Please welcome the bride and groom to the bridal chamber. With her words, her companion stepped forward respectfully, parting to create a path. Li Yiqian said nothing further, taking Yi Li's hand and leading him outside. They traversed the courtyard and entered a grand residence, their marital abode, now adorned festively, with couplets and red lanterns embellishing the beams and doorways. Yi Li felt a flutter of nerves as he observed the surroundings, glancing at Li Yiqian's back, then at the decor. Hesitating before saying, Yiqian Jia, I can walk by myself, he spoke tentatively, mindful of her potential displeasure, as he found himself genuinely intimidated by her now. Yet, Li Yiqian remained silent, continuing to lead him toward their chamber. Yi contemplated withdrawing his hand, but after a moment's thought, he allowed her to guide him. Before long, they arrived at a beautifully adorned bedroom, and Yi anxiety heightened as he surveyed the lavish decor. At the center of the room stood a grand bed, laden with rose petals and sheer red drapes that offered a glimpse of the interior. Just as he was lost in thought, Li Yiqian closed the bedroom door, and before he could react, he found himself swept off his feet and placed on the bed. Yiqian Jia, he began, but his words were swiftly silenced as Li Yiqian pressed her lips against his. The sudden kiss caught Yi off guard. He instinctively reached to push her away, but she captured his hands with one of hers, pinning them atop his head, rendering him immobile. Yiqian Jia. Please, Yi struggled to articulate, but before he could finish his plea, Li Yiqian's tongue slipped into his mouth that a delicate fragrance, mingled with a uniquely feminine scent, enveloped him. Yi yearned to refuse, but the disparity in their strength left him powerless to escape. The kiss lingered for what felt like an eternity. 3 hours later, Yi lay alone on the bed, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. Li Yiqian had departed after satisfying her desires, as she had other matters to attend to. During those 3 harrowing hours, no amount of struggling or pleading could sway her. She had been like a ravenous beast, relentlessly pursuing her desires and allowing him no respite. The intensity of her fervor had surpassed all bounds. In those 3 hours, he had endured unimaginable torment, each moment bringing him closer to unconsciousness. He could not comprehend why, despite his transformation into a zombie, he felt such pain. Initially, he had fought back with vigor, but when her onslaught began, he found himself utterly defenseless. Ultimately, he lacked the strength to resist her, to push her away, or even to cry out for mercy. As memories of that nightmarish experience flooded back, tears began to stream down his face once more. He stared blankly at the ceiling, weeping uncontrollably, as if releasing an endless tide of grievances that had finally found their outlet in that moment. His tears streamed down his exquisite cheeks, soaking the pillowcase, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Lost in his sorrowful daze, he wept incessantly, like a child, tears cascading without respite. Why must you treat me this way? What have I done wrong? Yi choked out, her eyes brimming with sadness and grievance. At this moment, he longed to return home, to see his parents, his sister, and the once gentle Yiqian Jia. But alas, he could never go back. On the other side, in the grand hall of the villa, the zombies exchanged glances, none showing any intention of leaving. After all, as long as Li Yiqian had not declared the gathering over, no one could depart. At that moment, Yi observed the crowd of zombies beneath the stage and said, "Everyone, please be patient. The lady should be arriving shortly." Although he spoke reassuringly, Yi felt a twinge of curiosity about what Li Yiqian was up to. It had already been over 3 hours. And logically, even if they had gone straight to the bridal chamber, it shouldn't take this long. Could it be that the lady possessed extraordinary stamina and had been engaged for 3 hours? The thought seemed improbable. While Li Yiqian was indeed powerful, such endurance seemed excessive, even if she had consumed Wei Jia. Just as Yi's mind wandered, a cold voice interrupted from behind her. "Yi, you may leave now." Startled, Yi turned sharply to find Li Yiqian standing behind her, seemingly appearing from nowhere. "Lady." Yi quickly offered a respectful bow. Li Yiqian nodded slightly, instructing, "Yi, you may go. I wish to speak with them." Yi complied respectfully and stepped aside. Once Yi had departed, Li Yiqian's gaze fell upon the assembly of zombies below. P.S. This chapter has been revised. Chapter 45. The plot is uncovered. War breaks out. The gathered zombies felt the sharpness of her gaze and instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her eyes. Yet, among them was Zhao Ting, who was unafraid. Zhao Ting looked up at Li Yiqian, her expression calm and collected, betraying no hint of panic. Noticing this, Li Yiqian merely wore a look of disdain, choosing not to dwell on her actions. After a moment, she coldly addressed the assembly. "It is indeed a rare occasion for us to gather here tonight, and I would like to take this opportunity to discuss a matter with you all." The crowd of zombies was taken aback, puzzled by Li Yiqian's intentions. Ignoring their confusion, she retrieved a stack of envelopes from her pocket and handed them to Yi, saying, "Yi, deliver these letters to the leaders of the 4 major districts." Yi took the envelopes. Though she was unsure of their contents, she obediently complied. The other zombies remained baffled. "Sister Yu, What is this about? Chen Shuang inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I have no idea. Zhou Yu replied, shaking her head, her mind elsewhere at that moment. She was preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Li, her stunning visage lingering in her mind. She couldn't fathom why she had encountered Yi Li here. Nor could she comprehend why he had married this tyrant. Her thoughts were in disarray. Sure, Yi distributed each envelope to the rulers of the various districts. After she left, Li Yiqian continued. This letter is from the higher-ups of Hua country. You may take a look. Upon hearing that it was a communication from the higher authorities, the zombie's expressions turned grave. Even Zhou Yu focused her attention and opened the envelope. As she read the contents, shock and disbelief washed over their faces. How can this be? A conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Li Yiqian, what exactly do you intend to do? The leaders of the 3 districts questioned angrily. Their faces ablaze with fury. The letter had officially acknowledged their existence and even assigned them a label, non-human. Furthermore, the letter explicitly stated 2 points. Firstly, there had been a large-scale outbreak of zombies abroad, exhibiting formidable strength, and their grasp was now extending towards Hua country. Secondly, the authorities intended to summon intelligent non-humans to unite against the foreign threat. After discussions among various nations, they had coordinated to create a battlefield specifically for zombies. Aptly named, Zombie Battlefield, this battlefield would officially commence in 1 month, and Hua country hoped they would respond to the call to join the fight. Should they refuse, Hua country would abandon the region and proceed with nuclear bombardment. This zombie battlefield would feature powerful zombies from various nations, and any who retained memories from their former lives would be obliged to participate. Observing the fury etched on their faces, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes turned icy as she addressed the 3 zombies. Are you implying that I am lying? Under her gaze, Yi Ting and Feng Li shuddered, while Zhao Ting stood up defiantly, exclaiming, Tyrant, do you really think we are fools? The handwriting on this letter is clearly yours, and your intentions could not be more evident. You are attempting to lure us away to seize our territory. Zhao Ting was acutely aware of Li Yiqian's handwriting. Initially taken aback, she quickly connected the dots upon examining the letters. Upon hearing her words, a look of disappointment crossed Li Yiqian's face. You are clever, but overly so. With that, she acted decisively, leaving no room for them to react, although she had intended to offer them a chance at survival. Their discovery of her scheme left her with no other recourse. Li Yiqian suddenly launched her attack. The zombies were thrown into a state of alarm, particularly Zhao Ting, who was directly facing her. Tyrant, you dare to insult the dead. Zhao Ting quickly retaliated with a punch, a fierce gust of energy erupting and toppling nearby chairs and tables. Li Yiqian maintained her icy demeanor, delivering a punch of her own that surged toward Zhao Ting. Boom! The 2 forces collided, sending shockwaves that lifted the weaker zombies off their feet. This is bad. Zhou Yu sensed the impending danger as the 2 clashed, swiftly grabbing Chen Shuang's arm to retreat and avoid the chaos. Tyrant, you dare to employ such a crude deception? Zhao Ting, having been knocked back several meters by the force, steadied herself. Her face filled with rage. Li Yiqian regarded Zhao Ting with an unyielding expression, her eyes glinting with a cold menace. She advanced toward Zhao Ting, her eyes filled with palpable killing intent, and a massive blood-red scythe materialized in her hand. Zhao Ting felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively retreating while shouting, You too, why are you still watching? Attack! At Zhao Ting's command, Yi Ting and Feng Li finally snapped out of their stupor, exchanging glances before charging at Li Yiqian. Tyrant, you have no one to blame but yourself for monopolizing so many resources. Feng Li shouted, her face contorted with fury. Li Yiqian's eyes flashed with cold light as she swung her blood-red scythe, unleashing a fierce wave of energy toward the 2. The 3 attacks collided, erupting into a blinding white light, the force radiating outward, causing even the villa to begin to collapse. Tyrant, prepare to meet your end. Just as Li Yiqian was entangled with Yi Ting, Zhao Ting roared, suddenly appearing at her side. She wielded a massive hammer, bringing it down forcefully onto Li Yiqian's back. 1,000 po in her perception. No matter how formidable Li Yiqian might be, she was merely at the late stage of the 4th tier. Just like herself, if a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome was far from certain. Moreover, the strike she had just delivered was executed with all her might, capable of inflicting severe damage. In Zhao Ting's eyes, Li Yiqian's current demeanor was nothing more than a facade, facing imminent death. Just based on the capabilities of these 2 weaklings, Li Yiqian regarded the two zombies before her with a gaze filled with derision. Her previous feigned injury was a deliberate tactic to instill a sense of overconfidence in them, ensuring they would not consider launching an attack on Yi Li's location, should she choose to strike suddenly. It would likely become difficult to restrain her. Whether they are truly worthless will be revealed once I eliminate you. At these words, Zhao Ting was instantly consumed by fury, her grip tightening around the colossal hammer as she swung it toward Li Yiqian. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to Li Yiqian, the hammer whistling down with tremendous force. Humph! A flicker of disdain crossed Li Yiqian's eyes as she swung her blood-red scythe forward. And in an instant, two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The deafening sound of the explosion echoed as the surrounding structures crumbled, and the ground beneath them formed a massive crater as the two engaged. Yi Ting's expression shifted dramatically. The tyrant's strength surpasses my expectations. This thought surged through Zhao Ting's mind, prompting her to shout, "Yi Ting, are you just going to watch?" As if in response to her words. Yi Ting's figure had already appeared behind Li Yiqian, a sharp long knife glinting in her hand. "Tyrant, prepare to meet your end." A sinister glint flashed in Yi Ting's eyes as her right hand wielded the knife, aimed directly at Li Yiqian's back. "Humph!" Li Yiqian scoffed, her grip tightening as she sent Zhao Ting flying with a single blow, and in a swift motion, she pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Yi Ting's abdomen. Thud. A muffled thud resounded as Yi Ting was launched backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Before she could regain her senses, a shout rang out, "Yi Ting, be careful!" Just as the warning fell, a crimson light pierced through the air, slicing toward her neck with a terrifying momentum. Yi Ting was instantly alarmed, hastily drawing her long knife for defense, but the impact left her arms numb, propelling her over 20 meters away, just as Li Yiqian sought to press her advantage. A furious roar erupted from behind her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped her. Boom! A colossal hammer descended with ferocious force, crashing down upon Li Yiqian, sending her figure crashing into the ground. The immense sound reverberated across the vicinity, causing the earth to tremble. Such formidable aftershocks from the battle. "Sister Yu, do you think this tyrant could truly be slain?" From a distance, Qin Shuang watched the unfolding chaos at the center of the battle, her face filled with trepidation. She and Zhou Yuer stood at a considerable distance, yet the sheer magnitude of the power was palpable. With such strength, it was entirely possible that the tyrant could be killed. "That foolish creature, wishing to slay the tyrant. You are overestimating things. Even 3 of her would not stand a chance against this tyrant," Zhou Yuer replied with a look of disdain. She had fought against Li Yiqian before, and she doubted they could even draw out 1/3 of her strength in this level of combat. Qin Shuang fell silent at her words, but soon noticed something amiss. Where had her brother, Qin Shi, gone? "Sister Yu, have you seen my brother?" Qin Shuang inquired anxiously. She had been focused on the battle, completely oblivious to her brother's whereabouts. Observing her distress, Zhou Yuer attempted to reassure her. "Don't worry, Shao Qi will be fine. I sent him to take care of something." Hearing that her brother was safe, Qin Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her relief quickly turned to confusion as she questioned, "Sister Yu, what did you send Shao Qi to do?" She felt perplexed, unsure what task could possibly be entrusted to her unreliable brother. Zhou Yuer, upon hearing this, suddenly appeared flustered, her words stumbling as she replied, "Well, it's nothing much, just asked him to find someone." "Finding someone?" Noticing Zhou Yuer's evasive demeanor, Qin Shuang squinted her eyes, a look of suspicion crossing her face as she asked, "Sister Yu, the person you want to find. It wouldn't happen to be the tyrant's man, would it?" This was Li Yiqian's territory. She didn't know anyone else here. The only person she could think of was the man from the wedding. After all, she had clearly seen Zhou Yuer's eyes widen in fascination as she gazed at that strikingly handsome man during the unveiling. Ahem. Zhou Yuer, upon hearing this, flushed with embarrassment, feigning a cough to cover her discomfort. "Xiao Shuang, you're overthinking it. How could your sister Yu be interested in such a person?" Observing Zhou Yuer's flustered attempts to deflect, Qin Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Yu, you wouldn't actually send Shao Qi to find the tyrant's man, would you?" "And no." Zhou Yuer avoided her gaze, hastily denying it, and then quickly added, "Xiao Shuang, you misunderstood. I merely wanted to have a few words with brotherly." Realizing that Qin Shuang didn't believe her, Zhou Yuer understood that she could no longer conceal the truth and decided to lay it all bare. Upon hearing her admission, Qin Shuang felt as though the sky had collapsed. Only Zhou Yuer would dare seek out the tyrant's man. If that tyrant found out, wouldn't they be torn to shreds? With this thought, Qin Shuang's face paled with concern as she rushed to Zhou Yuer's side, gripping her wrist with urgency. Sister Yu, we must quickly take Xiao Qi and leave. If the tyrant discovers this, we will undoubtedly be obliterated. Oh, it's fine. Xiao Shuang Dai was only afraid she might find out, which is why I sent him now. Xiao Qi has probably found him already, Zhou Yuer explained softly. Hearing this, Qin Shuang, feeling utterly despondent, released her grip and sank to the ground, murmuring, "It's over, everything is over. If I had known, I would have never let Sister Yu come here." To her, Zhou Yuer daring to sneak away the groom was tantamount to courting disaster. Besides, if that tyrant caught wind of it, they would be in dire straits. Observing her friend's despair, Zhou Yuer quickly attempted to console her. "It's fine. Shuang.no one will find out. Besides, this is a matter of my life, and I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Just stop worrying." With that, she puffed out her chest proudly, as if reveling in the chance she had found. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had caught a glimpse of Yi Li and was utterly captivated by his beauty. Thus began her infatuation, leading her to follow him relentlessly, ultimately becoming deeply enamored. She had longed to muster the courage to approach him and befriend him, but her insecurities about her own height had held her back. However, now she felt entitled and ready to take that step. She was determined to fulfill her unaccomplished wish, to claim him for herself. Chapter 47. Seizing the chaos to escape, Yi Li's despair. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Yi Li lay on the wedding bed, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had departed, devoid of any expression. Listening to the cacophony outside, he exhibited no reaction, as though he were oblivious. It wasn't until he felt the tremors of the earth that he came back to his senses. Rising from the bed, he donned the vibrant red wedding attire, but as he stood, his legs unexpectedly weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Leaning against the table, he steadied himself, bewildered as he looked down at his legs. Questioning why they had suddenly turned to jelly despite feeling perfectly fine, but he felt no pain or discomfort, save for the numerous wounds inflicted by Li Yiqian. Could it be that he was transforming into a zombie? Surely, there would be some reaction. Yi Li speculated inwardly. Just then, another deafening roar echoed, pulling his thoughts back into focus. Trembling, he approached the window and peered outside, where brilliant white flashes intermittently illuminated the distance. Accompanied by resounding explosions, he witnessed the unfolding chaos. A flicker of joy ignited within his heart. Someone is attacking. Recalling Li Yiqian's earlier words, he easily deduced that her plans were likely tied to the ongoing battle. Escape. This is the perfect moment to flee. I must escape, Yi Li murmured excitedly to himself, then turned and dashed out of the door, barefoot, and without even putting on his shoes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Observing the commotion from afar, he understood that it was a chance to break free. If he missed it, he feared he would never have another such opportunity. As he opened the door to the bridal chamber, he was met by the sight of a man standing at the threshold. The man stared at Yi Li, momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting him to emerge. Yi Li, too, was stunned. He was certain that the figure before him was a zombie. Regaining his composure first, he immediately bolted to the right. Encountering other zombies in this place, one need not ponder. It is undoubtedly a surveillance sent by Li Yiqian to keep watch over him. Chun Yi, having snapped out of his stupor, immediately noticed Yi Li fleeing and swiftly pursued her, shouting as he ran, "Groom, wait, you cannot leave." However, Yi Li paid no heed to his cries, realizing he was gaining on her. A surge of urgency coursed through her, and with a resolute heart, she unleashed her awakened ability, Ice Wall. In a flurry of panic, Yi Li turned and waved her hand, channeling her power. As her words fell, a frigid wall erupted from the ground, obstructing Chun Chi's path. An awakened one. Chun Chi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the ice wall. Seeing him halt, Yi Li wasted no time and dashed toward the barrier. Not daring to linger, this ability had long since awakened within her, an ice attribute power she had refrained from using in front of Li Yiqian, for revealing her awakening would mean revealing her last line of defense. Her means of escape. At this moment, Chun Chi remained in a daze, unable to comprehend how a mere zombie could wield such powers. Could it be that this groom had been an awakened one in life? But there was no time for contemplation. He shattered the ice wall and immediately resumed his pursuit, his mission being to capture her and return her to the West District. She could not be allowed to escape. Yi Li, sensing his approach, hastened her pace. Yet, being an ordinary zombie, and having endured the torment from Li Yiqian earlier, she stood no chance against Qin Shi, who was at the mid-tier of the third stage. No, don't come any closer. Yi Li sprinted desperately, but still could not shake him off, her despair intensifying. That I don't want to be captured again. I truly do not want to return. No one can make me go back. You shall die. As Qin Shi closed in, Yi Li conjured a spear forged from ice, directing it at him and thrusting with all her might. Yet, her full-force strike was easily evaded by Qin Shi, who merely grasped the spear, crushing it into several fragments. Groom, please calm down. I mean you no harm. Qin Shi spoke gently, but before he could finish, Yi Li formed another spear and lunged at him again. Ah, groom, please don't do this. I truly have no ill intentions, Qin Shi exclaimed in haste, but Yi Li, in her current state, could not process his words. The torment she had suffered over the past few days had left her mind in a heightened state of tension. And upon seeing Qin Shi, she had lost all semblance of rationality. The spear sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, imbued with lethal intent, aimed at Qin Shi. Observing this, he quickly took 2 steps back to evade the attack. In truth, he could have withstood the blow, but he could not harm the groom, so he opted to avoid the strike instead. Seeing her attack miss, a ruthless glint flickered in Yi Li's eyes as she hurled the spear at him with all her strength before turning to flee. She had to escape. She must escape. She did not wish to return to that hellish place, to see Li Yiqian's face again, or to hear her voice. She was a demon. She had to run. The farther, the better. She intended to reach City A, to find Shui Wanqing, to search for her sister. She could not be captured again. If she were to be taken back now, a torturous fate awaited her. That agony was an experience she wished to avoid at all costs. She would rather die than endure such inhumane torment again. Qin Shi deftly dodged the spear Yi Li had thrown and immediately gave chase once more. Groom, please don't run. I mean you no harm. I simply wish to ask you to return with me. Stay away. I would rather die than go back with you. Upon hearing his words, Yi Li screamed in terror. Quickening her pace, Qin Shi sighed deeply at this, hastening his own speed until he was suddenly beside her, reaching out to grasp her wrist. Groom, cease your struggles. It is of no benefit to you, and only complicates matters for me. Qin Shi's expression was one of concern. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the groom. He merely wished to take her back. After all, let go of me. I refuse to return with you. You are all demons, only demons that devour humans. Yi Li cried out, struggling fiercely, her eyes reddened with tears. She did not wish to go back, to return to that infernal place. If Li Yiqian were to discover that she had escaped amid the chaos, she would undoubtedly be met with a whip, a pain she could never forget. She could not endure such suffering again. Chapter 48. It seems my little Li is quite disobedient. Noticing her agitation, Qin Shi could only let out a resigned sigh. Though he had been instructed not to harm her, he felt regret was unavoidable. With that, he raised his hand, preparing to render her unconscious. Stop! A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, Qin Shi, feeling the sudden force, was taken aback and turned to see Corpse 2 charging toward them, fury etched upon its face. This is bad, Qin Shi thought, quickly grasping Yi Li's hand and fleeing. Humph! Wanna run? Capture the groom. Corpse 2 scoffed upon witnessing their attempt to escape, conjuring 2 blood-red daggers in its hands and swiftly appearing beside Shen Qiu. In response, Qin Shi, not daring to underestimate the situation, promptly pushed Yi Li away and summoned a dagger to barely parry the incoming attack. Madam, retreat quickly. It is unsafe outside, Corpse 2 shouted to Yi Li in the language of zombies, now a zombie herself. Yi Li understood the words. Upon hearing this, she scrambled to her feet, glancing at the 2 confronting zombies, and quickly grasped the situation. All right, be careful, she called out before dashing toward the wall without looking back. Qin Shi, witnessing her flight, intended to pursue her, but as soon as he moved, a terrifying aura locked onto him. Humph, you shall remain here, Corpse 2 sneered, swinging the daggers toward Qin Shi, realizing he could not confront it head-on. Qin Shi swiftly dodged, with his current strength at the mid-tier of the third stage. Facing Corpse 2, a late-stage third-tier zombie, would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he had to focus entirely on defense, unable to afford any distractions. Yi Li observed the unfolding scene behind her, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Not daring to delay, She reached the wall's edge, utilizing her powers to create a rudimentary ladder and leaping over. Outside the wall, a multitude of zombies had already gathered, drawn by the noise and rushing toward Yi Li. Given it was nighttime, the vision of these ordinary zombies was severely impaired, compelling them to rely solely on sound to locate their target. Yi Li, seeing the horde of zombies rushing towards her, turned pale and sprinted forward. The villa was situated in the city center, and outside the walls loomed numerous towering buildings. Presently, the zombies were mostly roaming the streets. Although Yi Li was now a zombie, infighting among their kind was common, so she dared not linger, knowing that having only fled a short distance was hardly sufficient. Barefoot, Yi Li dashed down the street. Her vibrant red wedding attire a striking sight. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Li Yiqian was relentlessly forcing Zhao Ting and the two zombies to retreat. Damn it, how can this tyrant be so powerful? Zhao Ting cursed inwardly as she was sent flying. Logically, she had already broken through to the late stage of the 4th tier. Even if she were to be outmatched, it shouldn't have been to this extent. Yet, despite her and Yi Ting's combined efforts, they found themselves utterly overpowered. It was utterly outrageous. Just as her anxiety reached a peak, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by the thud of a severed head landing before her. Looking down, she realized it was Yi Ting's head. Now, it is your turn. At that moment, Li Yiqian's icy voice resonated, causing Zhao Ting's heart to lurch with fear. She lifted her gaze to the figure above, dread swelling within her. Tyrant, you are supposed to be at the late stage of the 4th tier. How can you be so strong? Zhao Ting shouted in defiance, though both were at the same tier. Why was there such a disparity in strength? She was unwilling to accept this. Your words are excessive, Li Yiqian retorted sharply, raising her scythe high. Her crimson eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty aura, veins bulging as she coldly declared, "Reap!" At the utterance of her command, Zhao Ting barely had time to react before her head was violently severed, falling to the ground and splattering blood everywhere. Li Yiqian gazed down at the lifeless body, a cold smirk gracing her lips. She had initially considered sparing them, but it seemed unnecessary now. With that, her figure vanished from sight, reappearing beside Feng Li. Feng Li, who had been battling Corpse One, suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger and paled, dodging to the left, but it was too late. With a swift motion, Feng Li's neck was severed, blood gushing forth and staining the ground red. Thus, the 3 dominant figures from the east, north, and south districts fell. Thank you, my lord, for your timely rescue. Corpse One immediately knelt before Li Yiqian, his body bearing numerous wounds, though they quickly healed. Rise. Li Yiqian glanced at her, speaking coldly. Thank you, my lord. Corpse One replied respectfully, her face reflecting excitement. She had always known her master was formidable, but this was beyond her expectations. To defeat opponents at the late and mid stages of the 4th tier in less than half an hour. What kind of strength did that require? The more she contemplated, the deeper her admiration for Li Yiqian grew. Please, eliminate the remaining minions, Li Yiqian commanded coldly, her gaze fixed on the 3rd tier zombies still engaged in battle. Yes, upon hearing her words, Shi immediately dashed towards the positions of Shi San and Shi Si. Meanwhile, Li Yiqian remained rooted to the spot, her exquisite, enchanting face shrouded in shadow, her hand gripping the scythe tightening with rage. Veins pulsing visibly, she lifted her head, a smile creeping onto her lips as she glanced in a certain direction, her voice icy. It appears my little Li is being disobedient. With that, her figure vanished from sight in an instant. At that moment, Yi Li had already arrived at an office building, weakly leaning against the wall as he sat down, wary of the zombies lurking outside the corridor. Not daring to relax for a moment, since his escape from the villa, he had been running for over half an hour, during which he had fallen countless times, nearly unable to rise on one occasion. He was acutely aware that his body was betraying him. Even though he felt no pain or fatigue, he could not command it. Thus, he had no choice but to seek refuge in this office building. Hiding away, he was currently on the 8th floor, where the number of zombies was minimal, with only 5 or 6 visible in the corridor. Chapter 49. Hide and seek. This floor of the office building was quite spacious. Approximately over 100 square meters, with numerous workstations, yet it was entirely devoid of people, lending it an air of desolation. Yi Li was currently concealed in the innermost office, not daring to utter a single breath, fearful of being discovered by the zombies outside. Although he had closed the door behind him, it was made of glass, offering poor sound insulation and mediocre protection. Thus, Yili remained vigilant, knowing he could no longer run. Barely able to stand, as his body could no longer endure the strain. Hiding behind the door, Yili cautiously opened it a crack, then carefully leaned forward to peer through the gap. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, obscured except for a few shadowy figures. Not even a sound could be heard, the floor eerily silent. His eyes fixated on the shadows beyond the door, dread filled his heart. He took a deep breath, slowly retracting his head and gently closing the door once more, shutting his eyes and leaning against the wall, striving to relax his frayed nerves. However, his body continued to tremble slightly. Dio zombies feel no pain. Yili opened his eyes, glancing at the bloody soles of his feet, that if this injury had occurred in the past, he would have been in excruciating agony. Yet now he felt nothing, merely the visual perception of pain. Despite the absence of physical discomfort, he knew that if left untreated, his foot would surely become infected, ultimately losing sensation, a natural consequence, akin to those patients who cannot feel pain if he allowed the wound to progress unchecked. It would only be a matter of time before his body ceased to obey him. It seems I must find a suitable pair of shoes and some disinfectant. Suddenly, a crisp doorbell rang, shattering the stillness of the floor. Yili, lost in thought, froze as if struck by lightning, unable to move. The doorbell is ringing. Panic surged within him at the sound. A chill ran down his spine, spreading rapidly throughout his body. The bell continued to ring, each chime echoing unervingly in the silent corridor. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant ringing gnawed at his nerves, and Yili covered his mouth in terror, afraid to make a sound. Is it a living person? But why would a living person ring the doorbell? Do they not fear attracting zombies? No, it's the end of the world. Who would ring a doorbell at a time like this? Furthermore, did they not worry that the noise would draw other zombies near? Moreover, when he had fled upstairs, there had been no one on this floor, and with the ringing continuing for so long, why had he not heard any zombie growls or commotion? All signs pointed to the fact that whoever was ringing the bell was certainly not human. As this realization struck him, an unrelenting chill enveloped Yili, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. In the midst of his panic, the ringing escalated in urgency, its rapid pace sounding eerily unnatural in the stillness of the floor. Yili found himself devoid of any strength to think. Nearly on the brink of collapse, an unprecedented chill coursing through him, making him tremble uncontrollably. Ding dong. With the final chime, an oppressive silence fell over the 8th floor, as if everything that had just transpired had been a mere illusion. 1 second, 2 seconds, until 3 seconds passed without further ringing. A flicker of relief washed over Yili. Had it left? With this thought, he knelt on the ground and cautiously cracked the door open, peering into the corridor. However, the sight that greeted him instantly froze him in place. Outside the glass door, a pair of blood-red eyes were locked onto the office door. Upon noticing Yili, a strange smile unfurled across her face. Their eyes met, and a wave of primal fear surged through Yili's mind. He could hardly believe his eyes. His body trembled involuntarily as the name echoed in his thoughts. Li Yiqian. In that moment, a wave of cold surged from his feet to his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He quickly averted his gaze, curling up on the ground, his body shaking incessantly. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from outside, followed by Li Yiqian's icy voice penetrating Yili's ears. Darling, if you come out on your own now, perhaps I can spare you some suffering. But if I have to find you, then you shall have no one to blame but yourself for the consequences. I will count to 3. If you are not out by then, I will come looking for you. 3, 2. Yili trembled uncontrollably, his face paling as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. 1. With the utterance of 1, Li Yiqian's expression darkened as she stepped into the company. With each step, the crisp sounds of her heels echoed clearly in the air. Darling, let me guess where you are, Li Yiqian said, a playful smile curling her lips as her gaze swept around. I suspect you must be in the office, right? Upon hearing the word office, Yili trembled even more violently. He could hardly fathom the consequences if Li Yiqian truly found him. The thought of that torment made him want to cry. Tap, tap, tap. As the sound of high heels grew nearer, Li Yiqian approached the office door. Creak. The soft sound of the door opening resonated as she stepped into the office. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Yili, yet a few drops of fresh blood marked the doorway. Narrowing her crimson eyes, a cruel smile graced her lips. It seems my little Lee is quite adept at hiding. Indeed, not in the office. With that, she exited the office, her red gaze sweeping over the workstations. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she hurried towards the central workstation. Found you, she exclaimed, peering underneath the desk, only to find it empty. Yet the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. She frowned. Could I have been mistaken? Perhaps little Lee is not here, Li Qian murmured, her face betraying her uncertainty. He should not be here. Otherwise, I would not be unable to find him. With those words, she turned to leave. Listening to the sounds of her footsteps receding in the corridor, Yi Li, paralyzed by fear, dared not make a move until he was certain the corridor was silent once more. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The sight of her looking towards the workstation had nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest, for he was hiding right beside that very desk. Had she glanced his way, he would surely have been discovered. That was close. In that moment, Yi Li finally understood what true fear meant. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, swirling in his gaze as he fought to remain silent. I cannot stay here. It is no longer safe. I must find another place. With this thought, Yi Li resolved to rise from the ground. Suddenly, a few strands of hair fell from the back of his head, and a pair of high heels came into view. The moment he caught sight of the heels, his body stiffened, his mind blanking out as he stood frozen in place, forgetting every action. Slowly, he lifted his gaze, and before him appeared a stunningly beautiful face that filled him with dread. Li Qian was then leaning down to look at him, and upon seeing his gaping mouth and the tears streaming down his cheeks, an eerie smile spread across her face. So, my little Lee is right here. Chapter 50. The eerie sound puff, puff, puffed out as she spoke. She reached out and grasped Yi Li's shoulders, lifting him up. Little Lee, do you enjoy this kind of scenario as well? She gently traced his jawline with her finger, her tone soft and coaxing. At this moment, Yi Li was so terrified that he could hardly utter a word, his body trembling from the pain he felt. Why aren't you answering me? Li Qian continued, her voice still tender. I happen to adore such scenarios. Having spoken, she grasped his hand and led him inside. At this moment, Yi Li finally regained her composure. No, please, no. Observing her expression, Yi Li understood her intentions, yet he was unwilling to endure that kind of agony again. She was simply too relentless, and with time still on her side, she would not relent until he was left battered and bruised. The welts, red marks, and bite marks adorning his body were all inflicted by her, and the pain from his wounds still lingered. No. Li Qian scoffed, her enchanting visage swiftly transforming into one of ferocity. While you may not desire it, I am quite eager. No, please, Qian, I was wrong. I won't run away again. I implore you to forgive me just this once. I beg you. Qian. Yi Li struggled desperately, attempting to pry her fingers apart. But the disparity in their strength rendered his efforts futile. Li Qian paid no heed to his pleas, for in her view, words could never match the deterrent power of actions. Besides, how could she trust Yi Li's words? She knew he was not remorseful, but merely aware of the impending punishment. Thus, she resolved to let him fully experience the consequences of his actions. Soon, the only sounds echoing through the building were the endless cries for mercy, during which no zombies dared to interrupt. In fact, the entire building was devoid of any undead presence. 3 hours later, within the dilapidated factory in the Western District. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being able to bring back the person you wanted. Chen Shi spoke weakly to Zhou Yu, who sat atop a machine. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing tattered, and his wounds were a gruesome sight, blood oozing profusely. These were the remnants of his encounter with the second zombie. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have likely met his demise there. It's all right, as long as you returned safely, Shao-Chi. Zhou Yu did not blame him, but instead inquired, Shao-Chi, did they see what you looked like? No, I covered my face when I went. Chen Shi replied truthfully. That's a relief. Zhou Yu nodded, affirming that this was not his fault, acknowledging the formidable strength of their adversaries. Since you weren't discovered, focus on recuperating. Thank you, Chen Shi expressed weakly upon hearing her words. Before stepping back, Chen Shuang gazed at her brother's retreating figure, a wave of concern washing over her. It is crucial to note that in skirmishes among zombies, the weapons they wield are forged from blood. If injured, healing becomes exceedingly difficult and is often accompanied by pain. This explains why Chen Chi's wounds continued to bleed without showing signs of healing. Xiao Shuang, go tend to Shao Qi. It is my fault for allowing him to take such risks. Zhou Yuer glanced apologetically at the troubled Qin Shuang. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang shook her head, saying, Yuer, do not speak like that. I understand your intentions, and you need not feel guilt. She bore no resentment towards Zhou Yuer, for she was the elder sister and their benefactor. Without her earlier care, it was likely they would still be two mindless zombies. That it was my oversight. Zhou Yuer shook her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. Upon reflection, although Li Yiqian had been delayed by two formidable opponents, she had sent only one mid-tier third-stage fighter to retrieve the groom, which was rather reckless. Despite being zombies, their newly acquired intelligence mirrored the wisdom of their former lives, as did their emotions. All right, Xiao Shuang, no more need for discussion. Go and care for Xiao Qi, and we shall address everything else later. Zhou Yuer interjected as she noticed Qin Shuang's desire to speak further. Qin Shuang, understanding the situation, nodded and departed, her concern for her brother's well-being evident. Once Qin Shuang had left, Zhou Yuer found herself alone in the factory. She gazed out at the night sky, murmuring, Xiaoli, had I known, I would have gone to capture you myself. Her voice was soft and gentle, her face displaying a sickly charm, as if she were recounting a beautiful tale. P.S. This version has also been refined, as there were many parts that may have been difficult to read. Chapter 51. Xiaoli, what should you call me? 2 days later, in an office within a skyscraper, Li Yiqian gazed longingly at the slumbering Yi Li in her arms. A faint satisfaction gracing her features, reflecting on the intense battles of the past 2 days. A smile crept upon her lips as she caressed Yi Li's cheek, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Xiaoli, let us see if you dare to flee again, she whispered softly. Observing Yi Li, battered and weary, her heart wavered with compassion, yet what prevailed was the desire to punish him, for she understood his nature, ever so foolish. Unaware of her affections, had she not been so overt in her displays, he would likely never have recognized her feelings for him. Though he had no intention of enticing her, his obliviousness inadvertently drew others in. Thus, she resorted to such measures, intending to convey to him the boundaries of permissible actions and to make him aware of the reality of their bond. Xiaoli, I have finally claimed you. Li Yiqian murmured, leaning down to kiss him. Suddenly, Yi Li emitted a muffled murmur. The warmth of her lips and the searing pain coursing through his body jolted him to a greater awareness. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Li Yiqian's enlarged face. He refrained from vocalizing his thoughts or struggling. He simply allowed her to embrace him and kiss him. He knew that no matter how he resisted, it would be in vain. Over the past 2 days, he had tried countless methods to escape or retaliate, yet none had succeeded. In fact, his failed attempts had only intensified her fervor. He realized that in this lifetime, he would likely never escape this woman. He was acutely aware that he was destined to be utterly consumed by her. Time passed, and eventually, Li Yiqian ceased her kisses. She lifted her gaze to see that Yi Li had awakened, and she spoke softly. You're awake. Don't you want to rest a little longer? In response, Yi Li remained silent, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, anger, fear, and resentment. Ultimately, he could only wearily close his eyes and turn his head away from her. He felt utterly exhausted. Not only did he lack the strength to resist, but he also found himself devoid of the energy to even raise his hand against her. It is important to note that in a society ruled by women, the physical strength of boys is inherently lesser, and a male's first experience leads to a period of weakness lasting 3 days. This condition applies even to zombies. Moreover, for those like her, who possessed intelligence, their appearance bore no distinction from that of ordinary humans. However, their regenerative abilities were vastly superior, granting them powers beyond that of typical individuals. Those like them, who were high-tier intelligent zombies, could be likened to a form of super-evolved humanity. But Yi Li's situation was particularly unique. He could be considered both a zombie and a human upon infection. He had inadvertently awakened his abilities, diluting a portion of Li Yiqian's blood, which explained why he was not merely an ordinary zombie, although he could not feel pain and exhibited many behaviors akin to zombies. In certain instances, his physiological responses mirrored those of a normal human. For instance, he was entirely non-immune to typical human physiological reactions. This was the conclusion Li Yiqian had drawn over the past 2 days of skirmishes. She had observed that during their encounters, Yi Li's reactions were somewhat excessive. Under normal circumstances, a zombie would not exhibit such responses. Thus, Through her observations, she discerned the distinctions between Yi Li and his undead counterparts. It was this very reaction that had awakened her desires and primal instincts. Shaoli, do you truly dislike looking at me so much? Li Yiqian, unfazed by his demeanor, caressed his cheek, feeling her icy palm against his skin. Yi Li frowned, a wave of revulsion surging within him that moment. He wished nothing more than to eliminate her. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have already resorted to any means necessary to dismember her. Noting his silence, Li Yiqian showed no signs of annoyance. Li Yiqian, please do not touch me. Yi Li struggled to raise his hand to push her away, but she held him firmly in place. Shaoli, I hope you can reorganize your words. What should you call me? Li Yiqian's voice softened, her crimson eyes glinting coldly as they locked onto his. Though her tone was gentle, Yi Li could detect the underlying threat in her words. Hearing her, he chose to ignore her, not responding, and simply closed his eyes again, refusing to look at her. He had no desire to see this woman. Even the scent that clung to her made him feel nauseated. Li Yiqian, noticing his continued disregard, felt a flicker of displeasure cross her features. She grasped his chin, forcing him to face her, their eyes meeting as she stated, Shaoli, answer me. What should you call me now? Li Yiqian, do not push your luck. Yi Li suddenly jerked his head away, glaring at her with fury. Push my luck? Li Yiqian chuckled coldly. Am I being excessive? Yi Li gazed at her appearance, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Yet he managed to suppress his rage, refraining from unleashing it. With a cold voice, he remarked, Are you not being excessive? Li Yiqian, you have changed, becoming unfamiliar, no longer the Yiqian I once knew. He continued, I did not ask you to say these things. Simply tell me, what should I call you? Listening to his words, Li Yiqian seized his jaw with a firm grip, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of its previous gentleness. Witnessing her demeanor, Yi Li could not help but let out a cold laugh. Huh? Do you not wish to know? Then allow me to enlighten you. Li Yiqian, you are nothing but a beast. You are not the Yiqian I once knew. May you perish. As he uttered the last words, a blade of ice coalesced in his hand, and he thrust it violently towards her head. He could no longer endure the torment, both mental and physical, that had brought him to the brink of collapse. If this torment were to continue, he would surely succumb. Thus, even if he were to fail in his attack and be killed by her, he would harbor no regrets. Rather, it would be a form of liberation. P.S. This passage has been altered, and some readers may find it difficult to comprehend. Chapter 52. A new round of assault begins. He had little hesitation left. Yi Li summoned nearly all his strength and lunged fiercely at her. But just as success seemed imminent, Li Yiqian grasped his hand. With a sharp sound, he was instantly struck down to the ground by Li Yiqian. Well, very well. Li Yiqian laughed in anger, her expression now as cold as ice. She rose to her feet, looking down at him. Shaoli, let me clarify just how foolish you truly are. Without waiting for Yi Li to respond, she seized his hair. In a panic, he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly immobilized. In a flurry, he exclaimed, Li Yiqian, you are a MMPH. Before he could finish, his mouth was silenced, a wave of nausea surging in his throat. Shaoli, I am quite enraged. Since you desire it so much, I shall oblige. With that, Li Yiqian pushed him down to the ground, her form pressing over him. Li Yiqian, I will never forgive you. I hate you. I will certainly kill you. Yi Li struck at her repeatedly, desperate to thwart her actions. Yet, all was in vain. 3 hours later, Li Yiqian gazed at the unconscious Yi Li, her expression unchanged, still as frosty as before. It seems I have truly spoiled you all these years, she remarked coldly. After speaking, she donned her attire and helped Yi Li into a wedding outfit as well. She embraced him, and in an instant, they vanished from the vast office. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. In Huagua City, Elder Yun, the surveillance has detected anomalies outside the safety zone. A middle-aged woman in military attire reported respectfully. Before her sat an elderly man in military garb, his uniform adorned with numerous medals, each symbolizing his remarkable achievements. Yun Haiyan immediately set down her pen and inquired, What is it? Has that third-tier zombie made a move? Currently, the outbreak of the zombie virus had led to rampant chaos. The once thriving City S had fallen, and now City A, another major city, was also in peril. Fortunately, it was not at the epicenter of the outbreak. The strongest zombies here were merely at the late third tier. Otherwise, City A would have already succumbed. The middle-aged woman approached with a tablet, presenting it to her. No. Elder Yun, please take a look at the surveillance footage. Yun Haiyan accepted the tablet, her brow furrowing as she observed the footage. Elder Yun, these two zombies appear rather peculiar. The middle-aged woman pointed to two silhouettes on the screen and continued. These two zombies behave like humans. They may have developed intelligence, and the worst-case scenario is that they have evolved to third tier. Upon hearing her analysis, Yun Haiyan's expression grew grave. She sat upright, her full attention on the two figures on the screen. After a lengthy observation, she noted some anomalies. The zombies, one large and one small, were both equipped with weapons, merely loitering around the wall without any apparent intention to breach it. Xiao Wei, come take a look. Is that smaller zombie carrying a firearm? Indeed, both are armed, which is why I suspect they have likely advanced to third tier. Listening to her words, Yun Haiyan remained silent, her brows knitted in contemplation as she scrutinized the visuals, finding the behavior of these two zombies increasingly strange. They resembled humans more than zombies. After all, if they were indeed third-tier zombies, they would have already led a horde to storm the gates. How could it be that only two stood at the entrance, remaining inactive? Furthermore, within this safety zone, there were also third-tier awakened ones. Given the intelligence of those beasts, they would unlikely take such risks. Elder Yun, should I go down and deal with them? Xiao Wei inquired. Yun Haiyan shook her head, stating, no need. I suspect they are human. Xiao Wei was taken aback, incredulously responding, how can that be? How could there still be living people outside the safety zone? This area has been overrun by zombies. I know, but I have my suspicions, Yun Haiyan replied after a moment of silence. Xiao Wei, quickly inform old Huang. If they are indeed human, they may be awakened. If they are zombies, we shall eliminate them. Upon hearing the term awakened, Xiao Wei's demeanor turned serious. If what Yun Haiyan suggested were true, and there were two awakened individuals outside the safety zone, it would be a boon. Awakened individuals were exceedingly rare. Only one could be found among 1,000. Currently, there were only a few thousand awakened individuals within the safety zone, while the total population exceeded 200,000. Outside the walls of City A, countless zombies awaited. Thus, facing this 50 uncertainty, they could not afford to abandon the possibility, as they desperately needed awakened ones. Even if the two outside were zombies, they had 3 third-tier awakened individuals and felt no fear. Understood, Elder Yun. I shall proceed at once. Xiao Wei nodded and promptly exited the room. After her departure, Yun Haiyan redirected her focus to the screen, fixated on the surveillance footage, her mind racing with thoughts. Let us hope they are awakened. Otherwise, the fall of this safety zone is merely a matter of time. She sighed, an invisible weight settling on her shoulders, for the lives of hundreds of thousands rested upon her. P.S. This passage has been revised. Chapter 53. A brief encounter in the safety zone of City A. Outside the walls, Sister Wanqing, why is it so eerily quiet here? Could it be that even City A has fallen? Outside the walls, Yi Xiaoran, clad in zombie hide, surveyed the desolate surroundings and inquired. The silence was unsettling. Even the gate was unguarded, and from the outside, it appeared entirely vacant. Not a single living soul could be seen within the walls, and there were no zombies in sight either. It was uncertain. But at present, it seemed that City A had indeed succumbed. Shui Wanqing surveyed the towering 6-meter walls, uncertainty gnawing at her. According to the intelligence she had gathered, this area should still be a sanctuary. However, the current scene suggested otherwise. Deep in thought, Shui Wanqing approached the heavy, secure gate, pushing against it with all her might, yet it did not budge. Let us go in and investigate. Yi Xiaoran nodded, and the two leaped onto the wall. Gazing at the desolate streets, they exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of gravity. After several days of recuperation, Shui Wanqing's health had nearly returned to normal. At least about 70%. Yi Xiaoran had awakened her powers 3 days prior, which had thrilled her greatly. Her newfound ability was water manipulation, albeit she was still a novice. Sister Wanqing, it seems there truly is no one here, Yi Xiaoran remarked as she looked around. Shui Wanqing nodded, her gaze fixed on the distant buildings. Let us descend. Something feels off here. Yi Xiaoran agreed, and the two jumped down the wall and entered the interior. Shui Wanqing's keen eyes scanned the surroundings as she led Yi Xiaoran further inside. They traveled in silence, aware that noise could attract zombies. After a considerable time, there was not a single living being in sight. No signs of life, or even zombies, presenting a ghost town appearance. They ventured into various shops and schools, but all were devoid of life, reinforcing the eerie atmosphere. This safety zone is peculiar, Shui Wanqing said, gripping her long knife tightly, her voice serious. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoran quickly readied her submachine gun, casting vigilant glances around while edging closer to Shui Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, are there zombies nearby? Unclear, but they could be lurking around us, Shui Wanqing replied coldly, her gaze still icy as she scanned the surroundings. They re-coming. Suddenly, as her words fell, a figure surged towards the two with astonishing speed, arriving before Yi Shaoran in the blink of an eye. Instinctively, Yi Shaoran aimed her submachine gun at the shadow. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the figure had already seized her weapon, yanking it away with force. Be careful, Shui Wanqing exclaimed, immediately shouting, as she swung her long knife fiercely towards the shadow. Clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed. Her blade was deftly blocked. Shui Wanqing withdrew her knife and struck again, this time infused with strands of thunderous power, illuminating the otherwise quiet street. The black figure's expression changed drastically. It narrowly evaded her attack by sidestepping, but before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a sound of rushing water echoed from the side. Die, Yi Shaoran coldly commanded, as a torrent of water surged towards her. The shadow, unable to evade in time, raised its arms in defense, a searing heat enveloping it, awakened. At this sight, both Shui Wanqing and Yi Shaoran were struck by the realization of those three words. They were taken aback, not expecting that an awakened one would be present here. After being repelled, Shui Wanqing regarded the figure coldly, stating, "You are a survivor of this place, aren't you? Why did you attack us?" From their earlier confrontation, she could clearly sense the individual's formidable strength, at least at the pinnacle of the second tier. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to evade her previous strike. The shadow remained silent, merely standing at a distance. Witnessing this, Shui Wanqing's expression turned frigid, her body crackling with electric energy as she glared at the shadow, reiterating, "I shall ask you once more, who are you? Why did you assault us? Otherwise, prepare to die." At that moment, Yi Shaoran also raised her submachine gun, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of movement. Just as they were about to engage, two figures emerged from a nearby building. "Apologies, comrades, we have been rude," one of them said. Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing and her companion turned to face the figures, momentarily stunned by their attire. Two elderly men clad in military uniforms stepped forth from the shadows, approaching them until they halted 3 meters away. "Comrades, we mean no harm. I am Yun Haiyan, the head of the safe zone here. This is Huang Yanting. The elder introduced himself. Shui Wanqing did not lower her guard, staring at them with a cold voice. "Why did you attack us?" "Comrade, our actions were regrettable, but given your attire, it was hard not to suspect you were zombies," Yun Haiyan explained with a smile. Hearing this, Shui Wanqing fell into silence, and after a long pause, she finally released the electric arcs surrounding her. "I am Shui Wanqing, captain of the 7th Squad. It is an honor to meet you, Commander." After stating her title, she saluted them. "Captain of the 7th Squad?" Yun Haiyan was taken aback, his expression brightening immediately as he eagerly inquired, "Are you the captain of the 7th Squad tasked with eliminating special operational targets?" "Indeed," Shui Wanqing replied sincerely, not attempting to conceal anything, for she had recognized the honors on their military uniforms. The two elderly men before her were renowned commanders, deserving of her respect for their contributions. Upon her acknowledgement, Yun Haiyan and Huang Yanting exchanged a glance, both able to discern a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Huang Yanting stepped forward, asking, "Did you succeed in the elimination? What about old Ma?" In response, Shui Wanqing fell silent, uncertain of how to answer. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "The target of this elimination failed. Old Ma sacrificed herself honorably to cover our escape from the city." At her words, both Huang Yanting and Yun Haiyan visibly trembled, and Yun Haiyan sighed, his tone tinged with sorrow. She did not return after all. Shui Wanqing remained silent, unsure of what to say. "This is not the place for discussion. Please follow me to the safe zone. You must be weary from your journey." After a considerable time, Yun Haiyan regained his composure and addressed the two. They did not hesitate to comply, and Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, the group continued deeper into the city. Chapter 54. The Injured Yili. Before long, the group traversed the desolate city. After approximately half an hour, they finally beheld the towering wall. Upon sighting it, Shui Wanqing was inwardly astonished. She had not anticipated the presence of two defensive lines. No wonder they had not encountered any living souls. Along the way, they shared many conversations, and Shui Wanqing and her companion came to understand the situation here. In summary, the safe zone housed over 200,000 ordinary citizens, with 4,000 awakened individuals among them, the majority being at the first tier, numbering over 3,000. The second tier was relatively scarce, while the third tier had only the 3 of them. However, her primary concern was not these numbers. Her focus lay on the development of the zombie antibody. Wanqing, is this your sister? Such a young age and already an awakened one. Her future is immeasurable. Yun Haiyan remarked, eyeing Yi Xiaoran with a kind expression. Yes, Shui Wanqing nodded, offering no further explanation. Why Yi Xiaoran remained silent, following them quietly, her only interest being the research on the zombie antibody. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the wall, which stood over 10 meters high, with the gate itself reaching 3 meters. The thickness of both the wall and the gate was a meter, indicating the immense scale of the structure. Upon sighting Yun Haiyan and his group, the guards on the wall immediately saluted and opened the gate. Passing through this entrance, they finally entered the true safe zone. The shadow they had engaged earlier spoke to them, revealing that she was none other than Wan Xiaowei. Upon entering the safe zone, Yi Xiaoran was taken aback by the sight before her. It was a haven filled with survivors, ordinary people setting up camps along the way. Exhaustion was evident on their faces. And upon seeing the newcomers, they displayed respect, while Yun Haiyan greeted them with a smile and a nod. Regardless of age or gender, all approached Yun Haiyan with excitement. The group soon arrived at the headquarters, a somewhat dilapidated building, yet equipped with adequate facilities. Comrades, you must be tired from your journey. The conditions here are rather modest. I hope you won't mind, Yun Haiyan said apologetically to the two. Upon learning that Shui Wanqing was a third-tier awakened, they had resolved to provide her with the best possible treatment, as they were in dire need of high-level combat power. It's nothing, neither my sister nor I mind. Yi Xiaoran shook her head, indicating that both were unfazed. Yun Laojun, let things be as they are. Both Xiaoran and I are fine with it. We have endured this for days, Shui Wanqing added, seeing her insistence. Yun Haiyan ceased his formalities, leading them to the second floor. Comrades, you shall stay here from now on. We can discuss matters tomorrow. As he guided them upstairs, he continued to speak. Thank you, Yun Laojun. Shui Wanqing nodded slightly in gratitude. Very well. We shall not disturb your rest, they replied before departing. Inside the room, Shui Wanqing and Yi Xiaoran fell into a heavy silence. They had not anticipated that City A would have such a multitude of refugees. The amount of food consumed here daily could only be described as terrifying. It seems the situation here is not optimistic. Yi Xiaoran murmured. Indeed, Shui Wanqing nodded, a look of gravity etched on her face. Let us save our discussions for tomorrow. We should rest now, Shui Wanqing suggested to Yi Xiaoran. All right, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. City S, Li family villa, after enduring a fierce battle. The once luxurious villa had been reduced to ruins. However, at the rear, a house remained intact. This was Yi Li's wedding chamber. Inside, Yi Li lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, murmuring softly as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his pallid face evoking a sense of sympathy. After a long while, Yi Li's eyelashes fluttered, gradually opening his eyes. Was it a dream that he clutched his head as he sat up, surveying the familiar surroundings with a hint of bitterness? Since returning that day, he had accumulated numerous lash marks on his body, all inflicted by Li Yiqian. As that woman left, Yi Li glanced around. Relieved to find no trace of her, he struggled to rise from the bed, his movements slow and clumsy, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. After much effort, he managed to dress. But his legs felt as though they had lost their support, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. The punishments she had imposed on him were relentless, almost a daily occurrence, leaving him utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Yet, he did not abandon his resistance. Despite being battered and bruised, he remained unyielding. As Yi Li approached the door, just as he was about to open it, he was abruptly embraced from behind. He needed no guesswork to know that. Aside from Li Yiqian, no one else would dare to be so audacious. Where do you think you're going? The icy voice from behind sent chills down his spine. Yi Li attempted to pry her hands away. But predictably, it was a futile endeavor. Oh, you not fear retribution for treating me this way? His tone was calm, as though he were stating a fact. he dared not call her name outright. For the scars on his body served as a grim reminder. Retribution? Upon hearing those words, Li Yiqian rested her chin upon his shoulder, declaring with fervent passion and stubbornness, "As long as I can have you, even if it means enduring 1,000 arrows piercing my heart, I am willing." Yet, to Yi Li's ears, her declaration rang with a bitter irony. "Release me. I wish to take a stroll," he insisted, struggling to extricate himself, but to no avail. Frowning, a surge of anger ignited within him, yet he fought to suppress the urge to retaliate violently. "Sister Yiqian, can you not grant me even this small measure of freedom? Your actions will only deepen my animosity towards you." "Lear, do you truly believe I am unaware of your thoughts? You may go out, but I must remain by your side," Li Yiqian replied coldly. "You?" Yi Li's face flushed with indignation. He could hardly fathom how this woman could be so domineering. How had he not perceived this before? "What? Are you unwilling? Then do not venture out," she challenged. Noticing his silence, "Do as you wish." Yi Li inhaled deeply, forcing down the fury that simmered within him. "May I be released now?" He was reluctant to engage her further, fearing it would provoke her ire and lead to further torment. The wounds upon him still throbbed faintly, and he wished to avoid incurring new injuries. Chapter 55, Sister Yiqian, if I were to disappear, would you be saddened? The two stepped outside, and Yi Li was immediately enveloped in a sense of disorientation. For over a week, he had not crossed the threshold of their wedding abode. And now, gazing at the azure sky before him, a bittersweet pang struck his heart. His fleeting expression did not escape Li Yiqian's notice, yet she felt no remorse that in her eyes, as long as she could be with Yi Li eternally. Even his hatred towards her was inconsequential. After a brief pause, Yi Li continued forward towards the villa's entrance, and Li Yiqian did not hinder him, instead walking alongside him. Hand in hand, they traversed through a world filled with envious gazes from the distant horde of zombies. Upon exiting the main gate, they wandered aimlessly while Yi Li observed the dilapidated skyscrapers around him, memories flooding back. After a while, he hesitated slightly and softly inquired, "Sister Yiqian, could you tell me why you have become this way?" Listening to his question, Li Yiqian's expression remained unchanged, retaining her icy demeanor, and she refrained from answering. "Why?" she murmured, her mind drifting to scenes of their shared life, which soon morphed into the poignant moment of his callous rejection. They continued walking, silence enveloping them until Li Yiqian's cold voice broke through to Lear. "My transformation is solely a result of my profound love for you. I cannot bear the thought of you marrying another woman, of you being held in another's embrace, and most certainly, I cannot tolerate the notion of a future where the woman by your side is not me." Thus, when the zombie virus erupted, my initial reaction was not panic, but joy, for in that chaos, I realized I could possess you forever, and indeed, I have succeeded. Her voice crescendoed with an unsettling madness. "Love me? Ha!" At her words, Yi Li couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Sister Yiqian, is hitting and berating me truly your expression of love? Lear, do you not realize that your actions compel me to respond thusly?" Li Yiqian countered sharply, her brows furrowing. "It was a truth she spoke." Since their reunion, had he not consistently disregarded her feelings? In a world where women held dominion, a man entangled with another woman despite knowing his betrothal would have faced dire consequences in antiquity. Though society had progressed, the essence of such beliefs lingered, and thus, witnessing Yi Li's entanglement with another ignited her fury, akin to donning the guise of a cuckold. Her words struck home, leaving Yi Li momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, yet the words died on his lips, swallowed by an unyielding truth. Soon, they arrived at the beach, and Yi Li settled on a stone bench. The midday sun shone brightly as they sat beneath the shade of a tree. A gentle breeze caressing Yi Li's hair, causing Li Yiqian to momentarily lose herself in thought. Gazing at the tranquil sea, Yi Li was taken aback by the absence of zombies throughout their journey. Yet he quickly dismissed it. "Sister Yiqian, I despise you." Just as Li Yiqian was lost in contemplation, Yi Li's unexpected confession pierced the air. Their eyes met, and this time, he did not shy away, his gaze dimming as it met hers. In that moment, Li Yiqian felt an unsettling notion. He seemed to have lost all hope for the future. Before she could respond, Yi Li turned away, no longer looking at her. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Sister Yiqian, if I were to disappear, would you be saddened?" Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian did not hesitate. She seized his collar with a fierce grip, the veins on her forehead subtly protruding as she coldly threatened. Shaoli, if you dare to flee again, I assure you, I will not spare you next time. A chill breeze swept through, rustling the leaves. Observing her furious countenance only solidified Yi Li's resolve that he shook his head, a rare smile gracing his features as if he had found some semblance of peace. Sister Yiqian, this time, I will not leave. Seeing him smile, Li Yiqian was taken aback, noticing the last flicker of light in his eyes slowly extinguish. Though his face bore a smile, the desolation in his gaze was piercing. Li Yiqian released him, believing he had come to terms with his situation, yet an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart, as if something ominous loomed on the horizon. However, she quickly dismissed the feeling, confident that Yi Li could not escape her watchful eye. Should he dare to step beyond that door, she would be aware. Fixing her cold, enchanting gaze upon him, she stated earnestly, "Of course, I would be saddened if you dare to flee. I will go to any lengths to retrieve you, even if it means threatening Xiao Ran's life." She knew Yi Li possessed a kind heart and shared a profound bond with his sister. After more than a decade of companionship, she understood where his vulnerabilities lay. With unwavering confidence, she believed that if she threatened his sister's life, he would undoubtedly capitulate. Hearing her words, Yi Li fell silent, suddenly envisioning his sister's face and realizing something profound, which caused him to shake his head and chuckle softly. Yet as he laughed, tears began to cascade down his exquisite cheeks. Witnessing this, Li Yiqian's heart clenched, and she calmly reached out to wipe his tears, coolly reassuring him, "Shaoli, rest assured, as long as you obediently remain by my side, I will ensure the safety of both you and your sister." Yi Li remained silent, allowing the tears to flow freely until, after what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure. "It's all right," he murmured softly, then continued, "Let us return, Sister Yiqian. Fear not, I shall not flee again." Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian's heart soared with joy. Though she concealed her elation, she understood that as long as she continued to apply pressure, he would soon relent, allowing her to achieve her desires. Though her methods might seem cruel, as long as she could keep him by her side, devoted solely to her, what did it matter? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she maintained her icy facade, revealing no hint of her inner turmoil. The two rose and strolled leisurely towards their wedding abode. Meanwhile, within a towering office building, a woman clad in Lolita attire and wielding a spiked club leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Li from afar. Chapter 56. The method to slay zombies. Before long, half a month slipped by unnoticed. Following their previous outing, Li Yiqian could distinctly sense a marked improvement in Yi Li's mood. As if he had begun to accept her love, this realization filled her with uncontainable joy. Currently, the two sat outside their wedding chamber, Yi Li gazing up at the cerulean sky, momentarily lost in thought. Has so much time truly passed? He mused inwardly, wondering if his sister and Wanqing had reached the safe zone safely. Li Yiqian observed him quietly, her crimson eyes softening with warmth and affection. No longer sharp as before. "Lier, what occupies your thoughts?" she asked gently, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. After spending these days together, their relationship seemed to have reverted to a previous state, yet now it felt even closer. Regardless of what she did to him, he no longer recoiled, even when it came to matters typically reserved for couples. This strange shift was in stark contrast to their earlier dynamic. She had inquired about it before, but he had merely evaded her questions with a smile. In response to her question, Yi Li turned to face her, a flicker of resentment crossing his features before vanishing just as quickly. Unnoticed by Li Yiqian, "Nothing much, just thinking of my sister and wondering if they have reached the safe zone," he replied with a smile, redirecting his gaze back to the sky. "Lier, if you are concerned about Xiao Ran, I can take you to a city to have a look," Li Yiqian said. After spending these days together, she no longer restricted his freedom. However, she would discreetly observe his movements. Should he attempt to escape, she would be the first to notice. She had not succumbed to his gentle charms. Rather, she had grown even more vigilant. As she uttered these words to reassure him, she simultaneously issued a warning. As long as she, Li Yiqian, wished, she could find his sister at any time, anywhere. "Thank you, Yiqian," Yi Li said, raising his hand to clasp hers, which rested on his shoulder, and smiled. "But there's no need." Upon witnessing his smile, Li Yiqian momentarily lost her composure. But she quickly regained her usual demeanor. She softly called his name, gradually leaning closer, their lips meeting in a tender kiss. He felt the warmth of her lips. Yili's body stiffened for a fleeting moment, his instinct urging him to push her away, yet he swiftly quelled that impulse. Time passed rapidly, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. This morning, Yili rose from his bed, glancing to his left only to find no trace of Li Yiqian. Has she gone out? Yili pondered. Though he revealed none of his curiosity, he descended from the wedding bed, completed his morning ablutions, and stepped outside the entrance of the bridal chamber. Shi sat waiting. Upon seeing the door open, she promptly stood up, respectfully greeting, "Good morning, madam." Yili was taken aback, evidently surprised by Shi's presence at the door. Once he regained his composure, he smiled and replied, "It's all right, Shi. Please sit by the way. Where is Yiqian? She has gone out to attend to some matters, so she sent me to look after your needs." Shi informed him candidly. While she framed it as caring for his daily life, the underlying implication was that she was there to keep him under surveillance. Yili understood this unspoken truth and calmly took a seat on a nearby chair, casually inquiring, "Where did Yiqian go? When will she return?" "That I am not certain." Shi hesitated before responding. Noting her reluctance to divulge further, Yili refrained from pressing her and instead asked with genuine concern, "By the way, Shi, how are your injuries? Have you healed?" Shi closed her eyes, feeling a surge of gratitude. The madam was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but had also demonstrated meticulous care for them in recent days. There was even an instance when Li Yiqian sought to punish them, and it was he who pleaded for their leniency. "Rest assured, we have nearly recovered," Shi replied. "That's good to hear." Yili feigned a look of relief. "By the way, Shi, I have a question for you." It seemed as if a thought had suddenly struck him that on the night of my wedding to Yiqian, was there any disturbance caused by other zombies? Indeed, the situation was quite dire. Their intent was to abduct you, Shi replied, an edge of anger lacing her words. Of course, her account was partially embellished, intended to highlight Li Yiqian's selfless bravery in her efforts to rescue him. "Abduct me?" Yili echoed. "Yes. Had it not been for your efforts in single-handedly dispatching them, Madam would likely have fallen into their hands." Shi nodded. Listening to her earnest yet fanciful recounting, Yili felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Yet he maintained a facade of admiration. "So, Yiqian is that formidable?" "Absolutely," Yili mused. "I have always wondered, are we not zombies? Can ordinary cold weapons truly kill us?" Upon hearing this, Shi eagerly clarified. "Ordinary cold weapons certainly cannot slay us. They can only harm lesser zombies. However, weapons forged from the blood of zombies or those conjured by awakened individuals can be lethal if plunged into the neck or head." She then cautioned, "Thus, madam, should you encounter awakened individuals or higher-tier zombies, it is best to keep your distance. Otherwise, it could be perilous." Acknowledging her warning with a nod, Yili smiled. "Understood. Thank you, Shi. You are too kind. Madam, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command." Shi replied humbly. Yili chuckled softly, and after exchanging a few more words, he turned and re-entered the bridal chamber. Upon returning to his room, Yili sat on the bed in a daze, his mind replaying Shi's words. "Can awakened weapons also be a threat?" He murmured to himself that he looked at his palm. And suddenly, a dagger forged of ice materialized in his hand. Gripping it tightly, he felt no chill. He gently slid the blade across his fingertip, a small incision instantly forming, blood slowly pooling and then dripping to the floor. This time, he felt pain, the second time in his existence as a zombie. Apart from her whip, but he chuckled softly, a hint of madness creeping into his laughter, even as tears streamed down his cheeks. Falling heavily onto the floor. It turns out ending my own life is so simple, Yili remarked bitterly, his smile widening until he was left in anguish, covering his face, ultimately releasing a cathartic laugh. "Ha. It seems I can so easily be extinguished. Is this some kind of cruel joke?" Yili chuckled through his tears, collapsing weakly to the ground. He laughed and cried, his tears flowing uncontrollably, the pent-up grievances within him finally erupting. In that moment, he felt an unexpected lightness. He no longer suppressed himself, letting out all the long-buried resentment. Images of being humiliated and beaten flashed through his mind. For so long, he had endured, contemplating suicide. Yet he had no idea how to achieve it, for as a zombie, his healing abilities were formidable. Moreover, Li Yiqian had remained by his side, never leaving him alone. Thus, he had no opportunity to take his own life or to comprehend how a zombie might do so. Until today, when he saw his fingers continually dripping blood, he could no longer contain himself and wept in despair. After weeping for a considerable time, Yili's emotional turmoil began to subside as he returned to the bed. Gazing out the window to Li Qian, I truly wish to witness the expression on your face when you see my lifeless body. Reflecting on their time together, Yili understood that she had become completely enmeshed in her feelings for him. The moment his corpse lay before her, she would undoubtedly shatter. He eagerly anticipated the sight of her collapse, yet he recognized that he would not be present to witness it. While he had considered ending her life, the disparity in their strengths rendered that an impossible feat. Thus, the only course left for him was to lead her into his tender embrace, allowing her to experience unparalleled happiness, only to later shatter that beautiful illusion himself. Finally, it would come to an end. Yili murmured, rising to open the wardrobe, revealing a pristine, vibrant red wedding gown that he donned the attire, and once he completed this ritual, he returned to lie on the bed. A hint of relief gracing his features, though the tears on his face were painfully evident. Clutching the dagger tightly, he closed his eyes, allowing the sorrow in his heart to unfurl freely. Only when the blood sprayed across the curtains did he fall into a deep, eternal slumber. When Li Yiqian returned, it was already nightfall. She had visited the eastern, southern, and northern districts, redistributing the leadership among her trusted subordinates. Upon her return to the villa, she immediately noticed Shi sitting outside the bridal chamber. As soon as Shi saw her approach, she promptly stood, respectfully addressing her. "My lady, did Lier exhibit any unusual behavior today?" Li Yiqian inquired nonchalantly. Shi shook her head, replying, "Madam exhibited no abnormalities today." "Very well, you may leave now." Li Yiqian gestured for her to depart. "Yes." Shi bowed respectfully before quietly withdrawing. Once Shi had left, Li Yiqian entered the room, but as she stepped inside, a strong metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses. Immediately, she recognized whose blood it was, and her complexion paled. Lier, she called uncertainly, hurrying toward the bedroom, an ominous premonition rising within her. Upon reaching the door, the stench of blood grew even more potent. Without hesitation, she forcefully pushed the door open, and the sight that met her eyes left her momentarily frozen. Yili lay peacefully on the bed, adorned in wedding attire, surrounded by a pool of blood. Li Yiqian cried out in alarm, rushing to his side, fear gripping her as she cradled him in her arms. "Lier, wake up, please." In her desperation, the usually composed Li Yiqian found herself in a state of panic. Her face etched with anxiety. "Yili, please wake up." Yet, regardless of her pleas, the figure in her embrace remained unresponsive. She noticed the gaping wound on his neck, the collar of his wedding attire still stained with cold droplets. Her breath caught in her throat, and she stood there, as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. Li Yiqian trembled as she called out Yili's name, an indescribable fear surging within her heart. In a panic, she attempted to awaken him, yet no matter how fervently she shouted or gestured, Yili remained unresponsive. In that moment, she was gripped by terror. The usually composed and calm demeanor she possessed faltered, leaving her utterly helpless. Suddenly, a thought struck her as she gazed at the still bleeding wound on his neck, and a glimmer of hope crossed her face. The fact that Yili's blood continued to flow indicated that he still clung to life. If she could infuse her own blood into him, it would facilitate the rapid healing of his wounds, allowing him to revive. Resolute, she wasted no time and bit into his shoulder, simultaneously injecting her diluted blood into his body. Gradually, she regained her composure, and as she continued to pour in her blood, Yili's wounds began to heal swiftly. Watching as his injuries mended, Li Yiqian's anxious heart finally eased. However, upon reflecting more carefully, she discerned the underlying truth, and an overwhelming rage surged within her. She was not foolish. A careful recollection of his recent peculiar behavior made everything clear, and the cold water stains on his neck confirmed her suspicions. This meant he had attempted suicide using his abilities. Yet, in the midst of his act, the powers dissipated due to a lack of control, resulting in his wounds healing slowly, preventing him from immediately perishing. Realizing this, her crimson eyes burned with fury. Yili, you truly are a selfish wretch, Li Yiqian shouted through gritted teeth as she looked at the gradually recovering Yili. Very well, since you dared to take your own life, I shall make you comprehend the consequences of such actions. Chapter 58. Yili, you shall forever belong to me. Thunder rumbled ominously above S City 2 days later, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Li Yiqian observed Yi Li lying on the bed, her scarlet eyes coldly fixated on him. 2 days had passed since Yi Li's suicide, and during this time, he showed no signs of awakening. She kept vigil by his side, tenderly caring for him. Reaching out, she stroked his cheek, acutely aware of his physical condition. He was on the verge of awakening. Liar, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It was your wrongdoing that led us here. After speaking, Li Yiqian stepped outside, her expression devoid of pity as she gazed at the injured Shi kneeling before her. Upon seeing her, Shi immediately bowed her head in remorse, saying, "My lady." At this moment, Shi knelt before the bridal chamber, a faint guilt swelling within her. The heavy rain washed over her wounds, yet she felt not a trace of it, remaining motionless like a statue. Li Yiqian observed her coldly for a long while before finally speaking. "Leave now. This time I shall spare you, but I do not wish to see a repeat of this." She understood that Shi had not intended harm. However, as a fourth-tier zombie, her ignorance of Yi Li's suicidal intentions was a grave dereliction of duty. Had she not been so loyal to Li Yiqian for so long, Shi might have already faced dire consequences. "Why, yes, that am why, lady," Shi replied, her voice tinged with guilt, yet she did not rise. She recognized that Yi Li's attempt at suicide was ultimately her responsibility, a failure on her part. Had she been vigilant enough to detect his intentions earlier, she might have been able to prevent this calamity. With her abilities, sensing the situation within the room would have been effortless. Yet, she refrained, respecting him too much to intrude upon his thoughts and actions. Even out of a desire to protect, remembering Yi Li's kindness over the past month filled Shi with remorse. Thus, when she realized it was her own words that had revealed the method of suicide to him, an immense regret consumed her. Li Yiqian, seeing that Shi remained unmoved, did not soften her expression nor bother with her further. She turned and returned to the bridal chamber. Inside the bedroom, Yi Li's tightly shut eyelashes fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. "What is happening?" Yi Li sat up, taking in the familiar surroundings, and murmured to himself, "Did I not die? How can this be?" Just then, Li Yiqian, her face cold as ice, entered the bedroom. Hearing the movement, Yi Li turned his head, and upon seeing that familiar face, his mind went blank, his eyes widening in disbelief, his entire body trembling slightly. "Yi Qianjia." His voice quivered with uncertainty. Li Yiqian, upon witnessing his dazed expression, felt her icy demeanor morph into one of rage. She swiftly approached Yi Li, raising her right hand and striking down with force. Smack! A sharp sound reverberated through the room. Li Yiqian did not hold back. The force of the slap sent Yi Li off balance, collapsing back onto the bed. Covering his face, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the confusion in his eyes gradually cleared. He looked at Li Yiqian, who wore an expression of extreme anger. And with a trembling voice, he asked, "Yi Qianjia, I thought I was dead? Why can I still feel pain?" His words were laced with confusion and disbelief, as if he could not accept the reality before him. Seeing his bewilderment, Li Yiqian could no longer contain her fury. She raised her left hand and struck him once more. Smack! This blow was even louder than the last, as she poured all her strength into it. "Yi Li, you scoundrel!" Li Yiqian shouted, her cold demeanor replaced by unrestrained rage. "You dare to attempt suicide? Who gave you permission to do such a thing? You wretched fool!" Her voice echoed in the room. The moment she saw him awake, she felt a surge of relief, yet upon hearing his bewildered question, her fury erupted. She would not allow Yi Li to take his own life, nor permit him to vanish from her side, for the thought alone would drive her to madness. Thus, when she witnessed him bleeding profusely, her heart raced in panic, utterly devoid of her usual composure. I thought I was dead, but why do I still feel pain?" Yi Li stammered, gazing at Li Yiqian, whose exquisite face was now streaked with tears, droplets falling onto the pillow. No, this cannot be real. I must still be dreaming. This is not real." He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept, unwilling to believe what was transpiring before him. Yi Li, it seems you truly seek death." Li Yiqian, witnessing his state, felt her anger blaze anew. She delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Cough, cough. Yi Li coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. It was worth noting that although Li Yiqian had held back her strength, to any other woman, it would have been a devastating blow, let alone for someone as delicate as him. That moment, taking her punch without spitting blood would have been a miracle. Yi Li, listen closely. You belong to me, whether you are human or ghost. For your entire life, you shall only be mine. If you dare to die, I will beat you until you no longer have the courage to die, Li Yiqian declared through gritted teeth. She dragged him off the bed. And suddenly, a whip materialized in her hand, though its appearance was anything but ordinary. This whip, while also crimson, was far thicker than usual, even more robust than iron chains. Its surface was covered in tiny spikes, sending shivers down one's spine. This whip had been forged from Li Yiqian's own blood, saturated with her essence. Even a fourth-tier zombie would find it excruciating if struck by it. As Li Yiqian gripped the whip, the veins in her hands bulged, and the vessels on her forehead were clearly visible. Yandere, do not blame your sister for being ruthless, she warned, as she lashed the whip mercilessly toward Yi Li's back. With the whip's descent, Yi Li's anguished scream reverberated throughout the room. The once smooth surface of his back now bore a long, jagged gash, blood seeping from the wound, a sight both horrifying and heart-wrenching. P.S. The author had a fever and cold yesterday, hence the visit to the hospital and the leave of absence. The author will rush to catch up tonight and update 2 more chapters tomorrow. Your encouragement for the author to continue creating is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 59. Punishment. The impact of the whip caused Yi Li to writhe on the ground, his handsome face contorting in agony. This hurts. It hurts so much. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out in pain. Hurts. Li Yiqian scoffed, her whip striking down once more. Smack. Another lash landed, and Yi Li's arm was left bloodied and mangled. Blood gushing forth to It hurts so much. Yi Li wailed, his body rolling on the ground, drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain that It felt as though his back might split open, the fiery agony compelling him to scream out. Stop it, Yiqian Jia, please stop, Yi Li pleaded, unable to contain his tears. The pain was overwhelming. Coursing through, Li Yiqian said fiercely, Yi Li, I realize now that I have truly spoiled you. If you dare to attempt suicide, I will strike you until you no longer have the courage to do so. With those words, she lashed out with the whip in her hand once more, delivering a series of blows, each as heavy as a mountain. Each strike tore through Yi Li's skin, causing blood to flow freely. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Yi Li's lips, its intensity echoing clearly even to the corpse outside the door. Although the corpse, she, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing the cries from within, there was little she could do. The cries continued, though they gradually diminished, and soon Yi Li ceased his screams, reduced to soft groans as his body writhed on the ground. Curled up in agony. At that moment, he lacked the strength to move or shout, merely gasping for breath in a pitiful state. Observing him, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes flickered with a hint of compassion, her heart aching for him. Yet, the memory of his suicide attempt ignited a fierce anger within her. She had come perilously close to losing him, just a hair's breadth away, gripping the whip tightly. She raised her hand, prepared to strike Yi Li once more. Sensing her intent, Yi Li weakly pleaded, Yiqian, I beg you, please don't strike me again. I understand that I was wrong. Hearing his feeble plea, Li Yiqian halted her movements, her heart softening momentarily. Finally, she swung the whip down, smashing it against the table beside him, splintering it into pieces. Seeing his bloodied form, her heart softened further, ignoring the blood staining her hands. She cast aside the whip and gathered him into her embrace. Filled with tenderness, Yandere, you must never seek to end your life again. Do you hear me? She chided softly, stroking his head with a cold yet caring tone. Yi Li nodded weakly, rendered speechless. The physical torment and spiritual anguish had drained his consciousness to a frail whisper. Yandere, do not blame me. I simply love you too deeply, too fearfully of losing you, Li Yiqian murmured, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish from her grasp. Truth be told, she had no heart to strike him. She cherished him too much. Yet, his actions had been utterly reckless and foolish, attempting to take his own life in her absence, had it not been for his lack of power to control his abilities. She might have been cradling a cold corpse instead. Though her heart ached for him, she knew she must act, must instill in him an understanding of the dire consequences of suicide or escape. Despite her sorrow, there was no alternative. The adage pain inflicted upon you is pain felt within me rang true for her in this instance. Listening to her warning, and hearing her heartfelt confession, 2 streams of tears cascaded down Yi Li's cheeks. Why do you save me? Why? Yi Li's weak voice trembled with despair, heavy with sorrow. At his words, Li Yiqian, although still angry, suppressed her fury. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, resting her face against his, the suppressed anger palpable even to Yili. Why? Because I love you to the core, I tell you. Yili, you belong to me. Li Yiqian, without my permission, you are not allowed to die. Li Yiqian declared fiercely. Yili, absorbing her domineering words, felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Closing his eyes in anguish, he surrendered to her manipulations, allowing her to tend to his wounds. Li Yiqian infused his body with her blood. He began to heal at an astonishing rate. The gruesome injuries that had marred his flesh slowly knitted together, leaving no trace of harm. Had it not been for his tattered clothing, one might never have guessed the brutality he had endured. Watching Yi Li's wounds mend, Li Yiqian felt a measure of relief, yet her resolve to punish him remained unyielding. Once his injuries had fully healed, she bit down hard on his wrist. She understood that mere punishment would not suffice. She needed to etch the lesson deeply into his memory, so he would never again dare to contemplate suicide. As Yi Li began to recover, before he could catch his breath, an excruciating pain surged through him, far more intense than before. He screamed, the sound resonating with even greater agony than before, causing she, kneeling outside the door, to shiver uncontrollably. She recognized that the master was punishing the lady, yet could not help but feel a pang of concern for her. The shriek was more harrowing than any prior, sending chills down her spine. However, she refrained from intervening. She did not wish for the lady to make foolish decisions, especially given the kindness shown to them in recent days. All the zombies present shared a common desire to prevent his demise. Lier, do you know that I love you? Li Yiqian bit down hard, watching him with a cold demeanor as she chewed slowly. You are all demons. I don't want to be here. Someone, please, take me away to anyone who can. I beg you. Yi Li's body, now numb with pain, trembled uncontrollably, his words barely coherent as he crawled towards the door, eyes brimming with tears of terror, yet paralyzed by fear of Li Yiqian. He found himself unable to summon the strength to escape. Seeing him crawl in fear, Li Yiqian advanced and pinned him down, forcing him to witness her swallow the flesh. As she observed the terror in his eyes, a smile crept across her lips, and she continued to lick her own lips. In that moment, Yi Li broke down completely, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape Li Yiqian's grip. Let me go. No, I beg you. Please don't eat me. He struggled and pleaded, teetering on the brink of mental collapse, his will crumbling, yet the instinct to survive compelled him to plead for mercy. His earlier resolve to end his life had been born from a mind already frayed at the edges. And now, subjected to such inhumane treatment and witnessing such horror, his sanity was nearing its breaking point. All he desired was to flee this place. Let me go. I beg you. Yiqian, I truly beseech you. I know I was wrong. I only ask that you do not consume me. Pleased that Li Yiqian's actions ignited the depths of his terror, tears streaming down his face as he choked on his pleas. Enveloped in despair that moment, he was gripped by an unparalleled fear, a sensation he had never experienced in his 20 years of life. Chapter 60. Shui Wanqing, Mid-Stage Tier 3, within the safety zone of City A. In a spacious training arena filled with spectators, two figures engaged in a fierce duel. The combatants, Shui Wanqing and Wan Xiaowei, were both formidable Tier 3 warriors, one wielding lightning abilities while the other commanded fire. Lightning style, / Shui Wanqing exclaimed, observing the imposing fire golem before her. With a fierce shout, she gripped her long blade and swung it forward, unleashing a blue electric arc that coalesced into a colossal dragon. The dragon spiraled through the air, hurtling towards Wan Xiaowei with blinding speed and overwhelming force. Though Wan Xiaowei was no slouch, she dared not meet the attack head-on, seeing the thunderous dragon descending upon her. She quickly summoned her most powerful strike, Fire Fist. The two attacks collided, erupting in a violent explosion that shattered Wan Xiaowei's fire golem and sent her flying backward. In stark contrast, Shui Wanqing stood her ground, unmoved, clearly emerging victorious. A hush fell over the audience, taken aback by the unexpected defeat of Secretary Wan and the thoroughness of her loss. It is important to note that she is indeed a formidable third-tier powerhouse. Although she has only recently broken through to the third tier, her strength should not be underestimated. Yet, at this moment, she has been defeated by the person before her, which is truly hard to believe. In contrast to the astonished awakened ones, Yi Xiaoran and Yun Haiyan remained remarkably calm, clearly unperturbed by the outcome. This is because Shui Wanqing's strength had already reached the mid-third tier 3 days ago. Even Yun Haiyan herself could not guarantee victory against her. The venue fell into a brief silence before erupting with thunderous cheers. Yun Haiyan stepped onto the stage, a smile gracing her lips. It seems that our young friend Shui has fully mastered the elevation of her realm, bringing us one step closer to victory for the Huaxia human race. Shui Wanqing nodded indifferently, her tone slightly respectful. Elder Yun, you flatter me. You certainly did not hold back. Just as the two were conversing, Wan Xiaowei slowly rose to her feet and approached them, wiping the sweat that had beaded on her forehead. She looked at Shui Wanqing, her face tinged with bitterness. During the earlier battle, she had no opportunity to counterattack. The strength of this woman truly astonished her. What Wan Xiaowei did not realize was that Shui Wanqing had been capable of heavily injuring a mid-third tier zombie even at the initial stage of the third tier. Now that she had broken through to the mid-third tier, her strength was significantly superior to that of an ordinary mid-tier powerhouse. Shui Wanqing assessed her own abilities and concluded that she had at least reached the threshold of half-step late stage. Therefore, she had not exerted her full strength just now. Yet the disparity between them led Wan Xiaowei to mistakenly believe that she had held back. Had she known Shui Wanqing's true thoughts, her heart would surely have been shattered. I apologize. I will be more cautious next time, Shui Wanqing said, casting a slight apologetic glance at her. Wan Xiaowei waved her hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. Well, the competition has concluded. Let us return for a moment. There is something I wish to discuss with you all, Yun Haiyan said, turning her gaze toward the two. At hearing this, both Shui Wanqing and Wan Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Upon returning to their room, the group settled within, with Huang Yanting holding a document in her hands. Her expression was slightly agitated. As soon as she closed the door, she could scarcely contain her excitement. Everyone, our research has finally yielded results, she exclaimed, handing out copies of the document. The others took the papers, studying the contents intently. Moments later, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. Even Shui Wanqing, who typically displayed little emotion, clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Granny Huang, is this report genuine? Yi Xiaoran inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. If this report were true, the timeline for rescuing her brother could be expedited. She missed Yi Li every single moment of every day, even dreaming of his visage in her sleep. Shui Wanqing remained silent, equally eager as she turned her gaze toward Huang Yanting. Huang Yanting nodded affirmatively. This report is indeed authentic. After months of research, we have concluded that the zombie virus can be entirely cured. For zombies below the third tier, merely coming into contact with a drop of the vaccine will allow them to temporarily regain human consciousness before ultimately succumbing. What about zombies of the third tier or higher? Wan Xiaowei could not help but press on. Chapter 61. Does your brother have a girlfriend besides Li Yiqian? Upon hearing Wan Xiaowei's query, Huang Yanting's expression grew troubled. After a brief pause, she replied, there has been no progress regarding zombies of the third tier or higher. After all, their strength is formidable, and we lack experimental subjects. Her words. The excitement among the group waned slightly. Suddenly, Shui Wanqing, who had been silent, spoke up. Elder Huang, when I first arrived in the safe zone, I recall you mentioning a third-tier zombie in City A, correct? Indeed, that zombie is exceptionally strong, with a power level at least reaching the late third tier. Late third tier, Shui Wanqing murmured softly upon hearing of the zombie's level. Noticing her contemplative expression, Yun Haiyan immediately understood her thoughts and asked, young friend Shui, are you suggesting? Her sentence remained unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable, and the others exchanged knowing glances at Shui Wanqing. Well, since we are still uncertain whether the antibody will be effective against third-tier zombies, let us attempt it. Shui Wanqing inhaled deeply, her expression grave as she nodded. It is now clear that the antibody is effective against lower-tier zombies, but its efficacy against higher-tier zombies remains unknown. However, the current situation leaves no room for delay. As the strength of the zombies increases, human habitats become increasingly scarce. Most importantly, there is the safety of Yi Li to consider. After 2 months of separation, she had been constantly thinking of him. How could she possibly rest easy knowing that such a pure and kind-hearted man was left to navigate the zombie-infested city alone? Now, with the only potential method to save him laid before her, How could she ever consider relinquishing that opportunity? How could she not feel urgency? Not to mention facing a mere late, third-tier zombie. Even confronting a monster like Li Yiqian would not instill fear in her. The image of Yi Li stepping forward to protect her remained deeply etched in her heart. Upon receiving Shui Wanqing's affirmative response, the group fell into silence. While they may not fully comprehend her thoughts, they too yearned to save all of humanity and understood that the sole hope lay before them. Yet, they were up against a late, third-tier zombie. Although they currently had 4 third-tier powerhouses, even their strongest was merely at the mid-third tier, making it exceedingly challenging to contend with a late, third-tier zombie. After all, the gap between each minor tier cannot simply be compensated for by numbers. But they are soldiers. They would never concede defeat. Even knowing they were outmatched, they would fight for that glimmer of hope. After a prolonged silence, Yun Haiyan and the other two exchanged resolute glances, each able to discern a glimmer of determination in the other's eyes. Very well, let us join forces to capture this zombie, Huang Yanting declared, clenching her fists in determination. She had awaited this day, and now that it had finally arrived, she would not let it slip away. She had longed to eliminate that zombie, yet the disparity in strength and the burdens of responsibility had restrained her. But now the stakes were different, as the hopes of all humanity rested upon this zombie. Ah, old Huang, we need not necessarily capture it. We can simply kill it. However, we must coat our weapons with the serum so that when we injure it, we can observe its reaction, Yun Haiyan suggested. Her demeanor considerably calmer than Huang Yanting's fiery temperament. After all, the risks associated with capturing a zombie were immense. A moment's carelessness could result in harm not only to themselves, but also to the elderly and children within the safe zone. Elder Yun makes a valid point. Let us coat our weapons with the antibody. In that way, we can engage with it, inflicting wounds and observing its response. That I believe we will soon ascertain whether it is effective. Shui Wanqing nodded in agreement. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest, Huang Yanting stated after a moment of thought. Giving her consent, the group then deliberated further, ultimately deciding to act on the night 2 days hence. Once their discussions concluded, Yun Haiyan and the others this commercial street, once bustling with life and vibrancy, has regrettably been devastated by the invasion of zombies, leaving behind only a heap of ruins and a few dilapidated skyscrapers. Sister Wei, are you certain that the zombie is here? Shui Wanqing quietly inquired, gazing at Wan Xiaowei. According to the signal, the zombie is indeed in this location, and we are drawing near, Wan Xiaowei responded softly without turning her head. Everyone, stay alert. We have entered the zombie's territory, so proceed with utmost caution. Yun Haiyan warned the trio, her tone serious. Understood. They replied in unison. Chapter 62, Thunderstyle 2, The Song of Thunder. The group continued to tread cautiously. They dared not let their guard down. Although they possessed a 70% chance of success, a careless mistake could result in a devastating surprise attack from the zombie. After a few minutes, Wan Xiaowei halted as she observed overlapping red dots on the screen. We have arrived. She powered down her tablet and turned to the others, whispering, the location indicated is just ahead, likely within that house. Prepare. Check if your weapons are coated with the antibody. Yun Haiyan commanded immediately upon hearing Wan Xiaowei's report. She was determined not to let a single error endanger the group. Everyone examined their weapons and discovered droplets of liquid on them. They nodded in affirmation to Yun Haiyan. All right, let us proceed. Yun Haiyan instructed gravely. Lao Huang, Xiaowei, you two will guard the entrance to prevent the zombie from escaping. Shui Xiaoyu, accompany me into the house. We'll force it out. Understood, they echoed in unison. With that, the four stealthily approached the house, executing their tactics with precision. Yun Haiyan and Shui Wanqing entered the dwelling, and as they ascended to the second floor through a shattered window, they were met by an overwhelming stench of blood and decay. Both women instinctively furrowed their brows, clearly affected by the foul odor. The zombie's lair was situated within a residential building, rather modest in stature. Surrounded by taller structures, the house boasted 2 expansive floors, measuring a substantial 100 square meters. At that moment, a potent aroma of blood permeated the entire dwelling, an oppressive air of death enveloping it. Upon entering, Yun Haiyan and Shui Wanqing cautiously surveyed their surroundings. After confirming that no zombies were present, they slowly made their way toward the door. Yun Haiyan signaled to Shui Wanqing, who immediately understood and took cover beside the entrance. Grasping the doorknob, she slowly pulled it open. As the door creaked ajar, An even more pungent odor assaulted their senses, replete with the stench of decay. Outside lay an impenetrable darkness, but for the two awakened ones, this posed no challenge. Yun Haiyan stepped outside with care, followed closely by Shui Wanqing. The house was eerily silent, a chilling stillness pervading the air. The house's design featured an open central area, allowing visibility from the second floor to the first and vice versa. As they peered down, they noted that aside from some fragile debris, there was no sign of the third-tier zombie. Exchanging a glance, they could sense the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. "Be cautious. The zombie may have detected us," Yun Haiyan warned in a low voice. Shui Wanqing nodded gravely, her long knife firmly gripped in hand, ready to strike at the slightest disturbance, having encountered high-tier zombies before. She was acutely aware of their cunning and strength as they completed their search of the second floor without discovering any traces of the undead. They cautiously descended to the first floor. Upon reaching the ground level, they were met with the sight of a corpse hanging from the staircase, causing their pupils to constrict and a chill to creep into their hearts. Suddenly, a jarring knock echoed behind them, slicing through the suffocating silence of the house, sending a shiver down their spines. They turned to find the space behind them empty, devoid of any life, save for the door that continued to be pounded. The knocking persisted, accompanied by a series of eerie, low chuckles. "Humph, playing tricks," Shui Wanqing scoffed, her blade crackling with energy as she swiftly swung it toward the door. With a resounding crash, the blade cleaved through the wooden barrier, splitting it in two. Yet when they peered inside, they found it utterly vacant. "In no way. This creature is attempting a feint," Shui Wanqing exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Yun Lao, watch your back," just as her warning left her lips. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind Yun Haiyan. Without needing to look, she knew it could only be the zombie. "Humph," Yun Haiyan scoffed, vanishing from sight in a blur. When she reappeared, it was at the zombie's flank. With a punch delivered at lightning speed, the air crackled with the sound of sonic booms. The zombie, sensing the impending blow, merely shifted slightly to evade the attack, countering with a punch aimed at her left side. Yun Haiyan's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly sidestepped. The zombie, undeterred by its failed strike, lunged towards her with ferocity. "You're asking for death," Shui Wanqing shouted, rushing to intercept the creature with blinding speed. Thunder Style 2, the Song of Thunder. A brilliant flash of white light illuminated the dim confines of the house, reverberating with thunderous echoes that momentarily stunned the zombie. Seizing the opportunity, Shui Wanqing struck fiercely. With a sickening squelch, one of the zombie's arms was severed, crimson blood splattering against the walls. Initially, Shui Wanqing had intended to decapitate it, but the formidable third-tier zombie quickly regained its composure. It raised its remaining arm to block her strike, preventing her from achieving her goal. The zombie howled in pain, retreating in anger, its gaze viciously fixed on the two women, unwilling to grant it a moment's respite. Shui Wanqing darted back in an attempt to sever its other arm, yet this attack fell short. Although the zombie had lost an arm, the disparity in their strengths remained evident. This third-tier zombie was still beyond the capabilities of either Shui Wanqing or Yun Haiyan. Moreover, the earlier attack had relied on the element of surprise. Without that advantage, they would struggle to inflict any real damage. In a swift motion, the zombie vanished from view, only to reappear behind Shui Wanqing, delivering a powerful punch that sent her crashing against the wall. Thud! The impact knocked the breath from her, and she coughed up blood, her complexion paling. Before she could catch her breath, the furious zombie roared and charged at her once more. However, just as it drew near, the creature sensed an imminent threat from behind and swiftly retreated. Where the zombie had just been standing, several cracks appeared in the wall, as if sliced by a sharp instrument. "Are you all right?" Yun Haiyan swiftly positioned herself in front of Shui Wanqing, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine," Shui Wanqing replied, wiping the blood from her lips as she rose, her tone cold. "Yun Lao, I managed to wound it. How long until the antibody takes effect?" 10 minutes. Yun Haiyan responded gravely. "All right, then let us dismember its limbs in that time," Shui Wanqing declared resolutely. Chapter 63. The antibody takes effect. With that, the two launched their assault against the third-tier zombie, which retaliated fiercely, charging at them with equal fervor. Though it had lost an arm, the zombie was far from incapacitated. It merely required time to recover. As their fists clashed with metallic clashes and sparks flew, Yun Haiyan maneuvered to the side of the zombie, her hand poised as a blade, aiming for its leg. The zombie, recognizing the threat, retaliated by delivering a powerful punch that sent Xue Wanqing reeling. Before swiftly dodging Yun Haiyan's strike and executing a devastating kick that struck her shoulder with immense force. Bang! The impact reverberated painfully, leaving Yun Haiyan's face ashen. However, she refused to yield, enduring the pain as she slashed at the zombie's thigh. The zombie, enraged by her attack, clenched its fist and swung at her head with tremendous force. Should this blow land, it would surely spell disaster for Yun Haiyan. Thunder-style eye slash, Xue Wanqing shouted, her form darting to Yun Haiyan's side. With electrifying intensity in her gaze, she aimed for the zombie's arm. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from the severed limb as it fell away. The zombie howled in agony, then retaliated by sweeping its leg toward Xue Wanqing and Yun Haiyan, the attack akin to a hammer crashing down, intent on crushing them. Bang! The two figures were slammed against the wall. Xue Wanqing collapsing to the floor, gasping as she spat out another mouthful of blood. Yun Haiyan also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, yet her condition was considerably better than that of Xue Wanqing. Strong-willed, Xue Wanqing rose from the ground, her gaze fixed intently on the zombie, having evidently underestimated its strength during their brief skirmish. Yun Lao, are you all right? She inquired, glancing at Yun Haiyan beside her. Yun Haiyan shook her head, replying, I'm fine. Her attention too was drawn to the zombie at this moment. The two women and the zombie engaged in a silent standoff, each aware that any reckless move would yield no advantage. Although both were injured, the zombie was similarly gravely wounded. Its arms had been severed, blood dripping incessantly onto the floor, rapidly pooling into a shocking puddle. The zombie glared at the two women, its rage escalating. Yet it understood that it could do nothing until its arms regrew. Otherwise, it would gain nothing from this encounter. As time passed, the zombie began to exhibit signs of agitation. It glanced at its severed arms, bewildered by the lack of healing, knowing such minor wounds typically healed within 2 minutes. Yet, nearly 4 minutes had elapsed without any signs of recovery. At that moment, Yun Haiyan noticed the zombie's abnormality as well. Observing its limbs, she turned to Xue Wanqing and remarked, Wanqing, it appears the antibodies are taking effect. Yes, I can see that, Xue Wanqing replied, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the zombie, fully comprehending its unusual condition. She had encountered high-level zombies before. In fact, it was precisely this experience that allowed her such keen insight into their behaviors. For a late-stage third-tier zombie, its arms should have regenerated swiftly due to its self-healing abilities. The fact that they had not yet regrown indicated that the antibodies were indeed effective. Realizing this, Xue Wanqing decided there was no need for caution. Now was the optimal moment to strike. With that thought, she charged forward, wielding her long knife with fierce intent. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Upon witnessing Xue Wanqing's actions, Yun Haiyan immediately followed suit, the two women coordinating their assault to relentlessly pressure the late-stage third-tier zombie. Cornered, the zombie let out a furious roar and, with a slight exertion of its legs, cracked the floor beneath it, darting toward the window with lightning speed. Not good. It's trying to escape, Yun Haiyan shouted urgently. Lao Huang, Xiao Wei, block its path. No sooner had she spoken than two shadowy figures intercepted the third-tier zombie, their speed astonishing as they rushed toward it. Trying to run? You won't get away with your life. Huang Yanting bellowed, swinging a massive axe toward the creature. The axe, pitch black and seemingly razor-sharp, glinted ominously as it sliced through the air, producing a chilling whistle. Seeing this, Xue Wanqing and Yun Haiyan hastened their approach as well. As all four launched their attack simultaneously, the third-tier zombie sensed imminent danger. Although its speed was considerable, the four were faster still, and within moments, its legs were severed. With a pained howl, it lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. It struggled desperately to rise, attempting to flee, but without its limbs, it could not stand, compounded by its injuries that it yearned to heal. Yet there were no signs of recovery, only an excruciating pain radiating throughout its body, causing it to tremble violently. Yun Lao, Wanqing, are you both all right? Wan Xiaowei approached Xue Wanqing and Yun Haiyan, ignoring the fallen zombie, her voice laced with concern. Both women shook their heads in response. We're fine. That's a relief. Wan Xiaowei sighed with relief, then turned her gaze to the incapacitated zombie, her tone slightly excited. The plan has finally succeeded. It seems this zombie has long been displeased. With that, she kicked the creature's head. The antibodies are effective. Preliminary observation indicates they can delay the self-healing abilities of high-level zombies. The ultimate outcome, however, will depend on what happens after 10 minutes. Yun Haiyan observed the zombie, her expression serious. Yet her tone hinted at excitement. This is truly wonderful, Huang Yanting exclaimed, elation coursing through her at the thought of their efforts finally bearing fruit. Yes, let us wait and see, Yun Haiyan agreed, and as if struck by a thought. Instructed, Xiao Wei, fetch the tablet and record its symptoms. All right, once Xiao Wei responded, retrieving the tablet to begin documenting the events. Chapter 64. Can you give me some personal space? At least let me bathe without being watched. A week later at S City, following the recent suicide incident, Li Yiqian kept an unwavering watch over Yi Li. Whether he was leaving the house or bathing, her gaze remained fixed on him at this moment. It was midday. The two were strolling along the industrial streets. Yi Li silent as he took in the surroundings, his delicate hand firmly grasped by Li Yiqian. Her grip was icy and rather tight. He yearned to break free from her hold, but was met with her fierce gaze while Yi Li sighed inwardly. Realizing that his gentle Yiqian had changed, she no longer trusted him. After walking for a while, Yi Li suddenly halted, lost in the familiarity of the scene before him. Before them lay a verdant meadow, impeccably maintained. This was a place they often visited, during their commutes or during idle moments. Li Yiqian would drag him out for a stroll. Reflecting on those moments, he felt a pang of remorse. Turning to Li Yiqian, he found her gazing at him, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Yiqian, do you not remember this place? Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian embraced him from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder as she gazed at the lush grass, lost in recollection. I remember. This is where we often walked, she said softly, before her tone shifted coldly, and where you rejected my marriage proposal. She could never forget the moment he callously refused her amidst the greenery. She couldn't fathom why, with her wealth and beauty, and their history as childhood friends, he felt nothing for her. It was then that she realized he must have loved someone else, prompting her to investigate his recent activities. Sure enough, she discovered a woman who had been quite close to him, yet ultimately, that woman too vanished from his life. Hearing Li Yiqian's words, Yi Li opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for a response. His rejection stemmed from a lack of romantic feelings. He had only ever viewed her as a sister and had never considered her in that light. They had previously discussed this matter. But each time he broached the subject, her emotions would spiral out of control, leading to unpredictable reactions. Gradually, Yi Li ceased to address the topic altogether. However, when he finally recognized the pathological nature of Li Yiqian's affection for him, it was far too late. Yiqian, would you walk this path with me? Yi Li pondered for a moment before finally making the suggestion that of course. Li Yiqian replied with indifference, as long as she could be with Yi Li. She would not hesitate to accompany him anywhere, even to death. That Yi Li was destined to be hers. No one could take him away, not even death itself, for her blood coursed through his veins. Should she perish, Yi Li would inevitably follow her into oblivion. Hand in hand, they wandered along the grassy expanse, the gentle sea breeze tousling his hair. Yi Li kept his gaze forward, while Li Yiqian's eyes remained fixed on him. Brimming with affection, they walked in silence, the atmosphere seemingly idyllic, yet upon closer inspection, an eerie stillness enveloped them. After a lengthy stroll, they settled on a bench beneath the shade of a tree, Li Yiqian's ample form pressed closely against Yi Li. One hand draped around his neck. Yi Li felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet he dared not voice his discomfort. It was better to endure, lest they provoke another argument. However, one thing he felt compelled to address was, Yiqian, there's something that I hope you can agree to. Yi Li hesitated before speaking softly. At his words, Li Yiqian narrowed her crimson eyes, observing him as he averted his gaze, her striking features chilling instantly. After the previous incident, she had grown highly cautious regarding Yi Li's requests. His demands often implied a plea for her to spare him or to end his life, but whenever he made such requests, he would be met with punishment. Over time, he had learned not to bring up these topics. Now, hearing him speak of a request stirred a flicker of anger within her. Leo, I've told you many times, if you dare to mention those two matters again, don't blame me for being unkind. Her tone was frigid, laden with a threat. Upon hearing this, Yi Li quickly clarified, Yiqian, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to bring that up. After enduring days of torment, Yi Li was now terrified. Each lash inflicted upon him brought a torment of both body and soul. driving him to the brink of madness. He had contemplated ending his life, believing it would bring him relief. Yet it proved futile. He found himself incapable of dying. Due to the incident of suicide that transpired, the blood coursing through his veins has now been entirely replaced, regardless of the severity of his injuries. He is able to recover swiftly. Furthermore, his current strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier, merely a step away from reaching the third tier, with such formidable power at his disposal. Even the act of taking his own life is beyond his capabilities. To do so would necessitate reaching the fourth tier or surpassing Li Yiqian. Yet, such a feat remains utterly impossible. Upon hearing Yi Li's explanation, Li Yiqian could not help but express a hint of confusion, inquiring, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Upon her question, Yi Li cast a glance at her, hesitating momentarily before summoning the courage to articulate. "Sister Yiqian, could you possibly grant me some personal space? At the very least, when I am bathing, I would appreciate it if you could step outside." As she spoke the last words, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she dared not meet her gaze. Although the two have already united as husband and wife and have fulfilled their marital duties, the distinction between the sexes still rendered Yi Li feeling somewhat awkward. It is essential to note that in a matriarchal society, male individuals are generally more reserved. While they share open discussions each night, Yi Li has yet to fully accept the situation. Each time he bathes, Li Yiqian stands vigil beside the tub, her crimson eyes fixed intently upon his form. On occasion, she even uses the pretext of observation to insist on bathing together, as well as engaging in card games. This routine has become a daily occurrence, leaving him in a state of distress. Personal space? Li Yiqian furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with displeasure. "No, I cannot allow that to prevent you from committing suicide. I must remain by your side at all times." She would not acquiesce to such a request. The notion of bathroom play, office play, marital room play, and even kitchen play had all become part of her daily fantasies concerning Yi Li. Now that they have materialized, there is no way she would relinquish them easily. Lear, do not harbor such thoughts. I will not agree to your request. Although she contemplated this internally, her outward demeanor remained icy as she firmly declined. P.S. Brothers, today I will update 3 chapters, a massive release. Hurry and support me with some gifts. Chapter 65. A plan that will leave Yi Li with lifelong shadows subtly takes root in Li Yiqian's heart upon hearing those words. Yi Li's expression immediately dimmed, yet he still felt the need to plead. "Sister Yiqian, I beg you for a bit of space. I assure you I will not attempt to take my own life or flee." Yi Li gazed at her, his tone tinged with desperation. He had contemplated reasoning with her or forcefully resisting, but each attempt had ended in failure, leaving him with no choice but to plead earnestly. When it comes to reasoning, Li Yiqian has held a prominent position for many years, managing thousands of employees and attending countless high-level meetings. Setting aside their childhood bond, he merely serves as her personal secretary. In terms of reasoning, he stands no chance against her. As for forceful resistance, he has tried that as well, but it only resulted in her employing even more stringent measures against him. Thus, Yi Li has come to understand one fundamental truth. When dealing with women, it is often best to acquiesce. Otherwise, the outcome is merely a matter of being reprimanded. Moreover, through the trials of recent days, it has become evident that Li Yiqian responds better to gentleness than to force. Indeed, upon hearing the tone of Yi Li's voice, a flicker of emotion briefly pierced Li Yiqian's icy demeanor, only to vanish in an instant. She observed Yi Li's charming countenance and coldly shook her head, stating, "Lear, I can agree to everything else, but I will not permit you to distance yourself from me. Even by a single step, you might as well abandon that hope." "Why? Do you truly not trust me?" "I do not doubt you. Rather, I love you too much to allow you to come to harm." But Yi Li wished to say more, only to be interrupted by Li Yiqian, who asserted firmly, "Enough. There is no need to revisit this topic. We are now husband and wife. We have done what is necessary and seen what we needed to see. What is there left for you to feel shy about?" Her tone was unyielding, and as she spoke, her crimson eyes bore down upon him, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Yi Li fell silent, understanding that further discussion would be futile. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. "Let me go. I am feeling rather fatigued," he expressed wearily, attempting to shrug off her hand from his shoulder. He no longer wished to engage in conversation with her. Her desire to control him had grown increasingly suffocating, and this manner of interaction left him breathless. However, he dared not voice his discontent. Forcing himself to swallow his grievances, Li Qian's hand remained steadfast upon his shoulder. Unyielding to his attempts to dislodge it, Li frowned in annoyance, insisting, "Sister Qian, please release me. I am tired and wish to return." "I will not." Li Qian's response was blunt but Li. He found himself utterly speechless. How had he not perceived her true nature before? Despite his anger, he knew Li Qian well enough to understand that failing to comply with her wishes would only lead to further entanglement. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath. Calming his mind and refraining from further words, the two sat in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. The following day, as dawn broke, Li opened his eyes groggily. Gazing at the still slumbering Li Qian, weariness flashing across his gaze, he turned to the side, noting the tattered remains of his white dress shirt, a surge of anger welling up within him. He had not slept well the previous night. Having been restless for nearly the entire duration, 6 hours had passed, and his voice was nearly hoarse, yet it seemed she remained oblivious. Were it not for his ascension to the pinnacle of the second tier, he might not have been able to endure. As Li regarded Li Qian's peaceful visage, his heart grew heavier with disdain. It appeared that he must find an opportunity to break through to the third tier. Otherwise, escape from her grasp would be utterly impossible. He resolved within himself that since he could not take his own life, he would rather flee. If he could not escape at the second tier, then he would at the third. As long as he could exit S City, he would have sufficient confidence to rid himself of her. This notion had taken root in his mind since the day he was rescued from his suicide attempt. He had never relinquished the intention to escape. That he yearned to find his sister, to take her away to a more secluded city where they could live free from the fear of Li Qian locating them. As for sustenance, he need not worry. He had become a zombie and no longer required food. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily fend off weaker zombies, making it a simple task to procure food for his sister. Thinking of Yi Xiaoran, Li felt a pang of concern. He wondered if Xiaoran and Shui Wanqing had safely reached the city. He recalled all too vividly that Shui Wanqing had sustained severe injuries. He could only hope that she was faring well. With a sigh, Li silently prayed for their well-being. Just as he sank into contemplation, a pair of crimson eyes had already been coldly fixated upon him. Li Qian made no sound, listening intently to Yi Li's unvoiced thoughts. Her beautiful face as frigid as I see. It seems I have been far too kind to Lear. I never anticipated he would dare to contemplate escape, and even entertain thoughts of other women. It appears the time has come to shatter his psychological defenses. She looked at him, a quiet sneer forming in her heart, as a plan that would cast a lifelong shadow upon Yi Li began to take shape within her mind. Lear, this time I will ensure you understand the consequences of thoroughly provoking me. With that thought, Li Qian closed her eyes, the corners of her mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. P.S. To all my brothers. Many have been deleted, otherwise I could not post. Please bear with it. Chapter 66. The unease within Yi Li. 2 days later, outside the courtyard of the marital home, Yi Li sat with his eyes closed. Emanating an aura of terrifying intensity, around him coalesced a swirling mist of blood, encrusted with frost, enveloping the vicinity in a blanket of chilling whiteness. A long exhale escaped his lips as he slowly opened his eyes. The blood-red hue fading to his original deep black. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists, and suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a distant skyscraper, he delivered a powerful punch toward the building. Instantly, a wave of icy energy surged toward the structure, freezing it in an instant, and soon the entire edifice shattered into fragments, crumbling piece by piece. Such formidable strength. Is this the power of the third tier? Yi Li watched the scene unfold before him. His heart gripped with astonishment. He had now fully transitioned into the early stages of the third tier, and it was precisely this realization that illuminated the disparities between each realm. That it was difficult to fathom that someone as seemingly weak as he could possess such explosive power, let alone the likes of Li Qian. Although he had never witnessed her unleash her full potential, one thing was clear. To defeat her, he would need at least 100 of himself to stand a chance. Contemplating her formidable strength, a sense of helplessness washed over Yi Li, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. While he acknowledged he could not best her, he retained a glimmer of hope for escape. Yi Li tightened his fists, silently resolving within himself. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Li Qian's icy voice behind him. Lear, having just broken through to the third tier, what occupies your mind? The sudden sound startled Yi Li, and he turned to find Li Qian, clad in a suit, standing behind him. Having arrived unbeknownst to him, Yili gazed upon the strikingly beautiful visage of Li Yiqian. A cold sweat broke out upon his brow. He hurriedly stammered, "And no, it's nothing. I just feel that I've become quite formidable." Li Yiqian remained silent, her penetrating gaze fixed upon him. The intensity of her stare made Yili profoundly uncomfortable, compelling him to avert his eyes. Unable to meet her gaze, her crimson irises seemed to pierce through him, as if she could discern his innermost thoughts, rendering him helplessly exposed. This overwhelming sensation instilled a deep-seated fear within him. Though he recognized this as mere delusion, the mere presence of Li Yiqian filled him with dread. After all, only moments ago, he had been contemplating escape, and now the very source of his trepidation stood before him. To claim he felt no anxiety would be a falsehood. Furthermore, he felt an additional layer of fear. Logically, having recently broken through to the third tier, while his strength still paled in comparison to hers, he could at least consider himself of moderate capability. Yet, he now found himself completely oblivious to when Li Yiqian had appeared behind him. This sense of impotence seemed to intensify alongside his increasing prowess. "Is that so?" Li Yiqian inquired, observing the slight panic in Yili's demeanor, her tone laced with playful mockery. "You don't think that just because your power has grown, you can escape from me, do you?" Her words sent a shiver down Yili's spine, his complexion paling as his heart raced. Struggling to suppress the tremors coursing through his body, he forced a smile and replied, "Why would I? Yiqian, you needn't worry. I shall not attempt to flee again." His voice trembled slightly, yet he concealed his fear adeptly, leaving Li Yiqian none the wiser. "Is that so?" Li Yiqian remarked, a sly smile gracing her lips as she stepped closer, drawing him into her embrace. With a delicate grip, she seized his chin, lifting his face to meet her gaze. Her icy, crimson eyes radiated a chilling danger, and the mere act of making eye contact with her caused Yili's heart to constrict painfully. Inducing a sense of suffocation, he fought to maintain his composure, suppressing the fear that bubbled within him. As they locked eyes, Li Yiqian's expression grew increasingly indifferent, morphing into a frigid demeanor. After a moment, she gently caressed Yili's cheek, her expression unwavering. "Lier, I believe it is necessary for me to reiterate this to you," she began, her tone low and intense. "You are mine. Do you understand? Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Otherwise, should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee what I might do to you. Do you comprehend, my lair?" The final words dripped with an unmistakable ambiguity, her gaze flickering with a fiery intensity that sent chills down his spine. "Why, yes, I understand," Yili stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his voice quavering. For reasons unknown, ever since 2 days prior, Li Yiqian had seemingly transformed into a different person. She no longer kept a constant watch over him, allowing him some semblance of personal space, albeit still under her watchful eye. He was permitted to enhance his abilities or take leisurely strolls around the villa, yet she remained intrusive during more private moments, such as bathing. Though this was undoubtedly preferable to her previous obsessive surveillance, he could not shake the feeling that this new dynamic was even more unnerving. He pondered the reasons behind his growing apprehension, contemplating various factors, yet found no solace. It was a bitter irony that he perceived this normalcy as a conspiracy, and the thought troubled him greatly. Yili felt increasingly agitated. "That's good to hear," Li Yiqian remarked upon hearing his response, tightening her grip on his chin slightly. "I have some matters to attend to later. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore the villa, but refrain from wandering too far. Understood?" "Understood. Rest assured, Yiqian, I won't venture outside," Yili promptly replied. "Good." With that, Li Yiqian leaned down, capturing his lips in a kiss. After a lingering moment, she finally released him. "Now that you've just broken through to the third tier, focus on solidifying your foundation. I must attend to my business. If you require anything, I shall be in the villa's hall." Without waiting for Yili's further comments, she vanished from sight, leaving him standing there in a daze, motionless for a prolonged moment. Eventually, he roused himself, questioning, "What am I truly afraid of? Why do I feel this unease?" He pondered as he turned to sit on a chair by the door, replaying every moment of his acquaintance with Li Yiqian in his mind, searching for any clues. Yet, no matter how he recollected, he found no signs of abnormality. Everything appeared as it always had, disturbingly normal. Aside from her slightly relaxed possessiveness, nothing else had changed. Was it his fear of her that had warped his perception, making even her granting him a modicum of freedom feel terrifying? Yili shook his head, dismissing these absurd thoughts. Regardless of whether he was overthinking, this current state undoubtedly favored him. After a brief respite, he stood, exhaling deeply. "It matters not. I shall proceed with my plans as usual. That as long as I remain cautious, there should be no issues." With this resolve, he made his way to the courtyard, beginning to practice some basic martial arts to stabilize his newly acquired tier. Consuming raw meat and blood could fortify his foundation, yet he had always refrained, finding it repulsive. Although he often found raw flesh tempting, its aroma enticing, he simply could not bring himself to accept it. P.S. I will update another chapter shortly, along with some good news from the author. The 2 books that were previously taken down may be released in 2 months. Additionally, the previously banned story featuring the Fox Demon Sister will be updated again, albeit with many significant changes and a more restrained narrative that I hope you all will continue to read. As for the story of Nangong Qianyun, only a few chapters have been altered, remaining mostly intact. Chapter 67. Even if you are tainted, I shall not disdain you. Meanwhile, within the villa, she stood respectfully in the center of the first-floor hall, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Early that morning, she had received an order from Li Yiqian to await her presence in the hall. The moment she received the command, she had rushed to the hall without hesitation, daring not to delay in the slightest. However, as moments turned into hours, she had been waiting for quite some time, without catching even a glimpse of Li Yiqian. Nonetheless, she remained steadfast, suppressing any hint of dissatisfaction, not daring to voice a single complaint within her mind. What could the master want with me? Surely it isn't regarding the incident with the young master's suicide. The thought sent a shiver through Shi's body as she struggled to conceive any other reason for her summons. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Li Yiqian's figure suddenly materialized on the sofa, startling her to her core. Master, what were you thinking? Li Yiqian cast a dispassionate glance in her direction. Her tone calmed. "In nothing. I was merely pondering the reason for your summons," Shi replied truthfully. "Nothing of great consequence. That I called you here to entrust you with an important task, one that I expect to be executed flawlessly," Li Yiqian stated, her voice steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Please, master, give your instructions that I shall not disappoint," Shi asserted, kneeling on one knee in a display of utmost respect. The 4 of them remained fiercely loyal to Li Yiqian, each having benefited from her favor. Without her recognition, they would not be who they were now. Naturally, the prospect of being entrusted with an important task filled her with excitement. In their hearts, as long as they could serve Li Yiqian, they would willingly face death if necessary. Observing her fervor, Li Yiqian's gaze softened slightly as she raised her hand, levitating Shi effortlessly. "Your words bring me comfort." With that, she produced a photograph and tossed it to Shi. "Bring back the girl in this picture, but do so discreetly. The address I provided is on the back. Ensure that Lier does not catch sight of you upon your return. Understood?" She accepted the photograph. Her curiosity piqued, yet before she could examine it, Li Yiqian continued, "Understood, Master. I will certainly bring her back." She nodded, tucking the photo into her bosom. "Very well, you may depart. Remember, safety is paramount. I do not wish for you to return with any injuries. Do you understand?" Li Yiqian's voice turned icy, serving as a warning. However, instead of feeling displeased, Shi's face beamed with enthusiasm at Li Yiqian's concern for her safety. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not let you down." With that declaration, she strode toward the door, exiting the villa. Watching Shi's departing figure, Li Yiqian's expression remained largely unchanged. Only after the hall was utterly devoid of anyone but herself did a strange smile grace her lips. Leah, I wonder if you will appreciate the grand gift I am sending your way." Li Yiqian murmured to herself, her crimson eyes seemingly piercing through walls to gaze in the direction of Yili. 3 days later, City A. Late at night, I never expected there to be so many living souls here. She stood atop the second wall of the safe zone, observing the figures moving about below, her blood-red lips curling into a predatory grin. After 3 days of travel, she had finally arrived at the designated location, and the sight of so many humans below filled her with a bloodthirsty delight. She had never encountered such a feast of delectable humanity. She is now utterly consumed by an insatiable desire to tear through their skin, to savor their tender flesh, and the delightful taste of their fresh blood. Fortunately, she manages to restrain herself, for there are pressing matters at hand. She retrieves a photograph from her pocket, gazing at the girl captured within it, her expression involuntarily darkening with a hint of sorrow. In the image, a little girl clings to Yeli's waist, her radiant smile illuminating her face, her eyes crescent-shaped like a delicate moon. This person appears to be quite close to her fiancé, suggesting she must be a cherished relative. She muses to herself, but how does she not resemble him at all? Never mind. Finding someone is of utmost importance. With that thought, she sets aside her musings, recognizing the challenge that lies ahead in locating her. After much contemplation, she cannot devise a single plan. Very well, I shall inquire one by one. As long as this girl is here, I need not fear being unable to find her. With this resolution, she vanishes from the wall and strides towards the densest throng of people. Sister Wanqing, when shall we venture to City S? I fear for my brother's safety, Yi Shaoran expressed anxiously as she sat on the sofa. Observing Shui Wanqing meticulously polishing her long blade, upon learning that the antibody was effective against higher-level zombies, her desire to travel to City S intensified. Though she knew that her brother was under the protection of Sister Yiqian and would not face life-threatening dangers, the worry lingered. After all, Li Yiqian had transformed into a zombie, and her various negative emotions and desires would be magnified exponentially. What if her brother inadvertently provoked her anger? It would be troublesome if Yiqian, in a fit of rage, were to inadvertently harm her brother. Thus, her urgency to seek out Yeli was rooted in her concern for her timid brother, fearing he might come to harm. Upon hearing Yu Shaoran's worried words, Shui Wanqing's hand paused momentarily, but only for an instant before she resumed her task of polishing the blade, responding, "Soon, once I break through to the late stage of the third tier, we will set off for City S immediately." Sister Wanqing, how long do you estimate it will take for you to reach the late stage? At least 3 months, at most a year. 3 months. Upon hearing Shui Wanqing's reply, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Shaoran's face. Sensing her disheartenment, Shui Wanqing set aside her work, turning to face her, and said, "Shaoran, this rescue mission offers but a single opportunity. I wish for no unforeseen complications. No one desires to save your brother more than I do. Even if I achieve a breakthrough to the late stage, I cannot guarantee success, particularly with Li Yiqian by his side." Mentioning Li Yiqian, a chill passed over Shui Wanqing's features, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. Were it not for this woman, she might have been living safely alongside Yeli. The mere thought of Yeli being taken away by her, perhaps even sullied, ignited a surge of fury within her. Though she never expressed her emotions outwardly, her hatred for Li Yiqian had long since reached the depths of her soul. She would ensure Li Yiqian paid dearly for her transgressions. The vision of Yeli being subjugated and ruthlessly violated by that woman only intensified the venom in Shui Wanqing's gaze. Her grip on the hilt of her blade tightened involuntarily. "Yeli, even if you are tarnished, I shall not disdain you." Chapter 68. After all, you wouldn't want your lady to know, would you? Meanwhile, in City S West District, the moon hung brightly in the starry sky. A blood-soaked Gothic girl stood amidst the carnage, clutching a severed arm, her delicate lips smeared with fresh blood as she incessantly chewed. The moonlight illuminated her hauntingly beautiful visage. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the alley behind her, a man and a woman, strikingly identical. These twins were none other than Chen Shuang and Chen Qi. Chen Shuang surveyed the sea of human corpses without a flicker of emotion. Approaching Zhou Yuer from behind, respectfully stating, "Sister Yuer, there has been movement on the tyrant's side." Upon hearing Chen Shuang's words, Zhou Yuer slowly turned around, her bloodthirsty gaze flashing a crimson hue, chewing on a morsel of flesh. Her words came out somewhat garbled. "Is it regarding Brother Li?" To this, Chen Shuang shook her head, a wave of helplessness washing over her. And no, she could not comprehend why Zhou Yuer was so enamored with the tyrant's husband. Since attending the wedding, her sister had transformed, becoming increasingly diligent in her pursuit of human prey to elevate her power. During this time, Chen Shuang clearly sensed Zhou Yuer's strength had grown, hinting at a possible breakthrough to the late stage of the 4th tier. This realization prompted her to reflect. Who would have thought Sister Yuer would possess the qualities of a formidable warrior, truly a remarkable figure, only to be infatuated with the tyrant's husband? Contemplating this, Chen Shuang's mind conjured images of Li Yiqian's terrifying power, and she feared for her sister's safety should she pursue the tyrant's husband. She had attempted to counsel her sister, but to no avail. No matter how they urged her, Zhou Yuer was resolute in her desire to be with that man, and over time, they ceased their interventions. After all, whatever Zhou Yuer chose to do, the siblings would always follow her. Seeing Chen Shuang shake her head, Zhou Yuer's face fell slightly, and after swallowing the blood and flesh in her mouth, she inquired, If it is not concerning Li, then what is it, since it did not pertain to Yeli? She could easily dismiss it from her mind. Her sole focus now was to elevate her power swiftly and stealthily secure Yeli for herself. She believed that once they had engaged intimately, their connection would endure. She had no concerns about him revealing their liaison. As long as Yeli was not foolish, he would never disclose it to the tyrant. After all, you wouldn't want your lady to know, would you? Yet even if she feigned disinterest, it was still related to the tyrant. So listening wouldn't hurt. Noticing Zhou Wei's reaction, Qin Shuang pondered briefly before speaking. It is as follows. The night before last, while on patrol, I happened to catch a glimpse of Shi's figure. Judging by her direction, she seemed to be heading towards the highway at the time. I merely encountered her by chance and did not pay much attention. Reflecting now, it appears she may have left City Est. Qin Shuang recounted the scene she witnessed. Internally, she felt perplexed. She, a reliable aide to the tyrant, venturing alone from City Est raised suspicions. After all, even minor actions from individuals like them could have dire repercussions. Thus, upon spotting she had hurried back from the outskirts of the West District. Hearing Qin Shuang's words, Zhou Yue furrowed her brow, intrigued by this intelligence. After all, she was a fourth-tier zombie, while her strength was somewhat inferior. She still belonged to the upper echelons. Furthermore, Shi's departure from City S must have been under Li Yiqian's orders. Otherwise, given her unwavering loyalty, she would not have left. Yet, this very notion caused Zhou Wei to question the situation. Could there have been issues at the border? Zhou Yue murmured to herself, but quickly dismissed the notion. No, if there truly were problems, I should have been notified. Zhou Yue pondered for a long while, unable to grasp why she would leave. If it were merely a minor task, the tyrant's overall strength would not warrant sending a fourth-tier Shi. They would dispatch other subordinates instead. This much she understood. Could it be something had occurred with the tyrant? Yet, given the tyrant's immense power, what could possibly trouble her? With this thought, Zhou Wei furrowed her brow even more tightly. Qin Shuang and Qin Shi observed her silently, exchanging glances without interrupting her contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Yue finally turned to Qin Shuang, stating, "This matter likely harbors complications. You two remain vigilant. I will visit the tyrant tomorrow." She could not fathom what event could compel she to leave City S. Until she understood the situation, her mind would remain unsettled. Something significant must be brewing to warrant such caution from the tyrant. Understood, Sister Yue, the siblings replied in unison. The following day at noon, Zhou Yue arrived alone at the gates of the Li family villa. Standing outside the entrance, she gazed at the structure, her heart racing with excitement. At last, I shall see Brother Li again. I wonder how he has changed. Has he become even more captivating? The thought of Yeli, so exquisitely handsome and exuding a mature aura, made her stomach flutter with warmth. Today, in addition to her desire to uncover the truths surrounding she harbored a significant motive, to catch a glimpse of Yeli. It had been quite some time since they last met after the wedding, and she felt a pang of longing. With a creak, the opulent gates swung open, revealing the pathway within. Without hesitation, Zhou Yue stepped inside the villa. As she crossed the threshold, the grand doors closed automatically behind her. Moments later, she found herself in the living room, where she spotted Li Yiqian seated upon the sofa. Upon noticing her, Li Yiqian's expression remained impassive as she gestured toward the chair opposite her, coldly uttering a single word, "Sit." Once Zhou Yue had taken her seat, her icy voice once again echoed in her ears. "I wonder, little Yue, what brings you here this time?" Li Yiqian reclined languidly on the sofa, propping her head up with one hand, her legs elegantly crossed. Dressed in a tailored suit, she appeared exceptionally refined and noble. Her beauty was undeniable, and in formal attire, she exuded an unparalleled grace. She gazed at the opposite Zhou Yue. Her tone remained frosty, yet her words carried a hint of playful mockery, giving the impression to an outsider that the two were close friends. However, as Li Yiqian spoke, a barely perceptible glimmer of mockery flickered in her crimson eyes. "P.S. My apologies, everyone. I was forcibly taken on a date by a yandere yesterday, and I only managed to carve out time to write my novel today. I will update a chapter tonight." Chapter 69. By the way, why haven't I seen your husband? Although she was unaware of Zhou Yue's intentions, she understood that it was certainly not a visit for mere pleasantries, regardless of her motives. Li Yiqian remained unbothered, confident in her own strength, and she was well aware of the girl's character. Amidst the throngs of zombies, Her relationship with Zhou Yuer was the most amicable. Is it that you can't come to visit your sister Iqian without a reason? Zhou Yuer responded with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone upon hearing the inquiry. Of course not. Li Yiqian replied with a faint smile. But little Yuer, could it be that you've come to seek me out because you've made up your mind to become my subordinate? Taken aback by Li Yiqian's words, Zhou Yuer immediately sprang to her feet, resembling a startled cat, and hastily defended herself. Who wants to be your subordinate? I came here to ask you something. Zhou Yuer felt a twinge of displeasure at Li Yiqian's remark. As a fourth-tier zombie, she was formidable in her own right, even if she could not rival the monstrous strength of Li Yiqian. However, this woman had harbored the notion of having her as a subordinate since the outbreak began. Was she out of her mind? Had she not been unable to overpower Li Yiqian, Zhou Yuer would have likely charged at her in anger. Li Yiqian, however, did not show any sign of irritation. Instead, her expression remained calm as she asked, "What matter is so significant that it warrants a personal visit from little Yuer? I came to inquire because my little Shuang saw your corpse leave S City the day before yesterday and feared something might have happened. So I wanted to check in," Zhou Yuer replied, her tone now more brusque. Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest passed through Li Yiqian's eyes before she responded, "There is no cause for concern. I merely granted her a few days off to wander around." Wander around? Zhou Yuer frowned at Li Yiqian's words, clearly skeptical of her explanation, yet she refrained from pressing further, though their relationship was amicable. It was not particularly close, more akin to friends at best. If Li Yiqian chose not to disclose more, there was little she could do. Fortunately, as long as nothing was amiss at the border, everything else was none of her concern. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuer scanned the hall but noticed no sign of Yi, and thus decided to change the subject. By the way, Yiqian, why haven't I seen your husband? Aren't you going to introduce us? At her words, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within them. Yet Zhou Yuer remained oblivious, perceiving her question as perfectly innocuous. Indeed, such a remark would be quite normal when directed at anyone else. However, uttering it in front of someone like Li Yiqian was a grave misstep. Her love for Yi Li ran deep. She would grow jealous even at the mention of him by another woman, let alone a man. Once, a male client had merely draped an arm around Yi Li's shoulder during a dinner meeting, and Li Yiqian had erupted in fury at that moment. She had nearly struck the client, and had it not been for Yi Li's intervention, she would have undoubtedly caused him harm. But why Yi Li had been utterly bewildered by her sudden outburst. Having no inkling of why she had reacted so vehemently, even after conversing with her for quite some time. These incidents had transpired prior to the apocalypse, and they had merely been men. Yet now, upon hearing Zhou Yuer mention Yi Li, Li Yiqian's demeanor shifted markedly, her whole presence becoming more formidable. Thus, while Zhou Yuer's words seemed innocuous, they bore a weight that she was entirely unaware of, especially since Zhou Yuer had spoken with intent. Of course, she was not one to lack discernment. She recognized that the girl had only made an offhand remark and would not resort to violence over it. Suppressing her rising ire, Li Yiqian regained her composure and stated, "Li is occupied with matters at hand. I shall find an opportunity to introduce you both later." Upon hearing Li Yiqian's response, Zhou Yuer's delicate features momentarily clouded with disappointment before she quickly masked it, declaring cheerfully, "Very well, when the time comes, do come to my place. I'll treat you both to some meat." "Indeed, I shall make the effort," Li Yiqian replied calmly, observing the fleeting disappointment on Zhou Yuer's face, which piqued her curiosity. Perhaps Zhou Yuer harbored feelings for Li. Before she could ponder further, Zhou Yuer interjected, "All right, Yiqian, I should be heading back now that I merely wanted to inform you about it." With that, she rose to depart. But before she could take more than 2 steps, Li Yiqian's cold voice halted her. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I've asked Li to come over so that I can introduce you too." Startled, Zhou Yuer froze in her tracks, feigning confusion as she turned back to Li Yiqian. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, slightly embarrassed, "Isn't your husband busy? Wouldn't it be an imposition?" Though she voiced such concerns, her heart held a different sentiment. Unreservedly, she had come today with the intention of seeing Yi Li. She wished to ascertain whether he would recognize her, despite their limited interactions prior to the apocalypse. Having only crossed paths once, she still held a glimmer of hope. Noticing the conflicted expression on Zhou Yuer's face, Li Yiqian felt a twinge of confusion. Was she perhaps overthinking? Surely, it was nothing of great significance. He was merely occupied with trivial matters. Just take a seat for a moment. He will arrive shortly, she said, maintaining an outward calm despite her internal uncertainty. This, Zhou Yue hesitated, contemplating for a moment before conceding. All right then, I shall impose upon you a little longer. After all, you've called for him. With that, she settled back into her chair. Although Zhou Yue put on an act of embarrassment, her heart raced with excitement. Before long, Yili arrived in the villa's grand hall. He looked bewildered as he surveyed the scene, his gaze settling on Li Yiqian. Filled with confusion and curiosity, that it was evident he was unaware of why Li Yiqian had summoned him. Moments ago, he had been lost in thought on a chair outside their marital room when Li Yiqian's voice had pierced through his reverie, instructing him to come to the hall immediately. Though puzzled, he complied without a second thought, fully aware of the consequences of defying Li Yiqian. Upon entering the first-floor hall, he noticed that he was not alone. Seated across from Li Yiqian was a petite young woman clad in black Gothic attire, her delicate features evoking an almost doll-like charm. Li, come sit beside me, Li Yiqian commanded coldly upon spotting Yili. Yiqian, what is it you need? Yili inquired, taking a seat beside her, still bewildered. Pitas. Today's update is brief as the author has some matters to attend to. To express my apologies, here is a picture of the author. Zhou Yue maintained her customary smile, and upon seeing Yili, she introduced herself and extended her hand towards him, her eyes briefly flashing with an imperceptible intensity. However, this emotion was quickly concealed. Rising to her feet, she reached out to Yili with a smile, saying, "Hello, Lier Gij, you can just call me Yue." The way she addressed him as Lier Gij rolled off her tongue effortlessly, as if she had uttered it countless times before, leaving no room for awkwardness. Li Yiqian observed their actions with a disapproving glare, and just as their hands were about to meet, she swiftly pulled Yili back onto the sofa. Yili, bewildered by this sudden action, looked at Li Yiqian, puzzled as to why she had yanked him back, but upon catching sight of her warning gaze, he froze in place. Her crimson eyes reminded him of her previous words, "If you dare to approach other women, don't blame me for being ruthless." He had etched those words into his mind, having been reprimanded by her over this very issue before the zombie virus outbreak. In the past, Sister Yiqian had always been so kind to him, and he could only imagine how she would react now. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with Zhou Yue, he realized that he might have put himself in a precarious position. He had never doubted Li Yiqian's ruthlessness. After all, she was capable of biting off her own flesh. Such resolve was not something ordinary individuals could muster. As he recalled that moment, anxiety washed over him, and he attempted to explain, "Sister Yiqian, there's no need to explain," Li Yiqian interjected, observing his panicked expression. With a gentle smile, she reached out and caressed his cheek, and while it didn't do it intentionally, there's no need for explanations. Her tone and demeanor were exceedingly tender, yet to Yili, they sent a chill down his spine that he understood that she was being sarcastic. If he took her words at face value, he could only imagine how many times she would have toyed with him over the years. Realizing this, Yili quickly grasped Li Yiqian's hand and leaned against her arm, his voice laced with a hint of grievance as he said, "I'm sorry, Sister Yiqian, I just wanted to leave a good impression on your friend. I didn't mean to disregard your wishes." After he spoke, he adopted a look of a charmingly wronged husband, his eyes blinking innocently, making him appear quite endearing. This was a tactic he had been perfecting over the past few days. Though he was a local man under a matriarchal society, this role was still somewhat difficult for him to embrace. Nevertheless, in order to avoid punishment from Li Yiqian, he felt compelled to resort to such measures. Fortunately, this technique proved remarkably effective. It worked like a charm on women. After all, with Yi Li's handsome appearance, a man like him, when feigning vulnerability, could easily make the world seem unjust. Zhou Yue, witnessing his demeanor, felt a stirring in her heart, realizing how captivating it was when little Li Gij appeared so wronged. She licked her lips instinctively, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Li Yiqian remained oblivious to Zhou Yue's peculiar reaction. Her entire focus fixated on Yi Li. His current state ignited a warmth within her, and a wicked thought began to flourish in her mind. She was aware of Yi Li's intentions and understood the purpose of his charm. He had employed such tactics on her before, and she had inevitably fallen for it each time. That if previously, Yi Li had been merely a celestial being thrust into the mundane world, possessing beauty without knowing how to wield it. Now he resembled a captivating demon, able to ensnare any woman in his web of allure. His pure visage exuded an air of seduction, prompting vivid fantasies that made one yearn to pounce and devour. This sensation was intoxicating for Li Yiqian, and over the past few days, she had indulged in it thoroughly. The duration of their encounters extending from the usual 3 hours to 4. It was akin to a long-desired object that suddenly transformed into a seductive demon, one that belonged solely to her. How could she possibly resist? Taking a deep breath, Li Yiqian struggled to suppress her desires, her expression turning icy as she regarded Yi Li with a cold voice. "I am not angry with you. Since you have said so, you may return for now. I shall come find you later to settle the score, so you can learn a lesson." Li Yiqian's chilling threat bore a shadow of displeasure on her face. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li's countenance shifted to one of alarm, yet internally, he regarded her with disdain, akin to viewing refuse. How could he not comprehend her underlying meaning? While she feigned seriousness, she was secretly coercing him into submission. Why had he not noticed this before? Though he harbored extreme aversion towards her, he lowered his head in feigned terror, hesitating for a moment before finally standing up under her frigid gaze and saying, I understand, Sister Yiqian. I will return." His voice trembled, betraying the fear he felt towards her. Zhou Yuer, observing this, narrowed her bright eyes, perplexed as to why Yi Li would exhibit such fear towards Li Yiqian. Having hunted many humans, she recognized that Yi Li's fear was genuine, not an act. Those driven into a corner by her would display similar behavior. Although Yi Li masked his emotions well, his body language and subtle movements betrayed him. Chapter 71. The unaware individual. From the moment Yi Li entered, to being pulled into Li Yiqian's embrace, and now trembling in fear, Zhou Yuer had keenly observed every detail. Initially, when drawn into her arms, his body had been somewhat stiff, and a glimmer of terror had shone in his eyes. Now, however, as he quaked and wore a fearful expression, it seemed too contrived, far too deliberate. Nevertheless, his fear of Li Yiqian was unmistakable. This she could affirm. How could little Li Gij be so afraid of this tyrant? They are to marry, do they not love each other? Zhou Yuer pondered, though her face remained impassive, before the outbreak of the zombie virus. She had indeed met Li Yiqian and was aware of their childhood bond. Logically, Yi Li should not fear her. However, upon further observation, she discerned that their relationship was far from simple. Yet, Zhou Yuer did not dwell on this. Rather, she found it advantageous. If little Li Gij feared this tyrant so, then should she pursue a connection with him, he would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped about it. With this thought, Zhou Yuer could not suppress her delight. Envisioning Yi Li's humiliating expression, just the thought of it made her mouth water slightly, though her demeanor remained calm as she observed the scene of Yi Li admitting his faults. Li Yiqian, noticing Zhou Yuer's lack of reaction, decided not to concern herself with her and coldly instructed Yi Li, "Just understand, you may leave now." Understood. Hearing her words, Yi Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation, and turned to exit the hall. Upon returning to his room, he shut the door and sat on the bed, furrowing his brows. For some reason, he felt as though something was amiss. How strange. Why does it feel like someone is missing? Yi Li murmured to himself, confusion evident on his face. After a while, he finally remembered who was absent. In a wonder, I have felt that something was lacking. It turns out she is not here. It dawned on him that she, who had been by his side constantly, was the one missing. Li Yiqian's most loyal aide. She would frequently visit to greet her, while also keeping a watchful eye on him. It had been several days since he noticed her absence. Yi Li found this curious. Based on his observations over the past few months, she had been unwaveringly devoted to Li Yiqian. Her presence almost constant. Yet recently, she had vanished. Surely, Li Yiqian must have assigned her to some other task. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared without a trace. With this reasoning, he deemed it reasonable, considering Xi's unwavering loyalty to her. Even disregarding his own words. However, Yi Li was intrigued. What could be so significant that warranted Li Yiqian sending her away? It had already been several days that he muttered to himself, but after contemplating for a while, he cast the question aside. Forget it. There's no point in pondering. Since she is absent, it gives me an opportunity to devise several escape routes. With that thought, Yi Li rose and stepped outside into the yard. He glanced towards the villa, and upon confirming Li Yiqian's absence, he approached the wall to scrutinize the roads beyond. Having recently advanced to the 3rd tier and possessing abilities at the 2nd tier level, he felt confident in his capabilities. At present, he deemed his strength to be quite formidable. Should he attempt to flee and be discovered, he should be able to hold his own against her. Li gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes revealing a deep-seated hatred. Li Qian, everything you have done to me, I shall repay you in kind. He spoke with an icy gaze, his tone laced with boundless animosity. In the hall, Li Qian listened to Yi Li's thoughts, a smile unconsciously gracing her alluring face. Zhou Yuer, noticing this, inquired with curiosity, Sister Qian, what are you smiling about? Upon hearing her question, Li Qian snapped back to reality and looked at Zhou Yuer, replying, it's nothing, just some individuals who fail to recognize their own position. Her words were laden with double entendre, not only directed at others, but also subtly aimed at Zhou Yuer. Upon hearing Li Qian's remarks, Zhou Yuer's expression shifted slightly, yet she chose to remain silent. She was well aware of Li Qian's character. Although a tinge of resentment lingered in her heart, she ultimately stated, regardless, I will never serve under you. It is getting late, and having understood the matters at hand, I must take my leave. With that, she lingered no longer, her figure flickering before she vanished from the hall. Once Zhou Yuer had completely departed, Li Qian was left alone in the grand space. She languidly reclined on the sofa, her legs crossed, one hand propping her head as a cold, mocking smile graced her exquisite features. After a considerable pause, she finally rose, realizing just how much Li despised her. Then I shall give you even more reason to loathe me. With that declaration, her figure flickered once more, and she too vanished from the hall. P.S. That photo has been deleted. Someone actually used my picture to lead, which is truly outrageous. How infuriating that no one believes me. To know what happens next, please join Penguin Cute at Chapter 72, an opportunity for a successful escape City. Tianren City. The streets were bustling at noon, with various vehicles weaving through the vibrant metropolis, creating a lively atmosphere in this world plagued by zombies. The thriving scene starkly contrasted with the desolation outside the high walls. Beyond the towering barriers lay a desolate landscape, while within them, life flourished. Nestled against the city's central walls was a vast military base, home to a significant number of troops who patrolled daily to maintain order. The soldiers were formidable, nearly all of them awakened beings, exuding an aura distinct from ordinary soldiers. Inside the barracks, a soldier reported, Commander, we have received news from a city. General Ma Ying's encirclement operation has failed, and he has tragically sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. Additionally, the development of an antibody against the zombies has succeeded, proving effective in curing and suppressing high-level zombies. The tall woman in military attire, standing at nearly 6 feet, entered the tent and respectfully addressed the commanding officer, a statuesque woman named Li Mingxue, who served as the overall commander of City and had attained mid-level 4-stage power. What? General Ma has fallen. Upon receiving this news, Li Mingxue was momentarily stunned, a fierce intent emanating from her. She was not elated by the success of the antibody's development. Rather, her anger surged upon hearing of General Ma's sacrifice. Is the information accurate? Li Mingxue inquired in a low, serious tone. My subordinate has verified it. It is indeed true, and this information comes directly from Commander Yin Haiyan. The soldier replied that Li Mingxue inhaled deeply, her eyes glinting with cold light. Though her heart burned with fury, she strove to compose herself. Li Qian, she hissed through clenched teeth. After a lengthy silence, she turned her gaze to the soldier and coldly asked, what is the situation at the border? The situation at the border is stable. All high-level zombies have been eliminated. Excellent. Relay the message to a city that the border issue has been resolved, and reinforcements will be dispatched to a city shortly. Understood, the soldier affirmed before departing. 3 days later. City. Inside the wedding chamber, Yi Li lay on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat and utterly exhausted. Beside him, Li Qian propped her head on one hand, gazing at him with keen interest, a rare playful smile gracing her lips. She reached out to caress his cheek, lingering in her touch. Li, I've discovered that you are becoming increasingly captivating. Her crimson eyes held an inscrutable depth as she continued, if only your heart obeyed as well as your outward demeanor. Upon hearing this, Yi Li regarded her with confusion, unable to grasp her meaning. What did she mean by his heart and outward appearance being obedient? He could not help but inquire. Nothing of great importance. Just rest well. Li, I have matters to attend to, Li Qian replied, shaking her head before standing. I shall return soon. Where are you going? Is it far? Yi Li asked, a hint of unease creeping into his voice, though inside, he was exhilarated. He had been playing a role for days, hoping to lower Li Yiqian's guard while seeking an opportunity to escape. However, he had yet to succeed. Despite her occasional absence from the villa, he understood that if he dared to flee now, he would undoubtedly be captured again. Thus, he had been waiting for a chance, an opportunity for a smooth escape. Now, it seemed that opportunity had finally arrived. As Li Yiqian donned her clothes, she noticed the anxiety in his expression and gently reassured him, "Attend to your tasks, but rest assured, I will be back shortly." "How long will you be gone?" Yi Li couldn't help but ask. This question was crucial. He needed to know. Otherwise, he would not dare to flee, that if she returned the moment he left the villa, he would be doomed. This was no idle concern, for the speed of a 4-stage powerhouse was formidable. Therefore, he had to clarify. Even if it raised her suspicions, he was willing to take the risk. Having already devised a reasonable excuse that AS expected, upon hearing Yi Li's question, Li Yiqian's crimson eyes turned icy, and she regarded him with a cold voice. "Little Li, are you asking this because you intend to escape while I am away?" At her words, Yi Li's concern vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. He turned away, pulling the blanket over himself and coldly retorting, "So, I am unworthy of your trust. After all, in your eyes, I am merely a liar." Hearing the tone of Yi Li's voice and his words, Li Yiqian couldn't help but smirk inwardly. If she had not been privy to his thoughts, she might have been deceived by his act. However, she chose not to expose his lies, instead sitting on the bed, reaching for his face as she attempted to explain, "Li, that is not what I meant. I merely..." Before she could finish, Yi Li swatted her hand away. Interrupting her words, he turned to face her. "Just what? Am I wrong? I am only concerned about you, wanting to know when you will return, yet you forget it that I do not wish to discuss it further." With a sigh, Yi Li turned away, his expression revealing disappointment, as if the one he cherished most did not trust him. Though he concealed his feelings, Li Yiqian perceived his despair, feeling a pang of guilt at his demeanor. Li Yiqian lay back down and embraced him from behind. Yi Li feigned resistance for a moment, but ultimately yielded, allowing her to hold him. Moments later, he heard her cool voice whisper in his ear, "All right, Li. I misspoke. Do not be angry, okay?" Yi Li remained silent, unmoved, still facing away from her. Sensing his continued indifference, Li Yiqian sighed softly before declaring coldly, "I will return in half a day's time." Upon hearing this, Yi Li's face brightened momentarily, though he quickly masked his excitement. Despite his efforts to remain composed, he could not suppress the thrill within, secretly thinking, "It seems my act has succeeded, that I never anticipated that Sister Yiqian would not only apologize but also concede to my wishes." Yi Li understood Li Yiqian's character well. Getting her to apologize was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet now, she not only admitted her fault, but also sought to placate him. Most importantly, she had divulged the information he desired, which brought him joy. However, despite his elation, he revealed no signs of it, simply responding indifferently, "Be careful on your way." He did not turn to face her, still keeping his back towards her, but Li Yiqian could detect a hint of softness in his tone. Upon hearing his words, she did not smile but instead regarded his back with a glint of malice in her eyes. Her expression clouded with darkness. "P.S. Apologies, everyone. The author has been moving and evading a yandere, so updates have been somewhat delayed. Rest assured, normal updates will resume after today." Chapter 73. Li Yiqian aims to induce Stockholm Syndrome in Yi Li. After a prolonged silence, Li Yiqian finally released him. Casting a glance at Yi Li's turn back, with a calm voice, she stated, "Li, rest well. I shall step out for a moment." Her tone was deceptively tranquil, as if she genuinely trusted him. Yet, had Yi Li turned to see her expression at that moment, he would have been thoroughly alarmed, for her countenance was teetering on the brink of fury. Yi Li, oblivious to the subtle shift in her demeanor, felt even more smug upon hearing her words, believing it signified the success of his charade. "All right, I will wait for your return," he replied coolly, then closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Li Yiqian observed his profile, a cruel smile curving her lips. She chose not to speak further. Turning and exiting the room. "Since you enjoy playing your role, then I shall play along." Li Yiqian let out a cold chuckle in her heart, and then her figure vanished from the spot. Inside the bridal chamber, Yi Li lay quietly on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, showing no intention of getting up. If one were to simply observe him, they might genuinely believe he had fallen asleep. In reality, he was wide awake, engaged in a fierce mental struggle. Yiqian had left. Should he get up now? But what if she hadn't left yet? If she discovered that he was feigning sleep, it would likely arouse her suspicion. Yet he could not afford to remain idle. This was a singular opportunity, and time was of the essence. With each passing minute, the chances of escape dwindled. 10 more minutes. If he didn't hear any movement by then, it would indicate that she had indeed departed. Thus, Yili found himself in a mental debate with two inner voices, ultimately arriving at a decision. Time slipped by, the room enveloped in silence, save for the occasional sound of him shifting. Though it seemed that apart from his own breathing, there were no other sounds in the room, Yili dared not let down his guard. He was uncertain whether Li Yiqian had truly left. Should she still be in the room? Merely watching him, the thought sent shivers down his spine. This was not mere speculation, based on what Yili knew of Li Yiqian. Such a scenario was entirely plausible. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Yili finally opened his eyes, sitting up to survey the empty room, a sigh of relief escaping him. She is gone, that he murmured to himself. Before throwing off the covers and heading to the wardrobe, pulling out a piece of clothing to wear, along with a large black windbreaker. Yili's reasoning was straightforward. Now that he had attained the 3rd-tier strength and could articulate speech, anyone who saw him would hardly mistake him for a zombie. Instead, they would perceive him as a living human, alleviating any fears of suspicion even if he managed to reach the safety zone. Most crucially, he possessed extraordinary abilities. Once he unleashed his powers, it would almost eliminate the possibility of him being seen as a zombie, as only those who had awakened could wield such abilities. His attire was chosen specifically to create the illusion of being fearful of zombie bites. Dressed and ready, Yili opened the door of the bridal chamber and stepped outside, surveying the desolate courtyard. A smile finally gracing his face, that it seemed that this woman's psyche was akin to that of a child. All it took was a bit of acting and a period of compliance. And she had completely lowered her guard. As he pondered this, Yili couldn't help but shake his head in amusement, feeling a sense of pride in his cleverness. Li Yiqian, Li Yiqian. How ironic that you, my childhood companion, remain blissfully unaware that my affection for you is but a facade. With that thought, he swiftly made his way toward the surrounding walls, his speed astonishing. In less than a minute, he had covered 2 kilometers. Before long, his figure vanished beyond the walls, and at the very spot he had just vacated, a blood-red silhouette suddenly materialized. Clad in a crimson suit, she gripped a red scythe, which at that moment seemed to emanate a faint aura of blood, her veins bulging and a throbbing vessel evident on her forehead. Her strikingly beautiful face bore an expression of fierce rage, her scarlet eyes brimming with malevolence. This figure was none other than the outward-bound Li Yiqian. She gazed at the spot where Yili had disappeared, her blood-red lips parting to utter a hoarse voice, laced with intense fury. This time, I will make you dare not defy me in the slightest. I will make you wholeheartedly fall in love with me. With that, she swung her scythe towards the bridal chamber, unleashing a surge of crimson light as the structure was abruptly cleaved in half, her figure simultaneously vanishing from the spot. Moments prior, she had stood atop the roof, coldly observing Yili. Every word he uttered, every expression he wore, she had taken in with keen scrutiny. Hearing his words had nearly pushed her to act on impulse, but she had managed to restrain herself, knowing that now was not the time to discipline Yili. If she acted out of anger, it would complicate her plans to dismantle his psychological defenses. Though he would recognize his errors through her punishment, he would undoubtedly attempt to flee, an outcome she wished to avoid. What she sought was to shatter his mental barriers completely, to instill such fear in him that he would be unable to resist loving her. Before the outbreak of the zombies, she had already conducted extensive research, having long harbored plans to implement this strategy against Yili. She was deed at that moment. Yili felt a twinge of confusion, yet he dismissed it, for the food that Li Yiqian had prepared for him was simply too enticing to ponder over. Could it be that such creatures also inhabit this village? Yili murmured to himself as he surveyed the village, his gaze drifting over the dense throng of zombies before him. These zombies, naturally, had also taken note of Yili, but upon sensing the terrifying aura he exuded, they instinctively recoiled from him. Though they were low-tier zombies lacking advanced intelligence, they were not devoid of the inherent fear they felt towards their own kind. Despite being in a half-human, half-zombie state, the aura that emanated from Yili was undeniably that of a zombie, and there was one critical detail. Yili's veins coursed with Li Yiqian's blood. Observing the horde of zombies retreating in disarray, Yili paid them little heed. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Present, His sole desire was to satiate his hunger, for it had been an extended period since he had last consumed food. And the fragrant aroma wafting through the air was nearly overwhelming. Saliva continuously pooled in his mouth, yet he swallowed it back time and again, gulped that a subtle sound of swallowing escaped from Yi Li's throat, causing him to instinctively lick his parched lips before striding into the village. Following the alluring scent, he needed to eat something soon. Otherwise, he could not endure in his current state for much longer. Should he delay too long and be discovered by Li Yiqian, it would spell disaster. With such thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Li quickened his pace. His curiosity piqued as to what creature could attract the zombies. Within the village, in a 3-story unfinished building, a dozen frail figures huddled in a corner. 2 women stood by the window, blades in hand, their expressions grave as they observed the dozen or so zombies below. One of the young women, possessing a strikingly delicate appearance, could not help but crouch down quietly, her tone laced with unease as she spoke. "Sister, there are zombies all around us. If we linger here too long, we might attract second-tier zombies. What should we do?" In response, the girl referred to as sister fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. "The situation is quite precarious. We must find someone to lure the zombies away." "No way." Zhou Mumu immediately interjected in a hushed voice. "Sister, don't think I don't know what you're contemplating. It's far too dangerous. Indeed, Yunhan, this plan is exceedingly perilous. Although you are an awakener, the sheer number of zombies poses a significant risk." Another man, who had been comforting the others in the corner, chimed in. While Zhou Yunhan had not explicitly outlined her plan, it was clear to them that she intended to divert the horde of zombies. Hearing the concerns of the village chief and her sister, Zhou Yunhan shook her head with a heavy demeanor, stating, "Village chief, if we do not swiftly lure them away, the arrival of second-tier zombies will greatly diminish our chances of survival." "Then I will go," Zhou Mumu declared without hesitation, turning to Zhou Yunhan. "Sister, I will be the one to go. No, you are only mid-tier first tier. If you encounter second-tier zombies, it would be disastrous." Zhou Yunhan firmly rejected her sister's suggestion. Setting aside the fact that there were a dozen zombies gathered below, there were already 2 mid-tier, first-tier zombies present. While she might feel somewhat assured if Zhou Mumu were to face one, sending her alone to divert the horde was tantamount to folly. She would be lucky to escape even 10 paces before being caught. "Sister," Zhou Mumu attempted to argue further, but was cut off by her sister's chilling words. "Enough, I will go. You are to protect the village chief and the others," Zhou Yunhan stated coldly, her gaze shifting to the men and children huddled in the corner. These individuals were all villagers, men and children, with no women remaining, for the women had sacrificed themselves to protect their husbands and children, venturing out to retrieve food, only to be slain by zombies. Observing the trembling figures before her, Zhou Yunhan felt a flicker of fear in her heart. Yet she resolutely steeled herself to as a woman. It was her duty to safeguard men and children, especially as one endowed with awakened abilities. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, as if resolving to undertake a solemn commitment. She turned to the village chief, saying, "Village chief, Mumu will stay behind to look after you and our fellow villagers. I will go alone to lure the zombies away." Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's words, the village chief expressed his concern. "Yunhan, this plan is far too perilous. While you are indeed formidable, the number of zombies is daunting. What if?" "Enough, village chief. Time cannot be wasted. Although zombies are less active at night, second-tier zombies are another matter entirely. If we delay too long, unforeseen events may arise." Zhou Yunhan interrupted the elderly village chief, her tone resolute. "Please, trust in me. I can handle this." The village chief opened his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged, and he could only let out a resigned sigh. "Our village owes you and your family a debt. Please take care of yourself. If it becomes too much, do not force yourself. There is no debt to speak of. We are aware of the kindness you have shown us, village chief. Rest assured, I will return alive," Zhou Yunhan affirmed with unwavering determination. Seeing this, the village chief could not help but sigh again. He understood that Zhou Yunhan had made her decision, and any further protestations would be futile. Just then, the previously silent Zhou Mumu suddenly interrupted their conversation, whispering, "Sister, look, the zombies are leaving on their own." Upon hearing Zhou Mumu's voice, both Zhou Yunhan and the village chief were taken aback. Quickly following her gaze to the scene below, they beheld a remarkable sight. The multitude of zombies that had gathered were now hastily dispersing, seemingly for reasons unknown. This development puzzled Zhou Yunhan. It was nighttime, and zombies were typically nearly blind in darkness, succumbing to a state of dormancy. They would not abandon their position unless attracted by some sound. Yet now, the horde not only fled but did so with remarkable speed, as if some terrifying entity were advancing toward them. This peculiarity only deepened Zhou Yunhan's intrigue. Unlike her sister, Zhou Mumu, who often acted on instinct, Zhou Yunhan was methodical, always contemplating the underlying causes of events. This analytical nature was part of what had enabled them to survive thus far. Something is amiss, Zhou Yunhan remarked, her expression grave as she observed the fleeing zombies. Upon hearing this, the village chief's earlier elation faded, replaced by concern. Yunhan, isn't the departure of the zombies a good thing? Could something unexpected have occurred? Zhou Mumu, too, regarded her sister with a newfound seriousness. The earlier joy evaporating. These zombies, by all accounts, lack cognitive ability. They should not possess the capacity for fear. Yet, look at how they flee. Something must instill terror in them. What could instill fear in these thoughtless creatures? Driven solely by hunger? Zhou Yunhan's voice bore a weighty gravity, each word resonating within the hearts of those present. Indeed, what could make these mindless, carnivorous beasts feel fear, if not a more powerful zombie? The realization struck both the village chief and Zhou Mumu, their faces paling as they contemplated the more ominous implications. One could surmise that whatever instilled fear in the zombies was likely of mid-tier second-tier strength. A mid-tier second-tier zombie that could annihilate everyone here, Zhou Mumu exclaimed, panic creeping into her voice. What shall we do? If it is indeed a zombie, none of us may escape. After a brief moment, Zhou Mumu was the first to regain her composure, urgently turning to her sister for guidance. Zhou Yunhan, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the sole exit, mentally preparing for the worst-case scenario. If it were a zombie, she would need to fight with all her might to protect her sister and the villagers. Noticing her sister's silence, Zhou Mumu refrained from pressing further, her focus drawn to the exit as well. By the light of the moon, she discerned a shadow steadily approaching. The moment she caught sight of this figure, her eyes widened in shock. Zhou Yunhan, too, had spotted the silhouette before her sister, straining to discern the face of the figure, but it was clad in a loose black jacket, its hood obscuring its features. The obscured visage left them unable to ascertain whether it was a zombie. Yet one thing was certain. The figure possessed formidable strength, likely surpassing their own. Mumu, stay here, and no matter what happens, do not make a sound, Zhou Yunhan instructed in a hushed tone. Without waiting for a response, she swiftly descended the stairs, positioning herself at the door, prepared to act. If it were a zombie, she intended to strike first, though unable to kill him. It could inflict significant harm, thereby securing ample opportunities for his younger sister's survival. Time passed, second by second, and that silhouette drew ever closer. Ultimately, he halted before the three-story shell of a building, raising his gaze as if to peer directly through the third-floor window. Is the fragrance emanating from there? At that moment, the shadow spoke, and the sound of his voice rendered Zhou Yunhan, who had been poised to act at the doorway, utterly stunned. Can it speak? Zhou Yunhan's heart raced. And with the distance between them now less than 10 meters, she caught a glimpse of the figure's appearance under the moonlight. The instant she discerned the man's features, she was momentarily dazed, her mind consumed by a single thought. Beauty. He was breathtaking beyond compare. In her 19 years of life, she had never encountered such an exquisite man. To say he was a fallen celestial would be no exaggeration. Chapter 76. Lies. As she was lost in admiration, Yili had already approached the entrance. As he neared the door, the alluring scent intensified, causing him to swallow hard. How delightful. Inhaling the aroma, his throat involuntarily moved, and a wave of hunger began to rise within him. He was on the verge of starvation. During this time, he had not consumed a morsel nor taken a sip of water. The energy within him had nearly depleted. He urgently needed to replenish his strength to continue his journey, for lingering too long on the road would greatly increase the chances of being caught by Li Yiqian. With that thought in mind, Yili hesitated no longer. He raised his hand to the door, intending to push it open, when a chilling voice abruptly rang out. Don't move, or I will kill you. Upon hearing this voice, Yili's movements froze instantly. He then turned to glance inside the door, discovering a remarkably young woman standing within. She gripped a stick tightly in her hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yili, filled with wariness. The moment he laid eyes on her, Yili was taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he stammered, Is this a living person? He could hardly believe his eyes. He never expected to find a living soul in this zombie-infested village. This was the first time in 6 months he had encountered anyone alive besides Li Yiqian. Zhou Yunhan regarded Yi Li with vigilant eyes and, upon hearing his words, replied coldly, "Of course, I am a living person." Yi Li's words did not provoke any further thoughts from her. Instead, she assumed he had simply not seen a living person for too long and was startled by her presence. "Who are you? And how did you get here?" Seeing him in a daze, Zhou Yunhan furrowed her brow and asked coldly. She did not lower her guard due to Yi Li's appearance, nor because he was human. Rather, she remained even more cautious. She was not naive. She understood that a weak man surviving for so long in this apocalypse could not possibly be an ordinary person until she was clear about his background. She would never allow him to enter, for survivors could be far more treacherous than zombies. This building housed more than just her. There were many villagers. If he harbored ill intentions, it could endanger the innocent. Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's words, Yi Li finally regained his composure, his face lighting up with excitement as he hurriedly explained, Don't attack. I am human. I am not a zombie." His tone was tinged with agitation. Even trembling slightly, as if he were encountering his kind for the first time, his heightened emotions momentarily caused him to forget the tantalizing aroma, and his voice inadvertently grew louder. Zhou Yunhan observed his expression and movements, noting that he did not seem to be pretending, which eased her apprehension somewhat. She knew he was not a zombie. After all, zombies could not articulate such fluent speech. Nevertheless, she maintained her vigilance, seeing that the woman had not responded. Yi Li's initial excitement gradually subsided. He then covered his face, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "It has been half a year. I have searched for half a year, and finally, I have encountered a living person. Finally, it is not a zombie." As he spoke, his voice quivered, and he crouched down, his shoulders shaking violently. Zhou Yunhan, witnessing this, felt a whirlwind of emotions. She peered around, noticing that no zombies were drawn to the commotion, and finally sighed in relief. Looking at Yi Li, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Stop crying. Let me ask you, are you an awakened one?" Though the sight of the handsome man moved her deeply, making her want to comfort him, her rationality insisted that this matter must be clarified first. I am. Upon hearing her question, Yi Li wiped away his tears and raised his head once more. His voice remained somewhat choked, but he no longer shed tears. I am at the early stage of the second tier, just promoted. That I possess ice-type abilities. Yi Li looked at her, sincerity evident on his face. The mention of being at the early stage of the second tier caused Zhou Yunhan's heart to settle, and her wariness towards Yi Li diminished significantly. Perhaps it was the sight of Yi Li's tears and helplessness. Or perhaps it was the realization that his abilities were inferior to hers, but her tone softened considerably. "You may come inside. I fear we might attract zombies if we remain outside." With that, she extended her hand to open the door. Upon hearing Zhou Yunhan's invitation, Yi Li wasted no time and hurried inside, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. This woman is quite easy to deceive, he mused, as he began to assess the young woman before him. She wore a t-shirt on her upper body and fitted jeans below, accentuating her curvaceous legs, her black sneakers lending her an aura of competence and beauty. As Yi Li scrutinized her, Zhou Yunhan was likewise observing him. However, the dimness of the room limited her vision compared to Yi Li's, yet she could see quite clearly. "What is your name? Where do you come from?" Zhou Yunhan inquired, her tone no longer as forceful as before, but rather considerably gentler. "My name is Yi Li, and I come from a remote town outside S City." Yi Li introduced himself succinctly before continuing. "I became separated from my sister. She is in a city, so I intend to find her Toa City." Zhou Yunhan assessed him, noting he did not appear to be lying. She then cautioned, "You are heading the wrong way. A city is in the opposite direction. You are nearly at B City. I went the wrong way." Upon hearing her words, Yi Li was bewildered. He distinctly remembered following the correct path. How could he have gone astray? Observing his confused expression, Zhou Yunhan continued, "This is a remote village in B City. The road leading to a city is at the fork behind." Yi Li fell silent, and after a few seconds, he finally spoke, "Thank you for informing me. Otherwise, I would have likely become lost again." "You're welcome. My name is Zhou Yunhan, and I am an awakened one at the mid-second tier." Zhou Yunhan introduced herself, having sensed no malice from him. "All right, you seem quite young, so I shall refer to you as Sister Yunhan. You may call me Xiao Li Ji," Yi Li suggested. having honed his skills in dealing with young girls during his years with Li Yiqian. Dealing with someone like Zhou Yunhan, who appeared mature and composed yet was soft-hearted within, was relatively simple. Otherwise, he would not have pretended to cry to garner her sympathy earlier. Chapter 77. Brother helps sister. What is there to thank? Upon hearing his address, Zhou Yunhan was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at Yi Li's handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushing, yet she neither rejected nor accepted his appellation. Noticing her reaction, Yi Li seized the moment, not waiting for her to respond, and continued, "By the way, Sister Yunhan, are you the only one here?" As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the staircase, his throat unconsciously moving as if swallowing. His actions were exceedingly discreet. Even Zhou Yunhan, a mid-second-tier awakened one, failed to detect it. "There are still some people upstairs." Zhou Yunhan's blush faded, returning to her usual calm demeanor. "You go up first. It is not suitable to talk here." With that, she led the way upstairs, with Yi Li following closely behind. She was not concerned about Yi Li harboring any ill intentions. After all, their respective strengths were evident. If he dared to act against her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Soon, they arrived at the door of a room. Zhou Yunhan raised her hand and gently knocked in a rhythmic fashion. Once the knocking ceased, the door swung open, and a feminine voice called out, "Sister, are you all right?" Following the voice, Yi Li saw that the person who opened the door was a sweet-looking young girl, bearing a resemblance to Zhou Yunhan. "I am fine." Zhou Yunhan shook her head and then stepped aside to introduce, "This is Yi Li, an early-stage awakened one." She then turned to Yi Li, saying, "This is my younger sister, Zhou Mumu. You can simply call her Mumu." Upon hearing her sister's introduction, Zhou Mumu's gaze turned to Yi Li, instantly captivated by his appearance, her eyes widening in astonishment. "So, it's oh beautiful," as she murmured involuntarily, her expression adorably dazed. Seeing her sister in such a state, Zhou Yunhan furrowed her brow and quickly admonished, "Mumu, don't be rude." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Mumu promptly restrained her expression, and then, with a hint of nervousness, greeted, "You. Hello. Yi Li." Upon witnessing this, couldn't help but smile gently, and then softly said, "Hello, Mumu's sister." "All right, Mumu, do not block the way. Let your sister and me enter first." After the two exchanged introductions, an elderly man's voice resonated from within the room. "Oh. Zhou Mumu swiftly stepped aside, allowing the two to enter the room. As Yi Li stepped inside, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. He had initially believed that only the three of them survived in this building. But upon seeing the group of men and children before him, he was utterly astonished. Among them, there were both the young and the old. The youngest appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, while the eldest seemed to be in his 60s. Moreover, among these survivors, there were hardly any with combat capabilities. When they gazed at him, the expressions of curiosity and unease were unmistakable to Yi Li. Observing their emaciated figures and fatigued demeanor, it was evident that they had not rested properly for a long time, nor had they been adequately nourished. "Please, take a seat. These individuals are the villagers here." Noticing Yi Li's dazed expression, Zhou Yunhan reminded him that why Yi Li regained his composure and then looked at the crowd, a faint smile gracing his face as he nodded to them before taking a seat at an empty table. "These villagers. Why?" Yi Li began, unable to suppress his curiosity. Zhou Yunhan, aware of his unspoken question, directly replied, "The women here, in their quest to find food for their husbands and children, were bitten by zombies." Yi Li's expression fluctuated as he regarded them, momentarily at a loss for words to describe his feelings. After a long silence, he turned to Zhou Yunhan and finally asked, "What about the food for these villagers? Did you procure it all?" It was important to note that there were over a dozen villagers, predominantly elderly, weak, and children. The daily consumption of food and water for them was indeed a daunting prospect. Zhou Yunhan fell silent, clearly acquiescing to his inquiry. With this answer, Yi Li couldn't help but reassess the young girl before him. While suppressing a sinister thought that threatened to surface, the atmosphere grew heavy, and Yi Li found himself at a loss for words. Turning to look at them, feeling an inexplicable sense of suffocation. After a while, he gazed at Zhou Yunhan, her face still remarkably beautiful, yet tinged with an ambiguous meaning. "Yunhan's sister, is it possible that your food and water have run out?" Yi Li inquired, his voice tinged with difficulty as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhan lowered her gaze slightly and replied softly, "There is still some left." But it is insufficient for so many people. Originally, I intended to venture out to gather supplies the night before last, but suddenly, a late-stage second-tier zombie invaded our village, occupying the food storage warehouse. We were no match for it. So, she did not continue, yet it was clear to Yi Li what she implied. An elderly village chief, observing Zhou Yunhan's despondency, immediately offered comfort, saying, "Yunhan, you need not blame yourself. It is we who have burdened you and your sister." "Village chief, do not say that. Had it not been for the care of the villagers, our family might have perished from hunger," Zhou Mumu interjected. Shaking her head vigorously, the old village chief sighed and said, "Let bygones be bygones. You have already done so much for the villagers. It is time to think of yourselves. All right, village chief, let us refrain from discussing this." "It is our duty," Zhou Yunhan interrupted him. Zhou Mumu nodded in agreement. Observing their exchange, Yi Li turned his gaze to the village chief, his bright eyes narrowing slightly, the depths of which held inscrutable thoughts. "A late-stage second-tier zombie. You say to AT that moment." Yi Li spoke up, his voice capturing the attention of the three. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze to Zhou Yunhan and declared with conviction, "Yunhan's sister, I will accompany you to the warehouse to deal with that zombie." His tone was filled with determination, devoid of jest. As his words fell, the three were momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Li to utter such a statement. They had only just met, and even though they were not yet familiar, he was willing to accompany them on an adventure, stirring a warmth within their hearts. Zhou Yunhan gazed deeply into Yi Li's eyes, seemingly trying to decipher more from his unwavering gaze. However, she could discern nothing. Rather, she saw a resolute determination reflected in his eyes. After a long pause, she inhaled deeply, parted her lips, and slowly said, "You'd truly wish to go with us? Even though there is a late-stage second-tier zombie in the warehouse, I am willing to go, as long as I can assist you," Yi Li affirmed, his handsome face imbued with seriousness. Zhou Yunhan, upon witnessing his earnest expression, felt the last remnants of her wariness dissipate in an instant. "Thank you, brother Yi Li," she expressed gratefully to her words. A smile graced Yi Li's lips as he stood up, approached her side, and affectionately ruffled her hair. It is nothing for a brother to assist his sister. Feeling the gentle touch on her head, Zhou Yunhan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was the first time a man had touched her in such a manner, and he was such a handsome man at that. "Brother Yi Li, perhaps we should hold off on going tonight. You appear quite fatigued. Let's rest first and venture out tomorrow night instead," Zhou Mumu suggested from the side. Although she too wished to resolve the zombie issue as soon as possible, seeing Yi Li's weary state made her concerned, especially considering that the zombie was a late-stage second-tier one. Zhou Yunhan agreed, adding, "Mumu is right. Let's wait until tomorrow night. Brother Yi Li, you must be exhausted from your journey." Hearing the two girls' words, Yi Li looked at them thoughtfully and ultimately acquiesced, not wanting to raise any suspicions. "Very well, we shall go tomorrow night." Yi Li nodded in agreement. P.S. Everyone, please be mindful of the context that I had previously mentioned that when humans turn into zombies, their inner malice is magnified infinitely. Do not overlook this. Chapter 78. Li Yiqian's scheme against Yi Li. Early the next morning, Yi Li rose early, sitting on the hard bed, lost in thought. He stared blankly ahead, the hunger gnawing at him. And to make matters worse, he could detect a rich aroma wafting into his nostrils. It was the scent of meat, causing his stomach to churn. After a long while, he cradled his head in his hands, burying his face in his knees, his body inexplicably trembling, the veins on his forehead protruding. In that moment, he appeared to be enduring extreme torment. No, Yi Li, remember, you are human. You are not a zombie. You cannot succumb to this. He urged himself to control it, adamant that he must not be influenced. Otherwise that I do not wish to become a monster. I do not wish to become a zombie. I am human. I am not a monster. I am human. The murmurs escaped Yi Li's lips, each word seemingly extracted with great effort, embodying his helplessness. His tone was laced with despair, powerlessness, struggle, and fear, as if he were wrestling with a demon. At that moment, Yi Li finally confirmed what kind of meat Li Yiqian had fed him before. It was the very meat he wished to avoid in his lifetime. Ha, he suddenly laughed. His smile bordering on madness, yet tinged with fear. A laugh born from his own powerlessness. Li Yiqian, how ruthless you are. What have I, Yi Li, done to deserve this? Why do you wish to harm me? To turn me into a monster? to make me into something that is neither human nor ghost. Now, as Yili reflected, he realized that from the moment she transformed him into a zombie, her scheme had already begun. She anticipated that one day he would run, which is why she fed him our meat, ensnaring him in a frenzied obsession with its taste, transforming him into an aberration, neither human nor zombie. Merely a creature that preys on others. Li Yiqian, you are truly sinister. Why? Why must you treat me this way? Yili murmured helplessly, tears cascading down his cheeks. Initially, he had thought that as long as he escaped from City S and distanced himself from Li Yiqian, he would feel much better, that he could return to the embrace of humanity by relying on his human traits. But now it seemed utterly impossible. He had already fallen, no longer himself. He craved humanity, yearned to consume their flesh and drink their blood. And these thoughts were beyond his control. Last night, as he gazed at the multitude of humans filling the room, he had nearly lost his sanity and transformed into a monster driven solely by hunger. Fortunately, he managed to regain control, for he did not wish to become that kind of monster. If he truly became such a creature, how would he face his sister? He could already envision a day when hunger would drive him to harm her. Just the thought of it made Yili feel as though he were on the brink of collapse. He shut his eyes tightly, striving not to conjure that image, yet the scenes continued to swirl in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, as Yili languished in his torment, an ominous crimson figure peered through the window, its gaze cold and piercing. This figure was none other than Li Yiqian, who had been trailing him all along. She gazed at Yili's face, which was gradually contorting from the strain of endurance, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she were admiring a masterpiece crafted by her own hands. Ah, Shaoli, I wonder how long you can endure. Li Yiqian's lips curled slightly, her crimson eyes glinting with an eerie light. Shaoli, I shall make you understand that in this world, apart from me, no one will ever accept or love you again. Her voice was cold and piercing, imbued with a sinister chill, while also carrying a hint of triumph. After uttering these words, her figure flickered and vanished from sight, as if she had never been there at all. As time passed, night fell, and Yi Li and Zhou Yunhan cautiously emerged from the building. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence, and the two figures stealthily traversed the darkness, stealthily making their way into the distance. Shaoli, we must be cautious during this operation. After all, it is a late-stage second-tier zombie, and from my observations, it possesses a certain level of intelligence that as they walk through the night. Zhou Yunhan suddenly spoke, her tone serious. Yi Li responded with a soft hum, refraining from further comments. To him, a late-stage second-tier zombie posed no threat whatsoever. His only concern was that he might handle it too easily. Revealing his capabilities to her, after contemplating for a moment, Yili looked at Zhou Yunhan, noting the gravity etched on her small face, and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Fear not, I am entirely confident in this operation. After all, I have previously managed to escape and even dealt with a few late-stage second-tier zombies. Yili spoke gently to reassure her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunhan's expression softened slightly, but a trace of worry still lingered. However, we must remain vigilant. While this zombie may not be particularly strong, it can still be quite troublesome. If anything happens, Shaoli, you must stay behind me. Her words. Yili smiled and nodded, choosing not to say anything further as they continued onward. Throughout their journey, they encountered no zombies, which struck Zhou Yunhan as odd, yet she dismissed the thought. After all, zombies could wander off, and it was not particularly surprising. Soon, a warehouse of modest size came into view. This small storage facility was sparsely decorated, with its doors wide open, revealing an inky darkness within. Despite the pitch-black interior, the two, as ability users, could clearly discern their surroundings. However, when Zhou Yunhan beheld the scene inside, she was taken aback, for there were no zombies in sight, only an abundance of food boxes strewn across the floor. Yili, too, noticed the situation within, observing the warehouse filled with snacks and devoid of zombies. His brow furrowed as he inquired, Yunhan, are you certain there are zombies inside? Yes, I saw one when I came here before, but I cannot fathom why it is not visible now, Zhou Yunhan affirmed. Her brows knitted in confusion. She distinctly remembered encountering that second-tier zombie upon her earlier visit, yet now there was no sign of it. Zhou Yunhan understood that these second-tier zombies were not ordinary. They possessed a certain intelligence. Upon discovering a warehouse stocked with copious food supplies, they would inherently recognize it as a crucial resource for humans. Thus, it was only logical that they would choose to lie in wait here for more prey. Yet, with the absence of the second-tier zombie, Zhou Yunhan felt a wave of perplexity wash over her. It had been there just moments ago. Listening to her explanation, Yi Li's brow furrowed as he surveyed the empty warehouse. A flicker of unease rising within him, coupled with an ominous premonition. Let us venture inside first. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Li reached a decision and stepped into the warehouse, prompting Zhou Yunhan to hastily follow suit. They entered the warehouse cautiously as anticipated. It was filled with nothing but food and water, with no trace of zombies. Yi Li's gaze shifted, and he made his way to a simple office located at the back. Inside, the furnishings were minimal, just a computer and an old sofa. He squatted before the sofa, meticulously examining a clean spot. This is at that moment, Zhou Yunhan approached, her curiosity piqued. What is it? Is there a problem? Her question broke Yi Li's train of thought, and he turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nothing much. He stood and exited the office, asking, Yunhan, did you spot any signs of that zombie? None. It seems that zombie has left on its own, Zhou Yunhan replied, shaking her head. She found herself riddled with doubts about this conclusion, yet unable to decipher the zombie's intentions. She had to conclude that it had departed. Although this possibility seemed slim, it was indeed feasible. Nevertheless, the absence of the zombie alleviated the danger of confrontation, and Zhou Yunhan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. It shouldn't be so simple. Yunhan, you gather the necessary supplies from the last few days while I keep watch outside, Yi Li suggested after a moment's reflection. All right, Xiaoli, please be careful. If anything arises, remember to call out to me. Zhou Yunhan quickly acquiesced, understanding the precariousness of their situation within the warehouse, where the second-tier zombie could very well be lurking in the shadows. Understood, Yi Li nodded, then turned and walked toward the warehouse exit. Closing the rolling door behind him, he was not concerned about the presence of zombies within. From the moment he entered, he had thoroughly assessed the situation inside. Although the darkness of the warehouse was formidable, it posed no challenge to him. Stepping outside the warehouse, he paused to survey the surrounding foliage. After confirming that there were no anomalies, he proceeded down the path they had taken. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated house. Upon seeing the damaged door, a surge of alarm coursed through him, followed by an overwhelming fury that I knew something was amiss. Yi Li gritted his teeth, then dashed into the house, instantly confronted by the destruction of tables and chairs, and fragments of cups and utensils scattered across the floor. An utterly chaotic scene. Scanning the area, he found no villagers, yet the room was permeated with a pungent smell of blood. As he inhaled the stench, a sudden urgency propelled him outside, sprinting toward the southern part of the village. Meanwhile, in the southern woods, a group was darting through the trees, pursued by a horde of zombies, among which was a late-stage second-tier zombie. Don't stop, sister and the others will be here to rescue us soon. Hold on, Zhou Mumu urged the little one trailing behind her. But I can't run anymore, the little one gasped, her energy waning as the zombies closed in. Even if you can't, you must keep going, Zhou Mumu declared through gritted teeth, swiftly scooping her up and veering toward a nearby thicket. Damn it, wasn't that zombie supposed to be near the warehouse? How did it suddenly appear here? Did sister and the others fail? Zhou Mumu's heart raced with unease, yet she dared not slow her escape. The villagers should be hiding safely in their shelters. She needed to find an opportunity to shake off the pursuing zombies. Suddenly, she glanced at the little one in her arms and resolutely activated her abilities, significantly increasing her speed as she surged forward. Covering 100 meters in no time. Mumu, your injury, the little one exclaimed, noticing the blood trickling from Zhou Mumu's mouth. It's fine, little one. Listen carefully. I will draw the zombies away, and you take this chance to return to the safe house. Understood, Zhou Mumu instructed in a hushed tone. Mumu, the little one attempted to protest, but Zhou Mumu silenced her, leaving her behind the roots of a large tree in a blind spot from the zombies. Without pausing for a moment, she continued running ahead, the horde of zombies relentlessly pursuing her. Just ahead, Yi Li heard sounds coming from the front, his heart easing slightly as he quickened his pace. However, as he passed by a large tree, he came to an abrupt halt. The scent wafting through the air began to overwhelm him with thirst. Yi Li swallowed hard, slowly turning his head, his gaze naturally falling upon a tree that could be encircled by 3 people. He edged closer to the tree. With each step, the elusive fragrance grew clearer, slowly replacing his rationality with hunger. Breathing heavily, saliva uncontrollably pooled in his mouth, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He reached the tree and spotted a child's legs. Upon seeing those small limbs, his sanity momentarily shattered. A voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him to devour those legs. Eat them. Eat them. Devour them. No, I can't. I am human. I am human. How could I find pleasure in consuming a human? Note, this isn't me. I am not a zombie. I am human. I cannot eat. I cannot eat. Yili desperately sought to dispel the haunting voices echoing in his mind, yet no matter how fervently he covered his ears, that sound reverberated through his head with an unmistakable clarity, driving him to the brink of madness. His eyes turned a deep crimson, and his hair gradually took on a ghostly white hue as he crouched on the ground. Shaking his head vigorously, "I cannot eat. I cannot eat," Yili muttered incessantly, slipping deeper into a frenzied state. Images of Li Yiqian flooded his mind, a tumultuous mix of beauty, bloodshed, and terror. It struck Yili as peculiar that she occupied his thoughts. However, there was no room for contemplation, for his reason was perilously close to being consumed by hunger, and his hands instinctively reached out before him. "Shally Gidge, is that you? Shally Gidge?" Just as his sanity teetered on the edge, a youthful voice abruptly awakened him. Yili lifted his gaze in the direction of the sound. There, peeking from behind a tree, stood a little girl who had inexplicably risen to her feet, her small face betraying a mix of concern and trepidation as she looked at him. Bathed in moonlight, she could clearly see a figure crouching on the ground, trembling, with white hair. Had she not heard his voice, she would have dared not utter a word. Upon recognizing Yi Li's handsome visage, the little girl felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to step out from behind the tree and approach him. "Shally Gidge, what has happened to you? Your hair," the little one inquired anxiously. She found it puzzling. Just moments ago, his hair had been black, yet now it had turned white. Listening to the little girl's words, Yi Li's mind cleared significantly. He reached up to touch his head, and, upon pulling a few strands of hair, was taken aback by the stark whiteness that met his eyes. "My hair. What is happening to me?" Staring at the locks in his hand, Yi Li was utterly bewildered. How had his hair changed to white? Noticing Yi Li's dazed expression, the little girl couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Her voice tinged with concern. "Shally Gidge, are you all right?" At the sound of her worried tone, Yi Li snapped back to reality, looking at the little girl before him. His throat constricted, and at that moment, his stomach audibly growled. The sound resonated clearly in the silence, yet neither of them dared to break it. Yi Li grasped the little girl gently, drawing her closer as his breath quickened, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into her neck, he abruptly released her, swinging his fist with tremendous force against the massive tree beside them. With a thunderous crash, the great tree toppled, creating a resounding roar. Yi Li gasped for breath, taking a moment to quell the malevolent thoughts swirling in his mind. "Shally Gidge," the little girl's fearful voice broke through the stillness. Yi Li shook his head vigorously, then turned to face the frightened little girl, offering her a gentle smile. He reached out to stroke her head, softly reassuring her. "It's all right. When I arrived, I dealt with several zombies. My hair has turned white, perhaps due to the overuse of my abilities. It's nothing serious." Although this explanation felt rather thin, it sufficed to placate a girl who had yet to awaken her powers. The little girl, comforted by Yi Li's melodious voice, gradually relaxed, though a hint of fear lingered. She gently tugged at Yi Li's sleeve, urgency lacing her tone. "Shally Gidge, we must hurry to save Mumujie. She is being pursued by a horde of zombies to protect us." Upon hearing this, Yi Li no longer hesitated. He scooped the little girl into his arms and swiftly plunged into the dense forest. Within the thicket, as Yi Li raced forward, cradling the little girl, the increasingly proximity of growls heightened his murderous intent. Soon, he caught sight of Zhou Mu engaged in a fierce battle against the zombies, each one exhibiting an extreme ferocity, heedless of their own lives as they relentlessly attacked her. Fortunately, they were merely low-tier zombies, posing no immediate threat to her life, though she bore several injuries in the distance. A second-tier zombie merely observed. Yi Li's brows knitted in concern at the sight of the second-tier zombie. It had nearly reached the third tier, which typically endowed it with human-like awareness and considerable strength. Yet, inexplicably, it stood aloof, seemingly harboring some ulterior motive. This zombie was problematic. Just one glance led Yili to conclude that this particular zombie was anything but ordinary. It could kill Zhou Mu, yet chose not to. Guarding the warehouse while neglecting to defend, and even wandering to the empty house. Moreover, throughout their journey, as the little girl recounted their experiences, Yili learned that not a single survivor in the empty house had perished. Rather, they had been repelled by Zhou Mu. This alone was sufficient to indicate that the zombie posed a significant threat. Resolutely, Yili's gaze sharpened as he leaped to Zhou Mu's side, sending the low-tier zombies flying with a single strike. Startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside her, Zhou Mu blinked in surprise before recognizing the familiar face, exclaiming in delight, "Shally Gidge. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Yili responded tersely, handing the little girl he carried to Zhou Mu. His eyes now fixed on the second-tier zombie. "I'm fine. I encountered a second-tier zombie that sprang out of nowhere on my way here and sustained a few minor injuries. But it's nothing serious," Yili continued without turning back. "You two must leave at once. Yunhan will return shortly. Hurry to the empty house to meet her. I've cleared the zombies along the way. You can leave without worry." His words. Zhou Mu's expression shifted to urgency, pressing him. "What about you? Aren't you coming with us?" She understood that while Yili was a second-tier awakener, he was merely at the initial stage. That to face a late-stage second-tier zombie alone was a risky gamble. "Don't worry about me. This zombie cannot kill me. You'll only hinder me here. Go quickly." Seeing Zhou Mu hesitating, Yili's voice turned cold. He was desperate for them to leave. He could not afford to have them linger, as his hunger threatened to overwhelm his reason. If they remained here, he feared uncontrollable events might unfold. Listening to Yili's insistence, Zhou Mu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on his retreating figure. Resolutely, she turned and dashed away. She knew that in this situation, their presence would only be a liability. Their only chance lay in fetching help from her sister. With that thought, Zhou Mu quickened her pace as she and the little girl vanished from sight. Yili exhaled, redirecting his focus to the zombie before him, standing tall as he approached it step by step. Simultaneously, his aura surged, his mid-tier third-level strength erupting, causing the surrounding zombies to cower in submission. Before the zombie, Yili's crimson eyes looked down upon it, akin to observing an ant. "Speak. What is your purpose, and who is your master?" he commanded coldly, his murderous intent intensifying, feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Yili. The second-tier zombie trembled violently, its eyes wide with terror, yet it remained silent, not uttering a single word. Noticing its stubbornness, Yili scoffed, delivering a kick that sent the creature hurtling backward until it collided with a massive tree. Finally coming to a halt, quite resilient, "Aren't you?" Yili's figure flickered, and he stood beside it, gazing down with an icy stare as if attempting to see through its very essence. "Reveal to me your master, and I may spare your life, otherwise." As he spoke, the air around them turned frigid, ice spikes glimmering into existence behind him, hovering ominously, poised to pierce through its form. Yili had assumed that upon sensing his third-tier prowess, the zombie would exhibit a hint of fear and readily comply with his inquiries. However, he had misjudged. The creature remained obstinately silent. This unexpected silence left Yili momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the zombie would refuse to speak even now. Frowning, he coldly threatened, "What is the matter? Do you wish to die?" In response to his menacing words, the zombie showed no reaction whatsoever. As she observed the unfolding scene, Yili gradually lost her patience and was about to take action to eliminate the threat. However, at that very moment, she suddenly sensed a wave of danger, a sensation that felt unmistakably familiar. "Who?" Yili spun around, exclaiming loudly, while the ice spikes behind her surged forward. Yet, there was no figure to be found. Just the remnants left by the ice spikes. Was it an illusion? Yili furrowed her brow slightly, feeling that just moments ago, a powerful sense of oppression had enveloped her, but upon turning back, there was nothing, as if everything had merely been a figment of her imagination. Moreover, she recognized that overwhelming sense of pressure all too well, even concluding that it belonged to Li Yiqian. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it, for if it truly were Li Yiqian, given her almost pathological possessiveness towards herself, she would likely have rushed over the instant she laid eyes on her. It seemed she had indeed succumbed to fear. Startled by the slightest disturbance, Yili let out a quiet sigh of relief, yet a sense of dread lingered. Clearly, it was not safe to remain here. Otherwise, she risked making a grave mistake. Yili murmured, then turned her gaze toward the zombie. "Since he refused to speak, do not blame me for leaving you with no way out." With that, She delivered a swift kick, shattering the zombie's head and sending blood splattering everywhere. Having dealt with this zombie, Yi Li turned and hurried away, making her way towards the direction where Zhou Mu had departed after she left. A figure silently emerged from the shadows, watching Yi Li's retreating form, her crimson lips curling into a slight smile that it seems Li Air is nearing her limits. In that case, allow me to assist you. With that, the figure also turned and swiftly vanished into the night. Within the village, Zhou Mu and her companion hurried toward the unfinished house. She quickly scanned the area, but found no sign of her elder sister. So she dashed towards the warehouse. Upon arriving, she spotted Zhou Yunhan packing supplies, with the prepared items already placed outside the rolling shutter door. Sister, Hearing the shout, Zhou Yunhan froze momentarily, then turned to see her younger sister behind her. Instantly feeling a wave of dismay, Mu, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay safe at home? She looked at the pair, her tone laced with displeasure, faced with her sister's reproach. Zhou Mu had no time for explanations. She rushed over, grabbing her sister's arm and urgently saying, Sister, you must come with me. Xiao Li Gu is in danger. Xiao Li Gu is in danger? What are you talking about? Isn't he here all along? Zhou Yunhan's face was filled with confusion, clearly unable to grasp the situation that I can't explain everything right now. Xiao Li Gu is on the back mountain and has likely already engaged in battle with that second-tier zombie. What? Zhou Yunhan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She quickly scanned the vicinity and noticed that Yi Li was indeed nowhere to be found, causing her heart to leap to her throat. Then, she caught sight of bloodstains on Zhou Mu's clothing, her face shifting slightly as she anxiously inquired, Mu, how are you hurt? I'm fine. Zhou Mu shook her head, looking at Zhou Yunhan with an urgent tone. Now is not the time for that. Xiao Li Gu stayed behind on the back mountain to confront the zombie for our safety. Moreover, even before the battle began, his condition was already precarious. I learned from him that there was another second-tier zombie, but it has already been dealt with by Xiao Li Gu. With that, Zhou Mu recounted everything that had just transpired to Zhou Yunhan. After absorbing this information, Zhou Yunhan wasted no time, discarding the snakeskin bag in her hands and sprinting towards the back mountain like a bolt of lightning. Before leaving, she reminded her sister to return to the safety shelter immediately. Inside the safety shelter, many elderly, women, and children were seated, their faces etched with terror, their expressions tense, eyes brimming with despair and fear, clearly traumatized by the horrific scene before them. Before these villagers stood a cold, striking woman clad in a suit, wielding a blood-red scythe. Lying near her high heels were the corpses of several young men, among which was the old village chief. The woman was none other than Li Yiqian. At this moment, her hands were stained with blood, and in her left hand, a still-beating heart rested, dripping with gore. Her crimson eyes fixated on a group of children huddled in the corner, a rare smile gracing her otherwise beautiful face. Little ones, be good. Your sister will not let you suffer too much. Her smile was enchanting, her tone exceptionally gentle, yet to the children, it was more terrifying than that of a demon. Her visage resembled a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell, offering them a disturbingly eerie smile. Chapter 82. I, Yi Li, will sever all ties with you. They gazed at the woman before them, their frail bodies trembling incessantly, their eyes nearly brimming with tears. They wished to scream for help, yet their voices had been stolen by overwhelming fear. Observing their state, Li Yiqian felt no compassion. She crushed the heart in her hand and raised the bloodied scythe, preparing to strike. Stop! Just as she was about to claim the lives of the children, a booming voice echoed, accompanied by a sudden drop in air pressure from behind her. Sensing the attack, Li Yiqian paused momentarily, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. She turned, lightly swinging her scythe, effortlessly dissolving the terrifying assault. Li Yiqian regarded Yi Li, a smile spreading across her face, her tone tinged with mockery. Xiao Li, what brings you here? Yi Li stared at the bloodied woman before him. Fear etched across his handsome features, his entire frame trembling slightly. He was bewildered, confused as to why Li Yiqian was here. Just moments ago, upon entering the village from the mountain, he had caught a whiff of a pungent, overwhelming scent of blood. Compelled by curiosity, he had approached, only to be met with this horrifying scene. Seeing Li Yiqian about to strike the children once more, Yi Li, in a moment of desperation, did not think to flee but instead rushed to intervene. As he heard her inquiry, he snapped back to reality, yet it was too late for escape. Qian, they're just children. Please let them go. Yi Li took a deep breath, suppressing his fear of her, placing himself protectively in front of the children. Qian scrutinized the young man before her, a playful smile gracing her lips. Xiaoli, you still haven't answered my question. Did you sneak out while I was away? Yi Li remained silent, simply standing there, his gaze fixed on her, but his forehead was slick with sweat. He understood that in this situation, no matter how he explained, it would be futile. He doubted such an astute woman would be swayed by mere words. Qian observed Yi Li's tense demeanor, and the playful smile vanished, replaced by a cloud of darkness. Her gaze turned icy, her tone chilling. Lier, once I deal with these people, I will have a proper chat with you. With that, she raised her scythe, aiming it fiercely at the corner where the children huddled. A thundering sound reverberated as her attack missed the children, veering towards another direction. Qian fixed her gaze on Yi Li, her scarlet eyes narrowing slightly, a menacing aura enveloping the small safety shelter. At that moment, Yi Li assumed a combat stance, his dark eyes locked onto Li Qian, exuding a formidable presence. Seeing his defiance, Li Qian felt a flicker of surprise. She had not anticipated that Yi Li would muster the courage to withstand her blow. However, after the surprise faded, it was quickly replaced by anger. She couldn't believe that after all this time of torment, Yi Li still dared to resist her. It seemed she had been too lenient, allowing him to entertain thoughts of escape. It was time to make him understand who the true master was. With this thought, Li Qian took a deep breath, and when she looked at Yi Li again, her gaze struck him with a sense of dread. It was an unfamiliar look. After all this time together, it was the first time he had witnessed such a gaze from her. Xiaoli, it seems you are unclear about your position. Li Qian sneered. Very well. Today I shall teach you how to be a proper servant. Humph, servant. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li couldn't help but scoff, his expression resolute. Li Qian, you have finally revealed your true feelings. In your eyes, I am nothing more than an object. The moment I show even a hint of resistance or dissatisfaction, you wield your misguided love as punishment against me. I have had enough of your so-called affection. To me, it is nothing but a shackle, suffocating me to the point where I can hardly breathe. You are nothing but a selfish woman. You are no longer the Qian I once knew. Thus, with that, Yi Li took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Li Qian, no longer shying away. Yi Li shall sever all ties with you. As his words echoed through the safe house, an eerie silence enveloped the space, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, instilling a sense of dread. Yi Li regarded Li Qian, unleashing the full force of his presence, his eyes fixated upon her, desperate to discern her current expression. Yet, unfortunately, Li Qian had her head lowered, her hair obscuring her face, leaving him in the dark. But even if he could see her, what difference would it make? For he understood that this woman was a riddle he could never unravel. She was an enigma, her outward expressions and inner thoughts at odds with one another. Now, witnessing Li Qian's lack of response, Yi Li dared not act recklessly. Casting a glance at the children behind him, he noticed their trembling forms. It became imperative to ensure their escape. Otherwise, the ensuing conflict would surely endanger them. Yi Li reflected, shifting his gaze before delivering a powerful punch against the wall, instantly creating a gaping hole. Go, all of you, to the warehouse, he shouted without looking back, his focus unwaveringly locked on Li Qian, fearful of any sudden movements from her. Fortunately, she remained still until the last of the children had fled, which eased Yi Li's apprehension. Suddenly, a derisive laugh escaped Li Qian's lips. What are you laughing at? Yi Li frowned, coldly regarding her, his heart sensing an ominous premonition. Li Qian ignored his inquiry, raising her head with a smile, yet her eyes held an unfathomable crimson hue. Xiaoli, I suddenly find you to be quite the naughty child. Pray tell, what punishment should a naughty child receive to deter them from mischief? As she spoke, her eyes narrowed, a cruel, bloodthirsty smile curving her lips, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Yi Li's heart sank as he sensed a wave of danger. In that fleeting moment, his very soul trembled. Since you, Xiaoli, are a naughty child, then I shall deal with you in my own way. Li Qian's expression twisted into something feral, and in an instant, she lunged at Yi Li. Chapter 83. Yi Li vs. Li Qian. Li Qian moved with astonishing speed, reaching Yi Li in the blink of an eye. Her hand outstretched to grasp his shoulder as her hand approached. Yi Li summoned layers of frost, raising his arm to block her advance, and swiftly retaliated with a punch imbued with a chilling intensity aimed at her cheek. Bang! Taken completely off guard, Li Yiqian's face met his fist squarely, and she was sent hurtling backward. Crash! Her form smashed through the walls of the safe house, producing a resounding cacophony that Yi Li remained poised. The aftermath of his punch leaving him somewhat dazed, struggling to comprehend the extent of his own power. Am I truly this strong? He murmured incredulously, gazing at his fist. This was the first time Yi Li had unleashed his full strength. Though he had longed to confront Li Yiqian, he had always lacked the courage, fearing his inadequacy. But now, with excitement swelling within him, Yi Li no longer hesitated. His expression hardened as he swiftly closed the distance to Li Yiqian. Observing the blood trickling from her lips, he wore an expression devoid of empathy, regarding her as one would refuse refuse. How have you become so strong? Li Yiqian leaned against the wall. Clutching her chest, a look of terror etched upon her face, her eyes wide with disbelief as they locked onto Yi Li. Why have I become so strong? He echoed, tightening his grip around her throat. Lifting her off the ground. Why am I like this? It is all thanks to you. With a forceful motion, he flung Li Yiqian away, her body crashing to the ground as she coughed up blood. Cough, coughed out. Li Yiqian wheezed violently, her face twisted in agony. Yet, witnessing her suffering, Yi Li felt no pity as he approached her, crouching down to grasp her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Why have you done this to me? It is you. You have turned me into this. You demon, I will kill you. Yi Li bellowed, his eyes blazing with hatred. Recalling the torment of their shared days, a chill of revulsion coursed through him, an instinctual loathing for her. Kill me? Li Yiqian's cold laughter rang out. Shao Li, do you truly believe you can take my life? Seeing the smile upon her lips, Yi Li's fury erupted uncontrollably. At that moment, he lost all reason. Consumed by a singular thought, to end the existence of this woman who had brought him so much pain. Li Yiqian, die. With a furious roar, he raised his massive fist, channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at her face. This blow encapsulated all his rage, the surrounding air crystallizing with frost. As Li Yiqian beheld the impending attack, an eerie smile crept across her face. Bang! His fist collided with her face, producing a dull thud as she was sent reeling backward. This punch had nearly exhausted Yi Li's strength, leaving him breathless as he stood still, gazing at Li Yiqian's unmoving form, devoid of any sense of relief. Instead, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Staring at the fallen Li Yiqian, the first thought that crossed his mind was this very notion. What is happening to me? Could it be that I have developed feelings for her? This thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly dismissed as he shook his head. Striving to dispel the notion that no, absolutely not. How could I possibly have feelings for her? I must be mistaken. With that, a surge of anger washed over Yi Li's handsome face. It must be the result of her prolonged torment that had driven him to this delusion. He repeatedly reassured himself, but the unsettling feeling lingered, leaving his heart in disarray. Approaching the still form of Li Yiqian, he fought to suppress his emotions, relieved to see her motionless. Huffed, he took several deep breaths. Striving for composure, Li Yiqian, for all you have done to me. Today, your life shall repay the debt, that Yi Li declared, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he conjured two massive ice spikes behind him. These spikes, drenched in a blood-red hue, appeared as if forged from the very essence of blood, exuding an otherworldly allure. With a piercing sound, the ice spikes pierced through her flesh, and Li Yiqian's blood gushed forth. Splattering across Yi Li's face, Yi Li observed the scene before him, his expression remaining impassive, a chilling indifference replacing any semblance of joy at vengeance. Instead, he felt an unsettling calm wash over him. Finally, it is over. Yi Li murmured softly, a hint of confusion clouding his gaze as he regarded Li Yiqian. Turning away, he lifted his eyes to the horizon, exhaling deeply, preparing to leave. But just then, a searing pain erupted from behind him, blood gushing forth to stain his garments crimsoned. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze to his chest. A blood-soaked hand had emerged from his back, clutching a still-beating heart within its palm. So, Shao Li, your heart is red. I had thought it would be black. A chilling, seductive voice resonated from behind him, as a hand grazed Yi Li's cheek, relishing the smoothness of his skin, a gleam of greed sparkling in Li Yiqian's eyes. You, cough. Before Yi Li could finish his sentence, he coughed violently, blood spilling forth as he crumpled to the ground, engulfed in agony. What's wrong, Xiao Li? Are you in pain? Are you suffering? Li Yiqian observed him. Crouching beside him, burying her face into the crook of his neck. Xiao Li, you were truly ruthless. I thought you would never kill me. As she spoke, her fingers traced circles on his chest, her movements laden with an unsettling intimacy that filled Yi Li with dread. Chapter 84. Broken and played. Li Yiqian. How can you? Yi Li gazed at her, his voice trembling with disbelief. Are you wondering how I survived? Xiao Li, have you forgotten? Your power is a gift from me. Yes? As she spoke, her delicate hand slowly withdrew. With her movement, Yi Li let out a pained scream, excruciating agony coursing through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Stop it. Li. Before Yi Li could finish his words, another piercing scream escaped his lips as Li Yiqian pulled out the blood-red object, crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain. With the absence of his heart, Yi Li instantly lost his strength. Slowly collapsing to the ground, his expression one of unbearable agony. Observing his torment, a glimmer of satisfaction danced in Li Yiqian's eyes. She crouched before Yi Li, blood dripping from her hands, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Little Li, naughty children must be punished. Since you wish to leave me so dearly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After all, we live in an apocalyptic world where morality holds no sway. As she concluded her words, her expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. She lifted him up, her face contorting into a most bizarre smile. Upon witnessing this, Yi Li trembled uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on Li Yiqian, his eyes reflecting profound horror. What? What do you want? What do I want? He. Li Yiqian's voice turned sinister as she laughed chillingly. I wish to be with you forever, little Li. My love for you runs deep to the bone. No sooner had she spoken than bright red blood splattered everywhere, resembling blooming crimson flowers in the night. That moment, the gentle moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the scene like a silken veil, enhancing the eerie and mysterious atmosphere of this gruesome tableau. Meanwhile, a chilling, sorrowful plea for mercy echoed through the stillness of the moonlit night, reverberating endlessly. The voice was laden with despair and terror, reminiscent of a cry from the abyss of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. As time passed, the wails grew increasingly sharp and piercing, seemingly endless, as if they intended to shatter the night into fragments. 2 hours later, Yiqian gazed coldly at the Yi Li in her arms, her crimson eyes devoid of any compassion, brimming only with madness. Yi Li, cradled in her embrace, was a pitiful sight, his expression dull and lifeless, as if hope had fled from his life. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes lost their focus, staring blankly at the sky, a portrait of shock. Little Li, now we are forever together. I have consumed you, and you have consumed a part of me. We shall never be apart again. Li Yiqian licked the blood from her lips, her madness reaching a fever pitch, a gentle yet eerie smile adorning her face. Listening to her confessions that stripped away body and soul, Yi Li offered no reply. Merely mumbling faintly, his trembling voice was saturated with despair and fear. Please don't eat me. Please. Yiqian, I beg you. Do not eat me. Yi Li repeated the same plea over and over, his face a mask of panic that never faded. At that moment, his body was no longer recognizable as such. Much of his flesh had vanished, exposing patches of stark white bone. Yet even so, Yi Li could not perish, for he was half zombie. Furthermore, his wounds began to heal slowly, the lost heart starting to reconstitute. However, the psychological trauma he endured was a wound that would never heal in his lifetime. Be good, little Li, and I want to eat you. Li Yiqian observed his dazed demeanor, leaning down to kiss his lips, gently feeding him her blood. The reason Yi Li remained alive was inherently tied to Li Yiqian. As long as she lived, he would not perish. Little Li, I truly do not wish to treat you this way. But rest assured, as long as you obediently listen, I will treat you well. I understand. I will listen to you. Yiqian. Yi Li murmured vacantly, his eyes still reflecting despair, but more so fear. It was this fear that enveloped him in utter hopelessness. Little Li, you are so obedient. Li Yiqian caressed his cheek, her words soft and soothing, akin to coaxing a child. Yet, Yi Li could no longer hear her, for he had succumbed to unconsciousness after a long while. Watching him fade away, she finally stood up, glancing back at the direction of the safe house. The 4 or 5 corpses that had once lain there had vanished without a trace, but only she knew how they had disappeared. Lowering her gaze back to Yi Li, the madness in her eyes never waned. She tightened her embrace, fearing that he might slip away from her grasp. I truly look forward to the days to come. My dear little Li. With that, Li Yiqian and Yi Li vanished from the spot, leaving behind a place steeped in the scent of blood and a pool of crimson stains. P.S. Much has been deleted. Please bear with it that I have not been in the right state of mind to write recently, and updates have been unstable due to my busy schedule. The author has also conceived ideas for a new book, which should be ready for release once this one concludes. Overall, I am not entirely satisfied with this book. It feels a bit off, though I can't quite pinpoint why. Moreover, please show your support for the author. I am here holding the fort. Chapter 85. Slaying the 4th tier zombie in City S. 1 week later. Inside the A City safe zone. Old Yun, someone from City C has arrived. I am the tent. Wan Xiaowei spoke with a hint of excitement. Upon hearing this, a smile of joy spread across Yun Haiyan's face as she hastily set down her work. Where are they? They are already on their way. According to the intel just received, they should arrive within 3 days at the latest. Wan Xiaowei reported faithfully. Good. Good. Yun Haiyan exclaimed, her admiration evident that I knew that Ming Xue would come eventually. I have been waiting for her for a long time. Xiaowei, please summon Old Huang and Xue Wanjing. I need to discuss the situation with them. Understood. By the way, how is the research on the antibodies coming along? Thinking of the antibodies, Yun Haiyan inquired hastily. The research has been very successful, making significant progress. Low-tier zombies can revert to human form if struck. The self-healing abilities of Tier 3 zombies will be delayed, while the specifics regarding Tier 4 zombies are still under investigation. Wan Xiaowei reported accurately. Excellent. With the antibodies, the eradication of this zombie virus is just around the corner. Although the effects of the antibodies on Tier 4 zombies remain uncertain, it is still a cause for celebration if they prove effective against Tier 3 zombies. All right, you may leave for now. Yes, Wan Xiaowei replied, and exited. 3 days later. With the arrival of Li Mengxue, the entire safe zone buzzed with excitement as they glimpsed the dawn of victory. I can't believe Yun Xue has already broken through to Tier 4. Truly impressive. In the hall, a group sat around the sofa. Yun Haiyan gazing at the extraordinary Li Mengxue, her face radiating pride. Old Yun, you flatter me. Li Mengxue humbly responded, her gaze shifting to Xue Wanjing beside Yun Haiyan. I didn't expect you to be so young and already at the mid-tier of Tier 3. Judging by your demeanor, the late stage shouldn't be far off. Just a glance was enough for her to discern that the quiet woman before her possessed formidable strength. Moreover, the aura she exuded was far stronger than that of an ordinary mid-tier awakened. Hearing Li Mengshue's praise, Xue Wanjing nodded slightly. Thank you, Commander. I still have much to improve upon. Indeed, Li Mengxue acknowledged, then turned serious as she addressed Yun Haiyan. Old Yun, I believe you know why I am here. My current strength has reached the mid-tier of Tier 4, and should I unleash my full power, I am confident I can contend with a late-tier Tier 4 powerhouse. As she spoke, Li Mengshue's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing within. That I plan to reclaim City S and eliminate that Tier 4 zombie. However, taking on this task alone may prove challenging. With your assistance, the operation would be considerably easier. Your task will be to support me in resolving that Tier 4 zombie as swiftly as possible. That I have already informed you of the risks involved in this mission. However, I trust you all understand the consequences should we fail. Li Mengxue gazed around the room, her expression grave. Upon hearing her words, the group fell silent, fully aware of the inherent dangers, yet none expressed a desire to withdraw. After a long pause, Xue Wanjing broke the silence. I have no objections, but I hope we can delay for another month, as I feel I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Of course. Li Mengxue nodded in agreement. In that case, we will wait for your breakthrough before strategizing. It will significantly bolster our strength. Now, does anyone have any objections? Li Mengxue asked, scanning the room. None. The gathered crowd responded in unison. As night fell, I didn't expect there to be a Tier 4 powerhouse among humans. I must inform the higher-ups. Inside the tent, a figure pondered with a serious expression, contemplating whether to terminate the operation. After all, the circumstances have changed significantly. Within this secure zone, there exists a formidable mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, while she herself is merely at the early stage of the 4th tier, should she be discovered. It could spell danger. Just as she hesitated, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Mission terminated. Return immediately. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shi Yi's expression shifted in surprise, and she quickly regained her composure. Responding promptly, "Understood, my lord." As her words faded, her figure vanished from within the tent. Chapter 86. What if he becomes a zombie? Can I truly bring myself to take action against him? Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Inside the room, Shui Wangqing sat quietly on her bed, eyes closed, her aura ebbing and flowing before settling into tranquility, exhaling a deep breath. She opened her eyes, which flickered with a hint of electricity. She raised her hand to inspect her palm, clenched her fist tightly, and felt the terrifying power coursing from her hand. Her expression remained serene. Devoid of excitement. Late stage, third tier, Shui Wangqing murmured softly, recognizing that she still lagged far behind in comparison. With that thought, her gaze shifted to the long knife resting beside her, and memories of her confrontation with Li Yiqian surfaced in her mind. Sister Wangqing, your realm has stabilized. Just as she slipped into contemplation, Yi Xiaoran's voice suddenly broke through, interrupting her thoughts. Shui Wangqing raised her eyes toward the doorway, where Yi Xiaoran entered, carrying a tray of food. Xiaoran, as she regarded Yi Xiaoran, warmth flickering in her eyes. Sister Wangqing, you must be hungry. Please, enjoy your meal, Yi Xiaoran said, placing the food on the table. Shui Wangqing rose and approached the dining table, picking up her chopsticks to begin eating. Upon seeing this, a smile graced Yi Xiaoran's face. Over the course of their time together, their relationship had blossomed into one akin to sisterhood, which filled her with joy. Sister Wangqing, when are you going to S-City? After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiaoran finally posed the question. Hearing this, Shui Wangqing's movements momentarily faltered, but she quickly resumed her actions. She did not answer the question until she had finished her meal, then looked at her and replied slowly, "The day after tomorrow." Yi Xiaoran's expression bore no trace of excitement. Rather, it was filled with profound concern. "The day after tomorrow." She murmured, her tone laden with unarticulated emotions. Noticing her demeanor, Shui Wangqing felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "What's wrong, Xiaoran? Is something troubling you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoran's face was etched with deep sorrow. She cast a glance at Shui Wangqing, momentarily at a loss for words. "What is it? You usually seem so eager to go to S-City," Shui Wangqing pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. Truthfully, she found it odd. Normally, Yi Xiaoran would frequently inquire about when they would head to S-City to rescue her brother. Yet upon hearing the mention of the trip scheduled for the day after tomorrow, she appeared burdened with thoughts. After a prolonged pause, Yi Xiaoran finally sighed and took a seat on the bed, gazing out at the night sky, softly asking, "Sister Wangqing, what if? I'm saying what if my brother were to become a zombie?" "Don't say that." Before Yi Xiaoran could finish her thought, Shui Wangqing stood abruptly, her voice cold as she interrupted. At this, Yi Xiaoran froze momentarily, staring at Shui Wangqing's back as she turned away, her mouth opening slightly, yet no words emerged. "Your brother will be fine." That moment, Shui Wangqing's voice reached her ears once more. Having spoken, she began to tidy the dishes and departed while Yi Xiaoran watched her retreating figure, opening her mouth. Yet ultimately, no words were uttered. On the high wall, Shui Wangqing, having cleaned up, arrived at her destination. She stood atop the towering wall, surveying the desolate scene of City A, her face betraying no emotion, only a resolute countenance. The echoes of Yi Xiaoran's words lingered in her mind. Although they had gone unfinished, she understood the essence of what was conveyed. "Becoming a zombie," she murmured, her high ponytail swaying in the cold wind, exuding an air of heroic elegance. "If that were to be the case, could I truly take action?" Shui Wangqing whispered to herself, her tone tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Glancing at the long knife at her waist, memories of her encounters with Yi Li flashing vividly before her eyes. To be honest, this thought had crossed her mind more than once. Yet she dared not envision such a scene, for it was far too painful for her to bear. She eagerly anticipated reuniting with Yi Li, as it would grant her the courage to express her true feelings and reveal her affection for him. Conversely, she also dreaded that fateful encounter, for she feared that upon their reunion, he might stand before her as a sentient zombie, an outcome she could neither endure nor wish to face. With a deep breath, she exhaled, raising her gaze to the moon hanging in the sky, her face awash with melancholy. Standing there in silence, lost in thought, lost in contemplation, a voice drifted from afar, and upon hearing it, Shui Wangqing turned to see Yun Haiyan approaching her. Elder Yun, Shui Wonking collected her thoughts and nodded in acknowledgement. What occupies your mind? You appear to be burdened with worries, Yun Haiyan observed with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Shui Wonking shook her head. It's nothing, just pondering a few matters. Not wishing to pry further, Yun Haiyan took a seat nearby, producing 2 bottles of white liquor from seemingly nowhere. Noticing Shui Wonking's troubled expression, she nudged her lightly. Care to join me for a drink? Upon hearing this, Shui Wonking glanced at her, noticing the smile on her face, and a warm sensation surged within her. She nodded, accepting the bottle of liquor offered, and sat beside her, unscrewing the cap and taking a swig. Time flies, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, we've known each other for several months, Yun Haiyan remarked, gazing into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Shui Wonking echoed, her eyes filled with longing. After sharing their sentiments, the two sat in silence, sipping their drinks. After a while, Yun Haiyan turned to her and asked softly, Wonking, you must be 23 this year, correct? Shui Wonking nodded in response, yes, I just turned 23. Then I suppose you're 24 now. I've noticed you tend to immerse yourself in training. Surely you haven't had a romantic relationship yet? Yun Haiyan inquired with a playful smile. Not yet. Shui Wonking hesitated before conceding. Is there someone you like? Well, Shui Wonking paused for a moment, then nodded again. And what about him? Yun Haiyan began to probe cautiously. Upon hearing this, Shui Wonking's gaze dropped, and she fell silent. Noting her reaction, Yun Haiyan surmised the situation and shifted the topic. This liquor is quite potent. Ever since the zombie outbreak, I rarely come across such fine spirits. Indeed, some things are simply unchangeable, Yun Haiyan consoled as she took another sip. Yes, some matters are beyond alteration. Shui Wonking reflected on Yun Haiyan's words, her thoughts drifting to something unknown, her head bowing, her eyes lost in reverie. Observing her, Yun Haiyan chose not to intrude, instead gazing into the distance and silently drinking. Yet both women harbored their own unspoken concerns. Otherwise, they would not have sought refuge atop this high wall. Chapter 87. 2 days later, outside the secure zone, a group of individuals marched forth, their destination being one of the most perilous places in all of Huaxiaoda's city. This city, due to its unique characteristics, has earned the moniker Zombie Paradise, a veritable forbidden ground for humanity. On the high wall, clad in military attire, Li Mengxue observed the crowd below, her expression grave. Mengxue, what's wrong? Yun Haiyan, standing beside her, inquired upon noticing her demeanor. Li Mengxue turned to glance at her, shaking her head, her tone tinged with concern. I fear we may suffer significant losses in this operation. Her voice revealed a hint of sorrow. Sacrifice is inevitable. All we can do is minimize unnecessary losses, Huang Yanting interjected at that moment. Li Mengxue fell silent, her worries unresolved, as she was acutely aware that this battle would be exceedingly brutal. Without hesitation, she knew that the outcome of this conflict would determine the future of the entire nation. Hence, this battle must end in victory, without exception. All right, it's time to set out. Li Mengxue composed herself, her expression returning to its usual severity. This battle must be won. Meanwhile, in S City, Shaoli, what are you planning to do? Inside the villa, Li Yiqian tightly embraced Yi Li from behind, her cheek nestled against his collarbone, her breath brushing against his ear, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Yi Li's movements faltered, his lips trembling as he struggled to find words, but ultimately suppressed them, replying, Sister Yiqian, I need a drink of water. Upon hearing this, Li Yiqian's lips curled into a cold smile, and instead of releasing him, she reached for the bottle of water herself, grasping his chin, compelling him to open his mouth. As she observed her actions, Yi Li could only emit a muffled grunt, his outstretched hand firmly grasped by Li Yiqian, leaving him no choice but to allow her to pour water into his mouth. After a short while, with the movement of his throat, he swallowed the entirety of the cup's contents. Upon witnessing this, Li Yiqian finally released him, saying, Shaoli, you mustn't spit it out, or you know the consequences. Noticing Yi Li's inclination to expel the liquid from his mouth, Li Yiqian suddenly leaned closer, blowing a breath against his ear and stating, Do you truly believe I am unaware of your thoughts? At this point, what purpose does your hatred serve? Yi Li's heart raced as he gazed at her. Noting her smile, which sent waves of fear surging within him, he shook his head in panic, immediately swallowing the remaining liquid in his mouth, insisting, I won't, Yiqianjia. Look, I drank it all, I listened to you. I didn't spit it out. Gripping her arm, His voice trembled as he offered her a pleading smile. Qian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, her fingers tracing a path across his chest as she remarked, Xiaoli, do you genuinely think I am oblivious to your feelings? After all this, what use is your resentment? And know that I could never hate you. Qianjia, you must believe me. I truly don't, Yi stammered, his hands waving in a desperate attempt to deny any ill feelings, resembling a frightened fawn. Though he harbored hatred for her, he was also deeply afraid. Throughout the past month, he had concealed any trace of displeasure or animosity. He had gone to great lengths to please her, complying with her every whim, no matter how humiliating the demands, for fear of punishment and to escape the torment he had endured, though he still faced her wrath. It was far less severe than before, and he cherished his current existence immensely. Yet, thoughts of rebellion and even suicide had crossed his mind countless times, though ultimately proving futile, as even the notion of ending his life was snuffed out by her influence. Each attempt left him unscathed, and the repercussions of failure only brought forth her fury. Over the course of that initial month, he had tried numerous times to escape or end his suffering, only to find that the pain always returned to him. Thus, he became afraid, truly afraid. Each punishment pushed him closer to the brink of mental collapse, shattering and reconstructing his worldview, fragmenting his psyche. He could hardly bear such a life anymore. Consequently, he found himself devoid of the courage to flee or take his own life. Like a fish that had repeatedly slammed against walls, even when a door was opened, he lacked the fortitude to leap through it. All right, Xiaoli, I was merely jesting. There is no need to be so tense. Observing Yi Li's terrified demeanor, Li Yiqian smiled as she embraced him gently, offering soft reassurances. Yet, from his vantage point, her smile held an unsettling quality. Had Yi Li glimpsed her expression, he would have been driven to tears, for it embodied the nightmare of his life. P.S. This version has undergone modifications, with nearly all references to eating kuan removed, alongside other inappropriate content. Please bear with the adjustments. Chapter 88. The eve of war in the deep of night, Ades City remained eerily tranquil, the desolate streets devoid of life, with only the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. Standing atop a high-rise building, Li Yiqian gazed down upon the city below, clad in a thin spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her delicate neck and smooth, pale skin were exposed. She looked into the distance, her crimson eyes seemingly peering through the horizon toward a far-off place. Perhaps this was an opportunity, a chance to be with Xiaoli forever. She parted her lips, her voice chilling as she murmured to herself, My lord. At that moment, a respectful female voice called from behind her. Yiqian responded indifferently, turning to face Shi. How goes the task I assigned you? Rest assured, my lord, Shi San, and Si have already departed as per your instructions and are en route to the designated location. Shi replied truthfully. Well done. Yiqian nodded in appreciation, then inquired, Shi, how long have you been by my side? 10 years, Shi answered sincerely, her gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Li Yiqian. Before the outbreak of the zombie virus, she had been working under her, loyally by her side. It was due to Li Yiqian that she had survived the apocalypse. Without her, she would no longer exist. Thus, her loyalty to Li Yiqian was unwavering, for she had saved her life on 2 occasions and granted her a new lease on existence. Such a debt of gratitude was indelible. And she would never betray her. 10 years. Time has certainly flown, Li Yiqian mused, her tone softening slightly. Shi, you should hurry and join the others. Wait for me there, my lord. I am also at the 4th tier. I can remain and fight alongside you, Shi urged, her voice tinged with excitement. However, before she could finish, Li Yiqian raised her hand to interrupt. She turned away, lifting her gaze to the bright moon. She understood Shi's concerns and could sense her true thoughts, yet she could not allow Shi to stay. If she did, her plans would be jeopardized. It matters not. They are insufficient to threaten me. Li Yiqian stated with an air of confidence and dominance. With her current strength, she believed no one in this world could defeat her. But my lord, among them is a 4th-tier human powerhouse. And moreover, they have mobilized a considerable military force equipped with antibodies to combat our kind, Shi insisted, her concern palpable. While I have faith in your capabilities, my odds would significantly improve with your presence. Please allow me. Shi's plea was once again cut short by Li Yiqian. Enough. We shall not discuss this matter further. Remember your task. Protect Shaoli at all costs, do you understand? Li Yiqian's tone shifted to one of seriousness, her crimson eyes emanating an imposing pressure. But Shi attempted to interject, yet upon meeting Li Yiqian's piercing gaze, she swallowed her words and respectfully replied, "Yes, I will ensure the lady remains unharmed. You may leave now." To Li Yiqian nodded, signaling for her to depart. Yet just before she left, she added, "Do not worry about him fleeing. He lacks the courage to do so." Upon hearing this, Shi hesitated momentarily before lowering her head and retreating. Once she was gone, Li Yiqian once again gazed up at the moon, her crimson eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Concealing her innermost thoughts. 1 week later, on the outskirts of S City, tents were densely packed, with soldiers standing in neat formation outside. In the center of the camp stood a raised platform, upon which several individuals gathered. Dressed in military attire, Li Menglu stood at the forefront, her long hair cascading down her back. "Comrades, I trust you all understand the gravity of the situation. Tonight we'll witness a fierce battle, one we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Do you have confidence?" Li Menglu surveyed the crowd, her cold gaze sweeping over each soldier as she commanded attention. "Yes," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully, even reaching the ears of nearby zombies. "Excellent. This battle may cost you your lives, but do not forget, behind you stand many vulnerable individuals who require our protection. We must emerge victorious. Failure is not an option. Do you hear me?" Li Menglu raised her voice once more, her deep timbre cutting through the air. "We hear you." The soldiers responded with renewed fervor. "Good. This is the spirit I desire. Now, prepare yourselves thoroughly. Team leaders, assign your tasks, and disperse." With that, Li Menglu stepped down from the platform. Making her way toward the tents, inside the tents, Yun Haiyan and her companions watched her, their expressions grave. "Yun Lao, what is the status of our reconnaissance?" Li Menglu inquired, nodding toward the group before focusing on Yun Haiyan. In response, Yun Haiyan shook her head, her tone heavy with concern. "There has been no news. We remain unaware of the situation inside. The reconnaissance teams we dispatched have yet to return." Upon hearing this, Li Menglu's expression shifted. It was crucial to note that the reconnaissance teams sent out were composed of elite members, each possessing initial second-tier strength. Yet, not a single one had returned alive, highlighting the perilous nature of S City. "It seems Li Yiqian is formidable. We may have already been detected," Li Menglu remarked, her brow furrowing in contemplation. "What shall we do now?" Wan Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise, turning to her for an answer. Li Menglu remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Since we have already been exposed, there is no need to send anyone else to make futile sacrifices. The operation will proceed tonight. Regardless of the circumstances, we must capture Li Yiqian. If necessary, request a nuclear strike from headquarters." "Understood." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, quickly dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Shui Wanqing stepped outside, gazing into the direction of S City. Her expression somewhat bewildered. Wei Xiaoran, noticing her demeanor, refrained from interrupting, also staring towards S City, her eyes filled with lingering concern. "Brother, please be safe." Chapter 89, Li Mingxue versus Li Yiqian. As night fell, S City remained eerily quiet. The streets, devoid of life except for the scraps of paper fluttering in the wind, were unsettlingly still. Within a luxurious mansion, Li Yiqian sat comfortably on a sofa, holding a glass of crimson liquid. A hint of mockery gracing her exquisite features. "Have they finally arrived?" she murmured softly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she downed the liquid in one gulp. The trickle of the red fluid ran down her lips, alluring yet exuding a lethal temptation. She placed the glass on the table, her scarlet eyes fixed on the window, as if she could pierce through the darkness to discern the world outside. "After playing this game for so long, I find myself somewhat weary. Let me savor this final encounter." With that, Li Yiqian stood, her figure vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the once bustling streets of S City, beneath the shroud of night, thousands of figures moved swiftly, their speed so great that even the sound of the wind could not be detected. They advanced rapidly, their target the only mansion still illuminated in the darkness. When they were 2 kilometers away, they halted, dispersing swiftly to conceal themselves in the shadows. Inside the mansion, the lights blazed brightly, yet an eerie silence prevailed. It was this very stillness that rendered the atmosphere even more unsettling. Elder Yun, Elder Huang, when we commence the operation, be vigilant of the surrounding zombies and strive to ensure the soldiers' safety, minimizing casualties. Wan Xiaowei, you are responsible for rear support. If the situation appears dire, immediately request a nuclear strike from headquarters. Is it dead? Huang Yanting gazed at the sunken pit, a sense of trepidation creeping into her voice. Just moments ago, Li Mengshua's terrifying attack was the most formidable she had ever witnessed, the aura emanating from it extinguishing any thoughts of resistance within her. Upon further reflection, she realized that had she been confronted by that heavy hammer, she would have had no chance of survival whatsoever. Not yet finished. Yun Haiyan looked at the vast pit, her expression grave. She would not entertain the notion that Li Yiqian had perished so easily. If it were that simple, S-City would have never fallen. Indeed, as her words hung in the air, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from within the pit. Surging outward like a tidal wave, sensing this oppressive force, Li Mengshua's face turned solemn as she peered into the depths of the pit, where a blood-red figure stood. Upon recognizing Li Yiqian, her eyes widened in disbelief. There she stood, unscathed, her clothes not even a shade dirted. How did this possible? Li Mengshua watched in astonishment, her expression riddled with incredulity. Noticing her disbelief, Li Yiqian let a cold smile play on her lips. Locking her gaze onto Li Mengshua, you are indeed formidable, at least the strongest I have encountered thus far. However, as she paused, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Today, you shall meet your demise here. With that, she stomped her foot on the ground, her body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, the scythe in her hand manifesting a blood-red illusion that quickly stretched to 100 zhang. She raised her right hand and waved it lightly, sending the blood-red illusion of the scythe whistling forward, ripping through the space as it passed. Li Mengshua's expression shifted dramatically at this sight, and she hurriedly swung her ice hammer to counter. The scythe and the ice hammer collided, resulting in an explosive burst of energy that radiated outward, reducing nearby structures to mere dust. The immense shockwave obliterated everything in its path, even toppling a nearby skyscraper into a heap of rubble. The deafening explosion reverberated through the city, rousing numerous zombies and drawing the attention of a distant group. Retreat! Everyone, fall back! Huang Yanting, feeling the chaotic energy nearby, shouted urgently, swiftly retreating to distance herself from the energetic turmoil. Under her direction, the lower-tier awakens also fled, leaving only a few behind. Meanwhile, a multitude of zombies rushed towards the epicenter of the energy explosion. But upon contact with the chaotic force, they were instantaneously vaporized, vanishing without a trace. Such overwhelming power, the strength unleashed by the two, might even annihilate me in an instant, from a distance, on a high-rise building. Shui Wangqing watched the rampant energy, her once valiant visage now shadowed with concern. Yet, more than anything, a profound sense of unwillingness simmered within her. She had believed that after breaking through to the late third tier, she would be able to contend with her, but upon witnessing Li Yiqian's monstrous power, her feelings of inadequacy grew even more palpable. In this moment, she realized just how vast the chasm between her and Li Yiqian truly was, an insurmountable divide. Meanwhile, outside the S-City effect zone, as the battle commenced, upon hearing the distant clamor, Shi halted, gazing into the distance with a hint of worry gracing her features. Noticing her concern, Yili also turned to the same direction. Though his expression was devoid of worry, conversely, a hint of tension was discernible on his face. Since leaving the mansion, only 3 hours had elapsed. He was puzzled as to why Li Yiqian had allowed Shi to escort him. Yet he understood one thing. S-City was in grave peril. Throughout the journey, he had questioned Shi, but she remained tight-lipped, leaving him to set his concerns aside for the time being. However, even without her explanation, Yili could sense that something significant had transpired. Moreover, during their escape, he had spotted a helicopter. Such machinery was exclusive to humanity, and its presence over S-City indicated that human forces had begun to mobilize. Madam, we should leave. We cannot afford any further delay. After a brief pause, Shi turned to him and spoke. Though she longed to assist her master, her current duty was to ensure the safety of this lady, preventing any mishap from occurring. Furthermore, she did not believe her master would falter. Indeed, Yili nodded, promptly following Shi as they hastened away. While the arrival of humanity stirred excitement within him, he knew well of Li Yiqian's prowess. Understanding that modern weaponry posed no threat to her, Hence, he remained composed, devoid of any thoughts of fleeing. That it was not that he did not wish to run. Rather, he felt a sense of trepidation. Truth be told, he did not believe that these contemporary arms could endanger Li Yiqian. Setting aside Li Yiqian, he was confident that he himself could annihilate these military forces. After all, he had once battled alongside Li Yiqian and was acutely aware of her capabilities. Leaving? Where do you intend to go? Just as Yi Li and Shi prepared to depart, a voice suddenly rang out, and they spotted a figure approaching from afar. Upon seeing this, Shi's expression shifted slightly, and she swiftly turned to shield Yi Li, her crimson pupils fixating coldly on the approaching silhouette. P.S. The restrictions have finally been lifted, and many sensitive elements have been significantly revised, such as references to certain events and figures. Chapter 91. Zhou Yue's ill-fated obsession. From long ago before them stood a petite woman clad in a black Lolita dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding an aura reminiscent of the girl next door. However, in her hands she wielded a wolf tooth club, nearly matching her height. Her dark red pupils glimmered with a hint of bloodthirsty cruelty. This woman was none other than Zhou Yue. Upon seeing her, Shi felt a sudden weight in her heart, silently channeling her energy, preparing for battle. Zhou Yue, what do you mean by this? Shi coldly regarded the woman before her. Her tone, I see why. Yi Li, too, felt a surge of surprise as he recognized the woman, recalling their previous encounter at the villa. That he never expected Zhou Yue to appear here now, and judging by the atmosphere, she seemed far from amicable. Madam, if a fight ensues, you must flee immediately, without concern for me. Just as Yi Li was still in a state of bewilderment, Shi's voice broke through. Hearing her, he turned to see her gaze fixed on Zhou Yue. An expression of trepidation etched upon her face. Yi Li merely cast a glance at her before redirecting his attention to Zhou Yue, only to find her staring intently back at him. Her gaze was unsettling, reminiscent of a lovesick girl gazing at her beloved. That look sent a chill down Yi Li's spine, instilling a sense of foreboding within him. That he recognized that look too well. He had seen it in the eyes of countless pursuers, particularly in Li Yiqian. Indeed, the expression Zhou Yue wore mirrored that of Li Yiqian, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. Little Li Gij, it has been so long. Though you've only seen me once, I still wish to ask if you have missed me. Zhou Yue approached them step by step, her cheeks slightly flushed as she asked eagerly. Observing her demeanor, Yi Li's unease intensified. He quietly harnessed his abilities, ready to defend against any potential attack. Sensing the energy emanating from him, Zhou Yue appeared unfazed, her excitement only heightened. Is this your answer to me? Although you have only seen me once, I did not harbor much hope. Yet, for one who has been watching you closely, I suddenly feel that you, little Li Gij, are quite cruel. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li keenly picked up on some implications, his brows furrowing as he inquired, What do you mean? What do you mean by having been watching me? He recalled that aside from their previous meeting at the villa, he had no further memories of her, and judging by Zhou Yue's demeanor, it seemed she had harbored feelings for him for quite some time. Yet, why did he have no recollection of her? Yi Li was perplexed, his gaze revealing a hint of confusion as he regarded Zhou Yue. Seeing the bewilderment in his eyes, Zhou Yue smiled and said, Little Li Gij, can you truly not recall me at all? I am sorry, but I don't remember having any connection with you. Yi Li shook his head, his expression earnest. Alas, I knew it. Upon hearing his response, Zhou Yue sighed, her expression turning cold. And no matter. Once I take you away, you will come to know. Madam, be careful, Shi cried out urgently, summoning a blood-red spear to guard in front of her. The clash of metal resonated as Zhou Yue, who had previously appeared to be merely observing, now stood before them. The wolf tooth club in her hand collided with Shi's spear, unleashing a shockwave that surged outward, toppling nearby buildings in its wake. As Yi Li retreated hastily during the confrontation between the two, he still found himself significantly affected by the ensuing chaos. What formidable strength! This was the shared sentiment of both Shi and Yi Li in that moment. Yi Li could hardly believe that the petite Gothic maiden before him was capable of wielding the spiked mace with such tremendous power. He was certain that had that blow landed upon him, he would have lost all capacity for resistance, perhaps even meeting an instantaneous demise. However, it was Shi, currently engaged in battle with her, who was taken aback the most, feeling the weight of an overwhelming force akin to that of 10,000 pounds. She felt a slight crack in her tiger's mouth, a notion that filled her with incredulity. It was important to note that she had already ascended to a 4th-tier zombie, and although there was a small gap in strength between them, the only being capable of inflicting such damage upon her was her own master. She turned to Josue, her expression grave, and said, "Josue, are you not afraid that my master, after dealing with those humans, will come looking for you?" To her surprise, Josue merely scoffed. A look of disdain etched across her features. "She is indeed powerful, but I possess the confidence to ensure she cannot find me. Rest assured, I will not harm Shaoli Gij. Rather, I intend to shower him with affection." This. Her gaze drifted to Yili not far away, her rosy tongue licking her lips, her eyes gleaming with a lascivious glint. Observing this, Yili's countenance darkened. After all, Josue appeared to him as merely a girl who had just turned 19. The fact that he was being teased by a diminutive lowly left him feeling quite uncomfortable. "Dream on," Shi roared in anger upon hearing Josue's words, flipping her spear to thrust towards her. "My lady is not someone you can match." Unfazed, Josue swung her spiked mace, engaging Shi in a fierce duel. The mace, under her deft control, moved like a serpent, evading Shi's attacks while relentlessly striking back. "Lady, hurry and leave. I will hold her off," Shi shouted, sweeping her spear with force, temporarily pushing Josue back. "There's no but. Hurry, I cannot hold her for long," Shi interrupted Yili, continuing, "My master will find you, and with your strength, as long as you leave city, you will undoubtedly avoid danger. So go. Go. You too must stay." Josue coldly huffed, her eyes widening as a violent aura erupted from her, propelling her swiftly towards Shi with a speed that seemed almost like teleportation. "Blood condensation shield," Shi shouted, summoning a solid blood-colored shield before her just in time. The spiked mace collided with the shield with a thunderous roar, the ferocious force radiating outward. Yili, witnessing this, realized that with his current strength, he could be of no assistance in this battle and could potentially hinder Shi. Resolute, he turned and fled the scene without hesitation. Chapter 92. The Reunion of Two. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield of city, a tremendous energy fluctuation emanated from the outskirts of the Eastern District, estimated to be at least 3rd tier in strength. Within the camp, a woman clad in military attire reported to Wan Xiaowei with utmost respect. 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaowei's expression sharpened, his voice grave. "Are you certain it's indeed 3rd tier?" "Absolutely no mistake," replied the soldier, her tone confident. "This could spell trouble." Wan Xiaowei furrowed his brow, concern evident in his gaze. Their current operation was akin to an all-out assault, and merely restraining Li Yiqian was already taxing. If a powerful 3rd-tier zombie were to join the fray, the tide of battle could shift dramatically. "No, we must act swiftly," he declared. "Dispatch an elite team to the Eastern District immediately. We cannot allow this zombie to reach us." "But Commander, all elite teams are engaged in combat. Those who can be assembled here are merely 1st-tier awakened beings. They likely won't hold. They must hold. If we are attacked here, the consequences would be dire." "Understood." The soldier quickly complied, rushing off to make preparations. Once she left, Wan Xiaowei grabbed the radio, stating, "Elder Huang, Elder Yun, we've detected a strong 3rd-tier zombie heading our way from the Eastern District. Can you make your way here?" On the battlefield, upon hearing this, Huang Yinting and Yunhai Yin exchanged grave looks, fully aware of the situation's seriousness. Yet, they could not afford to leave their posts, as they had to guard against surrounding zombies, including those at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier or just entering the 3rd tier. If either of them departed now, it would likely escalate casualties. Conversely, if they remained, the main base might face an assault. Both locations were crucial, and an attack on either would be untenable, but as they fell into silence, Wan Xiaowei's voice broke through. "Elder Huang, Elder Yun, I understand your predicament, but this concerns the survival of our entire base. Please do your utmost to assist us." Hearing this, Huang Yinting and Yunhai Yin exchanged glances, and after a moment of resolve, they prepared to respond. Just then, the cold voice of Shui Wanqing echoed through their earpieces. "Elder Huang, Elder Yun, you stay where you are. I will handle this zombie." Shui Wanqing's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of tension. Upon hearing her voice, Huang Yinting and Yunhai Yin shared a look, an unusual glimmer flashing in their eyes. Although they were uncertain of Shui Wanqing's true combat prowess, they had sensed from their previous encounter that her strength surpassed theirs. Thus, it was undoubtedly the best choice for her to confront this unknown strength zombie. All right, we entrust this to you, Wan Qing, Yunhai Yin relayed via the radio. Rest assured. After that, the earpiece fell silent. In the eastern outskirts of the city, Yili raced forward with astonishing speed, leaving even mid-tier third-level zombies with no chance to resist that in mere minutes. He had covered several hundred kilometers. Along the way, he could still hear the rumbling sounds coming from within the city and noticed many zombies heading towards the city center, and oh wonderly, Qian urged him to leave. She had already sensed something amiss that Yili mused internally, now realizing the true reason behind her urging him to depart. However, to think that modern machinery could kill her was indeed naive, with a bitter smile. Yili shook his head to be honest. He wished for Li Yiqian to fail, for if she were to perish, he would regain his freedom, no longer subjected to her punishments and confinement, never again to endure such inhumane torment. Yet, he understood that all of this was merely a fantasy. For these advanced armed forces, even he felt confident in defeating them, let alone a perverse individual like Li Yiqian. I must escape, as far as I can, preferably leaving Huagua for another country. He resolved, determining that it was better to flee far away now than to risk her finding him at this moment. Yili's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to escape, to flee far away, ensuring she could never find him. His plan was simple: to develop himself fully until he reached the 4th-tier zombie level, at which point he could settle accounts with her. Just as he contemplated his escape plan, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging towards him at great speed. Not good. His pupils contracted as he concentrated a spear of ice in his hand and swept it forcefully behind him. Clang! With a metallic clash, the energy was deflected by the spear, failing to break through. Yet, the impact still forced Yi Li to stagger backward, shattering the ice spear in his grasp. Who? Yi Li's face darkened as he glared at the source of the attack. His voice cold. Had he not reacted in time, he would have likely sustained serious injuries. He scanned his surroundings. The vast road was devoid of anyone else besides him. Yet, he remained vigilant, keenly observing the trees around him, and reformed an ice spear in his hand. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see a woman emerging from the nearby woods, clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Her strikingly handsome face exuded a sense of competence and beauty. However, upon recognizing the woman before him, Yi Li's mind went blank, disbelief washing over his features. Shui Wan Qing, he uttered, his voice strained. I had not anticipated that the 3rd-tier zombie, which merely sought to approach the camp, would turn out to be you. Shui Wan Qing, as she spoke, picked up the long knife from the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex gaze fixed upon him. It has been a long time. P.S. The author interjects a statement. The recent new book by the author features Lu Huangshu. Those who understand will understand. It's a tale where the female lead defies the male lead. However, it failed the review process, so the author has published it elsewhere. May we meet again by chance. Chapter 93. Shui Wanqing's bold embrace. Listening to her words, Yi Li remained silent, the two of them standing there, locked in each other's gaze. After a brief moment, Yi Li took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Indeed, it has been a long time that he had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, yet he never imagined it would occur in such a manner. Is my sister well? After a long silence, Yi Li spoke again, his voice somewhat hoarse. She is doing well. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing nodded with a complex expression, her gaze lingering on him, as if she could never gaze upon him enough. Compared to the past, Yi Li had not changed significantly. He was simply even more handsome than before. Before seeing him, she had fantasized about their reunion, but now, confronted with reality, she realized that fantasies are eternally just that. The nature of their relationship had irrevocably altered. The Yi Li before her was no longer the person he once was. And you? How have you been? Yi Li looked at her, feigning a casual tone as he inquired. Quite well. Shui Wanqing replied softly, her gaze fixed upon him. After this exchange, they fell into a brief silence, each recognizing the complexity etched on the other's face. They both began to speak simultaneously, only to halt abruptly. Yi Li smiled gently at her. You go first. His tone was light, seemingly unaffected by the changes that had transpired. Observing the smile on his face, Shui Wanqing bit her lip, her grip on the long knife tightening instinctively. Before letting out a heavy sigh, she regarded him, a flicker of determination emerging on her resolute face. Could you walk with me? She raised her gaze to meet his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Upon hearing this, Yi paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. All right, he did not refuse. A single word encompassed a multitude of sentiments. Yet, witnessing the smile on his face, Shui Wanqing felt a pang in her heart, lowering her head to obscure her expression. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, a faint smile gracing her determined features. Let us go. Seeing her smile, Yi was momentarily taken aback, for in his memory, she had always been stern and unsmiling. At least during the days they had spent together previously, he had never witnessed her smile. However, he quickly regained his composure and, half-jokingly, remarked, "Where shall we go? I must declare, I cannot linger here for too long." His tone was light, yet it carried an undertone of bitterness. If circumstances permitted, he would have wished to relive their past, but that was no longer feasible. The fact that they could converse in such a manner was already a considerable blessing. Where to? I'm not quite sure. Shui Wanqing shook her head. Then let us wander around this vicinity, Yi suggested. Upon hearing this proposal, Shui Wanqing did not hesitate and nodded. Very well. Then let us proceed. After saying this, Yi took the lead. Observing this, Shui Wanqing hurried to keep pace with him. The two ambled aimlessly, Shui Wanqing's gaze perpetually fixed on Yi's back. Her expression was gentle yet complex. They walked in silence, the atmosphere heavy with quietude, akin to two strangers. Suddenly, Yi lifted his gaze to the sky, obscuring the expression on his face, yet within his dark, profound eyes, a hint of nostalgia flickered. After this departure, we may never have the chance to meet again. Yi spoke softly, his voice somewhat ethereal. Depart. Where are you going? Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing froze, then urgently pressed for an answer. Taken aback by her anxious tone, Yi offered a bittersweet smile. I do not know. He genuinely had no idea where he should go next. All he desired was to escape as far as possible. Far enough that Li Yiqian could not find him. He understood that defeating Li Yiqian with their current strength was utterly impossible, as he was well aware of her formidable prowess. Are you truly planning to leave your sister here alone? Shui Wanqing inquired calmly. Upon hearing his response, her words, Yi abruptly halted, standing still in silence, devoid of any response or movement. After a prolonged moment, he turned to face her. Shui Wanqing observed the expression on his face, her heart quaking violently, for she could discern his reluctance and anguish. Do you think I can still face my sister in this state? Yi looked at her, his tone laced with difficulty. Moreover, I do not wish for her to witness me in this condition. Shui Wanqing regarded him, falling silent. Her gaze remained fixed upon Yi, as if she could never tear her eyes away. She wished to plead for him to stay, yet she was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings or in what capacity to do so. Nevertheless, she sensed that if he left this time, she might truly never see him again. She did not want him to depart. They had only just reunited, yet she felt an insurmountable distance between them. She abhorred this feeling, wishing fervently for him to remain by her side, even if it were merely to gaze upon him. With this thought in mind, she seemed to have made a resolute decision and boldly approached as she advanced toward him. Yi instinctively stepped back 2 paces, intending to inquire about her intentions. However, before he could voice his question, Shui Wanqing swiftly stepped in front of him, embracing him tightly. This sudden gesture caught Yi off guard, and feeling the softness against his face, he froze, even forgetting to push her away. Shui Wanqing clung to him, burying her face in the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. She did not wish to let go, terrified that if she did, he would vanish, and she would lose her chance to express her feelings. Feeling the warmth against his neck, Yi gradually regained his senses, placing a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to create distance between them. Yet, Shui Wanqing refused to release him, holding him tightly, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. What are you doing? Let go. Seeing her unwillingness to relinquish her hold, Yi furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with displeasure. It is important to note that in this world, men hold conservative views on chastity, that a woman must not take a man's hand without his consent, and such gestures as embracing are reserved for couples, and only after the male has given his approval. Thus, Shui Wanqing's sudden action was exceedingly presumptuous in Yi's eyes. P.S. Please generously support the cause of love. Thank you. Chapter 94, Yi versus Shui Wanqing. Upon hearing his words, Shui Wanqing tightened her embrace instead of letting go. She remained silent, clinging to him tightly, afraid that if she released her grip, he would vanish before her eyes. Observing her refusal to release him, Yili felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. While he harbored feelings for her, they were limited to friendship. Their relationship had not reached the point of embracing one another. Shui Wanqing, what are you doing? Let go, he urged, raising his hands to push against her shoulders, forcefully breaking free from her embrace. The warmth in his arms vanished instantly, and Shui Wanqing instinctively reached out to grasp him. But her hands met only it is worth noting that Yili had now reached the late third tier, his strength and speed magnified several times over, making it exceedingly difficult for her to seize him. She gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for words, simply staring blankly. Being naturally inarticulate, especially regarding emotions, she struggled to find the right words in his presence. Seeing her in such a state, Yili initially felt anger rising within him. But ultimately, he sighed and turned away, refusing to look at her. Wanqing, did I entrust my sister to you? He spoke softly, his back turned to her, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He understood that this departure might be his last opportunity to leave. And he wished for Shui Wanqing to take good care of his sister. Despite his profound reluctance, this was an opportune moment to leave. Otherwise, if Li Yiqian found the time, what awaited him would likely be a hellish existence. Thus, he had to depart for distant lands, ensuring she could never locate him. But he believed that, given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the fourth tier, and when he returned, he would seek revenge. To return all the harm inflicted upon his mind and body back to her, he was consumed by an overwhelming hatred that erupted in his eyes, a fierce, murderous intent that seemed to lower the ambient temperature around them. Shui Wanqing sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her heart jolting slightly, for the aura emanating from Yi Li at that moment made her heart race uncontrollably. Yet, after a fleeting moment, she managed to suppress the shock within her. Gazing into the depths of Yi Li's eyes, which were filled with complexity, she observed his silhouette, neither acquiescing nor rejecting his words, but instead inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, Yi Li, I love you. As her words echoed, time appeared to come to a standstill, an eerie silence enveloping the air. She was uncertain how Yi Li would respond to her confession, yet she understood that failing to voice her feelings would lead to an enduring regret. Noticing he had not turned around, Shui Wanqing continued, will you return with me? I will find a way to restore your humanity. The military has developed an antibody, and I believe it won't be long before a serum to revert zombies back to humans is created. So, please come back with me. I can help you, and then we will. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Yi Li's voice thundered, abruptly interrupting her, and he turned to face her. The expression on his face left Shui Wanqing momentarily stunned. For he was now drenched in tears. I can never go back. Even if there were a method to transform me back into a human, I would ultimately become a zombie again. Yi Li gazed at her, his vision blurred by tears, unaware of how deeply anguished his voice sounded, only shaking his head repeatedly. I have consumed human flesh. Upon uttering this, Shui Wanqing stood rooted to the spot, staring at the familiar handsome face before her. Her mind struck as if by lightning, unable to comprehend. What did you just say? She asked incredulously. She could not accept nor dare to believe that the boy she longed for had eaten people. I said, I have eaten human flesh, the entire village, without exception. Yi Li's voice was hoarse, etched with pain. Since that day, he had been relentlessly tormented mentally, for he was the one who had harmed them, who had caused the deaths of all those villagers. No, this cannot be. Shui Wanqing shook her head, unwilling to accept this grim reality. How could you? Why? Yi Li chose not to explain, for he felt no need to do so. He merely sought to clarify the matter for her understanding. He turned away, leaving her with a solitary figure. Wanqing, my sister, you will take care of her. If she inquires about me, tell her I have died. After saying this, he turned back, slowly approaching Shui Wanqing, inching closer. Finally, he stood before her, looking down at Shui Wanqing, who was half a head taller than him, and smiled. Do not wear such an expression. Smile a little more. You look quite lovely when you do. As he spoke, he reached out to caress her cheek. You must run. You cannot defeat her. This woman's strength is beyond our capacity to contend with. Where are you going? Shui Wanqing grasped his hand, her voice filled with urgency. I don't know, Yi Li replied, shaking his head, then withdrawing his hand. I'm leaving. Do not wait for me. I no longer deserve you. With that, he departed without a backward glance, devoid of hesitation. Watching him fade away, Shui Wanqing bit her lip, her grip tightening around the long blade she held. Ultimately, as he neared the point of vanishing from her sight, She exhaled deeply, drawing her long blade and positioning it before her. With the blade unsheathed, a fierce aura enveloped her, the air around her growing thin under the pressure of her formidable presence. Sensing this overwhelming force, Yi Li halted, standing with his back to her, silent and unresponsive. Yi Li, the stronghold for this assault is over there. I cannot allow you to pass, she spoke slowly, her tone laced with reluctance and even a hint of pleading. Upon hearing her words, Yi Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Then he turned to face her, gently saying, Wanqing, you cannot stop me, that I will stop you. Even if I must, Shui Wanqing retorted coldly, her high ponytail swaying in the wind. Lending her an air of resolute elegance, observing her determined expression, Yi Li's gaze grew complex, and he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they glowed crimson, the two locked eyes, neither making the first move. Merely gazing at one another in silence. Yi Li, I do not wish for you to leave, that I know that once you go, the chance to see you again will likely never arise. So please forgive my selfishness. With that, her figure abruptly vanished from her spot, reappearing behind so fast. Yi Li thought, surprised by her speed, which rivaled his own despite her being only at the mid-stage of the third rank. Yet, he quickly regained composure, darting to her side and launching a punch at her abdomen. Shui Wanqing raised her long blade to block his attack, then, using the rebound, struck towards his chest with all her might. Although her power did not surpass his, their combat experience was not on the same level. If combat experience were graded, Yi Li would be merely an apprentice, while Shui Wanqing was at a master level. Chapter 95. Li Mingxue vs. Li Qian 2. On the other side of the battlefield, outside the villa, the ground was littered with the bodies of zombies, severed in half, blood and entrails spilling everywhere, staining the earth a dark crimson. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions echoed, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a military figure clad in olive green was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Smoke billowed, obscuring the view, but those present were all awakened beings, and they could clearly see who lay upon the ground. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Li Mingxue, who lay on the ground, blood soaking her clothes. Her complexion pale as a ghost, she gazed upward at Li Qian, gritting her teeth as her figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing with an ice hammer in hand right before her. She could not afford to give Li Qian a moment's respite. This was the perfect opportunity to take her life. Seeing Li Mingxue charging towards her, Li Qian did not back down. Rushing forward to meet her, the two clashed once more, powerful gusts of energy swirling around them, rustling the trees and creating a mournful sound. Each utilized their full strength, every move a deadly strike. Boom! Li Mingxue's fist connected with Li Qian's chest, sending her hurtling several meters away. Li Qian crashed to the ground, her chest roiling, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Seizing the moment, Li Mingxue raised her hammer again, aiming for her adversary. Seeking death, Li Qian bellowed, raising her scythe high. In an instant, a massive blood-red scythe materialized above her, exuding a terrifying aura. Die! As she spoke, the blood-colored scythe sliced through the air with astonishing speed towards Li Mingxue. Whoosh! The scythe moved with such swiftness that Li Mingxue had no time to evade, her eyes widening as the scythe loomed closer. Just as it was about to strike her, a figure suddenly blocked her path. When she recognized the person, her pupils constricted in shock. Huang Lao, she cried out desperately, reaching out to stop her, but it was too late. The scythe had already struck Huang Yanting. Mingxue, the future of humanity rests upon you. Huang Yanting's body was cleaved by the scythe, blood spraying forth, staining half of Li Mingxue's face, imparting a bloodthirsty beauty to her appearance. Looking at Huang Yanting, who lay in a pool of blood, Li Mingxue felt a surge of grief. But this was a battlefield, and she could not afford to be distracted. Lifting her gaze to the equally disheveled Li Qian, her eyes blazed with fury. You must die here today, she growled through clenched teeth. As her words fell, a colossal ice hammer coalesced in the sky, its menacing aura warping the very space around it. With a sweeping motion of her arm, the ice hammer shot towards Li Qian, its speed astonishing, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Seeing the ice hammer descending, Li Qian did not dare to underestimate it, immediately channeling all her energy to conjure a blood wall in front of her. Boom! The ice hammer collided with the blood wall, producing a thunderous sound, audible hundreds of kilometers away, shaking the ground beneath them. Crack! With a sharp sound, the blood wall developed several cracks before shattering into a myriad of fragments. Die! Li Mingxue shouted, her hammer descending with renewed force, driving Li Yiqian into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently from the force of a mighty blow, revealing an immense, gaping chasm that continued to fracture and splinter outward. With a sudden gasp, Li Yiqian coughed up a mouthful of blood, her gaze fixed upon the figure wielding the colossal hammer as she gradually rose to her feet, raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. A commendable strike, yet insufficient. Li Yiqian remarked indifferently, her scarlet eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Is that so? Upon hearing her words, Li Mingxue let out a cold laugh, suggesting, perhaps you should take a moment to assess your own wounds. At this, Li Yiqian glanced at her injuries and was abruptly struck by the realization that her wounds, which typically healed rapidly, were now moving sluggishly, as if something were impeding her recovery. Nevertheless, as a high-tier zombie, while these antibodies might suppress her healing, they could not entirely stifle her regenerative abilities. Yet, even so, they posed a considerable nuisance. How intriguing. Is this your reliance? Li Yiqian murmured, her anticipation growing. Rest assured, I shall ensure you perish here. As her words fell, Li Mingxue lunged forward once more, attacking Li Yiqian. The ice hammer in her grasp swung relentlessly, each strike unleashing a tempest that caused the ground to tremble and dust to swirl. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows in rapid succession, each unleashing their full might. Both were acutely aware of the other's formidable strength, hence neither held back, each employing lethal techniques. Yet, despite the apparent back and forth, the disparity in their power was evident, and Li Mingxue found herself at a disadvantage. Before long, Li Yiqian's scythe found its mark upon Li Mingxue's shoulder, blood cascading down like raindrops. She cast a glance at the wound, steeling her resolve to trade injury for injury, as she hurled the spiked ice hammer with tremendous force. Seizing the moment, Li Mingxue did not grant Li Yiqian a moment's respite. Appearing before her and raising the giant hammer, striking down without hesitation, she understood that in a protracted battle, she would undoubtedly be the one to fall. Thus, she sought to inflict maximum damage as swiftly as possible. Only then could she hope to slay Li Yiqian. Otherwise, should time drag on and her wounds heal, her demise would be inevitable. As Li Mingxue's ferocious strike descended, Li Yiqian's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily raised her scythe to counter the impending blow. However, Li Mingxue's speed was unparalleled, fueled by the full strength of her body. With a twist of her wrist, the force of the ice hammer surged several-fold. Die! She bellowed, the ice hammer whistling through the air. Crashing into Li Yiqian's chest with a resounding impact. Bang! The muffled sound echoed as Li Yiqian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Yet, Li Yiqian was no pushover. In the instant of her flight, her scythe carved through the air, leaving a ghastly gash upon her chest. Chapter 96. Li Yiqian's scheme cough. Li Mingxue coughed violently, blood spilling forth, her complexion paling. She pressed her hand to her chest, an icy chill spreading, sealing her wound. Completing this, she turned her gaze towards Li Yiqian, whose chest was now sunken, blood continuously oozing from her mouth. Yet her expression remained eerily calm, even curling into a sinister smile. Few can inflict injury upon me, and you are among them. She licked her lips, her crimson eyes flashing with madness. Not only will I make you suffer, but I shall also ensure your demise tonight. Li Mingxue declared with venom, the giant hammer in her hand vibrating, humming ominously. Observing Li Mingxue's demeanor, a cold smile crept across Li Yiqian's lips as she twirled her wrist, the scythe materializing in her hand. Pointed directly at her adversary, I am eager to witness how you intend to kill me. With a disdainful snort, Li Mingxue swung her hammer directly toward the top of Li Yiqian's head. As the gigantic weapon descended, Li Yiqian scoffed, swinging her scythe to meet it. Whoosh! A crimson light surged skyward, imbued with a piercing intensity, hurtling towards Li Mingxue. In an instant, the hammer split in two as it approached. To kill me? You are far too early, Li Yiqian retorted sharply, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Li Mingxue. Oh no! Sensing the chilling aura behind her, Li Mingxue instinctively shouted, Ice shield. In the blink of an eye, a wall of ice coalesced behind her, but Li Yiqian's scythe struck fiercely against it, shattering it with a resounding crack. Simultaneously, the blade found its way to Li Mingxue's shoulder. A sharp pain coursed through her, followed by a numbing sensation, yet she paid it little heed, abruptly spinning around and conjuring a layer of ice spikes, delivering a punch that struck Li Yiqian's abdomen. Bang! Li Yiqian was once again sent flying. Clutching her injured arm, Li Mingxue felt blood seeping through her palm. Her right arm had been severed. A glance at her dismembered limb prompted her to encase it in frost, staunching the bleeding. After tending to her injury, she turned her attention back to Li Yiqian, who was in a similarly dire state. Li Yiqian's previous strike had pierced her chest, and blood gushed forth relentlessly, though her injuries appeared severe. As a high-tier zombie, they were far from lethal. Nonetheless, they had dealt Li Yiqian a significant blow. "You are indeed a monster," Li Mingxue remarked, her expression grave, for she observed that Li Yiqian's chest was gradually healing. The effects of the antibodies were delaying her recovery, yet even so, it was a testament to her terrifying nature. She shuddered to think, had she come without the antibodies, Li Yiqian would have certainly claimed her life by now. Resolving firmly in her mind, she vowed that even at the cost of her own life, she would drag Li Yiqian down to hell with her. Otherwise, humanity's hope would perish. "Next strike, I shall utterly defeat you," she stated coldly. "Perfect, for I too have grown weary of this. It is time to bring this to a close," Li Yiqian replied calmly as their gazes locked. Suddenly, Li Mingxue raised her giant hammer, soaring into the air, calling out to the onlookers. "Comrades, please evacuate immediately. Do not let yourselves be caught in the fray," her voice boomed, echoing across the battlefield. Upon hearing Li Mingxue's words, Yun Haiyan momentarily froze before turning to look in her direction. Upon witnessing her current state, disbelief washed over her. Having been preoccupied with battling a third-tier zombie, she had failed to notice Li Mingxue's predicament, but now, seeing her grievous wounds, tears welled up in her eyes. "Mingxue, you," she attempted to speak, but Li Mingxue interrupted her. "Yun Lao, take them away," Li Mingxue commanded urgently. "Oh buts. Hurry and go." Yun Haiyan sought to protest, yet was cut off by Li Mingxue's fierce admonition. They were humanity's hope. "If they fell here, hope would surely be extinguished that I may perish. But they cannot. Go now," she reiterated, her tone unwavering. Hearing those words, Yun Haiyan took a deep breath and nodded. "You must return," she shouted, then turned to the soldiers still embroiled in battle. "Sisters, fall back to the rear camp." With Yun Haiyan's commanding shout, she charged forward into the horde of zombies, carving a path for the soldiers' retreat. As she watched the soldiers gradually withdraw, a smile graced Li Mingxue's face. And she turned to face Li Yiqian. She had expected Li Yiqian to seize this opportunity to attack, yet to her surprise, Li Yiqian merely stood there, watching her. This puzzled her, for she could not comprehend why Li Yiqian would refrain from striking. Did she deem it unnecessary? She pondered. Regardless, she knew she had to act swiftly to bring this to a conclusion. "With my next strike, I shall shatter you," Li Mingxue declared, gripping her hammer tightly as her aura surged. Swiftly reaching the late stage of the fourth tier, her hair and clothing transforming to a brilliant white, she appeared more stunning than ever, yet exuded an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Li Yiqian regarded her with an enigmatic smile. "I am most eager to witness the might of your strike." With that, the feeble energy she had exhibited dissipated, replaced by a fierce, raging power. Throughout the encounter, she had never unleashed her full strength. Her weariness had taken its toll. What she truly desired was to live alongside Yi Li. The facade of impending defeat had been a ruse, a prelude to her plan to escape with Yi Li to a realm that belonged solely to them. And now, she was poised to execute that plan. This time, she would give her all, yet she would not exhaust herself entirely. In a gesture of respect, "I shall exert my utmost effort as well." She gazed at Li Mingxue, her voice indifferent as she spoke. "P.S. Everyone is welcome to visit my homepage. I will be organizing a giveaway later, and you may also urge me for updates there." Chapter 97. The two of them softened towards each other in the next moment. Her figure vanished from the spot in an instant, and when she reappeared, she wielded a blood-red scythe, standing before Li Mingxue. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingxue's pupils constricted sharply. Instinctively, she swung her massive hammer. Clang! The moment the scythe collided with the hammer, a crisp sound resonated throughout the surroundings. The hammer was forcefully pushed aside by the scythe, and Li Mingxue's hands were jolted apart, causing her to be propelled several meters back. "How formidable," Li Mingxue silently acknowledged. She stood her ground as the ice hammer in her hand gradually dissipated. Li Yiqian observed this, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Unable to comprehend her intentions, Li Mingxue disregarded her, and instead conjured a horizontal blade anew. That I can see that you are strong, that she spoke softly to Li Qian. Therefore, I shall kill you with my most powerful stance. With that, she tightened her grip on the horizontal blade and gently swung it towards her. This seemingly unremarkable motion instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure in Li Qian. She tightened her grip on the scythe, positioning it across her chest. Clang! Another crisp sound of collision echoed, as Li Qian was staggered 2 steps back by the immense force. Steadying herself, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. That previous strike had evoked a sense of danger within her. To put it bluntly, had she not made any attempt to defend, she was certain she would have sustained serious injuries. It was crucial to note that she was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Though she had deliberately lowered her strength, it was still beyond the capacity of someone in the mid-4th tier to shake her. The fact that she had been forced back 2 steps was proof enough of her capability. Seeing her first strike fail, Li Mengxue showed no hesitation, appearing before her in the blink of an eye, swinging the horizontal blade down fiercely. Boom! In an instant, a massive crack spread from the horizontal blade in Li Mengxue's hand, fracturing the ground and sending debris flying in all directions. The power was commendable, though the speed left something to be desired. Observing the ferocity of Li Mengxue's assault, Li Qian maintained her composure and complimented her. Suddenly, her figure vanished into the air, reappearing at Li Mengxue's side the next moment. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through resonated, accompanied by a strong scent of blood. Feeling the chilling wind rushing from her side, Li Mengxue's gaze sharpened. She crouched just in time to evade the strike, then turned swiftly, allowing the horizontal blade to glide towards her using the momentum. Seeing this, Li Qian hurriedly withdrew, narrowly avoiding the attack. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The speed was so rapid that even Yun Haiyan, who stood not far away, could barely discern it. Such incredible speed. Is this the power of the 4th tier? Atop a high building, Yun Haiyan watched the ongoing battle between the two, her eyes filled with astonishment. This level of combat was far beyond her capacity to engage, just as she was lost in her thoughts. Her earpiece crackled with the voice of Wan Xiaowei. Yun Lao, can you hear me? Quickly pressing the earpiece to her ear, Yun Haiyan responded, I can't hear you. Please go ahead. How is the situation on your end? Yun Lao, the situation is somewhat tense. With my current strength, I cannot intervene. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiaowei fell silent for a moment. Before continuing, Yun Lao, please head immediately to the highway in the Eastern District. Yun Haiyan paused in surprise, then asked with a serious tone, what has happened there? A fierce battle has erupted. It is likely Wan Qing is engaged in combat. Do you know the strength of that zombie? I do not, but I can ascertain that its power is certainly formidable. Very well, I will head there at once. Yun Lao, please be cautious. After speaking, Yun Haiyan cast one last glance at the two engaged in battle before turning to leave. Meanwhile, at the rear of the base, within the woods along the eastern highway, bang, 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 the sound of explosions echoed as great trees toppled, sending clouds of dust soaring. Blood gun array. A sharp command erupted from Yi Li's lips. His figure floated in midair, his spear aimed menacingly at Shui Wanqing. Behind him, countless blood-red spears materialized to go. With those words, a multitude of spears transformed into a crimson stream, hurtling towards Shui Wanqing. Upon witnessing this, a grave expression crossed Shui Wanqing's face, as arcs of electricity flickered around her. Thunder technique. Step on thunder. Beneath her feet, flashes of lightning illuminated the ground as her figure darted through the array of spears. Skillfully evading the onslaught, this woman truly is a formidable opponent. Yi Li furrowed his brow. Shui Wanqing's combat experience was extensive. She was akin to a seasoned hunter. Meanwhile, he was merely an inexperienced novice. Were it not for their substantial tier difference, he would surely have been subdued by her by now. This is not good. I must find a way to conclude this battle swiftly, lest I return to those nightmarish days once Li Qian manages to escape. Although he was reluctant to harm her, the memories of his torment solidified his resolve. Gritting his teeth, the next moment, he flickered and appeared before her, thrusting his spear towards her calf. This strike appeared to be incredibly swift. Yet in reality, Yi Li controlled his strength, striving not to inflict harm. However, he underestimated Shui Wanqing's speed. Just as the spear was about to penetrate, she suddenly accelerated, evading his strike, and swiftly raised her right arm to grasp his wrist. Her speed was so remarkable, it even surpassed Yu Li's. Yili's expression changed drastically, retracting his hand while retreating rapidly. Shui Wanqing's speed was astonishing, too swift to capture. Moreover, he sensed the power radiating from her, which seemed to surpass his own. How can you be so strong? Gazing at Shui Wanqing before him, Yili's eyes reflected profound astonishment and confusion. Her speed and strength were at a level typical of the late stage. Yet during their previous encounters, he had clearly sensed that her abilities and velocity were significantly inferior to his. But now that I told you, I won't let you go. Hearing his words, Shui Wanqing did not answer his question but calmly replied. Although her strength lay in the mid-third tier, she could rival those in the late third tier. Furthermore, in their exchanges, Yili had been holding back, and his lack of combat experience allowed her to harbor absolute confidence in defeating him. Had she not been concerned for his safety, she would not have been so gentle moments ago. Seeing her unwavering determination, Yili felt a surge of irritation. The longer he delayed here, the slimmer his chances of escape became. As he could not predict when Li Yiqian would finish her fight, he wished for a swift resolution, yet his heart ached at the thought of harming her. Moreover, even if he tried, he might not necessarily succeed. Chapter 98. What are you and my little Li brother doing? Contemplating this, Yili tightened his grip on the spear. Letting out a soft sigh, he looked at Shui Wanqing, his handsome face imbued with seriousness. Since you insist on obstructing me, then that I shall no longer hold back. With those words, he flicked his wrist, and suddenly, a blood-red glow erupted from the spear. Be careful. Following Yili's warning, his entire being vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his blood-colored spear was already sweeping towards her abdomen. Clang! The long knife met the strike, and the two weapons collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that shattered the surrounding trees. Shui Wanqing's body was propelled uncontrollably backward. In that split second, Yili surged forward. His fist clenched, delivering a powerful blow to Shui Wanqing. Boom! The force of that punch was tremendous, sending her flying several dozen meters away, crashing into multiple large trees before finally coming to a halt. Cough cough. After a couple of coughs, Shui Wanqing slowly stood, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her cheeks were slightly pale, clearly having sustained some injury from Yili's punch. Such overwhelming strength. Shui Wanqing's heart sank as she regarded Yili across from her, a hint of gravity in her gaze. She recognized that he had still held back during that previous strike. Otherwise, given his strength in the late third tier, she would have found it difficult to withstand a punch from him. Headed am I being underestimated by a mere boy? Shui Wanqing silently mocked herself, then straightened up, her gaze resolute as she faced him. If I cannot even overcome you, then what reason do I have to defeat that woman? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she tightened her grip on the long knife, her aura erupting with fierce intensity. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from her, Yili was taken aback. He could perceive a sense of impending doom radiating from her. This aura of death was something he had only encountered once before. Yili, once I take you back, I will sincerely apologize. Shui Wanqing held the long knife before her, and with each breath, she exuded sharp blade energy, as if a multitude of deadly blades danced through the air. Apologize. Upon hearing that, Yili couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Shui Wanqing, if you genuinely wish to apologize, then release me, and I assure you, I will not harm anyone from your base. That I'm sorry, Yili. But I cannot trust your words. Shui Wanqing shook her head. Indeed, you women constantly proclaim your love for me, yet in the end, it is merely a ruse to deceive men. That I do not deceive you. If you were aware of your current state, you would comprehend why I say this. With that, Shui Wanqing's long blade reflected Yili's visage at that moment. His eyes were crimson, his demeanor exceedingly agitated. And from the corners of his mouth, saliva dripped incessantly. This appearance of Yili's, she had only witnessed once before, that of a flesh-eating zombie. That I will not be deterred. Today, I must leave. You have no idea what I have endured these past few months. You are no match for her. She is a devil, and you cannot defeat her. Yili bellowed in fury, his voice resonating through the woods. Lingering in the air, perhaps, listening to his words, Shui Wanqing fell silent for a moment before murmuring, but no matter how formidable she may be, I shall take you from her. Upon uttering this, Shui Wanqing's gaze flickered with determination, her eyes gradually stealing. Water melody. Yili barely caught her final words before he felt a blur before his eyes, and Shui Wanqing's figure vanished in an instant. He then slowly glanced down at his chest, where a slender gash had appeared upon his skin. Just as Yili's pupils began to react, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, accompanied by a torrent of blood that erupted from his wound, cascading down his body. Cough, cough. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth as he struggled to cough, each spasm bringing with it a sharp agony. Although he was a zombie with remarkable self-healing capabilities, this did not mean he was devoid of sensation. He was fundamentally different from other zombies. After all, he was a hybrid of human and zombie, and thus, the pain he felt was not significantly less than that of an ordinary person. His body succumbed uncontrollably to the ground, a tingling sensation eroding his form, rendering him rigid and unable to rise as he lay there, gasping for breath, blood flowing profusely from his injury. Shui Wanqing stood before him, looking down with a complex expression on her strikingly beautiful face. She knelt, reaching out to caress his cheek. The moment her fingertips grazed his skin, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Just rest for a while. When you awaken, everything will be over. With those words, she struck his neck with the edge of her hand, rendering him unconscious. As she cradled him in her arms and prepared to rise, she suddenly froze. A grave expression of panic washing over her face, a fear of death. "What are you planning with my little brother?" At that moment, a sultry voice pierced the air behind her. Upon hearing that voice, Shui Wanqing's entire body jolted, an ineffable sense of terror flooding her mind. She refrained from turning around, for her sixth sense warned her that if she did, she would meet her demise. The voice echoed again, tinged with a chilling undertone. "I am asking you a question. What are you doing holding my little brother?" At that moment, Shui Wanqing felt death hovering perilously close. She even experienced the illusion that if she dared to move, she would perish in the next instant. Sweat began to bead in her palms, and a look of dread crept onto her face. Nonetheless, she forced herself to remain calm, gripping the long blade tightly. As an instinctual surge of energy coursed through her, suddenly, she whipped the blade behind her, the edge slicing through the air with a fierce intensity. Clang, a metallic clash resounded, yet without a glance back. Shui Wanqing surged forward, clutching Yili tightly. In that fleeting moment, her speed reached its zenith, her form darting like lightning, covering a distance of over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Watching Shui Wanqing flee, Zhou Yuer slowly lowered her wolf-toothed club, a playful smile gracing her exquisitely oval face. Thinking of escaping, she murmured softly, her expression immediately turning fierce. "That would require my permission." With that, she forcefully stomped the ground, her petite figure launching forward with astonishing speed, a mere shadow chasing after Shui Wanqing. Meanwhile, Shui Wanqing was sprinting with reckless abandon. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead as her body ached terribly. Yet even in such pain, she had no intention of abandoning Yili. A fourth-tier zombie. How could there possibly be a fourth-tier zombie here? Shui Wanqing's mind was engulfed in shock. She was so sure, because only fourth-tier zombies could speak. But how could such a being exist here? This was the perplexity plaguing Shui Wanqing's thoughts, yet she lacked the energy to ponder further, focusing solely on her desperate flight, for the zombie was already in pursuit. "Release him, or you shall die." Suddenly, Zhou Yuer's voice sliced through the air behind her, frigid and laced with malice. Ignoring the zombie's threat, Shui Wanqing pressed on, summoning every ounce of strength to flee. "But I had given you a chance." With Zhou Yuer's words, an icy chill crept down Shui Wanqing's spine. Instinctively, she turned her head. What she beheld was a dark, menacing wolf-toothed club descending toward her head. "Oh no!" Shui Wanqing gasped inwardly, pushing off the ground with force, simultaneously hurling her long blade toward the approaching club. Clang! The weapons collided with a thunderous noise, sparks flying. Utilizing the rebound, Shui Wanqing rolled several meters away. Yet before she could stabilize herself, a tremendous force struck her abdomen, sending her hurtling through the air. Still, she clutched Yili tightly, refusing to let him go. A spurt of blood erupted from her mouth, staining Yili's face. Paying no heed to her own condition, she retrieved the fallen blade, propping herself up unsteadily. Only then did she clearly see the zombie before her, a girl clad in a red dress, with shoulder-length black hair and strikingly beautiful features. A faint smile graced her face, reminiscent of a gentle, noble princess. Yet her eyes glowed with a sinister red light, akin to a beast's gaze, filled with bloodlust and brutality. "Sister, give him to me." Zhou Yuer gazed at Shui Wanqing, her delicate face adorned with a subtle smile, her voice sweet. This expression, seemingly innocent, would normally endear her to anyone. Yet now, Shui Wanqing regarded her with grave concern, her grip on the blade tightening. Who are you? What do you want with Yili? She demanded coldly, blocking her view of Yili. Sister, do not be so serious. We are strangers. After all, I simply like little Li brother and wish for you to give him to me. As she spoke, Zhou Yuer's gaze drifted past Shui Wanqing to Yili, her petite tongue licking her lips, revealing a hint of infatuation and greed. Little Li brother smells delightful. As she spoke, an abnormal flush appeared on her exquisite face. As if she were entranced, witnessing her self-indulgent demeanor, Shui Wanqing fell momentarily silent, yet her vigilance heightened. She did not underestimate her due to her appearance. On the contrary, she was exceedingly cautious, for the pressure this little girl exerted was akin to that once felt from Li Qian. After a moment of reverie, Zhou Wei withdrew her delicate finger from her mouth, still glistening with viscous saliva. Now, hand over little Li brother, and I may spare your life. With that, she took a step forward towards Shui Wanqing. Yet the instant she moved, Shui Wanqing's gaze sharpened, and she vanished from her spot, reappearing with her long blade aimed at Zhou Wei's back. TSK. Why choose death when you could live? Zhou Wei remarked impatiently. Placing her wolf-toothed club behind her, clang, the clash of their weapons rang out, echoing in the air. Seeing her attack easily deflected, Shui Wanqing's face paled, and she quickly retreated. Your strength is commendable for a third tier. But to think you can kill me, you are sorely mistaken. Panic surged within Shui Wanqing as she realized the predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, she spun around, positioning her long blade across her chest, channeling every ounce of her strength. Humph, stubborn resistance. But before she could finish, Zhou Yuer's wolf-toothed club ruthlessly slammed into Shui Wanqing's blade. Crack, a sharp sound rang in her ears, and in the next second, an overwhelming force surged through her weapon, sending her flying through the air like a baseball. Is it not better to live? Why seek death? Zhou Yuer coldly articulated her intentions, and in a fleeting moment, ascended into the air. Die, she uttered sharply, as she wielded her wolf-toothed club with tremendous force directed towards Shui Wanqing, unleashing a terrifying power in an instant. As the menacing club approached with relentless speed, Shui Wanqing felt as though everything around her gradually descended into stillness. Memories of her past began to surface within her mind. Was it ultimately that a sense of regret? The scene crystallized at the moment she encountered Yi Li. At that time, the zombie outbreak had yet to erupt, and she was engaged in her clandestine dealings, until one fateful day, when she found herself at a store without the means to purchase alcohol. It was Yi Li who came to her aid, covering the cost. She could never forget the warmth of his smile during that moment, a memory etched indelibly in her heart. Yet in the end, she could never quite manage to express her true feelings. With these thoughts weighing heavily upon her, she helplessly closed her eyes, resigning herself to the impending embrace of death, lying ice wall at that moment.